Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. DB. I Trunks, join the chat group. 1 It. Chapter 1 Me, Strongest Trunks. Dragon Ball World. In a tech-filled gravity room. Two blonde-haired Super Saiyans are fighting fiercely. One of the Saiyans with hair rising into the sky like a bunch of golden flames is Prince Saiyan, Vegeta. The other Saiyan, who is 1.9 meters tall, also has standing hair, but has bangs, is named Trunks. Of course, unlike the original Trunks, the Trunks at this time is a traveler. It's just that he was born a few minutes early because of the twins, so he grabbed the name Trunks. After knowing that he had come to the world of Dragon Ball, Trunks was very flustered at first. After all, this world destroys the planet at every turn, which is too terrifying. Not to mention, Majin Buu, who is about to break out of the seal, is a very terrifying enemy. But if you think about it from another angle, as a powerful Saiyan, to die in this world is to have a halo above your head. It doesn't seem to be any different from a normal life. But no matter what, the calm Trunks decided to embark on the road of becoming a strong man. It has to be said that as a hybrid of human and Saiyan, Trunks are very talented. He has been exercising regularly since he was 1 year old. At the age of 5, his normal combat power has reached 640 million, and he has been able to transform into Super Saiyan 1. To know that Vegeta at this time, the normal combat power is only about 1.6 billion. Due to the limitation of his body being too small, Trunks' next strength improvement was very slow. So for the next 2 years, he did not practice behind closed doors. Instead, I visited Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien, Piccolo and other Z fighters and learned some tricks from them. Also create your own moves. After that, he went to the temple again and entered the spiritual time room to practice for 2 years. Saiyan's body suddenly grows taller once he reaches adulthood, and Trunks doesn't want to be small all the time. So ask Shenron to get his body into adulthood ahead of time. At 1.9 meters, he is already much taller than most Z fighters. Coupled with his black hair and handsome face, he is a very handsome and sunny boy. After 2 years of experience and 2 years in the spiritual time house, his normal combat power has reached 980 million. And after training in the spiritual time room, he has also been able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 is a 100-fold increase, and with all his strength, he can break out a combat power of 98 billion. Such an amazing talent naturally makes Vegeta very proud. However, this also made Vegeta, the Prince of Soft Rice, pay more attention to and cultivate Trunks. His goal is to develop Trunks to surpass Son Gohan. While powerful, Trunks also inherited the smart mind of his mother Bulma. Under the influence of eyes and ears since childhood, he can also invent some small things. Such as the gravity bracelet. Wearing it on the arm, you can adjust the gravity to attach to yourself anytime, anywhere. This allows Trunks to practice anytime, anywhere, literally like a moving gravity chamber. This invention has been greatly praised by Bulma. Meanwhile, the battle between Trunks and Vegeta continues. The extremely fast fists and feet of the two kept BG against each other, causing a muffled sound in the air. Bang bang bang. The sound of fisting to the flesh made people's blood boil, and the speed of the battle was even faster. Trunks, use all your strength. Vegeta shouted and attacked violently again. Trunks was a little helpless when he saw this, because he was not Vegeta's opponent at this time, but now he can only do his best. Drink. With a roar, Trunks showed his violent side, and the golden arrogance suddenly rose a bit. Numerous fists slammed towards Vegeta with all their strength. At the same time, Vegeta also punched mercilessly. Bang bang bang. The sound of a fist to the flesh kept echoing. Suddenly Trunks punched Vegeta in the face. The punch was extremely powerful, but it only made Vegeta tilt his head a little. Vegeta's head, backed up against his fist, followed by a backhand punch to Trunks in the face. Boom. This punch was not light, and Trunks was directly sent flying. Hey, Dad, your punch is really ruthless. Trunks, who got up from the ground, covered his face and looked at his cheap dad with some complaints. Reborn in this world for so many years, he has long accepted Vegeta and Bulma as parents. Vegeta trained him harshly, but it was exactly what he needed to get stronger. And Bulma doted on him very much, even more doted on him than his younger brother, which also made him feel the warmth of home like never before. There is only one letter difference between the younger brother and his name is Trans. Being naughty since he was a child is a stark contrast to the sensible Trunks. As a father, Vegeta is still very qualified, at least more qualified than Son Goku. After all, Vegeta is a ruthless man who dares to challenge gods of destruction Beerus for Bulma. The real battle, the enemy will not let go. Vegeta, who was standing there with his arms crossed, said that, but he was actually a little embarrassed. But Vegeta is famous for being arrogant, and of course she won't say anything comforting. Trunks are also used to it. Humph, I don't necessarily lose the real battle to you. Trunks snorted, he wasn't talking big words. If you look closely at his words, you can see that he still has a tail behind him. That's right, the tail. Because the tail gets in the way, and when the moon is full, it will involuntarily change into a gorilla form. I find this troublesome. So Vegeta, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks all cut off their tails and sealed them. However, when Bulma and Vegeta were about to cut off Trunks' tails as children, he tried to stop them. Because the tail is also one of Saiyan's most important strengths, he is related to the transformation of Super Saiyan IV. So over the years, he has been exercising and transforming into a giant ape. As a Saiyan senior bloodline, Vegeta is able to remain conscious after transforming into a giant ape. Trunks are naturally also possible, and if you stay sane while transforming into a giant ape, then transform into a Super Saiyan 1. Then in theory, it can be transformed into Super Saiyan IV. Chapter 2: The Theory of Turning into a Super 4, and the Battle with Son Gohan. Of course, it's not that simple here. It also requires precise control of chi and control of the transformed golden giant ape. At the age of 5, he tried to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, but it failed at that time. And now, Trunks feels like he should be able to successfully transform into Super Saiyan IV. Of course, this is just his guess. In the end can be successful, but also need to test. And once you transform into Super Saiyan IV, then hanging Vegeta is no problem at all. When Vegeta heard his words, she didn't care too much, she just thought it was the Trunks who refused to admit defeat. As for the strength of Trunks, he is incomprehensible. It's a matter of time before you want to beat him, but not now. At this moment, the gravity of the training room suddenly turned off. Bulma came in through the door. Behind her there was someone the Trunks knew very well, and he was none other than Son Gohan. Trunks, Gohan is here for you. Bulma looked at Trunks with a smile, but after seeing the swollen face of Trunks, he suddenly became angry. He came to Trunks and touched his face in distress. Do Trunks still hurt? Trunks was a little helpless, but the feeling of being cared about was very good. Well, it doesn't hurt anymore. Trunks shook his head and smiled. Bulma glared at Vegeta and scolded. Vegeta, how many times have I said, don't let Trunks hurt again, look at you, you are hitting so hard again. Vegeta was also a little embarrassed by his wife's scolding, but it was impossible for him to apologize. The big deal is to take them to the amusement park this week. Vegeta snorted softly. Great. Trunks hadn't spoken yet, but his younger brother, Trance, cheered. Bulma was a little helpless to see this, but she also knew that Vegeta could make such a concession, which was already very good. Of course, going to an amusement park might not be a very good proposition for Trunks. Vegeta uncle, excuse me. Trunks didn't think you were still working out hard. That's when Son Gohan finally got a chance to say hello to the two of them. Vegeta frowned at Son Gohan, and said in a stern voice, Gohan, your body is about to rust. No matter how peaceful the world is, you can't neglect your cultivation. Hearing this sentence, Trunks on the side couldn't help but sigh. From the proud, brutal Prince Saiyan who didn't take anyone seriously, he now uses uncle's tone to criticize Son Gohan. Vegeta has changed a lot. Yes, Son Gohan was stunned for a moment, and then agreed with some embarrassment. In 7 years, since the war with the androids, he really hasn't practiced much. At this time, his combat power did not increase and he retreated, which was not as good as before. Do you want Gohan to practice against me? Trunks suddenly invited. What? Son Gohan scratched his head, not expecting that the Trunks would suddenly invite him to practice. Vegeta couldn't help showing a hint of interest when she heard the words. He's been working on developing Trunks beyond Son Gohan. He had always thought that the current Trunks were no match for Son Gohan. After all, Son Gohan surpassed everyone 7 years ago, and was the first person to surpass Super Saiyan 2. However, seeing Son Gohan's decadent look at this time, he immediately understood. The current Son Gohan is probably no longer the opponent of Trunks. Thinking of this possibility, Vegeta's face suddenly showed a smug look. When I think about the time when I met my old enemy Kakarot, I said to him, look, the advanced bloodline is the advanced bloodline, and your son is no longer my son's opponent. Thinking of that scene made Vegeta a little excited. After so many years of wanting to surpass Kakarot, is it finally going to be done on the sun? Trunks, Gohan is here to ask mom to make something, but I don't have time to practice with you. At this time, Bulma, who was still distressed by Trunks, obviously did not agree with this proposal. After all, my son still has a wound on his face. It's okay mom, when your stuff is ready, our battle should be over soon. Trunks shook his head and gave Bulma a smile. Seeing this, Bulma had no choice but to agree. Brother Gohan, what do you think? Trunks asked Son Gohan again. Okay then. Son Gohan scratched his head and had to agree. After all, he was asking for something. He's here to get Bulma to do a Saiyan Superman costume. It's not good to reject Trunks now. Besides, he also has arrogance in his heart, and thinks that it really won't take long to defeat the Trunks. After all, he is the Super Saiyan who defeated Cell and saved the world. Okay, then you all put your hands on my shoulders. By the way, Trance, do you want to go and see? With that said, Trunks looked at his brother again. The younger brother Trance is still the image in the original book, with purple hair. Although they are the same age, the height difference between the two is not a little bit. The 7-year-old Trance was only about 1.2 meters tall, so he was really small. I also need to go. Trance hurriedly raised his hand to go. At this time, Vegeta and Son Gohan also put their hands up. Then Trunks held his brother with one hand and put his index and middle fingers on his forehead with the other. Yes, this pose is instant transmission. During the 2 years of training, he also contacted Son Goku, who had died and was cultivating on Kaiwang, and learned this trick from him. Swish. The next moment, the four disappeared into the gravity training room. Seeing that several people disappeared, Bulma had no choice but to go to the research room to make a Saiyan Superman suit for Son Gohan. It was now near dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun turned the sky into an orange hue. When the four of them appeared again, they were already on a green plain. Okay, it should be fine to put the battlefield here. Trunks glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. This place is very far away from the human town. If there is not too much movement, it should not affect other people. Come on, big brother Gohan. Oh, without any unnecessary nonsense, the two put on a fighting stance. Vegeta, on the other hand, brought Trance to the top of the mountain not far away to watch the battle. Chapter 3 Hanging Wild Bibifin with ease. White clouds drifted across the sky. And right now, swish, swish, Trunks and Son Gohan disappeared instantly. Drink. As the two approached, Trunks yelled and punched Son Gohan first in the stomach. Wow, Son Gohan screamed and bowed involuntarily, like a boiled prawn. However, this is not over, fighting is not child's play. Under Vegeta's tutelage, Trunks is very decisive. I saw countless fists slamming into Son Gohan frantically, causing him to scream again and again. But in an instant, Son Gohan was hit by dozens of punches. The last punch sent him flying directly. Boom. After smashing several mountains one after another, Son Gohan was buried directly in the rubble. Yeah, big brother is amazing. After seeing this scene on the top of the mountain not far away, Trance suddenly shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Vegeta, who folded her arms, nodded in satisfaction, showing a proud smile. Oh, it hurts so much. At this time, Son Gohan, who was buried under the gravel, flew back. From the looks of it, the attack just now only caused him some pain. Trunks is not surprising, after all, the two are just the norm. If you want to break the defense, unless the opponent has no defense, it is impossible for the opponent to cause harm to the opponent. Trunks are really heavy shots. Son Gohan groaned while clutching his stomach, showing an exaggerated expression. Hee, since it's a battle, then please Gohan-san to show your strength. Otherwise, you'll only be beaten. Trunks chuckled. Really? Son Gohan was stunned when he heard the words, but he was also successfully aroused by the desire to fight. Okay, then I will be serious next time. After the test just now, Son Gohan found that the strength of Trunks is not weak, which made him have to be more serious. Bring it on. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, and then he took the initiative to attack. The next moment, the two fought fiercely together again. According to Trunks, when Son Gohan became Super Saiyan 2 for the first time 7 years ago, the combat power had already reached about 90 billion, and under normal conditions, it was only 900 million. In the past 7 years, due to the lack of cultivation, Son Gohan's strength has not advanced but retreated, and his combat power should not be as good as that of the year. Even the feeling of fighting people is forgotten. At this time, he could only be beaten unilaterally by Trunks. I saw that Son Gohan was kicked into the sky by his Thang Long punch. Then Trunks followed, clasping his fists, and slamming a heavy hammer on him. Boom! Son Gohan smashed directly to the ground, and suddenly the land collapsed and a large cloud of smoke was thrown up. But it's not over yet. Ha! Trunks shouted and used the prince's tactics. I saw a large number of Qigong bullets condensed in his hand instantly, and smashed towards the location where Son Gohan fell. Rumble boom! The earth trembled, and the smoke was everywhere. After a long time, it calmed down. But I saw a bottomless pit on the ground. And Son Gohan didn't climb up for a long time. Big brother Gohan, Trance, who was not far away, looked at the huge pit and was a little worried. Vegeta didn't show the slightest expression. This damage was nothing to Saiyan at all. Come out, brother Gohan. I know you're not hurt. Trunks could feel that Son Gohan's anger wasn't waning in the slightest, knowing he wasn't hurt. Really, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew out of the deep pit, and it was Son Gohan. Although he was not injured, he looked a little embarrassed. And Son Gohan's eyes changed, no longer as casual as he had been at first, obviously a little irritated. Saiyan is a fighting nation, and it is their nature to be irritable. Ha! Son Gohan let out a loud drink, his whole body was mobilized, and then he rushed over. Trunks greeted him without any fear. Bang bang bang, the two fought together again, and their fists and legs kept colliding, causing ripples in the surrounding air. The momentum that erupted from both sides turned into a gust of wind howling. Boom! Suddenly a figure was blasted out, and it fell on the ground and instantly smashed a big hole. Unexpectedly, it was Trunks who was bombed out this time. Vegeta frowned, wondering what the hell Trunks was up to. With Son Gohan's current strength, he should be easy to beat. And Son Gohan was relieved when he saw Trunks being kicked away by himself, and he finally regained some face. Yet at this moment, boom, Trunks shook the gravel that was on his body and flew out. Looking at Vegeta's face not far away, it really stinks. He knew that this cheap dad would have such an expression after he was knocked out. How careless, I forgot to turn off the gravity bracelet. Trunks shrugged helplessly. He couldn't blame him for being careless, because the gravity bracelet he was wearing was still on. Although the multiple is not much, only 20 times, but the impact on the speed is still very large. Not far away, Vegeta heard the words and understood what was going on. Gravity bracelet. Son Gohan was stunned, completely clueless as to what it was. That's it can add gravity to my body anytime, anywhere. Trunks introduced the gravity bracelet on his left hand. This is his proud work. Usually, No matter what he is doing, he is always on, and he is almost never turned off. Now that it is suddenly turned off, I only feel that my body is very light. Okay. That's awesome. Son Gohan opened his mouth in disbelief. The Trunks just now were fighting with him with 20 times the gravity, and he was beaten so hard that it was simply unacceptable to him. Trunks jumped in place to get acquainted with his body, then looked at Son Gohan and said, "Brother Gohan, let's get real." After he finished speaking, his whole body's momentum skyrocketed, golden arrogance rose up, and his hair also turned golden. Apparently the Trunks intend to use Super Saiyan state to fight. Son Gohan was not surprised to see him transformed into Super Saiyan, and then he clenched his fists and drank, and he also transformed into Super Saiyan. Next moment, the two fought together again, and this time, without gravity, the Trunks went even faster. Often Son Gohan was hit by him before he could react. Having not practiced or fought for a long time, it is not bad that Sun Wu can exert 80% of his strength at this time. What's more, the basic combat power of Trunks is stronger than that of Son Gohan, so it is natural to have this result. Unless it's Son Gohan in his heyday, he may be able to get along with him. Trunks also stopped after another punch to the ground to Son Gohan. At this time, Son Gohan had no resistance in front of him, so he had no desire to continue fighting. Chapter 4 Super Saiyan joined the chat group. When Son Gohan climbed out of the ground again, he was already scarred and a little chaotic. "Brother Gohan, let's end today's battle. This is for you," Trunks said and handed a fairy bean to Son Gohan. This fairy bean also went to Killin Tower during the 2 years of his experience, and asked Karen-sama for it, and there are still more than a dozen. By the way, I also helped Karen-sama to put the meat on Yasuo. No, it was the dead fat man who was eating and drinking. This guy is still a single dog at his age, and he still stays with Karen-sama and refuses to leave. It's shameless. The most important thing is that he also wastes the fairy beans. The Trunks couldn't wait to throw him off the Kalen Tower. It's fairy beans. Son Gohan's eyes lit up when he saw the fairy beans. He didn't refuse, he took it and ate it. It wasn't a big injury at first, but just beating Son Gohan like that and letting him go home wouldn't be a good idea to explain to Chi-Chi. Simply wasting a fairy bean, he still has a lot in his hands anyway. Gohan, you've really stepped back. At this time, Vegeta looked at Son Gohan coldly with a look of hatred for iron not becoming steel. The fight made him very happy with Trunks. But I am very dissatisfied with Son Gohan. Son Gohan, who surpassed them all 7 years ago as the strongest Saiyan, is now Nobian. Such a powerful talent was wasted. It's no wonder that Vegeta hates iron. Forehead. Son Gohan couldn't refute, he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. However, losing the battle with Trunks so thoroughly today did make him a little disappointed. Big brother, you are amazing. Trunks looked at him admiringly. Okay, let's go back first. I think my mother has already helped Gohan to do something. Trunks patted his brother's head and smiled. Vegeta didn't bother to preach to Son Gohan either. Then Trunks used instant transmission again and returned home with a few people. They have been gone for half an hour. If nothing else, Bulma should already have the Saiyan suit Son Gohan wanted. Trunks, how are you? Are you hurt? As soon as he came back, Bulma jumped up worried. Haha, Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Trunks was also knocked out once, making him look a little embarrassed. Bulma did not feel relieved to check it carefully, and then he was relieved. Then she looked at Son Gohan's embarrassed look, and suddenly said in surprise, "What's wrong with you, Gohan? Why are you like this?" After speaking, Bulma also glanced at Vegeta, thinking that Vegeta had taught Son Gohan a lesson. Son Gohan scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to explain. Humph, he's been beaten by the Trunks. Vegeta on the side snorted softly, and it was not difficult to hear that his tone was very proud. Huh, really? Trunks actually beat Gohan? Bulma looked surprised, she knew how strong Gohan was. If it wasn't for Gohan, they would all have died in the fight with Cell 7 years ago. However, he didn't expect Vegeta to say the words that the Trunks defeated Gohan. That's right, Son Gohan admitted with some embarrassment. Seeing Son Gohan admit it, Bulma hugged Trunks in surprise and gave him a few mouthfuls at the same time. Trunks are awesome, Mommy loves you. Trunks could only sigh helplessly, and wipe the saliva from his face by the way. By the way, Gohan, this is what you want. At this time, the Saiyan Superman suit watch made by Bulma was handed to Son Gohan. Thank you. Son Gohan took the watch and put it on his hand. Just press this red button and that's it, right? That's right. Bulma nodded. It's great. Mom, can you make one for me too? Trunks looked envious. After Son Gohan pressed the red button on the watch, a set of red-green clothes and a helmet appeared all over his body. It looks full of middle school vibes. This outfit looks so cool. Son Gohan looked at himself in front of the mirror excitedly, and even put on a few seemingly cool poses that were actually very middle-aged. Trunks looked at him speechlessly, unable to complain. Gohan's talent for dancing, it's a pity not to join the Genuit team. The corners of his mouth twitched while watching, and he said embarrassedly, I think. I don't want it anymore. Sure enough, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Having got what he wanted, Son Gohan was ready to leave. Then, bye everyone. Son Gohan got on the somersault cloud and waved goodbye to everyone. Goodbye Gohan. After saying goodbye to Son Gohan, Trunks went to the training room alone to continue his practice. After all, he has no system plugins, and if he wants to become stronger, he can only keep working hard. Yet at this moment, ding, Wanjie Chat group invites you to join, do you agree? The sudden voice in his head made Trunks stunned for a moment, and he almost turned into a Super 2. But after reacting, I immediately grabbed the key words. Chat group. Trunks' eyes suddenly lit up, he was familiar with this pattern. Is this his golden finger? Agree to join. Trunks agreed without hesitation. After all, art masters are bold. Looking at the world with his current strength, he should be a ceiling-level figure. He wanted to see what kind of people in the group could make him stronger. Congratulations on joining the Wanjie Chat group, please confirm your group chat name. Trunks thought for a while and said, Super Saiyan. Ding. Group chat name confirmed. Suddenly a chat interface appeared in front of him. Ding. Welcome to Super Saiyan, join the Wanjie Chat group. Ding. Welcome Rem, join the Wanjie Chat group. A series of 2 system prompts sounded in the Wanjie Chat group, which made the chat group that was somewhat deserted suddenly lively. Shiu, group owner, has a new member joined. Welcome, King Debbie Luke. By the way, since I became the Overlord of Universe, I have never encountered such an interesting chat group. Bald Cape Man. It's really fun here, so I don't get bored watching TV all day. The Sorcerer King Ains Gong, but what's the use of this chat group? Blood Red Pepper. Hey, isn't it time to welcome new people? Night Attack Ace Killer. Welcome to the newcomer. King Debbie Luke. Welcome to the newcomer. Bald Cape Man. Welcome newbie. Night Attack Ace Killer. Welcome to the newcomer. ... Blood Red Chili Pepper. At Super Saiyan, at Rem, why don't the newcomers talk? The Sorcerer King Ains Gong. Sure enough, newcomers can't believe this kind of thing. King Debbie Luke. It's a matter of course not to believe it. I thought that the chat group was a conspiracy of an alien. Blood Red Pepper. Sure enough, I still have to explain it to the newcomer. ... Chapter 5 Showdown, I'm Trunks. Just when there are all kinds of speculations about the newcomers in the group. The Trunks in the peeping screen finally knew the identities and circumstances of several people in the chat group. First of all, there are 7 people in the Wanjie Chat group, including those who have just joined. The Sorcerer King Ains Gong, whose name is Trunks, you can tell who it is. The protagonist of Overlord, formerly known as Momonga, is known as the Bone King in Bone Aotian. During the Yggdrasil era, he was the guild leader of the guild, Ains Gaon. In the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick, is the Supreme 41 Supreme Unifier. King Debbie Luke is one of the important figures of the princess outlet named Keto Lucian Debbie Luke. He is the father of 3 girls, Lala, Nana, and Meng, and is also the emperor who rules universe. He is very powerful. Needless to say, the Bald Cape Man, Saitama, the great devil in One Punch Man, is a powerful existence that can take out any monster with one punch. It can be said that the above 3 people are all invincible existences in their respective worlds. And with the title of Blood Red Pepper, presumably only the Whirlpool Kushina in Naruto. I just don't know how old Kushina is now, in that time period. Night Assault Ace Killer. This title sounds like a member of the Night Assault in Slashing the Red Eyes, and the only one who can be called the Ace Killer should be Kai Tong. As for the name Rem, he is more familiar with it, and is one of the heroines of Zero starting life in another world. Twin maid sisters, omnipotent in housework. And what Trunks cares about the most is the group leader Shiu. This should be an everyday character, Kasumi Hill Shiyu. Unexpectedly, she became the owner of the Wanjie Chat group. In a short period of time, Trunks has already analyzed the identities of several people in the group. And he also found a place to sign in the group. Every day you sign in, you can get 1 to 100 points. The points are the items that can be used to draw the world in which you are located. For example, in the Dragon Ball world where Trunks is located, you can extract all kinds of universal capsules, daily necessities, etc. Of course, if you are lucky, you can also extract the bloodline talents of various powerful warriors, bloodline advanced cards and the like. Or items that can enhance their own strength, and powerful moves. Even the power of Flash, Ultra Instinct, Gods of Destruction, and Angel can be drawn. This makes Trunks heartbroken. Although he considers himself a good talent, he can easily learn instant transmission. But Ultra Instinct is not so easy to learn. And the power of Gods of Destruction cannot be learned, it is a power that only Gods of Destruction possess. It is hard to imagine how powerful these powers will become when they appear in oneself at the same time. Of course, in the chat group, you can not only draw prizes, but also directly use the points to exchange the abilities you want. But at this price, Trunks took a look and looked away. This is not at all what he can afford now. So what's the source of the points? Is it only possible to sign in to earn points? At the same time, in the chat group, seeing that the 2 newcomers did not speak for a long time, several people in the group were also very curious. Blood Red Pepper. Sister Shiu, do you know the origin of these 2 newcomers? Shiu, group leader, well, I know a little bit. That's right, Kasumi Hill Shiyu knows the information of everyone in the group. Because these group members are all characters from some novels or anime in her world. Blood Red Pepper. Quickly tell us, what are the identities of these 2 people? Ains Gong Sorcerer King. I'm also very curious about the identity of the newcomer. Please ask Miss Shiu to clarify our doubts. King Debbie Luke. Super Saiyan. A race I haven't heard of, I don't know how strong it is. Shiu group owner okay, since everyone is very curious, then I will explain it to everyone. First of all at Rem, she is one of the heroines in a light novel from another world on my side, a blue-haired maid, very cute. And because it is a ghost clan, the strength is still good. Sorcerer King Ains are gone, so it's a ghost race. I also have a ghost race here, but it shouldn't be the same race as you said. King Debbie Luke. I also have ghosts on my side, but it doesn't match the image you described at all. Blood Red Pepper. Looks like a cute girl. The group members were not surprised that Kasumi Shizi said that Rem was a character in the novel. Because these characters, in the world where Shizi lives, more or less have related novels or anime biographies, and they are not surprised. Of course, they don't think of themselves as characters in anime or novels, they just think the world is different. However, Trunks, who was peeking at the screen, raised his brows. Maybe Shizi herself doesn't know, she is also a character in anime. Think deeper, maybe including yourself. Bald Cape Man. And what about the other person left? Shizi group owner this Super Saiyan is the race in a comic on my side, but I don't know who it is. If it is really Super Saiyan, its strength is probably the strongest in the group. King Debbie Luke. Oh, is it? Stronger than my Universe Emperor. Bald Cape Man. Great, I finally have an opponent, I hope he can take my serious punch. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. Blood Red Pepper. How strong? Will it be stronger than Hokage? Night Attack Ace Killer. Is Hokage strong? Blood Red Pepper. Of course, Naruto is the strongest ninja. Shizi group owner. No, there are several dimensions here. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan successfully signed in and got 100 points. The sudden chat prompt made the hot people in the group pause for a while, and then it became even more lively. Blood Red Pepper. Bald Cape Man. The newcomer is bubbling. Shizi group owner. I just said why the newcomer has never spoken, even if you don't believe it, I didn't expect it to be a function in the research group. The Sorcerer King Ains Olgong. It seems that he is a newcomer who has a relatively strong ability to accept. King Debbie Luke. Did no one notice the points he got for signing in? Blood Red Pepper. It turned out to be the biggest point for signing in. Could it be that the newcomer is a European emperor? Blood Red Pepper. I'm so envious. Shizi group owner at Super Saiyan, come out and bubble up. Chapter 6 Everyone is an anime character. Super Saiyan. Bubbling.jpg. Shizi group leader. Blood Red Pepper. King Debbie Luke. Speaking of bubbling, Trunks really just bubbling. Let the group members be a little speechless. Happy to peel. Seeing the reaction of the group members, Trunks couldn't help grinning. Super Saiyan. Haha, just kidding. Ains Ergong. Mr. Super Saiyan really has a personality. King Debbie Luke. Being able to accept the existence of the chat group so quickly, it seems that the newcomer is not a simple character. Shizi group owner newcomer. It seems that you already know some functions of chat groups, but don't you introduce yourself first? Super Saiyan. That's right, then let me introduce myself. As Miss Shizi said, I am a Saiyan, my name is Trunks. I think Miss Shizi already understands who I am. Shizi group owner. It's actually Trunks. Blood Red Pepper. How is it? Does Sister Shizi know who he is? Shizi group owner. Well, I can't explain it well. In short, he is a very powerful Saiyan. By the way, how old are you, Trunks? Kasumi Shika doesn't really like the Dragon Ball manga, so she only knows some characters in the Dragon Ball world. But at this time, she was in high spirits in front of the computer, looking up the characters and settings of Dragon Ball comics. In the Dragon Ball comics, Trunks don't come out until later, and they appear as children for the first time. But beyond that there is a future where Trunks appear. That's why she asked the question. Super Saiyan. I'm 7 now, but I don't think I'm the manga character you're talking about. Shizi group leader. 7 years old, it seems that little brother Trunks is still when he first appeared. Kasumi Shika was not surprised by Trunks. After all, the people in their group didn't believe they were characters from the comics at first. But get used to it. Blood Red Pepper. 7 years old, 1 year older than me. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong said, it turns out that the strongest newcomer in the group that Miss Shizi said is only 7 years old. It's unbelievable. King Debbie Luke. A 7-year-old baby, no matter how powerful, can't be stronger than me, the Emperor Universe, right? Bald Cape Man. It was clear that the group did not believe that the 7-year-old Trunks could be better than them. However, Trunks also learned a piece of news that Uzumaki Kushina is currently only 6 years old. It should still be when the country of Vortex has not been destroyed. Super Saiyan. I think you misunderstood me. I said I am not a character in the comics, because I am also a traveler like Mr. Momanga. Trunks directly revealed the fact that he was a traveler. Anyway, Shiu of Kasumigaoka will find out when the time comes, so he should just say it now. And there is a precedent for the transmigrator, the Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. It is not difficult to accept that Trunks are traversers. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. I didn't expect it to be like this, which means that Trunks is not a character in the original comics. Blood Red Pepper. It always feels so complicated. Night Attack Ace Killer. Super Saiyan. It can be said that, and in my past life, there were also anime and novels about you, including Miss Kasumi Shika's. Shizi group owner. What? They're still mine. Shiu Shiu was shocked when he saw this sentence. Originally, as the group leader, the group members were all characters from comics and novels, which gave her a sense of superiority, even though she had no fighting power. But now hearing this Super Saiyan actually said that she is also a character in the anime, the sense of superiority in her heart disappeared instantly. It turns out that you are the same as everyone. Super Saiyan. Ms. Shiu of Kasumigaoka, you are a straight black girl with dark red eyes. The light novel, Love Metronome, written under the pseudonym, Shashizi, was released in Fushichuan Library in 5 volumes, with a total sales of over 500,000 copies. And you and Ying Lily have the title of, The Two Beauties of the Private Toyonazaki School. I'm not wrong about this. Shashizi, group leader. At this time, Kasumigaoka Shiu believed most of it after Trunks said this. After all, she didn't tell the people in the group her real name, let alone reveal this information. She didn't expect the other party to know her so well. Blood red chili pepper. It's amazing, is Shashizi's sister really a beautiful woman? The Sorcerer King Ains Gong. Sounds like an ordinary person. Shashizi, group owner, you are right, it seems that you really know me very well. Kasumigaoka Shiu, who had regained his senses, not only was not worried, but a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just now Trunks said that he had read the novels and anime of the group members in his previous life. And he was able to tell his own information in such a detailed manner after crossing over. What does this mean? Explain that you are a character that the other person likes very much. It doesn't matter if he is an anime character or something, everyone in the group is the same anyway. King Debbie Luke. Then Trunks, you should reintroduce yourself now. Keto Lucian Debbie Luke is still very interested in Trunks, after all, he is said to be the strongest person in the group. Of course he didn't believe it. Super Saiyan. It's a bit difficult to explain, you just need to know that I'm the big brother of the original Trunks, but after adding me, the name Trunks was given to me first. Ms. Kasumi Shika, can you upload the comic about Dragon Ball to the chat group? Trunks didn't bother to explain, so let them all read the comics. As for exposing himself or something, he didn't have that worry at all. With his current strength, he is completely fearless. You don't need to be secretive about your identity. Shashizi. Can you upload comics? Super Saiyan. It should be possible. Shashizi group leader. Then I'll try it first. As predicted, ding, the group owner Shashizi uploaded the 7 Dragon Ball comics, and all group members can read them freely. Shashizi group owner, it's really possible. King Debbie Luke. I'm very interested in Trunks, so I'll take a look at this comic first. After Keto Lucian Debbie finished saying this in the chat group, he began to consult the 7 Dragon Ball comics. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. I'll go take a look too. The strength shown in the early part of the 7 Dragon Ball comics is not very strong. But starting from 7 Dragon Balls, the combat power has skyrocketed. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, a cyborg who only knows how to destroy, and the evil Majin Buu. Each of these enemies is stronger and more destructive. Although Killua is also the Universe Emperor who rules the world, he is still a lot worse than these terrifying combat powers that destroy galaxies at every turn. Chapter 7 Emergency Mission, Rem So's. After Kasumi Shizi uploaded the Dragon Ball comic, the group suddenly became quiet. Obviously they all went to the comics, and they were very interested in the newcomer Trunks. Super Saiyan. By the way, Miss Shashizi, how long have you been in the chat group? Trunks suddenly remembered that he didn't know how long these group members had been joining, but it didn't seem like they should have joined for a long time. Shashizi, group owner, we were also pulled into the chat group half a month ago. Super Saiyan. I see, so do you know how to get points? Shashizi, group post points, it seems that apart from signing in every day, there is no other way to get them. Super Saiyan. I see. Trunks frowned, if there is no quick way to get points, then chat groups are meaningless to him. It's better for him to practice hard on his own. When can the points obtained by signing in every day be redeemed for what he wants? But come to think of it, it's impossible to be so useless to chat, there should be a way to quickly get points. Shashizi, group owner, are you Trunks short of points? Super Saiyan. Of course, you should also know the dangers of the Dragon Ball world. Shashizi, group owner, that's right. Little brother Trunks should be very anxious to improve his strength. Kasumigaoka Shiu checked the manga plot and knew that the Trunks would soon face the terrifying Majin Buu. So it is normal for him to be anxious to improve his strength. Shashizi, group owner, or, I will transfer all the points to you. Anyway, there is no danger on my side. Shadricho Shiu signed in for half a month, and has more than 600 points. In addition to purchasing the ability of Light Novel Master in the chat group, there are no other purchases, and now there are 500 points left. Trunks was a little surprised to hear her words. It was the first time the two met, and they had never met each other. I didn't expect that Shiu of Shazichiu would be willing to transfer his points to him unconditionally. Super Saiyan. Thank you, but no need. What he needs to buy is an item that can enhance his strength, and a few hundred points is far from enough. Shazichiu Shiu also seemed to understand, so he didn't speak. And just when Trunks was a little disappointed with the chat group, a message suddenly appeared in the chat group. Rem. Who can save my sister, please, no matter who it is. At this time, in the world of Zero starting life in another world. Ghost Village. Rem, who had just woken up, opened the door and saw a scene that made her sluggish. I saw that the entire village was plunged into a sea of fire. Father, mother and clansmen, all fell in a pool of blood. Only one petite body was fighting the enemy, and that was Sister Ram. The frightened Rem was about to call out to her sister. However, several witch cultivators in black robes came to her, staring at her, and the malice exuded from their bodies made people shudder. Just as these people were about to attack Rem, a gust of wind magic instantly tore apart a few witch cultists. A petite figure stood in front of Rem. It was her sister Ram. Elder sister, Rem shouted excitedly. At this time, several enemies appeared around again, and I saw a large-scale high-level wind magic erupting from the young Ram again. In an instant, all the surrounding witch sect enemies were chopped up. Rem, I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Seeing that all the enemies were eliminated, Ram heaved a sigh of relief, then turned to look at his sister with a smile. However, at this moment, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed. A man in black robe suddenly attacked and slashed at Ram's shiny horn. When the single horn snapped, Ram fell down with a scream. This scene made Rem also stunned for a moment, and immediately she made a cry for help in grief. It just so happened that her voice appeared in the chat group. At the same time, after Rem's cry for help appeared in the chat group. Ding! Trigger an emergency mission and call for help from group members. Task requirements. Save Rem who is in danger. Mission limit. Only one person can access the mission. Task reward. 10,000 points in a group lottery draw. When the task of the chat group appeared in the ears of each group member, the chat group suddenly exploded. King Debbie Luke. I didn't expect to trigger an emergency mission just after leaving for a while. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. It looks like the matter is urgent. Bald Cape Man. This is the time when heroes are needed. Blood Red Pepper. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak, I don't know if I can help. Night Attack Ace Killer. I can also help if needed. After the group task appeared, the group members were very positive about this urgent task. Sha Shizi, group owner. Everyone wait a moment, this task is still very dangerous. A Night Attack Ace Killer. At Blood Red Pepper, if you too want to complete the task, it is almost impossible, so it is not recommended you take this mission. Kasumigauka Shiu is right, this mission is indeed very dangerous. This time, it was the witch cult who attacked the Ghost Clan, and Rosewall was behind it. You must know that Rosewall can fight the existence of the entire army by himself, and his magic is even more bizarre. It was almost impossible for Kai Tong to defeat him. Not to mention Kushina, who was only 6 years old. Kushina and Kai Tong didn't say much when they saw this, their strength was indeed a bit lacking. Sha Shizi, group owner, so I think it's best for Trunks to complete this task. With his strength, he must be able to complete it easily, but I just suggest that you can speak up if you have any questions. There were only 3 people left in the group, including King Debbie Luke, the Sorcerer King Ains Ergong, and the Bald Cape Man, who could easily complete this task. Depends on how they choose. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. Forget it, there are still many things to deal with in the guild, so it is inconvenient to leave. Bald Cape Man. I remembered that today is the day of the supermarket sale, so I'm not going. King Debbie Luke. Since the little guy Trunks is so short of points, then this task will be given to you, but it will be better if you can show me your style. Momonga and Saitama both chose to give up the task to Trunks for the sake of face. Cheetah did the same, but he made a request to see the Trunks. Super Saiyan. Thank you, everyone. If Mr. Cheetah wants to see me, I can visit in person afterwards, but now the task is urgent, so I won't waste time. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. That's right, Mr. Trunks, hurry up and avoid accidents for newcomers. King Debbie Luke. Boy, go. I'll wait for you to visit. Sha Shizi, group owner, don't hesitate. Trunks, please accept the mission. Super Saiyan. Good. Trunks also stopped talking nonsense and took over the task. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan has taken on an urgent mission. After accepting the task, a prompt came from the chat group. Ding. Do you want to start the task? Super Saiyan. Yes. The moment Trunks was sure, a flash of light, and he had disappeared into the gravity training room. Chapter 8 Super 2 Trunks come to another world. In a world where he lived in a different world that started from zero. In a ghost village, after the sneak attack cut off the single horn on Ram's forehead, the witch cultivator did not continue to attack, but retreated invisibly. Obviously this is all calculated. From the very beginning, the ghost village was enveloped by a special toxin, which caused the white horns on the forehead of the ghosts to be unable to absorb the mana, magic power, from the outside world. After the ghost clan was destroyed, Ram's horn was cut off, and Rem was still alive, all of which were Rosewall's conspiracy. Because in Rosewall's gospel, Ram is part of his plan, and Rem is Ram's weakness. In the original book, Rosewall used Rem as a threat to make Ram agree to sign a contract with him. It can be said that if it is not calculated, Rosewall's strength is not Ram's opponent at all. Don't look at Ram's young age, but she is definitely a genius of the Ghost Clan. Through the single horn on her forehead, she can absorb the mana from the outside world without limit, and she can achieve almost infinite magic power, plus advanced wind magic. Her strength is already in the top 10 in this world. And this moment, Ram's horn was cut off, just as Rosewall was slowly approaching. A powerful momentum suddenly appeared. The golden air wave spread instantly, and an invisible pressure suddenly pressed on him. Rosewall looked up. his face suddenly full of horror, and saw a person wrapped in golden arrogance in the sky. Arcs of electric arcs continued to travel on his body, shocking his mind as if a god came into the world. That's right, this person is the Trunks that were sent over for the mission. Is this the world Rem lives in? Trunks looked around, and soon found two little loli in the burning small village below. They were Rem and Rem. At the same time, he also sensed the existence of a lot of chi around him, among which there is a slightly stronger chi. Obviously these people are witch cultists, and the slightly stronger chi is Rosewall. Just as he looked around, suddenly a notification came from the chat group. Ding, do you want to enable group live streaming? Huh, can you still broadcast live? Trunks was a little surprised. I didn't expect this function to exist, but aren't the people in the group curious about themselves? It happened to be a live broadcast to let them experience the power of Super Saiyan. Do it when you think of it. Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast. Members are welcome to watch. The originally quiet chat group suddenly became lively after this prompt appeared. The Sorcerer King Ainzer Gong. Huh. Mr. Trunks actually started the live broadcast. Sha Shizi, group owner, can you still start a live broadcast? It's amazing. King Debbie Luke. What exactly is live broadcast? Blood Red Pepper. Ask the same. Bald Cape Man. It should be about the same as watching TV. Sha Shizi, group owner, you can watch the situation on Trunks live. If you are interested, you can go and see. Group reminder. Sha Shizi entered the live broadcast room. King Debbie Luke. Can I see Trunks with my own eyes? Then I'll go see it. Group reminder. King Debbie Luke entered the live broadcast room. Blood Red Pepper. I'm also curious what Trunks look like. Group reminder. Blood Red Pepper entered the live broadcast room. Group reminder. The Night Attack Ace Killer entered the live broadcast room. After a while, all the group members entered the live broadcast room. Is this the Trunks? When they entered the live broadcast room, it was as if the whole person came to the scene. In front of them was a young man exuding golden arrogance. The young man's golden hair stood upright and fluttered, and traces of golden lightning flashed from time to time. Although the resolute face is still a little immature, it is also handsome. The muscles of the whole body are well proportioned, which is exactly what the sentence said, and the clothes are thin and fleshy. So handsome. This was Shiu Kasumigauka's first thought after seeing Trunks, and this thought suddenly made her face turn red involuntarily. King Debbie Luke, are you Trunks? This gesture is very good. Kido looked at the young man in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Although Sha Shizi said that Trunks was the strongest in the group, he still didn't believe it at that time, thinking that he was the strongest person in the group. After all, he has already ruled the universe, and the Sorcerer King and Bald Cape Man in the group have not yet left the planet. However, seeing the gesture of Trunks now, although he did not feel the momentum of the other party, Cheetah also recognized the strength of Trunks. Super Saiyan. Hello, King Debbie Luke. Although Trunks couldn't see each other, he knew that Cheetah was watching him through the live broadcast, so he smiled and raised his hand to say hello. Bald Cape Man. Sure enough, I wonder if you can fight me next time. Saitama's eyes welled up with fighting intent after seeing Trunks. After he became bald, up to now, no geek could hold his serious punch, which made Saitama lose his passion no matter what he did. Now, only a truly evenly matched battle can make him rekindle his passion. Super Saiyan. There will be a chance. Saitama's fighting power has always been a mystery, and Trunks is also looking forward to fighting him to see if he is really strong. Sha Shizi, group owner Trunks, hurry up and complete the task. Super Saiyan. That's right, let's finish the mission first. Under the reminder of Kasumigauka Shiu, Trunks did not follow the chat group, but looked at Ram and Rem below. At this time, Ram was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Because of the broken horn, the mana in her body was continuously lost, and it also caused the loss of physical strength. If it is not supplemented by magic power from the outside world, it may be life-threatening. Rem was crying while hugging her sister Ram sadly, not thinking about the vision in the sky. Swish. In the comments of Rosewall and many witch cults, Trunks suddenly disappeared into the sky. The next moment appeared next to the two sisters of the Ghost Clan on the ground. Rem finally noticed the approaching Trunks. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him with some vigilance. Who are you? Trunks was stunned for a while. Seeing the situation, Rem didn't seem to understand the chat group, otherwise he wouldn't ask such a question. Chapter 9 Ram with a broken angle, the treatment. On second thought, Rem, like him, just joined the chat group, so it's normal not to understand the situation. My name is Trunks, and I'm here to help you. Trunks explained with a smile. However, after hearing his words, Rem was still a little wary. Rem. At this time, Ram, who was lying on the ground, spoke. Sister, how are you? Rem looked at her sister Ram anxiously. Cough. He's not the enemy. Ram coughed and said weakly. Ram also felt the strong aura of Trunks just now. If the other party wanted to do something to them, there was no need to be so troublesome. So she believed that the person in front of her should not be in the same group as the person who attacked them. After Rem heard her sister's words, she immediately let go of her vigilance against Trunks. After all, she still believed her sister's words. Are you really here to save us? Can you save my sister? After knowing that the Trunks were not the enemy, Rem looked at him with hope. Don't worry, I'll take a look. Trunks restrained his breath and came to Ram's body to check. Ram's body had no other injuries, and it was mainly because the horn was broken, which led to the loss of magic power, which made him weak. So as long as the broken angle is restored to its original state, it should be fine. But Trunks also didn't know how to restore the broken corner. Immortal beams can only restore the injury and energy in the body, but it has no effect on the broken angle. However, he still took out a fairy bean and handed it to Ram's mouth. Eat this first, it should put you back into action for a while. Ram looked at him with red eyes, then opened his mouth to eat it without hesitation, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. A few seconds passed. Under Rem's nervous gaze, Ram suddenly sat up from the ground, looked at himself, pulled Rem and stood up from the ground. Sister, are you alright? Rem was surprised. Well, Rem, my sister is already well. Ram gave her a smile. Then he took Rem and saluted Trunks and said, thank you, Lord Trunks. Forehead. Hearing Ram's name, Trunks was suddenly speechless. But in this world, it is normal for the strong to be called adults. Just call me Trunks, you don't need to add honorifics. Trunks waved his hand and said seriously, also, I only temporarily healed your injury. If the broken angle can't be repaired, you are still very sad. Danger. So what should I do now? The young Rem was already a little helpless. Trunks frowned and thought about it. There should be a way to cure Ram, such as those witches. But it's almost impossible to ask them to help, and for a while, I don't know where to find those witches. And this time, the group members watching the live broadcast saw this problem and began to discuss it. Shashizi, group owner, let's think about it. Is there any way to treat this child? Blood Red Pepper. Sorry, I can't seem to help you here. Night Attack Ace Killer. Me too, there's no good way. Bald Cape Man. It's alright for me to beat the bad guys. I can't help you with this kind of thing. King Debbie Luke. I mainly use technology for treatment here, so if you want to cure the broken angle, I'm afraid you have to send someone over. Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. I have some good healing potions, but I don't know if they can restore broken corners. Different from other parts of the body, the unicorns of the ghosts are very special, and general therapeutic medicines may not be effective. Shiu of the Hill of Sha also had a headache when he saw this. At present, it seems that only King Debbie Luke is confident that he can cure Ram's unicorn. Sha Shizi, group owner, at Super Saiyan. Trunks, who was still thinking, heard someone in the chat group but themselves and immediately glanced at the group. Super Saiyan. Sister Shiu, do you call me? Shajircho Shiu was stunned for a moment when he saw his name, but then he showed a bright smile. Sha Shizi, group owner, well, we discussed it. King Debbie Luke has a way to treat Ram's broken angle, but we need to bring people there. King Debbie Luke. That's right, Kid Trunks, as long as you bring someone here, I'll let someone heal that child. Take people over there. Trunks was stunned when they saw them say that. He suddenly remembered one thing, if he could bring people back, there would be no need to trouble others. Just take Ram to the Temple of Heaven to find Dend Tiantian. Dend is a god, he's not a fighting Namek like Piccolo, but he can heal any kind of wound. And even if Dend can't be cured, there's still Shenron. Thinking of this, he began to ask the chat group if he could invite others into his world. The answer in the chat group is yes. However, only group members can enter each other for free. If others want to enter, they need to consume points. In addition to group members, each invitation to enter your own world needs to consume 500 points. Trunks got excited when he got this answer. Super Saiyan. Thank you for your kindness. I have already asked the chat group just now that I can invite others into my world, so I plan to invite them into my world. Sha Shizi, group owner, you mean looking for the gods? Kasumigauka Shiu instantly thought of the setting of the gods in the comics, and his eyes lit up. Super Saiyan. That's right. If you ask the gods to do it, you should be fine. Sha Shizi, group owner, that's good, let's go. Super Saiyan. Anyway, I want to thank you all, I will definitely visit you later. After the chat group finished saying this, Trunks drew his attention back. Ram, I think there is a way to cure your broken angle. Trunks told Ram the good news. Really, thank you. Ram was also a little excited when he heard that there was a cure. After all, horns are the symbol of the Ghost Clan. And if he loses his horns, Ram's strength will also be lost. That's right, I'll take you to a place for treatment later, let's deal with these guys who attacked you now. Trunks looked at the witch cultists who came up around, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Ram and Rem were also full of anger after seeing these witch cultists, who destroyed their homes. Ram, protect your sister, leave these people to me. Trunks stood in front of the two of them. Ram nodded obediently. Today, although she has recovered from her injuries, she has lost her horns and her fighting power has dropped significantly. Chapter 10 The Doomsday of Rosewall, take Ram home. There are also experts in this group of witches who can sneak off Ram's horn. Trunks turned around, only to see the witch cultivators in black robes with ghastly expressions, and they came around with gnawing eyes. These people are a complete bunch of lunatics. In the face of this group of lunatics, of course, he will not hold back at all. I saw that he stretched out a palm to face these witch followers, and then pushed out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! An invisible shock wave blasted towards the witch cultists. In an instant, the earth and rocks rolled over and the earth cracked. The witch cultists let out a shrill scream in the shock wave. When everything was settled, all that was left was the deep ravines rolled up by the soil. Visually, The entire gully was 100 meters wide and several thousand meters long, and even a few mountains not far away disappeared directly. And the witch cultists have long been slag left. Of course, this is still the effect of the Trunks taking their strength, otherwise the planet would be in danger. But that alone was shocking enough. In the chat group, Blood Red Pepper. Okay, it's amazing. Sha Shizi, group owner, this should be just a casual blow. If the Trunks is serious, he can destroy the planet at will. For some reason, Sha Zichiu Shiu seemed a little proud when she said this, as if she was complimenting her. Night Attack Ace Killer, can you destroy the world with just a single blow? Kai Tong was silent when she saw this scene. If she had such strength, I'm afraid she would be able to overthrow the Rotten Empire sooner. King Debbie Luke. Not bad for a single round of destructive power. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. Mr. Trunks is indeed very strong. Bald Cape Man. I'm looking forward to a fight with him even more. The layman watches the fun, the layman watches the doorway. Only Cheetah, Saitama, and Momonga could see how powerful Trunks' blow was. But what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg of Trunks' strength. At the same time, Ram and Rem, who were behind Trunks, also stared blankly at this scene, and the two little loli were also frightened by the destructive power. Of course, there is also Rosval who has been watching not far away. Seeing that Trunks wiped out all the witch cultists with a single blow, Rosval knew that his plan had failed. So he flew into the sky without hesitation and prepared to escape. Humph, want to run. Trunks sensed that Rosval wanted to escape through his breath, and snorted suddenly. For this culprit, he has no plans to let it go. Fly high in the sky. Trunks looked at Rosval who was fleeing in the distance, stretched out a hand, and the powerful chi gathered in his hand into a qigong bomb. Then it shot in the direction of Rosval. The speed of the qigong bomb was very fast, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with Rosval. Rosval also seemed to feel the threat behind him. He glanced behind him, but saw a ball of light flying over. In an instant, the ball of light released a dazzling light. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb exploded. The light instantly enveloped thousands of meters in a radius, forming a mushroom cloud, and even the dark night was illuminated. The ground trembled as the qigong bomb exploded. After the light of the explosion dissipated, the world fell into darkness again. Trunks felt it carefully, and after confirming that he couldn't feel Roswal's breath, he fell back to Ram and Rem again. And at this time in the chat group, after seeing the damage Trunks caused casually, there was a sudden silence. Blood Red Chili Pepper. 2. Terrifying. If the blow from Trunks just now made Kushina look a little adored. Then this time Kushina only felt fear. Because this Trunks attack is enough to destroy a town. Sha Shizi, group owner, I think it's okay, don't you think the explosion is very beautiful? Blood Red Pepper. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. Mr. Trunks' strength really shocks me. Although the Bone King is also an invincible existence in another world, he is not very strong when it comes to destructive power. After all, he is a strong player who takes the auxiliary route. Unless you use super magic and kryptonite items continuously, you can't do such a thing at all. With neither Cheetah nor Saitama speaking out, it's not difficult for them to cause such damage. At the same time, after Trunks solved Roswal, the chat group also sent a reminder. Task reminder. Congratulations to Super Saiyan for completing the urgent task, getting 10,000 points and a chance to draw a group lottery. He was also a little excited to hear the improvement in the completion of the task. Although 10,000 points is not much, it is a good start. And there is also a group lottery opportunity. He doesn't know what he will be able to draw. He is looking forward to it. However, he did not use the lottery chance now. After returning to Ram and Rem, Trunks looked at them with a smile and said, okay, all the guys who bullied you have been dealt with, we can go find someone who can heal Ram. Well, thank you, Lord Trunks. Ram and Rem looked at him gratefully. Trunks smiled slightly, stretched out his hands and said, grab my hand, we're going. After Ram and Rem heard his words, they stepped forward and grabbed his hand tightly. Trunks checked the chat group. Super Saiyan. Everyone, I'm going to take them to my place, see you next time. After saying this in the group, he turned off the live broadcast. Chat group, invite the two people in front of me into my world. A group member and a non-group member are detected, does it consume 500 points? Yes, after consuming 500 points. The next moment, Trunks and Ramram disappeared in place. Dragon Ball World. Trunks took Ram and Rem back to the gravity training room. Lord Trunks, what is this place? Ram and Rem looked at the unfamiliar room and asked curiously. This is my home, just call me Big Brother. Trunks took the two little loli's tender hands and said as he walked out the door. Trunks' big brother. Rem and Ram let out an obedient cry. Nuo's voice was so sweet to Trunks' heart. Good, I'll take you to eat something delicious later. He touched Rem's little head, and then dragged them out of the gravity training room. However, as soon as he came out, he met Bulma head on. What? Bulma had called Trunks to finish dinner, but was stunned when he saw the two little girls behind him. But immediately Bulma seemed to understand something, and suddenly laughed. Chapter 11 Treat Ram, double the combat power. Trunks, won't you introduce me to these two little girlfriends behind you? Seeing Bulma's playful smile, Trunks had a hunch that she was going to say something. As predicted, Trunks suddenly had black lines all over his head when he heard the words. Please, I'm only 7 years old. How can I find a girlfriend? After Ram and Rem heard Bulma's words, they immediately hid behind him with blushing faces. Seeing this scene, Bulma became more convinced of what she was thinking. Trunks. Facing Bulma's half-smiling expression, Trunks was a little helpless. Don't be afraid, she's my mom. Trunks pulled Ram and Rem from behind and introduced them to Bulma. Then he introduced to Bulma. She is Sister Ram, she is Sister Rem, and for some reason, they are here to ask for help this time. So cute. When Bulma saw Ram and Rem, he was captured by their cute appearance. Ram and Rem weren't so frightened after learning that it was Trunks' mother in front of them. The two bowed respectfully and said hello. This sensible appearance made Bulma like it even more, holding Ram and Rem and not letting go. Trunks got a headache when they saw Bulma's appearance that he didn't intend to let them go. Mom, we still have important things to do, so let's go first. After a while, he made an excuse, dragged Rem and ran away. Bulma, who was behind him, was dumbfounded when he saw Trunks pulling the two girls and running away. Remember to come back for dinner later. Understood. Finally getting rid of Bulma, Trunks was relieved. Pull Ram and Rem to a corner and use instant transmission. The next moment, the three of them came to the Temple of Heaven. Where is Trunks' big brother here? Rem and Ram looked around curiously. This place is called the Temple of Heaven, and the person who can cure Ram's broken ankle is here. With that said, Trunks dragged the two into the Temple of Heaven. Yo, Trunks, here you come. Bobo, who looked dark, suddenly came out of the corner and said hello. Yeah, Ram and Rem were startled when they saw Popo. Hello Mr. Popo, I'm here to find Dend. Trunks also smiled and said hello. You must know that Mr. Popo is not a simple character. No matter what happened to this planet, he has never seen him take action. And even though the planet has been destroyed many times, he has never been seen in hell. This shows that Mr. Popo is not simple. Dend is in there, come with me. Bobo agreed, and then led the way. Trunks also walked behind with the curious Rem and Ram. Rem, this person is so strange. It's really strange, sister. The voices of the two girls behind him were naturally heard by Bobo. If it wasn't for his dark skin, he would definitely be able to see his blushing look. The Trunks are also a little helpless, but also a little happy. It seems that they have recovered from the previous sad things. After a while, a few people found Dend. Trunks, here you come. Dend is still very happy to see Trunks. Trunks once practiced in the spiritual time room for 2 years and was very familiar with Dend Bobo. And because every time he comes, he brings some fun and delicious food, so Dend especially welcomes him as a guest. Dend, I came to you this time, I want to ask you one thing. Trunks said straight to the point. What's the matter? Dend looked at him suspiciously. Please fix her broken horn. Saying that, he pulled Ram out. Dend looked at the broken horn on Ram's forehead, then smiled, no problem. Hearing this, Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he could heal, otherwise he would have to look for Dragon Ball. Next, Dend began to treat Lam's broken corner. And Trunks took advantage of this time to look at the chat group. After he closed the live broadcast, there were only a few messages in the group. It was the news that the Trunks notified them after they cured Ram. Immediately afterwards, he looked at his score again. Because of the use of 500 points, plus the 100 points he got by signing in, he now has 9,600 points left. Such points can't buy anything at all, even the lowest 10,000 points in the lottery are not enough. However, he still has a group lottery chance. After thinking about it, Trunks used this group lottery opportunity without hesitation. Group lottery starts. A sweepstakes page appeared before Trunks. Ultra Instinct, Gods of Destruction Power, Super Bloodline, Angel Power Inheritance, Time Rule Power. All kinds of eye-catching rewards flashed in front of him one by one. Immediately afterwards, various rewards kept flashing in front of him, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Finally, ding, congrats to the group member, Super Saiyan, for getting the Combat Multiplier card. Description. After using the Combat Power Multiplier card, the user's combat power can be doubled. Hearing the prompt from the chat group, Trunks' eyes suddenly lit up. Double the combat power. His basic normal combat power was 980 million. If it doubled, wouldn't it be 1.96 billion? To know the normal combat power of Vegeta during this time period, it is estimated that it is between 1.8 billion and 1.9 billion, definitely not more than 1.9 billion. So he has surpassed Vegeta in combat power all of a sudden. Even compared to Son Goku, it's not much different. According to his speculation, the current normal combat power of Son Goku should be around 2 billion. Thinking of this, Trunks was a little excited, but he didn't expect such good luck this time. He immediately used this combat power multiplier card. A powerful force poured into his body in an instant. Trunks clenched his fists, only to feel the power getting stronger. It's not that he didn't think about saving the combat power doubling for later use. After all, the higher the combat power of oneself, the higher the income of the combat power multiplier card. But now that Majin Buu's danger was imminent, he couldn't care less. Anyway, there should be something similar in the future. At the moment when Trunks' combat power doubled, Bobo suddenly looked at him and seemed to sense his change. At the same time, Dend's treatment is finally over. Ram's horns finally returned to their original shape. Thank you. Ram gratefully bowed to Dend. Ah, it's okay, thank Trunks if you want to. Dend smiled a little embarrassedly. If it wasn't for his green skin, he would definitely be able to see that he was blushing. When Ram heard the words, he wanted to thank Trunks again, but he stopped him. Ram, you have already thanked you many times, so don't thank me anymore. Besides, I have also gained a lot this time. Completing the mission this time, the Trunks gained a lot with just one combat power doubling card, not to mention the 10,000 points reward. Chapter 12 A Pair of Little Maids. Then thank you Dend, I'll give you all these things. Trunks thanked Dend again, then took out the 2 magnum capsules and threw them in the open space beside them. Boom. After a puff of smoke exploded, a storage cabinet and a refrigerator appeared in place. The storage cabinets are filled with toys and tech items. The refrigerator is full of various delicacies. This refrigerator has its own power, so there is no need to worry about the food spoiling. Ah, thank you Trunks. Dend is just a teenager, and he is very interested in these things, so he immediately thanked him. Haha, no thanks, then let's go first. After saying hello to Dend, using instant transmission, Trunks returned home with Ram and Rem. After they returned, Bulma thoughtfully prepared some dinners for the servants. Vegeta didn't say much when she saw Ram and Rem, just told him to leave without delaying the practice. And Trance, who loves to play, ran away to play. Only Bulma was still asking about Ram and Rem. Bulma is furious when she learns that Ram and Rem's home has been destroyed by bad guys. And after knowing that Trunks saved them, he praised Trunks with great satisfaction. During the period, Trunks also agreed with Ramram, and did not disclose the chat group. After dinner, Trunks wanted to prepare a room for Ram and Rem. Unexpectedly, the two were pulled over by Bulma. Trunks, I'm sorry, your little girlfriends can't accompany you today, because they have promised to sleep with me today. Bulma took Ram and Rem's hands and looked at Trunks proudly. On the other hand, Ram and Rem were blushing and shy. Okay then. Facing Bulma's molestation, Trunks could only helplessly shrug. Then he came to the gravity training room alone, and after testing his current strength, Trunks went to rest excitedly. The next day, Trunks woke up to the sound of the chat group. At first glance, it turned out that Shiu of Kasumigaoka was at him. Shashizi, group owner, at Super Saiyan, Trunks' little brother, how is Ram, has the broken angle been restored? Super Saiyan. Don't worry. Ram's horn has recovered, and Sister Shiu, please don't call me my little brother. Trunks was a little helpless. Although he was only 7 years old, he was really not young. Shashizi, group owner, really? That's good, little brother Trunks. Shazichiu Shiu still calls her little brother the title of little brother, in his own way. Trunks was suddenly speechless, and right now, clap, the room door was opened. Trunks' attention was drawn back, and he was stunned when he looked at the door. I saw Ram and Rem Chi-Chi in maid costumes walking in. Rem, Trunks' big brother woke up. Yes, sister, but why is the Trunks' big brother dumbfounded? Maybe that's why Rem is so cute. My sister is cute too. After seeing Trunks wake up, Ram and Rem began to discuss on their own. Hearing the question and answer of the two, Trunks couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. How did this scene give him a familiar feeling? If they were more poisonous, they would be more like them when they grew up. Thinking of this, he shook his head, although Ram and Rem, who were venomous, were also very cute. However, it is clear that this kind of cute appearance is more popular. Ram, what are you doing? Trunks looked at the two men in maid costumes with a puzzled expression and asked. Ram and Rem looked at each other after hearing the words. Then Ram said, we want to stay. Hearing her words, Trunks was stunned. But considering that their homes have been destroyed and their relatives have died, there's really no need to return to the world over there. Moreover, Ram and Rem are still so young, so how to survive after returning is also a problem. If I stay here, I will take care of myself and Bulma. Thinking of this, Trunks suddenly showed a bright smile and said, Ram, welcome to stay. He said he was about to get up and get dressed. But the clothes were snatched by Ram. Trunks' big brother, please let me come. Ram's eyes were very firm. Trunks wanted to say that he had come, but seeing their firm gaze, he had to leave it to them. After all, who can refuse the service of two little maids? After having breakfast, Trunks started teaching Rem how to use the chat group. In the days when Ram and Rem had no internet, they had never seen anything like a chat group. Fortunately, Rem learned quickly. It only takes a while to send messages in the chat group. Of course, it's actually very simple to send a message in a chat group. Just what you want to say to the chat group will be automatically sent. Rem, my name is Rem, please take care of everyone. Shashizi, group owner, hey. Did Rem learn to use chat groups? Super Saiyan. Yes, I taught it. Blood red pepper. It seems that the newcomer's ability to accept is good. Shashizi, group owner, at Super Saiyan, by the way, why is Rem still with you? Super Saiyan. That's it, Rem and Ram have decided to stay with me. After Shazichiu Shiu saw his words, he thought about it and understood the current situation of Ram and Rem. They really don't need to go back now. Shashizi, group leader, that's fine, but is it convenient for you? Super Saiyan. Of course no problem, everyone likes them very much, look, pic.jpg. Trunks in the amusement park took a photo and sent it to the chat group. In the photo, Vegeta, Bulma, Trans and Trunks, and sisters Ram and Rem are all there. Aside from Vegeta's still grim look, everyone had a smile on their face. Today is the day Vegeta promised to bring them to the amusement park. Shizi, group leader, I'm so envious. Super Saiyan. Haha, what's there to envy? By the way, are you free tomorrow? Shizi, group owner, what? Could it be that my brother is going to ask me out? As soon as these words were said, Shiu himself blushed. How could he say such bold words? Trunks also had a weird look on his face when he saw this. Fortunately, he also knew what kind of person Shiu of Kasumigaoka was. Chapter 13 Beating Vegeta. Shiu is a seemingly quiet, but often explosive speech, usually quite calm, but some open mouth, and some vicious tongue. No. Probably more than just a little bit of venom. So Trunks had no other idea. Super Saiyan. Yes, I would like to thank you personally if you are free. This time, Shiu of Kasumigaoka helped a lot, so Trunks was going to come to thank him personally. By the way, let's see what the real wife looks like. That's right, it's really just incidental. It was meant to be a joke, but he didn't expect that he would really agree, and now Shiu's complexion turned even redder. Shizi, group owner, tomorrow, my side is the weekend. Super Saiyan. Tomorrow then. Remember to invite me. After the chat is over, Trunks also started to have fun with Ram and Rem. For Ram and Rem, who had never played in an amusement park, this amusement park experience was the most unforgettable moment. The family had a fun day playing. Just reached home. Vegeta couldn't wait to play against Trunks in the gravity training room. The gravity room is very wide, about 100 meters in size. Both of them had turned into Super Saiyan at this time, and under the blessing of gravity, they began to fight. The way of fighting from fist to flesh makes people's blood boil. After doubling the combat power, Trunks also fought at full force for the first time. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body had inexhaustible strength, and he kept hitting Vegeta with a punch faster than a punch. Bang bang bang, drink ah ah ah. Amid the shouting of Trunks, a sudden punch hit Vegeta directly in the face. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta flew straight out and slammed into the metal wall, causing the entire room to tremble. Trunks was a little embarrassed when he looked at Vegeta, who was beaten up by himself. Unexpectedly, I used all my strength. With all his strength, his combat power is already above Vegeta. Trunks, play well, you are the best. Bulma, who was standing on the outside of the gravity room, not only did not feel distressed but cheered after seeing Vegeta being knocked out. Trunks' big brother is amazing. Ram and Rem also looked adoring. At this time, Vegeta was also beaten. He didn't expect the power of Trunks to suddenly become so strong. Dad, are you alright? Trunks walked over and cared. It's okay, let's continue. Vegeta stood up grimly and attacked him again. The Trunks had no choice but to keep fighting. And this time Vegeta has used all her strength. Apparently the punch just now showed him that the Trunks weren't fighting with all their might. This time, Trunks had to be serious, even though his combat power was stronger than Vegeta. But the combat experience is much worse, so it must not be careless. Drink ah ah ah, ha ha ha. In the training room, as Trunks and Vegeta shouted, the battle became more and more intense. Bulma and Ramram, who were watching the game outside, were also nervous. At the moment Trunks was more focused than ever. Seeing that Vegeta punched his stomach, he turned sideways to dodge it, and then slapped Vegeta's face with a backhand punch. Vegeta's response was not slow. She raised her hand to block it and then suddenly used her knee to push it over. Trunks hurriedly stepped back half a step to dodge, followed by a whip leg yanked out. But once again Vegeta raised his hand to block it. However, this whip leg was just a cover. I saw that Trunks suddenly squatted down and then a thang long punched in the past. The blow was so fast that Vegeta couldn't even react, and Trunks punched him in the stomach, then punched him upwards to the chin. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of sour water, and was then sent flying. It was so cruel that Vegeta didn't get up for a while. Dad, are you alright? Trunks hurried over. Trunks, your strength. Vegeta was stunned at this point. I have used all my strength, but I still can't win. What's the situation? Haha, it was just a small breakthrough yesterday. Trunks laughed. When Vegeta heard his words, the corners of her eyes twitched. He was beaten by himself a few days ago, and he had no idea about the strength of Trunks. However, in just a few days, he has surpassed himself, which is very unscientific. Of course, Vegeta doesn't believe in science either, and the best explanation is only Saiyan's noble blood. Ha ha ha. Well, as expected of the noble Saiyan bloodline. Vegeta burst out laughing. He was already mentally prepared to be surpassed by his own son, so it was not difficult to accept. At this point Vegeta is more excited. He has been surpassed by Trunks, so maybe Kakarot has also been surpassed. Thinking of this, Vegeta was even happier. Seeing Vegeta laughing, Trunks pouted. Of course he knew exactly what his cheap dad was thinking. Vegeta, are you alright? At this time, the gravity of the gravity training room was turned off, and Bulma and Ramram walked in with concern. I'm fine. Trunks finally surpassed me, and also surpassed that guy Kakarot, and now he is the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta said excitedly without caring about the injury on her body. When Bulma heard his words, he looked at Trunks in surprise. No, I'm still far behind. Facing Bulma's surprised look, Trunks shook his head decisively. I heard that Son Goku uncle is still training hard 2 years ago, and I think he should be better than me now. Son Goku's normal combat power is now around 2 billion, which is not much stronger than Trunks. But Son Goku will transform into a Super 3. Under the 400-fold increase, the gap with the Super 2 transformation is too big. Unless he successfully turned into a Super 4, there is no chance of winning. Vegeta's expression darkened when she heard this. Trunks, keep practicing hard. After saying this, he threw Bulma and the others out, and continued to fight the Trunks. Fighting is the best training, this time with evenly matched opponents. Exercising Trunks as well as exercising himself. And thanks to fighting Trunks, there's also the power of the gravity band. Vegeta's strength is much stronger than the original, and now it is not far from the normal combat power of 1.9 billion. Chapter 14 Date Shiu, met Kato Megumi. The original Vegeta was only 1.8 billion combat power during this time period. After being demonized, the normal combat power reached 2 billion, which was equal to Son Goku's normal combat power. It can be seen that Vegeta has made great progress. After practicing until evening, Trunks was able to rest at the strong request of Bulma. The next day, early in the morning, Trunks was woken up again by the notification sound of the chat group. Ding. Group tips. Shashizi invites you to go to her world, do you want to go? Trunks first looked at the chat group and found that no one was talking. Then he looked at the prompt again, and suddenly smiled. It seemed that Shiu of the Hill of Sha was even more anxious than him. Fortunately, yesterday afternoon, the servants had already prepared what he wanted. So don't worry so much today. With Ram and Rem's preparations, Trunks got up for breakfast. Then I told Bulma and the others that they were going out today. Although he didn't say what it was, Bulma agreed. After preparing everything, Trunks and Ram waved their hands, and then accepted the invitation of Kasumi Hill Shiyu. The next moment, he disappeared in front of Ram and Rem. When Trunks reappeared, it was already a lively street. The people around him were not surprised by his sudden appearance. On the contrary, his tall and handsome appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. Trunks, who were 1.9 meters tall, seemed to stand out from the crowd here. Both boys and girls couldn't help but look at him, and some girls even stopped to watch. Wow, where is this handsome guy from? He's so handsome, and he's so tall, so he feels safe. If it were my boyfriend, I would definitely die happily. It's really tall, I've never seen someone so tall before. Yeah. The most important thing is that his figure is also very good. In just a while, a group of idiots surrounded him and were discussing each other. Their eyes were like wolves, as if they were going to eat him. This leaves Trunks speechless, but where is he now? There was no sign of Shiu of Kasumigauka around. But he had no choice but to send a private chat to Shadricho Shiu in the chat group. Super Saiyan. Shiu, I've arrived, where are you now? Shashizi, group leader, you're here, wait a minute, tell me where you are first. Shadricho Shiu stared at the chat group tightly, feeling extremely nervous. Super Saiyan. I'm at the manga house on Street XX, there are a lot of people here. Trunks looked left and right, and said several landmarks came out. Shashizi, group leader, where are you waiting for me? Kasumigauka Shiu quickly knew where he was according to what Trunks said, and then she came to the mirror in the room again and sorted herself out. In the mirror, she looks relatively quiet, wearing a white headband, black long straight, giant X, black silk, long legs, full of royal sister figure. Kasumi Hill Shiyu nodded with great satisfaction, and then went out with a confident smile. On the other hand, the Trunks can only wait in place. There were more and more people standing around to watch, which made him feel very helpless. At the same time, not far away, a petite girl with golden double ponytails was a little strange when she saw a large group of people surrounded by her. Curious, she squeezed in from the crowd. She was stunned when she saw the people surrounded by them. This is a whole picture. The black flowing broken hair, the resolute and handsome face, always with a confident smile, the tall stature gives a strong sense of security. Standing in the sun is like the protagonist who came out of the comics, especially because he still has this kind of detached temperament that makes people unable to look away. This scene completely stunned Yingri, and gradually her cheeks began to turn red. Finding her cheeks were a little hot, Yingri came to her senses. Patting her cheeks with both hands, she suddenly seemed to remember something, took out the drawing board from behind, and began to draw. If anyone noticed, she knew that she was painting with Trunks. The Trunks who stood out from the crowd only glimpsed a guy with blonde hair, but he didn't see who it was. And right now, as the surrounding crowd increased, a girl was accidentally pushed to the ground. However, the surrounding crowd didn't seem to notice this girl and ignored her at all. Seeing that a stampede was about to happen, Trunks came to the girl in a flash. Are you okay? Looking at the girl in the white beret who fell to the ground in front of her, Trunks stretched out his hand in concern. Thank you, I'm fine. The girl raised her head and shook her head, but her face turned red when she saw Trunks. And Trunks was stunned for a moment after seeing the girl with the white beret. I saw she had a black bob and was dressed in a stylish top and miniskirt. Under careful observation, the facial features are straight, the stature is neither short nor tall, and the skin is delicate. The convex place is convex, and the concave place is also quite concave. It is a very cute and attractive type, and the more you look, the better it looks. This girl is actually Kato Megumi. At this time, Kato Megumi straightened herself with a reddish face, then grabbed the hand in front of her and stood up. Thank you, it's just a little effort. Trunks chuckled. Don't know your name yet? Kato Megumi asked with some embarrassment. My name is Trunks. Trunks, I'm Kato Megumi, please advise. Kato Megumi introduced herself with a smile. Mei Kato, I remember your name. That, Trunks, what are you doing here? Kato Megumi asked curiously. In fact, she was just passing by, so she came to see it. After all, curiosity is human nature. It was just because of her polar presence that she was accidentally knocked down, but fortunately, Trunks showed up in time to save her. I'm waiting for someone, Trunks replied with a smile. Kato Megumi suddenly said with disappointment. That's right. Then, I'll go first. Well, if you have something to do, go first. Trunks nodded, thinking she was in a hurry but didn't say much. After all, the two were just strangers meeting for the first time. Then, see you next time. See you later. Kato Megumi waved and left. Looking at Megumi Kato who was leaving, Trunks couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that the person who just came here was not Shiu Kashigaoka, but Megumi Kato, which was really amazing. The brief encounter made waves in Kato's dull life, and she didn't go very far, but continued to observe Trunks in a corner. Chapter 15 6 Small Gifts. Shiu was stunned. It was at this moment that Trunks felt a figure approaching behind him, and he turned to look. Shiu, sure enough, you really know me. Shiu Kasumigaoka only had a reddish face for the very intimate term for Trunks, and had no intention of correcting it. What bothered her was that the Trunks recognized her instantly. However, before Trunks could speak, Shiu Kasumigaoka took his hand. Let's get out of here first. With that said, he pulled the Trunks away. Not far away, Yingri Li, who was painting, saw that her model had been pulled away by the hateful woman Kasumigaoka Shiu, and suddenly became angry. Fortunately, the appearance of Trunks has been deeply remembered in her mind, and it does not affect the painting. But now she just wants to follow up and see what the relationship between this woman and that man is. So Ying Lily put away the drawing board and quietly followed. At the same time, Kato Megumi, who still did not leave, also followed curiously. She also knew Shiu of Kasumigaoka. After all, as one of the two beauties of the private Toyanazaki school, almost no one in the school does not know her. Here, Kasumigaoka Shiu dragged Trunks for a trot, and finally came to a cafe and sat down. Trunks casually ordered 2 cups of coffee. At this time, Shiu of Kasumigaoka was still a little out of breath. Being stared at him like this, Shajircho Shiu couldn't help but give him a blank look. Shiu, your physical strength is not good, haven't you considered using points to strengthen it? Trunks chuckled. I'm thinking about it, but points are so important, so it's better to save them first. After all, I don't have the ability to help other group members, so I can only sign in slowly to get points. Shajircho Shiu also has considerations, except that she bought the skill of light novel master in the chat group, she did not spend it randomly. These points may be useful in the future. Anyway, her world is not in danger, and there is no need to worry. Also, Trunks agreed with her with a chuckle. Instead of wasting points now, it's better to save them for a group lottery later. It sounds amazing. The chat group connects us from different worlds. Shazichiyu Shiu suddenly sighed. Yes, the emergence of chat groups has indeed brought unexpected changes to our lives. Trunks smiled and nodded after taking a sip of coffee. By the way, Shazichiyu Shiu seemed to suddenly remember something, and stared at him tightly. I want to know my ending. Ending. Trunks didn't react for a while. It's the end of the anime. Didn't you say that I'm also a character in the novel and anime you've read? Kasumigaoka Shiu's big eyes looked at him curiously. This is just so cute. Surprisingly, Trunks didn't see the poisonous side of Shiu of Kasumigaoka, maybe they were not familiar enough with each other. But they called each other by name. Or is it some other reason? Trunks is unknown, but Shiu Kasumigaoka, who is not poisonous, is also very good. The end. Do you really want to hear it? It might not be nice. Of course, he knows the anime ending of the passerby heroine, that is, Kasumigaoka Shiu and Ying Lily finally decided to leave the hero in Yilin. It can be said that this ending made the audience of the wife party very satisfied. After all, neither Shiu nor Ying Lily have cheap male protagonists. Shajircho Shiu nodded and said, well, I want to know, and you also said that the appearance of the chat group has changed our future, hasn't it? That's right, then I'll tell you. Trunks thought about it and decided to tell Shiu of Kasumigaoka the ending. Then he quickly narrated the whole story. In fact, the story of the passerby heroine is not complicated, but a few people grew up around their dreams. In the end, Kasumigaoka Shiu and Ying Lily left for their own dreams, and it is understandable that they joined the Red Sakazuin Club. When Trunks said that he was not with the male protagonist at the end, Shiu of Kasumigaoka suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Trunks was a little surprised by her performance. It stands to reason that she lost to Megumi Kato, why is she still relieved? Shiu, aren't you angry as a loser? Why should I be angry? I don't want to have anything to do with him like that ordinary and scumbag. Shajircho Shiu crossed her chest with her arms and looked very disgusted. Trunks couldn't help but smile, and Yi Lunan is really annoying in the anime. As an otaku who has played a lot of strategy games, it is impossible for an Yilin to not know that the girls have a good impression of him. And for the sake of his momentary hot thoughts playing a love game, he chose to hang Shiu and Ying Lily of Kasumigaoka all the time, pretending to be an idiot. And those who have read the original book know that even if Lun fell in love with Kato in the end, it was still unclear to Senior's sister and the others, which made Nima very disgusting. Humph, not only that, but I have to destroy his plan. It seems that she feels uneasy, so Kasumigaoka Shiu also wants to destroy Kato Megumi, as well as the affair between Ying Lily and an Yilin. Seeing this, Trunks could only chuckle and shrug. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. Thanks to your help in this chat group, I was able to successfully complete the task. This is a thank you gift. Trunks took out an exquisite small box and put it in front of Shiu of Kasumigaoka. This is, looking at the exquisite small box in front of her, Shazichiu Shiyu's first reaction was to propose a ring. Her complexion turned red when she thought of this. Oh, this is a universal capsule, you should know it. Trunks opened the box and saw that there were 6 universal capsules inside. Here are all carefully selected items by Trunks. There are luxury private jets, limited edition suspension supercars, luxury private cruise ships, luxury villas, S-73 combat armor, and a Saiyan Superman transformation suit. Of course, the clothes of this Saiyan Superman transformation suit were transformed by Trunks into the school uniform of the private Toyanazaki school. It not only has a strong defense, but also enhances physical fitness. With the addition of various black technologies, it can completely make Shiu of Kasumigaoka into a Superman. After Trunks introduced these things, Kasumigaoka Shiu was already stunned. This is simply too inhumane. In order to thank you for the first time we met, we actually sent planes, bungalows, and combat armors. This is too exaggerated. Chapter 16. When the small villa came out of the capsule, the girls were dumbfounded. These things are just toys to Trunks. His family is the richest man in the world, and there are as many as he wants. These are too expensive for me to accept. Shazichiu Shiu, who had regained her senses, immediately shook her head. She also knew the value of these things. There is no doubt that these few things are enough to make her the richest man in the world. You should know the origin of the universal capsule. I can have as many as I want. It's not precious at all. This thing can be produced by itself, and you can have as many as you want. It is really not precious to Trunks. Shajicho Shiu was stunned for a while, and when she thought of this, she was instantly moved. After all, who doesn't want luxury private jets and cruise ships? There are also magnetic limited edition suspension supercars and a tailor-made Saiyan Superman suit, which she never dared to think about before. Take it, your help is far more valuable to me than these things. Alright then, thank you. After hesitating again and again, Shajicho Shiu no longer shied away, and happily accepted this exquisite small box. At the same time, hidden not far from the coffee shop, Ying Lily and Kato Megumi came together at some point, and the two were sitting on the other side peeking at the situation here. Seeing Trunks deliver an exquisite little box, and Shazichiu Shiu also blushed and accepted, the two suddenly thought about it. Could it be that the boy gave him a wedding ring? Otherwise, why would Shiu of Shazichiu blush? As an old rival, Ying Lily knows Kasumigaoka Shiu very well. She has never seen such a shy expression of Kasumigaoka Shiu. This simply subverted her cognition of Shiu of Kasumigaoka. Hey, that. Yingri finally remembered Kato Megumi's name and said, Kato-san, you have been in contact with that person just now, should you know who he is? Just know his name. Kato Megumi replied with a slightly reddish face. And Ying Lily's eyes lit up after hearing this. What is your name? Seemingly aware of her urgency, Yingri coughed dryly and explained, cough. I'm just concerned about Kasumigaoka-senpai, don't get me wrong. Really, but your drawing board should be the man you drew. Megumi Kato easily guessed through Eri's lie. How? Ying-riri was holding the drawing board nervously, but she didn't expect to be found out about her secretly drawing other people, she said very carefully. However, Kato Megumi just glanced at Eri when she passed by. At that time, Eri Lee was focusing on painting, and she did not find Kato Megumi, who had a very low sense of presence. The voice of the two also successfully attracted the attention of Trunks. In fact, when Shiu of Shajicho pulled him away, he had already discovered these two little stalkers, but he didn't care too much. At this time, after receiving the exquisite small box, Shiu of Kasumigaoka opened it and looked at it, which was similar to the one in the comics. However, these universal capsules in front of them are much more delicate, and they seem to be full of technology. How about it? Do you want to try it? Trunks suggested. Shajicho Shiu was instantly moved. Okay, let's go now. As soon as he said it, Shiu of Kasumigaoka couldn't wait to see what his private jet looked like. Wait, the two over there should be your classmates. Trunks pointed to Eri and Kato Megumi not far away. Kasumigaoka Shiu looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw that Ying Lily and Kato Megumi also seemed to know that they had been found, and suddenly they were ostriches lying on the table. However, it is difficult for Ying Lily's golden double ponytail to make people not pay attention, let alone her old enemy. You should know them. Heroines in anime. After the plot revealed by Trunks just now, Kasumigaoka Shiu of course knows that these two were the other two heroines. That's right. Trunks nodded, nothing to hide. Kasumigaoka Shiu heard the words and showed a satisfied smile. She was very satisfied with the honesty of Trunks. Wait for me. After saying that, Kasumigaoka Shiu walked towards Eri and Kato Megumi. Trunks looked at Shiu Kasumigaoka strangely, not understanding what she was going to do. However, after a while, Kasumigaoka Shiu came over with Eri and Kato Megumi. Let's go. Kasumigaoka Shiu took Trunks' arm naturally and smiled. Trunks was stunned for a while, looked at her and then at Eri and Kato Megumi, whose faces were slightly red, not knowing what she was going to do. So Trunks approached Kasumigaoka Shiu's ear and asked, aren't you going to try the universal capsule? Do you want to take them with you? The heat hit Shajicho Shiu's ear, causing her ears to suddenly turn red. It does not matter. Okay then. Seeing her say that, Trunks shrugged indifferently. Then the group set off for the outskirts. After a while, they came to the hillside in the suburbs. From here, they could see the whole picture of the town, and the scenery was very good. At a glance, I saw that Ying Lily behind her was already out of breath. As an otaku, Ying Lily's physical strength is obviously not up to the standard. Even Kato Megumi, who has relatively good physical strength, is tired and has a dry mouth. Only when Shiu of Kasumigaoka was pulled by Trunks was not so tired. Hey, where are we going? Seeing that she had left the town, Yingri also felt a little scared. Aren't you curious about what we're going to do? Just follow. Kasumigaoka Shiu seems to be naturally incompatible with Ying Lily, and he was already tired, but at this time he still wanted to move forward. And Ying Lily was also unwilling to admit defeat, and still followed. Shiu, I think it's all right here, there's no one around. Trunks saw that the girls were exhausted and took the initiative to stand up and say. And when Ying Lily heard what he said, she was shocked again. How could it sound so terrifying? Trunks couldn't help laughing at Yingri's shivering look. Okay then, Shazichiu Shiu nodded. In fact, she was already very tired. Then let's take a rest first. Shiu will give me the universal capsule. Oh, Kasumigaoka Shiu took out the exquisite small box containing the universal capsule. Then Trunks took out a universal capsule and said with a smile, Universal capsule number 1 is a small villa, look. He pressed the switch of the universal capsule and threw it into the open space not far away. Boom, a puff of smoke exploded. Both Ying Lily and Kato Megumi were startled. And Shazichiu Shiu was already prepared, but it was fine. However, after the smoke disappeared, all the three girls looked stunned. Chapter 17. I saw that in front of them, a small villa covering an area of nearly 200 square meters appeared out of thin air. The appearance of the villa is mainly white, and it looks full of technology. This. Eri rubbed her eyes with a look of disbelief. Although Kato Megumi on the side seems to be calm, but she is also very surprised. This scene is very unscientific no matter how you look at it. Okay, don't be stupid, let's go in and have a rest. Trunks greeted him, then opened the door of the villa and walked in first. Shazichiu Shiu also followed behind. Eri Lee and Kato Megumi looked at each other and followed. In the villa, a variety of high-tech decorations dazzled the three people. After coming to the living room to sit down, a robot brought a few cups of tea. Machine. Robot. Yingli Li was stunned when she saw the robot who would take the initiative to make tea and bring it over accurately. Yes, to be precise, it is an intelligent robot. It has many functions such as cleaning, laundry and cooking, making tea, and receiving guests. Trunks smiled and introduced it to everyone. After the three girls heard it, they were stunned again. This is really too science fiction, it's even more outrageous than science fiction. What the hell is going on? Who are you? Ying Lily felt that everything in front of her was a little unreal. Who is the man in front of her? Sawamura Spencer Eri-san, didn't I tell you, don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Kasumigaoka Shiu drank tea and glanced at Eri. Ying Lili also reacted, because when Shiu Kasugaoka invited them just now, she said not to ask other questions. She had no choice but to keep her curiosity down. Let's go, let me show you the villa. After resting for a while, Trunks got up and walked around the villa with the three of them. Although the villa is not very big, it has everything in it, such as a large bathroom, entertainment room, and a rest room. Every place is full of technological beauty, which really opened the eyes of the three girls. After visiting the villa, Yingri had some self-doubts. Did she travel into a high-tech world? Although Kato Megumi didn't say much the whole time, the shock inside was not a lot at all. What she saw today completely broke her ordinary daily life and shocked her heart. Of course, the happiest one is Shiu of Kasumigaoka. Although she is not a heroine who worships money, the high-tech villa in front of her really made her feel more favorable towards Trunks. But it's not over yet. The cottage is just one of the 6 universal capsules. Seeing that everyone was resting, Trunks laughed. Let's try a private jet again. Of course, Shiu of Kasumigaoka and the others did not have any objections. Then they left the villa, and Trunks taught Kasumigaoka Shiu how to put away the villa. Boom. In a puff of smoke, the cottage once again turned back into a universal capsule. Then Trunks took out another universal capsule, this time the No. 2 universal capsule. After he pressed the switch button, he threw it out. Then a luxurious and atmospheric private jet appeared in front of several people. After the shock just now, the girls seemed much calmer this time. Come on, let's go up and see, Trunks said, and took the lead on the private plane, followed by Shiu Kasumigaoka and the three. The interior decoration of the private jet is also very luxurious and technological. What if you can't fly a plane? Kasumi Hill Shiyu suddenly remembered a question. She doesn't seem to be able to fly a plane. Not to mention airplanes, she doesn't even know cars. Don't worry, this plane has an intelligent autopilot function. Trunks replied with a smile. He had thought of this question for a long time, so the universal capsules brought this time can be operated intelligently. Thanks. Kasumigaoka Shiyu's heart is sweet. Trunks has obviously prepared everything for her. Okay, we're going to take off, everyone sit down. When the girls heard the words, they would usually fasten their seat belts if they were good babies. However, the process of the plane taking off is very smooth. If you don't feel it carefully, you can't find it at all. Turn on the holographic mode of the aircraft, and the surrounding body suddenly becomes transparent, and the surrounding scenery is unobstructed. They seemed to be sitting on the clouds, looking down at the earth. Of course, this change suddenly made Inri scream in surprise. Eri Lee, who was empty under her feet, was so frightened that she hung up on Trunks all of a sudden. Smelling the fragrance on the girl's body, Trunks didn't care about Yingriri's actions. However, Shiu of Kasumigauka on the side was very unhappy. Get down here, you blonde loser. Don't, it's scary. Eri didn't seem to realize what she was holding, and she shrank into Trunks' arms in fear. Trunks couldn't help laughing at this, and subconsciously touched her golden twintails. Shazichi Shiu was immediately angry when she saw this, and pulled Ying Lily out. Idiot, calm down for me. Trunks shrugged helplessly, and had no choice but to turn off the plane's holographic mode. After a long while, Ying Lily calmed down. When he thought of his actions just now, his face suddenly turned red. Trunks looked at Eri's shy look with interest. Eri is really cute. The sudden compliment made Yingri stunned for a moment, and her face turned even redder. But suddenly she had some doubts. How do you know my name? Oh, didn't Shiu call you just now? By the way, my name is Trunks, please take care of me. Trunks also introduced himself with a smile. Hello, please take care of me. Ying Lily stood up and bowed with a reddish face, but this action exposed her drawing board. Trunks' eyes were immediately attracted to the drawing board, because isn't it himself on the drawing board? Seeing that the painting on the drawing board was discovered, Ying Lily exclaimed suddenly, and then hid the drawing board in a hurry. Then, like a primary school student who did something wrong, he looked at him cautiously. Trunks chuckled and said, it's very well drawn. Really? Seeing that he didn't blame him, but instead received praise, Yingri immediately jumped up in her heart. Certainly, Trunks nodded. Just when Ying Lily was happy, Kasumigauka Shiu's death stare made her suddenly embarrassed. Chapter 18 Kasumi Hill, Shiu's sneak attack. Before they knew it, the plane had taken them to a beach. From the air, the golden sand looks very beautiful. Trunks' eyes lit up when he saw this, and then smiled. Why don't we go to the beach over there and try other all-purpose capsules? Okay, Kasumigauka Shiu also likes to see that deserted beach. It's summer, and it's a great decision to be able to play on the beach. Then Trunks took out a luxury cruise ship, a maglev car, and a mecha, and showed them to Shiu Kasumigauka. A few people were frolicking on the beach. Until evening, Trunks just sent a few girls home. Today, it can be said that the three girls have greatly increased their knowledge, and the various technological items are simply unimaginable for them. Although there are still countless question marks in the hearts of Ying Lily and Kato Megumi, it is a pity that Shiu Kasumigauka did not tell them what she meant. Then see you next time. At the door of Shiu's house in Kasumigauka, Trunks waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Shazichi Shiu suddenly stopped him. Trunks looked back in confusion, but he didn't expect Kasumigauka Shiu to tiptoe and kiss him on the face. It's alright, bye. After Shazichi Shiu succeeded in the sneak attack, he quickly turned around and trotted away with a blushing face. Trunks couldn't help chuckling when he saw this, and then returned to the Dragon Ball world through the chat group. Shizi, group leader, have you gone back? Unexpectedly, just after returning, Shiu of Shajircho sent a private chat. Super Saiyan. Yes, it's back. Shizi, group owner, I had a great time today, thank you. Super Saiyan. Actually, I'm still a little disappointed. Shizi, group leader. Super Saiyan. Shiu, aren't you set with a black belly? Why do you feel different today? When Shiu of Shazichiu saw his words, her face was full of black lines, even though she was set with a black belly and a vicious tongue. Don't you have to be familiar with it to be poisonous? Not to mention that Trunks has nothing to make her venomous. Shizi, group owner, humph. No problem, I'll show you the poisonous tongue next time. Seeing this sentence, Trunks felt like shooting himself in the foot. Trunks' big brother, you are back. When he got home, Ram and Rem, two little loli, rushed up. Ram. Trunks squatted down with a smile on his face, and picked up the two little loli from left to right. Rem, big brother smells like other women. That's right, sister, there's more than one. Rem, are we going to be abandoned? Quote. Trunks' big brother. The two little showies looked at him with a pitiful look as they talked, making him speechless. What is this all about? On the cute faces of the two little loli, Trunks smiled and said, don't worry, I will never abandon Ram. Although Ram and Rem were a little shy about being kissed suddenly, they were very happy to have his promise. After playing with the two for a while, Trunks entered the gravity training room and began to practice. Now that Majin Buu is about to be born, of course he wants to be as strong as possible. As for taking advantage of the plot to keep Majin Buu from appearing, totally unnecessary. After all, he is also a belligerent Saiyan. A few days passed quickly. Trunks have been practicing hard these days. Besides chatting with Shiu of Kasumigauka every day, the group has become a little deserted. It is also known that he is currently training hard and preparing to deal with Majin Buu. So Saitama and Cheetah didn't rush to propose that they want to fight him. On this day, Kasumigauka Shiu started a private chat with Trunks early in the morning. Shizi, group owner, good morning. Trunks, are you still practicing hard today? By the way, you should also go to school at your age. Super Saiyan. Morning, of course I have to practice hard today. As for going to school, do you think I, who made a gravity bracelet at the age of 5, need to go to school? In his previous life, he was born with a Doctor of Science and Engineering. After being taught by Bulma, he developed many technological products including gravity bracelets. Many technology products have brought a lot of money to their home. So he had no plans to go to school at all, not to mention that his appearance would make him a primary school student. Shizi Group owner, that's right, Shajircho Shiu only felt a little speechless, this damned current charge is simply too enviable. Shizi Group owner, by the way, recently Ying Lily and Kato Megumi have been asking me about you, especially Ying Lily, who has secretly painted a lot of your paintings, this girl seems to be fascinated by you already. Speaking of this, she was a little angry, but I didn't expect this guy Ying Lily to be so crazy. After the last time I saw Trunks, it became abnormal, and I secretly painted every day, and all the protagonists in it were him. Originally, when the school started a few days ago, according to the plot, Yingri would accept the invitation of Anilin and agree to make a game together. Kasumigauka Shiu was ready to sabotage Anilina's plan, but she did not expect Yingri to completely reject the invitation without hesitation. After that, Anilin also invited her, of course, but she was also rejected by her. Anyway, the plot is completely ruined. Oh, really? Trunks was a little surprised, I didn't expect Yingli to be such Yingli. But it is normal to think about it. After all, someone who is so tall and handsome, has a sense of security, and can come up with so many magical technologies at his fingertips, no matter how he thinks, he is like the protagonist in an anime. Of course, cartoonists like Ying Lily eat this set the most. Shizi Group owner, a little girl likes you, aren't you happy? This is the heroine. Kasumigauka Shiu only felt that Trunks' tone was too calm, but she knew that Eri was also one of Trunks' favorite characters. That's one of the reasons why she brought Eri and Kato Megumi with her that day. Super Saiyan. Of course I'm happy, but I'm only 7 years old now, and the #1 goal right now is to beat Majin Buu. Trunks was a little bit dumbfounded, the girl couldn't run, what was the hurry? At present, the main focus is to enhance the strength. Shizi Group owner, that's right. Come on. After chatting with Shiu Kasumigauka, Trunks came to Bulma's repair room. Knowing that Son Gohan was visiting again, he also came to see it. Chapter 19 Preparing to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference. Gohan, have you decided to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference this time? As soon as I came to the repair room, I heard Bulma's voice a little surprised. That's right, Son Gohan nodded. Brother Gohan, you actually want to participate in such a boring competition. Then Trunks came in and took the conversation. Yo, Trunks. Son Gohan greeted him with a smile. Why do you suddenly have such thoughts? Bulma is also a little weird. After all, their strength is completely different from that of ordinary fighters, so the Z fighters have not participated in the world's first martial arts conference for a long time. As such that, Gohan had to explain why. Of course, Trunks also knew the reason. It was because Satan's daughter Vital was entangled with Son Gohan, which made him unable to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. And Son Gohan came this time just to ask Bulma to help him transform his helmet. After all, the #1 martial arts tournament in the world does not allow helmets. And then, Son Gohan had a headscarf and sunglasses on his head, dressed up like an Aotian, even Trunks couldn't bear to look directly at him. At this moment, Vegeta in a big vest also walked in. Gohan, what kind of convention are you going to attend? Since you attend, then I'll attend too. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with an arrogant smile and continued. 7 years ago we were really far apart, but now it's different. I've been training all the time during these 7 years. Since the last time Trunks beat Son Gohan, Vegeta knows that Son Gohan is definitely not his match. But that didn't stop him from wanting to fight. Son Gohan was dumbfounded when he heard that he also wanted to participate. But Bulma complained. That's right, but you haven't worked in the past 7 years, exactly like Goku, isn't Saiyan not working? In Bulma's heart, she had no problem with Vegeta not working, she just complained, no matter how much Vegeta worked, she wouldn't have as much money as her. But if Son Goku was not working, Chi-Chi will be very difficult to support, after all Saiyan is a big eater. Saying that, Bulma suddenly remembered something, hugged Trunks beside him and smiled. Of course, Trunks is an exception, but he has been able to invent various technologies since he was a child. Vegeta was said to be embarrassed, but as the arrogant Prince Saiyan, it was impossible for him to work like ordinary people. Amazing. Son Gohan was also a little ashamed, but he didn't expect Trunks to be so good. I'll be there too. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the air, and Bulma, Vegeta, and Son Gohan were all taken aback. Gohan. The familiar voice in the air came again. Now a few people have responded. Dad, Goku, Kakarot. The 3 Son Gohans' reactions were different, but they all showed nostalgic expressions. They haven't heard this familiar voice since the battle with Cell 7 years ago. Long time no see everyone. At this time, Son Goku, who was on Kaiwam, greeted everyone through the ability of King Kai. After everyone chatted, Son Goku got down to business. I have already asked the fortune-telling mother-in-law to let me go back for a day, so if you and Vegeta are going to participate in this martial arts conference, then I will also participate. Awesome. Son Gohan jumped excitedly. Vegeta couldn't help showing an excited smile on her face when she heard this. After so many years without Son Goku as an opponent, he is so lonely. Immediately, he looked at Trunks and said, Trunks, you should also participate in this martial arts conference. Ah, I want to participate too. Trunks looked helpless, he didn't intend to participate. What's the point of fighting these ordinary people? Not to mention the space restrictions, even if they encounter Son Goku, they can't fight to the fullest. But since Vegeta had asked for this, Trunks reluctantly agreed, and they couldn't fight in the end anyway. Okay then. Seeing this, Vegeta snorted arrogantly, and then said to Son Goku, Kakarot, you have to be careful, my strength is not what it used to be. Yeah, me too, then let's meet at the world's number 1 martial arts conference. Son Goku nodded. After the call, several people were very happy. That's great, Gohan, you need to tell your mom and them the news quickly. Bulma is still very concerned about Chi-Chi. By the way, I want to ask Trunks for one thing. Son Gohan nodded and looked at Trunks again. Oh, what's the matter? I want to ask Trunks to help me get back into practice. Son Gohan said seriously. Well, of course it's fine. Free sandbags were delivered to the door, and Trunks agreed without thinking. Very good, thank you. Son Gohan was instantly overjoyed. Trunks laughed. Whenever you need training, just come here. By the way, in order not to reveal your identities, do you want to wear this outfit as well? Son Gohan pointed to the Saiyan suit on himself. Never. This time, Trunks and Vegeta declined very tacitly. This kind of old-fashioned clothes, only Son Gohan can appreciate it. After a while Son Gohan left. He needs to inform the Z warriors that Son Goku was not only resurrected, but also participating in the world's number 1 Budo tournament. The Trunks were pulled by Vegeta to the gravity training room to train. There is still a month before the start of the world's No. 1 Budo tournament, and Vegeta also wants to become as strong as possible, and then defeat Son Goku at the Budo tournament. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The half month of training has made the Trunks' combat power increase a lot, and the normal combat power has reached 2 billion. Already a Son Goku's normal combat level. However, Trunks is not satisfied. After trying the combat power double card, this kind of cultivation still feels a little slow. Chapter 20 Group Quest, Defeat Saitama. The chat group was surprisingly lively today. Bald Cape Man, it's so boring. I had a fight with my apprentice today, but it didn't give me back my passion for fighting. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. I didn't expect Mr. Saitama to have an apprentice. Bald Cape Man. Just a cyborg, I can't teach him anything at all. King Debbie Luke. It's a pity that I didn't see Mr. Saitama's battle. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong said, I haven't seen Mr. Trunks speak for a long time. I don't know what happened to him. Has Majin Buu appeared? Sha Shizi, group owner. Majin Buu hasn't appeared yet. Trunks are currently working hard to cultivate Blood Red Pepper. Hey, Sister Sha Shizi is out. But why do you know so much about the big brother of Trunks? Sha Shizi, group owner. Children can't ask so many questions, you know. Blood Red Pepper. I am an inspirational person to become Hokage, not a child anymore. Super Saiyan. What are you talking about? Sha Shizi, group owner. No, nothing to talk about, aren't you practicing hard? Super Saiyan. Haha, take a break every now and then. By the way, Mr. Saitama, why don't you change the group name? Bald Cape Man should be Saitama's hero name, he should not like this name. It may be the group name that the chat group automatically confirmed to him. Bald Cape Man. Can this name be changed? I really don't like this name. Saitama certainly didn't like this name. It was the hero's name that the Hero Association gave him without his consent. Super Saiyan. Of course it can be changed. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. Mr. Saitama's group name is indeed a bit strange. Blood Red Pepper. It's so ugly to say. Sha Shizi, group owner. It should be the reason why I received an invitation to a chat group, but I didn't have a name. After a while, Saitama really changed the name. Saitama. Haha, it's finally fixed. This time Saitama changed his real name directly. Super Saiyan. By the way, didn't Mr. Saitama want to fight with me? Saitama. Of course you can, but aren't you trying to cultivate? Super Saiyan. Fighting is also a form of training. How about a fight, Saitama? Of course. It was at this moment that a prompt came from the chat group. Ding. Group missions are on. Quest requirements. Saitama needs a hearty battle, please defeat him. Mission limit. Only one person can access the mission. Task reward. 500,000 points in a group lottery draw. The sudden appearance of the group task made the group members stunned for a moment. Sha Shizi, group owner. The group quest was triggered again. And the rewards are even richer than the last time. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. I didn't expect to trigger the group quest again. It seems that the quest request should be triggered by the wishes of the group members. Last time, Rem wanted to save her sister, so she triggered the group quest. And this time, it was Saitama who wanted a hearty battle. Judging from the 2 mission triggers, Momonga was indeed right. Trunks also admired Momonga very much, as expected of the president of the Game Guild. This task mechanism was seen through in an instant. King Debbie Luke. I think you're right, it's true. Kasumi Shizi, group owner. Since this mission was triggered by Mr. Saitama and Trunks, then it's no problem for Trunks to take over the mission. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. Of course there is no problem. We also want to see Mr. Saitama's strength. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to defeat Mr. Saitama. King Debbie Luke. I'm very interested in Saitama's strength, but I won't fight Trunks. Shiu of Kasumigauka is very happy to see this. As long as these two guys are dealt with, then this task will be properly assigned to Trunks. During the private chat, Trunks thanked Shiu of Kasumigauka. Super Saiyan. Thank you. Shashizi, group owner, if brother Trunks wants to thank me, just go on a date with me. Trunks was stunned when he saw Shiu's words in Kasumigauka, so direct. Trunks. No problem. Why don't I invite you over to meet me next time? Shiu of Kasumigauka was instantly tempted. She was very interested in the world of Dragon Ball. Shashizi, group leader, then a word is settled. The two discussed it in a private chat. Trunks took the mission decisively. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan accepted the group quest. Ding. Do you want to start the task? Yes. The Trunks didn't hesitate to start the mission. The next moment, he had come to a somewhat run-down city. City Z. This is a city destroyed by monsters, and there are no humans living here. Except for Saitama, of course. Trunks used the Kai to feel it, and instantly felt a blue Kai-like flowing water in the distance. This should be the silver-tusked Bangu. With a water-like air, he should be right. At the same time there is another red Kai, he should be Bangu's J Bangu. After feeling it carefully, Trunks didn't feel Saitama's energy. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and then remembered that Saitama was not angry at all, or that his anger was the same as that of ordinary people. Saitama has always relied on physical strength to fight. Helpless, Trunks can only chat with Saitama privately through the chat group. Super Saiyan. At Saitama, I'm already in City Z, where are you? Saitama. Oh, I'm. Based on what Saitama knew of the location, it didn't take long for the Trunks to find Saitama's home. Dong dong dong, you're here. The door was opened, and the first thing to come out was a bright bald head and dead fish eyes. The image of Saitama's bald-headed demon king is simply deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Hello Saitama. Trunks raised his hand and said hello with a smile. Huh, teacher, who is he? There is also Genos, the Invincible god of war, in the house, who is looking at Trunks curiously. He is a very strong man. After speaking, Saitama returned to the house and changed into a yellow leather case and cape. Let's go. Saitama walked out of the room first. Where do you want to fight, Saitama? With their strength. If they fight with all their strength, the aftermath will destroy a city. What, are you going to fight the teacher? Genos was shocked when he heard his words. In his heart, the teacher is invincible, and the man in front of him actually said that he wants to fight the teacher. Isn't this a joke? Speaking of this question, Saitama was a little nervous. That's it, I'll find a fighting spot. Saying that, Trunks grabbed Saitama and Genos and flew into the sky. He was going to find a place to fight far away from the human town. Chapter 21 The battle with Saitama, Saitama's fighting power. Suddenly caught flying into the sky, Saitama didn't change his expression, but Genos was a little shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be able to fly, and the speed of the flight was extremely fast. But in the blink of an eye, they had already flown out of the city. It's still a bit closer to the city, so the Trunks keep flying. After a while, he took the two to an uninhabited island in the sea. It is desolate and uninhabited, and it is very far from the human city, which is enough for two people to fight. Trunks looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Let's fight here. Oh, come on then, I've rekindled my passion for fighting. Different from the appearance of salted fish in the past, Saitama was full of fighting spirit at this time, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Obviously can't wait to fight with all his strength. Genos was also a little confused when he saw the teacher's never-before-seen appearance. By the way, Genos, stay farther away, hurry up. Saitama waved at Genos, his teacher. Although Genos didn't know why, he obediently stepped back and came to the edge of the island to watch the battle. Okay, let's start. Saitama looked at Trunks. Then let's get started. Having said that, Trunks did not forget to open the group live broadcast. Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast. Members are welcome to watch. Shashizi, group owner, hey. The live broadcast is on. Everyone, go and see. Group reminder. Shashizi entered the live broadcast room. King Debbie Luke. Ha ha ha, after waiting for a long time, I can finally see the battle between the two of them. Group reminder. King Debbie Luke entered the live broadcast room. Ains are gong. I'm also looking forward to the battle between Mr. Saitama and Mr. Trunks. Group reminder. The Sorcerer King Ains are gong entered the live broadcast room. Group reminder. Blood Red Pepper entered the live broadcast room. Group reminder. The Night Attack Ace Killer entered the live broadcast room. Group reminder. Rem entered the live broadcast room. When the group members entered the live broadcast room, two figures came into view. King Debbie Luke. It's Mr. Trunks, then the opposite should be Mr. Saitama. Blood Red Pepper. Why is Big Brother Saitama bald? Ains are gong Sorcerer King. Well, it looks like a strong man. Momonga scratched his head involuntarily, as if it was also light. Both Trunks and Saitama ignored the chat group. At this moment, the eyes of the two of them were staring at each other tightly, and a strong fighting spirit burst out, making the air become dignified at this moment. Why don't you attack first? Seeing that Saitama had no intention of attacking first, Trunks was speechless. But it seems that when Saitama fights the enemy, he really likes to let the other party beat him up, and then shoot to kill the other party. This fighting style is really pretend, but if the pretend fails, then it's very funny. Seeing that Saitama still had no intention of attacking first, Trunks had no choice but to take the first shot. Shiu, be careful. Before he finished speaking, Trunks came to Saitama and threw a punch. Boom. I saw that Saitama was instantly knocked out by a powerful force and crashed into the forest. After breaking through countless trees, it was directly inserted into the depths of the ground. Old teacher. Genos was horrified when he saw this scene, and the teacher was instantly knocked away. What a joke. Haha, Saitama, it's not a good habit to underestimate the enemy when facing an opponent whose strength is unknown. Trunks folded his arms and looked into the forest with a smile. He knew that Saitama wouldn't be so easy to beat, because he didn't use much power in the punch just now. Sure enough, boom, with a bang, Saitama came straight out of the ground. Hoo-hoo. At this time, Saitama looked a little embarrassed. He was breathing heavily, and there was a trace of blood left on his forehead. Apparently the punch from Trunks had injured him. Saitama's strength is indeed very strong, but it is only the strength of a starburst. Saitama in Dujin's second creation has Son Goku's super second power is complete nonsense. It is impossible for an ordinary person to reach the Super 2 level of Goku in 3 years with no foundation in martial arts and playful training. This is simply not possible. Even Chuan Chao Saiyan Broly is not so perverted. However, from an ordinary person who can grow to such a level in 3 years, it is not bad without any opponents. In the chat group, the Sorcerer King Ains Gong, Mr. Saitama has underestimated the enemy. King Debbie Luke. Indeed, the strength of Trunks is not ordinary, and Saitama has indeed underestimated the enemy. Blood Red Pepper. Trunks' big brother is amazing. Rem. Yes, big brother is the best. At the same time, Saitama smiled when he felt the wound on his body. That's the feeling, I haven't been hurt for a long time. Saitama looked at Trunks with hot eyes and said, I'm here. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Saitama stomped his feet, and the ground split into pieces instantly. At the same time, his figure rushed towards Trunks. Seriously punch. Saitama already knew the difference in strength between himself and Trunks, so he didn't hold back at all, and slammed it out with all his strength. And Trunks also punched. Boom. The two fists slammed together. In an instant, there was a violent explosion all around because of the shock wave of the fist collision. Saitama's eyes lit up when he saw that his serious punches were easily received. The next moment, he punched again. Continuous serious punches. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless terrifying fists with red leather gloves blasted over. Trunks, on the other hand, punched him in a relaxed manner. A violent shock wave of power continued to rage around. In just a moment, the vegetation on the small island with a radius of several kilometers was completely destroyed. Not far away, the strong energy made Genos unable to resist blocking his body with his hands. Even so, his figure was constantly retreating because of the strength of the two of them fighting. In the end, he had no choice but to fly into the sky and watch the shocking battle. In the chat group, Ains Gong Sorcerer King. It's too shocking, I didn't expect Mr. Saitama to be so powerful. King Debbie Luke. Trunks kid probably hasn't used his full strength yet. Otherwise, with his last method, he can easily defeat Saitama. The last time the Trunks released the Qigong projectiles that destroyed the world, but they were shocked for a long time. Blood Red Pepper. Trunks' big brother hasn't turned blonde yet. Kasumi Shizi, group owner, yes, but Mr. Saitama is also very strong to be able to fight Trunks to such a degree. At this time, the island had already been razed to the ground by the aftermath of the battle between the two, and even the sea began to surge. The speed of Trunks and Saitama was too fast, as if the entire island was a figure of two people fighting. Chapter 22 Single Draw Miracle, Saitama Limiter. Boom. Trunks and Saitama slammed countless punches again, and the punch-to-meet collision created an invisible shock wave that destroyed everything around them. Sudden. Boom. With a bang, Saitama was knocked out again by the Trunks, smashing several rocks, and then buried deep in the ground. Teacher. Seeing this, Genos, who was not far away, suddenly shouted in worry. Immediately afterwards, Saitama rushed out of the ground again. However, this time Saitama was even more embarrassed. His clothes were already tattered and there were many scars all over his body. Hoo-hoo, I wish I could fight like this every day. Although Saitama was a little embarrassed, his fighting spirit was even more high-spirited. Then he looked at Trunks and said, I admit defeat. Seeing Saitama admit defeat, Trunks was not surprised. Because at this time Saitama was already exhausted and had no more strength to fight. He shrugged and smiled. Haha, it's too easy to fight every day, I can invite you to my world, there are many people out there who can make you fight with all your strength. Needless to say about Saiyan, with Saitama's current fighting strength of several 100,000, Keelan and Tiansuohui are all able to fight him. Great. Saitama's eyes lit up when he heard the words. But your strength is still too weak, maybe I can teach you how to use Qi. Saitama's body is undeniably powerful, and Qi is the energy that is born from the body. If Saitama can control the Qi in his body, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Really, thank you so much. Originally, Saitama was still worried about becoming stronger, but this time he suddenly became excited. At this time, a prompt sound came from the chat group. Ding! Congratulations to Super Saiyan for completing the group task, getting 500,000 points in a group lottery. Great, I got another 500,000 points, which is much richer than the last mission reward. But it's normal, after all, it's not that easy to defeat Saitama. With the 9,600 points left in the last time and the points obtained by signing in this half-month, Trunks now has 510,200 points. With so many points, Trunks immediately looked into the group mall. Maglev car, the price is 20 points. Dragon Ball radar, the price is 50 points. Small spaceship, the price is 500 points. Trunks took a look at the tech items that weren't very expensive, but they weren't what he needed. Keep looking down. Shiyuan slash, the price is 5,000 points. Bombs, the price is 3,000 points. Shigun cannon, the price is 5,000 points. Shondo, the price is 10,000 points. Description: it can restore injury and energy. Spiritual tree fruit, the price is 500,000 points. Description: it can increase the combat power by 1 to 1 million. Combat power double card, the price is 1 million points. Description: it can double your basic combat power. Super Saiyan Bloodline upgrade card, priced at 2 million points. Description: it can upgrade the Super Saiyan Bloodline to the legendary Super Saiyan. Ultra Instinct, the price is 50 million points. Description: it does not require a little thinking of the brain, maximizes the movement speed and reaction ability, and can exert its full potential. Power of Gods of Destruction, the price is 100 million points. Description: it can transform the user's chi into the power of Gods of Destruction. There are too many things in the group mall, and Trunks can't read them all in a while. However, what he needs is currently simply not available to buy. You can only save the points first, just in case you need it. Then Trunks looked at the group lottery again. Suddenly he discovered that the lottery pool had changed, and the group lottery was all items from the world of One Punch Man. Lucian Shattering Fist, Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist, Atomic Slash, Psychic Power, all the familiar abilities appeared in the group lottery. Even the Saitama limiter can be drawn. Seeing this, Trunks couldn't help guessing that the group lottery should be in that world, and the items in the lottery pool were the items of that world. Suddenly he had a bold idea. If you can draw the Saitama limiter, how fast will your strength increase? Trunks is already imagining the scene of the strength rising slowly in his mind. Why don't you draw a few prizes and give it a try? He was also taken aback by his own thoughts. There were too many items in the lottery pool, and 10,000 points were drawn once. He can only draw 51 points with his current points, and only 52 with one free lottery chance. The probability of wanting to draw Saitama's limiter is too small. Almost impossible to draw, but Trunks was a little squeamish in his heart. Take it a few times and try. Anyway, I can't exchange for anything good at the moment. Thinking of this, Trunks directly clicked on the group lottery. Group lottery starts. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won the Liushaoyan Shattering Fist. The first time I didn't get the draw, but I was lucky enough to be able to draw the Liushaoyan Shattering Fist. Liushaoyan Shattering Fist is also a very powerful boxing technique in this world. That got Trunks a little excited. Then he clicked again to start the lottery. Group lottery starts. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who obtained the power of the tornado. Mind power. It's not as good as Liushaoyan Shattering Fist, because Trunks used Piccolo to learn telekinesis. Therefore, his psychic power is also very strong, and the psychic power of this tornado is completely useless to him. However, it can also be given to others, whether it is for Shiu of Kasumigauka or Rem, which is not bad. Keep pumping. Group lottery starts. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who got a katana of the Atomic Samurai. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who got the bat of the Metal Bat. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who got a vest of the Venerable Vest. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who got the fat time of the tornado. Seeing that all the rubbish items were drawn several times in a row, Trunks got a little overwhelmed. I can't believe that I can't draw good things. Keep pumping. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who got the jacket of Hellblow Snow. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for obtaining Tong D's laptop. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who obtained the psychic power of Hell Fubuki. I have smoked dozens of times in a row, but they are all garbage. Damn it, it's really a bit over the top. Forget it, let's take one last shot. Looking at the few 100,000 points left, Trunks exhaled lightly and finally calmed down. However, he plans to stop the last time he draws, no matter whether he draws or not. Group lottery starts. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who obtained the Saitama limiter. Quote ? FK. After hearing the prompt from the chat group, Trunks couldn't help but burst into foul language. It turned out to be a Saitama limiter. He actually got it. Huh, Trunks, what are you talking about? Saitama was a little puzzled when he saw that he suddenly made a foul language. Genos on the side also looked at the guy who was stronger than the teacher with a puzzled expression. Haha, it's okay, let's go back. Trunks said that he grabbed the two and flew back, while not forgetting to turn off the live broadcast. At this time, his face was full of excitement, but he didn't expect that this was a bit of a move, but he really got the Saitama limiter he wanted. This is like single drawing SSR, and even lower than this probability. Could it be his lucky day? Chapter 23 Open the body limiter, encounter blowing snow. As long as the body restrictor is lifted, the body can grow indefinitely. Saitama after releasing the restraint of his body. Whether it is strength, speed or defense, the body becomes stronger in all directions without an upper limit, which is simply a pervert. Is Saiyan's body strong? Of course strong. However, compared with Chi, it is much weaker. If there is no Chi defense, then the body's defense will be very weak. On the other hand, Saitama is the exact opposite. He doesn't use Kai defense, but his body defense is strong and abnormal. He can travel through the universe physically, and even if he is hit on the moon, he can jump back. Even because of the strength of the physical body, Saitama's lifespan will be greatly increased, and maybe even the physical body is immortal. Now that Trunks is able to open up his body's limiter, you can imagine how powerful he will become. However, opening the limiter also has a disadvantage, that is, it will become a bald head. I don't know if the chat group can solve the drawback of getting bald. Ding. Eliminating the drawbacks of Saitama's limiter requires 100,000 points. Confirm. Huh. Unexpectedly, it was really possible, and Trunks was overjoyed. Isn't it 100,000 points? It's a lifetime thing to be handsome, and it's a great deal. Yes. Ding. Saitama's current drawbacks have been eliminated. Is it fusion? Yes. Trunks decisively fused the Saitama limiter. Ding. Fusion succeeded. Hearing the prompt from the chat group, Trunks felt it, but found that his body had not changed much. But it's normal, it should take practice to feel the change. At this time, he couldn't wait to go back to practice. Thinking of this, the speed of Trunks' flight increased a bit. In just a moment, they returned to Saitama's residence. Okay, it's getting late today. Saitama, if you want to learn Chi, you can come to my place tomorrow. Well, I will definitely go tomorrow. Saitama nodded seriously. See you tomorrow then. With that said, Trunks was ready to go back. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a relatively strong Chi appear. Judging from the level of monsters in this world, they should be ghost-level monsters. This immediately piqued his interest. When I came to this world just to fight Saitama, I didn't even see what the monster looked like. Check it out now, it won't take long anyway. Thinking of this, Trunks disappeared in place directly using instant transmission. When he appeared again, he was already on a tall building. This is J City. It was dark at this time, and it was raining sparsely. The Hero Association informs the citizens that the disaster level of this incident is ghost level. Please don't approach the scene and hide in the shelter as soon as possible. As soon as they arrived, Trunks heard the constant blast of radio sirens in the city center. On the street below, the crowd kept running towards the circular shelter. At the same time, a freak is fighting several humans. Deep Sea King. Trunks was a little surprised. Isn't that giant monster who is fighting the Deep Sea King? But this time period doesn't seem to be the time for him to appear. Unbeknownst to Trunks, however, the entire sea was surging because he and Saitama were fighting on the island. Thus alarmed the Deep Sea King. Therefore, the Deep Sea King will lead the Deep Sea clan to attack J City in advance. J City, which was not prepared at all, was broken in an instant, and many heroes were sacrificed. This is not an anime, but the Deep Sea King can really kill people. Yeah, a sudden scream caught Trunks' mind. I saw a woman with black shoulder-length hair and a green shirt was suddenly stared at by the Deep Sea King. It was the blowing snow from hell. I didn't expect her to be here too. Seeing that he was about to be punched by the Deep Sea King, Fubuki had a desperate expression on his face. The surrounding heroes also showed anger, and tried their best to save Fubuki. However, at this moment, Fubuki suddenly disappeared from the spot. With a powerful punch, the Deep Sea King, who was originally smiling, suddenly showed a puzzled expression. He turned his head to look, but saw a human being holding the target just now. Are you okay? It was Trunks who rescued Fubuki at the critical moment. Looking at the girl with a delicate face in his arms, he couldn't help but ask with concern. No. It's fine. Jigoku Fushui was stunned by the handsome face that was so close at hand, and when he reacted, he broke away with a blushing face. Thanks. Haha, it's just a small matter. Trunks laughed. He didn't expect to come here to meet the weirdo this time, and he actually met Fubuki. Speaking of which, he is also a fan of Fubuki's wife. Looking at it up close, he just wanted to say that my wife is so beautiful. Be careful. At this moment, Fubuki looked behind Trunks in horror. I saw the Deep Sea King with a ferocious face, and punched the Trunks with a violent force. Haha, let me die, kid. However, Trunks curled his lips in disdain when he saw this. He didn't turn his head but just stretched out his palm. Snapped. Something that shocked the heroes present happened. I saw that the Deep Sea King's punch with a powerful force was easily blocked, and he didn't even let the person take a half step back. Good. So strong. Who is this guy? Is it an S-class hero? I don't think I've seen it before. Lightning Max and Stinger looked at each other, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. However, what shocked them was still behind. UBD, die for me, Deep Sea fights. The Deep Sea King suddenly shouted, and then countless fists slammed towards Trunks. You guys like combos so much, but it's too slow. Trunks glanced at the Deep Sea King and blocked all of the Deep Sea King's attacks with just one hand. Combo, drink. The Deep Sea King roared and threw out countless fists, and the violent aura shocked the hearts of the heroes present. Boom. The whole earth trembled under the great power of Wang Chang in the deep sea. However, no matter how the Deep Sea King attacked, he was still easily taken over by this strange man in front of him. The man in front of him even yawned. "Ha, are you finished? It's time for me." Trunks yawned, his eyes slightly more serious. The Deep Sea King looked shocked, but he didn't wait for him to do anything. Boom! I saw Trunks punched into the air with a punch, and the powerful force made the entire upper body of the Deep Sea King disappear instantly. Not only that, but even the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by this punch. The rain gradually stopped. Quiet. There was silence. The heroes present never imagined that the Deep Sea King, who was so powerful that even an S-class hero was not an opponent, was instantly killed in an instant. Even the weather was changed by this punch. What kind of power is this? Chapter 24. The hell-blowing snow is really good. Seeing that the boss was killed, the still-alive subordinates of the Deep Sea King immediately dispersed. And the other heroes didn't care about these weirdos, they just stared at the powerful man in front of them in shock. Ignore the shock of others. Trunks turned to look at Hell Fubuki, who was drenched in the rain, revealing a beautiful figure. He casually took out the Fubuki jacket he had just won by lottery and put it on her, then turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. It wasn't until he was put on clothes that Hellblow Snow came back to his senses. Trunks paused for a moment. Thank you. What's your name? Hell Fubuki looked at the man in front of him who saved him, and was grateful. If it wasn't for him, he would be in danger. My name is Trunks, then by Fubuki. Trunks turned back and smiled, then disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. Too strong. I like that man very much. The sexy prisoner looks at the disappearing Trunks with a nympho look on his face. If Trunks were here, he would definitely blow him away with one punch, as far as he could. That man is too powerful, and thanks to him this time, we were able to survive. Yeah, I don't have the strength to fight anymore. It doesn't matter if those low-level weirdos escaped. It's okay, the Hero Association has sent someone to chase. The remaining heroes also showed their heart palpitations. If Trunks hadn't appeared, I'm afraid none of them would have been spared. The Deep Sea King was just too strong. Trunks, thank you. Hell Fubuki grabbed the clothes draped over her shoulders and muttered to herself, and suddenly she realized that the clothes draped over her body seemed to be her own clothes. So the question is, how does the other party own her clothes? The other side. Trunks went straight into the gravity training room after returning home. Ram and Rem found him back and were very considerate to prepare dinner for him. When he came to the gravity training room, he couldn't wait to start practicing. Turn on the gravity multiplier for normal training, but his body has already adapted to this multiplier in just half an hour. To know the multiple of the gravity chamber, every doubling increases geometrically. However, Trunks only trained for half an hour to get used to the original multiplier, which is not a big improvement. He feels that his normal combat power should already be 2.1 billion. Of course, being able to achieve such an improvement also includes the reason why he has been practicing so hard in the past half-month. But that was enough to get Trunks excited. Then he walked out of the gravity training room and had dinner with Ramram. After playing with the two little loli for a while, I went to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Shiu of the Hill of Sha sent a private chat. Sha Shizi, group owner, has the big slacker got up? Super Saiyan. Not yet, isn't this just waiting for you to wake me up? Trunks chatted with Shiu Kasumigaoka while enjoying Ram and Rem tidying his clothes. Sha Shizi, group owner, by the way, during the live broadcast yesterday, you suddenly reacted so much, what happened? Kasumigaoka Shiu was very interested in the foul language that suddenly exploded during the live broadcast of Trunks yesterday. Super Saiyan. Haha, it's because I got good things in the group lottery. Trunks has no plans to hide either. Sha Shizi, group owner, what did you get? Super Saiyan. You should know why Saitama is so powerful. Sha Shizi, group owner, of course, it's because Saitama broke his limiter, could it be? Super Saiyan. That's right, I got that one. Sha Shizi, group owner, so it is, no wonder you reacted so much yesterday. Of course, Shiu of Kasumigaoka knew the settings in One Punch Man, but she didn't expect Trunks to get it, and she was immediately happy for him. Sha Shizi, group owner, however, Trunks, you won't become bald. Super Saiyan. Well, of course not, I've made the chat group eliminate the drawbacks of the limiter. Sha Shizi, group owner, oh. That's good. Seeing his words, Kasumigaoka Shiu breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't imagine Trunks turning bald. That was really unacceptable. Super Saiyan. By the way, I have something good for you. Sha Shizi, group leader, huh? What is it? Trunks directly sent Fubuki's psychic power from yesterday's lottery draw. Originally, he wanted to send the psychic power of Tornado directly. However, there is no danger on Shiu's side of Kasumigaoka, and Fubuki's psychic power is enough. The tornado's telekinesis has other uses. Ding. Super Saiyan sent a red envelope. Do you want to receive it? Shazichiyu Shiu was stunned for a moment at the prompt of the chat group, and then received it without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the telekinesis of Hellblow Snow, do you use it? It turned out to be the power of thought. Shazichiyu Shiu was a little surprised after seeing what was in the red envelope. Of course, she also knows about Fubuki of Hell. Although her mental power is not as good as her sister Tornado, she still has the strength of an A- level hero. Sha Shizi, group owner, this is too precious. Super Saiyan. This was drawn during the lottery yesterday. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you. Seeing Trunks' unquestionable words, Shiu Kasumigauka was immediately moved. Don't look at it as just Hellblow Snow's psychic power, but it is enough to give her a strong strength. Shizi, group owner, thank you. Kasumigauka Shiu did not refuse, because she had already figured out how to thank Trunks. Super Saiyan. Then you should practice telekinesis. I'm going to start practicing too. After the chat with Shiu Kasumigauka, Trunks came to the training room to test. Sure enough, his physical strength has been greatly enhanced due to the release of the limiter. At the same time, the driving force has also increased a lot. This feeling of strengthening made him excited. Immediately, he invited Saitama, because yesterday he had promised to teach him how to use Kai. Soon, Saitama was invited. Trunks didn't say much nonsense either and started teaching him how to use Kai. Saitama also listened very carefully. After a while, as expected by Trunks, Saitama's powerful body made his chi very powerful. It's easy to use, but if you want to control it well, you need to keep practicing. After teaching Saitama, Trunks let him go back to practice on his own. After all, the One Punch Man world still needs him. Without him, it would not be so easy to deal with dragon-level monsters with the S-class heroes of the Hero Association. Chapter 25 Ram and Rem together can be punished. After Saitama left, Son Gohan came over unexpectedly. I asked him to help him resume training before, but he didn't come for half a month. Trunks, I'm sorry, I'm only here now because I've been delayed. Please help me get back to training. Son Gohan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Trunks curled his lips when he saw this. Of course he knew why Son Gohan was delayed for half a month. Not because of being entangled with Vital. But Trunks won't envy Son Gohan either. He also has Shiu of Kasumigauka who cares every day. When you're ready, let's start training. Trunks greets Son Gohan to the gravity training room. The easy way for him to help Son Gohan get back to training is to get him beaten up. That's right, as long as you get beaten up a lot, the feeling of fighting will naturally come back. This makes Son Gohan very miserable. This time in the gravity training room, Trunks mercilessly treated Son Gohan like a sandbag, punching him constantly. Son Gohan, on the other hand, had no power to fight back against the Trunks' attack and could only be beaten passively. Fighting so fiercely in the gravitational space helps Son Gohan as well as trains himself to kill two birds with one stone. Trunks' big brother is amazing. Outside the training room, Ram and Rem like to watch Trunks practice when they are free. At this time, seeing that Son Gohan, who he had beaten, was powerless to fight back, he immediately admired him. And whenever the Trunks training is over, Ram and Rem will prepare bathwater and food for him, which is simply too caring to be a caring little maid. In the following time, Trunks practiced so hard every day. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed quickly. The world's one martial arts conference was also held as scheduled. During this period, Trunks' combat power has increased by another 200 million, and now he has a normal combat power of 2.3 billion. Of course, the growth of combat power is not the biggest growth is his body. Now he himself does not know how strong his body is. Anyway, short-term survival in universe is not a problem at all. And Son Gohan was also beaten, and finally returned to the fighting state, and the fighting power also returned to the previous state and even improved a little. At the same time, Saitama has made great progress in the past half-month. In the first few days, he had already challenged the likes of Kling and Tiansuohui. After completely mastering Chi, the combat power increased exponentially. In just half a month, it has reached 100 million combat power. The speed at which this has grown stronger is truly astonishing. But this is also normal. After all, Chi is the energy born in the body. Saitama's body is very strong, and these Chi have long existed in his body, but it is only now that he has mastered these Chi. Thinking that tomorrow is the day when the world's one martial arts conference begins, Trunks suddenly wondered, do you want to invite Shiu Kasumigauka over to watch the game? Thinking of this, he asked in private chat, Super Saiyan, should Shiu come over tomorrow to watch the world's one martial arts competition? Speaking of which, I was busy practicing during this time, and I didn't fulfill the promise to date you. I'm really sorry. Soon Shadracho Shiu replied to the message. Shizi, group owner, it's best to be able to come and watch it live. It's just compensation for the date, but you have to fulfill the date you promised. After Zhagao Shiu said this, she suddenly became a little nervous, because this time it was very likely that she would meet Trunks' parents. Super Saiyan. Of course, no problem. For this kind of request, Trunks certainly will not refuse. Shizi, group leader, then see you tomorrow. Super Saiyan. See you tomorrow. After the chat is over, Ram and Rem in maid outfits came over. Big brother, Ram has prepared the bath water, come with us. And Rem also prepared dinner. Looking at the two cute little maids, Trunks was about to die. It's here. Looking out of the training room, he walked towards the bathroom holding Ram's little hand one by one. As expected, the bathroom has been filled with hot water, and the change of clothes has also been carefully prepared. Okay, Ram will wait for me outside. Trunks said something to Ram, then prepared to take off his shirt. However, he found that Ram and Rem had no intention of leaving the bathroom. Lem big brother, I'm going to take a shower. You guys have to wait for me outside. Trunks bent down and touched the little heads of the two little loli and smiled. Ram and Rem looked at each other with slightly reddish expressions, as if they had made a decision. Ram said softly, Ram and Rem want to help Big Brother wipe their backs. What? Trunks didn't expect them to have such an idea, and was stunned. No, Ram and Rem just wait outside for a while, I'll be out soon. Trunks smiled and rejected their offer. Let two little girls wipe his back, this is a real punishment. And Rem, who were rejected, suddenly felt a little depressed. Seeing Ram and Rem in a depressed mood, Trunks also felt a little distressed. He squatted down and comforted, don't be sad for Ram, how about next time, Big Brother, let you guys wipe your backs. When Ram and Rem heard his words, their eyes lit up and they looked at him expectantly. Really? That's of course. Great, Rem, Big Brother agreed. After Ram and Rem heard his promise, they left the bathroom happily. But Trunks was a little distressed when he saw this. Now it's troublesome. Why did you agree to it? ... After taking a shower, I went to the restaurant. There was no one else in the restaurant, Bulma and Vegeta had already had dinner. Trunks doesn't call him for dinner because he trains late every time. Dinner was very rich, all kinds of meat filled the table. Saiyan's appetite is no joke, and Trunks is not polite to start eating directly. Ram and Rem continued to take care of him by taking care of him. This life is simply enviable, and when it comes to rest at night, Ram and Rem came to the Trunks room with pillows in their arms. Trunks, Big Brother, we want to. Both of them were wearing cartoon pajamas and they looked really cute. Come in. Of course Trunks knew what they were thinking, they were just two kids, so he agreed without thinking too much. Chapter 26 This is my girlfriend Shazaichi Shiu. The next day, early in the morning, Bulma and Vegeta were ready to take their own plane and took Kling and Son Gohan along the way. This time, the venue for the competition was on a small island in the sea, and the journey was still a bit long. However, Trunks is not ready to set off with everyone, because he also agreed to Shiu Kasumigawka to invite her to watch the martial arts competition. By the way, have a date or something? Mom, you go first, I will arrive before registration. After saying hi to Bulma, Trunks went out. Although Bulma was a little puzzled, she didn't go into it. She knew that Trunks would have an instant transmission move. You can go to the martial arts club anytime you want. After leaving home, Trunks sent an invitation to Kasumigawka Shiu. Super Saiyan. Is Shiu ready? Sha Shizi, group leader, well. Here we go. Shajircho Shiu seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and returned the message in seconds. Then she nervously looked at herself in the mirror again, and after confirming that there was no problem, accepted the invitation. Next moment, yeah, exclamations came from the sky. Trunks reached out his hand subconsciously, and a soft body was instantly caught by his hands. He looked down and saw that the girl in his arms had long black hair, a white sun hat, big watery eyes with red pupils, and a look of panic on her delicate pretty face. Shiu. Trunks looked at Shiu Kasumigawka in his arms in surprise, but he didn't expect her to appear in such a way. Shazaichi Shiu did not expect that after coming to this world through the chat group, it would appear in the sky. Looking at the Trunks close at hand, she couldn't help but turn red. Haha, I didn't expect Shiu to appear in such a way, it's really surprising. Trunks laughed, then put Shiu Kasumigawka down. Thanks. Shazaichi Shiu raised her head to look at him with a reddish face. At nearly 1.7 meters tall, she just happened to reach Trunks' chin, and she had to raise her head to meet his gaze. Today's Shiu was so beautiful. Trunks looked down at the beautiful Kasumigawka Shiu in front of him, and praised without hesitation. Yes. Hearing his praise, Shiu of Kasumigawka suddenly smiled brighter than flowers. Of course, let's go, time is running out, let's start dating. They don't have much time, and they have to rush back before the competition is registered. Wow, is this the Western capital? It's so spectacular. Yes, this is the Western capital, let's go there first. Wow, is this a cat head man? It looks weird, that's a subspecies. ... As soon as she came here, Kasumigawka Shiu became a curious baby, and Trunks did not bother to explain to her one by one. The two of them are tall and handsome, and the other is naturally beautiful. The combination of handsome guys and beauties has a very high rate of return, and even caused a lot of commotion. 2 hours later, okay, it's time for us to go to the competition venue of the martial arts club. Trunks checked that it was getting late, and if they didn't go, they would miss the registration time. Although it was only a short date, Shiu of Kasumigawka was already very happy, and the smile on his face never stopped. Pulling up Shiu Kasumigawka's hand, Trunks launched instant transmission with the other hand between his eyebrows. Swish. In an instant they disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Bulma and Vegeta. Yo, long time no see everyone. Trunks looked at Master Roshi and Krillin and they smiled and said hello. The last time I saw them was 2 years ago, and I learned some of their moves at that time. Are you? Master Roshi and Krillin looked at Trunks with puzzled expressions, they didn't remember knowing such a tall and handsome man. After visiting Warrior Z, Trunks came out of the Temple of Heaven to retreat for 2 years before asking Shenron to make his body bigger. So aside from Son Gohan, no one knows what Trunks looks like today. He's Trunks. Son Gohan explained it for everyone. He's Trunks. Keelan gestured his height with his hands with a bewildered face. He was obviously not taller than him when I last saw him, but now the Trunks can only make him look up. This change made him unable to believe it. Not only he couldn't believe it, Master Roshi and number 18 all looked shocked. Looking at their funny expressions, Trunks couldn't help laughing. Haha, just ask Shenron to make the body grow up, don't be so surprised. When everyone heard his words, they understood. Master Roshi coughed and said, it turned out to be the reason for Shenron to help. Maybe I should also ask Shenron to make me grow up. Krillin touched his chin and thought. Kailin's height can be said to be the shortest among the crowd, and even Oolong is taller than him. When standing with number 18, the sense of disobedience is very strong. I really don't know why number 18 would like this guy Krillin. Kailin, you should give up. Even if you grow up like this, you won't get taller. Bulma struck without hesitation. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard it. That's right, Kailin uncle can have a size of 18, but it's very enviable, let's give up on the height or something. Trunks also quipped. Hearing this, Kailin felt a little embarrassed and touched his head. He also felt that he was really lucky to be spotted by no. 18. Trunks hasn't introduced the guy next to you yet. Number 18 looked at Kasumi Hill next to Trunks and asked. When she said this, everyone reacted. They didn't notice it just now, only to realize that there was a very beautiful girl beside Trunks. Well done Trunks. Krillin smiled and looked at Trunks jokingly. Trunks. Bulma also looked at him playfully, waiting for his explanation. Being watched by everyone, Shiu was also a little embarrassed. Trunks didn't care about everyone's eyes, took her hand and introduced to everyone. This is my girlfriend, called Shiu of Shiu. First meeting, please take care of me. Shiu bowed slightly and greeted everyone. Wow, I didn't expect it to be your girlfriend, Trunks. If I remember correctly, you are only 7 years old. Krillin showed an exaggerated expression. The joke just now was just a joke. He didn't think the 7-year-old Trunks would get a girlfriend. Didn't expect it to be the case. Chapter 27 registration begins. Goku returns. What does it matter? Trunks have grown so big, isn't it normal to have girlfriends? Bulma said with a natural look. Big brother is amazing. I don't know why, but Trans still thinks the big brother is amazing. Everyone saw that Bulma said this, but they were powerless to refute it. They accepted the fact. Think back to when they were so old, what were they still doing? Unexpectedly, Trunks has already found a girlfriend, which is amazing. Everyone went to the place where the martial arts club signed up. Along the way, Shiu was pulled over to whisper by Bulma, and from time to time, Shiu could be seen blushing. And Trunks and Krillin walked up front chatting. Speaking of Trunks, 2 years have passed, how strong are you now? Krillin asked curiously. Well, it's better than my dad. Trunks shrugged. Oh no. Krillin was a little surprised when he heard his words, looked at Vegeta and then at Trunks with a look of disbelief. He knows Vegeta's strength, except for Son Goku, he is the strongest. And Trunks actually said that he surpassed Vegeta, how could it not surprise him, knowing that Trunks is only 7 years old? Master Roshi, Yamcha, Son Gohan on the side all looked at Vegeta in shock. Humph. However, Vegeta just snorted proudly and didn't explain anything. After all, it is not a shame to be surpassed by his own son. And his reaction was more consistent with what Trunks said, and everyone was even more shocked now. I can't believe it, how did you cultivate, Trunks? Krillin sighed, his expression a little lonely. Obviously he cultivated at the same time, and when he was a child, he believed that his strength was almost the same as Son Goku. However, now he can only be reduced to the role of soy sauce. No matter how hard he cultivated, he was still far behind. Under this kind of blow, he couldn't help but want to give up his practice several times. Yamcha on the side is the best example. He gave up cultivation under this kind of blow, and now he has become a salted fish. Ha ha, Trunks just smiled and didn't say much, lest they get hit again. By the way, Trunks, you are so smart, I wonder if there is a way to make us stronger too. At this time, Krillin asked aloud. As soon as these words came out, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and even Piccolo, who was hiding in the distance, all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Trunks' explanation. Trunks thought for a while and said, if you want to become stronger, it's not impossible. Any solution? Krillin was a little excited when he heard this. The talent and potential of Earthlings are indeed limited. Maybe you can make a wish to Shenron to become Saiyan. The method given by Trunks is to let humans have Saiyan bloodline, and Shenron should be able to fulfill this wish. Saiyan has great talent and potential, and they should continue to get stronger. Going a step further, maybe you can also wish for Son Goku's Saiyan bloodline, so you can get stronger faster. After Krillin and the others heard this, they immediately fell into contemplation. They have seen the strength of Saiyan with their own eyes. Son Goku and Vegeta are both Saiyans, so they are so powerful. Now even the descendants of the two have far surpassed them. If they were Saiyan too, maybe they wouldn't have been thrown that far. Trunks couldn't help shrugging as he looked at the contemplative people. The solution was given to them, it was up to them whether they wanted to do it or not. By the way, why haven't you seen Goku yet? At this time, Bulma looked left and right, but it was a little strange that he didn't see Son Goku's figure. Yeah, didn't Goku say he was coming? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Krillin also came back to his senses and looked around. Goku hasn't come yet, could it be that he has already gone to the player lounge? Chi-Chi also looked around and looked a little anxious. Everyone was looking for Son Goku for a while. Don't worry, Goku uncle should be here soon. Trunks smiled and comforted everyone. But he had just finished speaking. Swish, suddenly two familiar figures appeared in front of them. Yo, it's been a long time since everyone has changed a lot. It was Son Goku who appeared in front of everyone and greeted everyone with a smile. The other is Master Roshi's older sister, divination mother-in-law. Seeing the appearance of Son Goku, everyone was a little excited, and everyone greeted each other. With Son Goku's return, the most exciting ones are Chi-Chi and Krillin, and of course Bulma. Trunks glanced at Vegeta. Although there was no expression on Vegeta's face, he could see from his slightly trembling hands that he was also very excited. This is Son Goku. Shiu not only sighed when she saw everyone's excitement. Yes, he is Son Goku. Trunks squeezed her hand and sighed a little. Although Son Goku was not a competent father, his unique personality charm is admirable, even Trunks admire him very much. After chatting with everyone, Son Goku finally remembered Vegeta and walked over to see Son Goten sitting on his shoulders. Yo, Vegeta, long time no see. Son Goku raised his hand and greeted with a smile. Humph, it seems that you didn't stop cultivating in hell. Vegeta snorted proudly. Haha, so are you. Son Goku laughed and then looked at Trunks. My name is Trunks. I asked you to learn instant transmission 2 years ago. You should remember Goku uncle. Trunks chuckled. 2 years ago, he had asked the God Den to contact Son Goku, who was practicing on Kaiwang. Then I learned instant transmission from Son Goku. Ah, so it's you, isn't it, Vegeta's child? Why is he so tall? Son Goku looked surprised. At this time Vegeta said proudly, Humph. Kakarot, the strength of Trunks has surpassed me, I think even you should not be his opponent. Well, I can feel that his strength is very strong, and I look forward to fighting with you. Son Goku also nodded without denying, but it will take a fight to know if he can be defeated. Goku uncle, this is my girlfriend Kasumigauka Shiu. At this time, Trunks also introduced Shiu Kasumigauka next to him. What? Son Goku was surprised again. If he remembered correctly, Trunks wasn't that old, but he didn't think much of it. Hey, if you don't hurry up and register, the registration will end soon. At this point Piccolo urged. Then everyone signed up for the competition. Chapter 28 Martial Arts Meeting begins, Qualifiers. Haha, it feels amazing to meet so many characters in the comics. After signing up, Kasumigauka Shiu covered her mouth and chuckled beside Trunks. Really? Trunks shrugged, and said again. By the way, Shiu, you must be careful, Master Roshi knows. As long as you see him approaching, he will not hesitate to use telekinesis to knock him away. After hearing his words, Kasumigauka Shiu looked at Master Roshi, who had the style of a martial arts master. She also knew the setting of Master Roshi very well. Although he is a martial arts master of a generation, he has also taught a strong man like Son Goku, but he is also an old man. Understood, I will be careful. Kasumi Hill Shiyu nodded seriously. Players, please gather in the lounge. At this time, the staff of the Budo Club shouted with loudspeakers. Looks like I have to go in. Shiyu, go to the viewing platform with Ram Lem and the others. Trunks looked at Kasumigauka Shiu and said. Well, come on. Shiu raised his small fist to cheer him on. Trunks' big brother must cheer. Ram also cheered for him. Trunks smiled and nodded. After everyone said goodbye, Trunks went to the lounge of the Budo Club with everyone participating in the competition. When everyone came to the lounge, there were already many contestants. Hey, I didn't expect that guy to be there. Krillin couldn't help but pouted when he saw the man in the middle of the crowd. It's Satan. Son Goku also recognized the man in the crowd. Just a clown. Vegeta crossed her arms in disdain. Trunks didn't say anything. It's true that Satan is a clown. But he was able to deceive everyone to become the hero who defeated Cell, which is also a kind of skill. Moreover, although Satan likes to be a hero and like to be in the limelight, it is also very good to be able to stand up when facing Majin Buu. He really could have been the hero who saved everyone if someone hadn't sabotaged his plans. So the Trunks didn't have any bad feelings for him, of course, no good feelings either. At this time, Satan was already standing in front of a boxing machine, and after putting on a pretense, he punched the boxing machine. Boom. The numbers on the boxing machine kept jumping and finally stopped at 137. The surrounding contestants suddenly cheered. When the Trunks saw this, they could only helplessly line up to prepare for the test. Soon it was their turn. At the top of the list is number 18. Although Kling has told number 18 not to use too much force, she also scored 774. The other fighters present were stunned when they saw this score. Trunks sometimes think that these people may not be unaware of their power, they may just not want to admit it. It's stupid enough. Then everyone went to the test one by one. Because the 18th is an artificial human, the energy control in the body is not very precise. However, Trunks and the other martial artists were different, and they easily controlled the value on the boxing machine to around 200. When it was Trunks' turn, he just stretched out a finger and poked it lightly. The boxing machine immediately displayed a value of 200. Seeing this value, Trunks nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his control of power was still very good. When it was Vegeta's turn next, he couldn't stand this bullshit test, so he smashed the boxing machine with one punch. The other people present were shocked, and their eyes bulged out, which was very funny. Trunks was speechless, forgot to remind Vegeta about this. But that's fine too, you can take advantage of now to see the battle on the side of the youth group. I think we'd better go to the youth group first. Trunks shrugged helplessly. Yeah, go over there and watch Goten and the others fight. Kling agreed with him very much. Yes, Vegeta, are you going? Son Goku looked at Vegeta beside him. It's better to go and have a look, it's better than staying here bored. Vegeta folded her arms across her chest, completely unconscious. Afterwards, everyone walked towards the youth group competition arena. At this time, the competition of the youth group has not yet started, and only Satan is showing off in the ring. Trunks also saw Bulma and Kasumi Hill in the audience, but they were too far away to speak. Bored, he looked at the chat group. Blood Red Chili Pepper. At Shizi, said that the group leader's sister didn't speak for a few days, is there something wrong? Shizi, group owner, nothing important, but I'm on the Trunks side of the world right now. Blood Red Pepper. Huh, is it at the Trunks big brother's side? What are you doing? Shiu of Kasumi, group leader, because the world's number 1 martial arts conference is being held here, I was invited by Trunks to watch it. Saitama. What, the world's no. 1 martial arts conference? At Super Saiyan, why didn't you invite me? Saitama also noticed the news in the chat group at this time. He didn't expect that the Trunks held a martial arts conference without calling him. Super Saiyan. Haha, because this time the martial arts conference will not really fight, so I didn't call you. Once Babiti's minions and Supreme Kai show up, the game will be terminated. So Trunks didn't call Saitama. Saitama. That's right, Sorcerer King Ainz Gong. By the way, why don't you start a live broadcast of such a lively event in the martial arts conference? King Debbie Luke. That's right, Kid Trunks, hurry up and start the live broadcast, let's see what the martial arts conference looks like. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, I'm also curious about what the martial arts conference at Trunks' big brother is like. Night Attack Ace Killer. Want to see it? Super Saiyan. That's fine. But the game hasn't started yet, so it might be a little boring. Seeing that everyone wanted to watch, Trunks simply started the live broadcast. Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast, members are welcome to watch. Seeing that the live broadcast room was opened, everyone entered the live broadcast room after a while. The audience is full of people in the contest arena in the middle. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. Huh, who is that person, doesn't he look very strong? After seeing Satan in the ring, Momonga questioned. King Debbie Luke. This guy is a clown. Cheetah saw at a glance that Satan was only doing things from the outside. Haha, this person is a previous champion of the martial arts club. Trunks chuckled. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. What? It's impossible. With Trunks here, how could such a person win the championship? Blood Red Pepper. That's it. Chapter 29. The most pretentious, but most cuisine Supreme Kai Shin in history. Well, anyway, there are various reasons. Trunks didn't explain much, because it was too cumbersome to explain. Shizi, group owner, of course it's because Trunks didn't participate in the competition. Shiu stood up and explained. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. So it is. Blood Red Pepper. I'll just say it. Trunks' big brother is the best. Kushina has also become a little fan of Trunks. Haha, Kushina has to work hard to become stronger. Trunks also encouraged Kushina. Last time I learned that Kushina was 6 years old and hadn't gone to Konoha village yet. Then this time period should be right before the country of Vortex was destroyed. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Yeah, Kushina will also work hard to become stronger. Kushina didn't hear what he meant. But it doesn't matter, when the time comes, Trunks will just take a trip. While they were chatting, the match of the youth group had already started. Originally, Trunks should also participate in the junior group, after all, he is only 7 years old, but who made him look like he has grown up? So of course I joined the adult group. There are 35 contestants in the junior group. But most of them are just kids, and the only ones who can really fight are Trans and Son Goten. King Debbie Luke. I didn't expect that all children were fighting, it was too boring. The Sorcerer King Ainz Gong. Don't worry, there should be something to watch in the adult competition. Shizi, group owner, by the way, why don't you go to the competition, Trunks? Trunks sighed when he saw this, the game was delayed for some reason, so it hasn't started yet. Shizi, group leader, so that's how it is. King Debbie Luke. I'm looking forward to your fight, Kid Trunks. Haha, then I guess you can't see it. Trunks shrugged. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. Why? Because there will be an emergency later, Majin Buu will come out. Trunks explained. Saitama. What, is that the big boss in the manga? That's right, Trunks nodded. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. That's even more exciting. King Debbie Luke. Indeed, but Trunks, are you sure you can defeat Majin Buu? Blood Red Pepper. Trunks' big brother will do. The Sorcerer King Ainz Gong. Majin Buu is indeed very powerful, but as long as he uses his full strength from the beginning, there should be no problem in defeating him. King Debbie Luke. No, Majin Buu's almost undead perverted resilience can only be completely eliminated if he is a lot stronger than Majin Buu. Both of them read the manga and knew that Majin Buu's setting was very perverted. It's just that they don't know the specific strength of Trunks, so it's hard to make judgments. Trunks thought for a while and said, well, as long as Son Goku and the others don't roam, it should be fine. But then again, how can Dilong be called Saiyan? I just hope that I can hold it by then. The junior competition went very fast, and it was no surprise that Trans and Son Goten were on a winning streak. After beating all the players, the two of them finally met in the ring. Come on, Goten, Trans, Son Goku and Krillin are both cheering for the two on the field. Although the two are still young, their strength is not weak at all. Trunks remembered that the data given by the original book for the two was that the normal combat power of Trunks was around 40 million. And Son Goten is only around 3800. In terms of strength, Trance is still stronger, but this is normal. After all, Trance is 1 year older. After the battle between the two began, the entire audience was instantly silent. I saw them hit from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground again, although neither of them used their full strength. However, these ordinary people simply cannot understand such a battle. All the audience were speechless in shock, and their eyes were about to pop out. King Debbie Luke. Haha, this is the real fight. It was just children fighting just now. The Sorcerer King Ains are gone. Yes, the two children are very strong. If I remember correctly, one of them is the younger brother of Trunks. Blood Red Pepper. It's amazing. Night Attack Ace Killer. Great. Sha Shizi Group Leader. They haven't used their full strength yet, otherwise we won't be able to see them fighting. King Debbie Luke. Are these two little guys really that powerful? At this time in the audience. After the initial shock, the audience suddenly shouted lively. Although they couldn't understand the battle between the two, and even flying into the sky was considered a trick by them, it didn't prevent them from thinking that the battle was very exciting. As the so-called expert sees the doorway, the layman sees the fun as it is. But this is where the battle begins. Sure enough, it was a good idea not to transform into Super Saiyan, but Son Goten subconsciously transformed at a dangerous moment. But later, Trance also transformed once and won the game. It's only fair that one person transforms once. After Trance won the game, the most proud of course was Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Vegeta patted Son Goku's shoulder with a smug smile. What a pity. It seems that my son is much purer than your son. Ah, that's right, Son Goku doesn't argue either. This made Vegeta feel a little uncomfortable. It felt like a punch to the cotton, and it felt very uncomfortable. Then came the show of Fascinating Him Satan, which Trunks had absolutely no interest in watching. Let's go, it's not interesting next time, I think our game is about to start soon. Yes, then let's go. Son Goku also nodded. Then the group left the competition venue. The qualifiers for the adult group are the values tested on the boxing machine just now, so they have all passed the test. However, two people stopped him on the way to the competition venue. One of them was very tall, while the other was short and floating in midair. Trunks raised his brows. Aren't these two Supreme Kai-Shin and his servant Jabit? Don't look at the look of the two of them looking down on others now. But how pretentious they are now, how shocked they will be later. Trunks folded his arms and looked at Supreme Kai-Shin. He was already looking forward to seeing Supreme Kai scared to pee. Chapter 30. The adult competition begins. It can be said that Supreme Kai-Shin is the most dished Supreme Kai in history. But as far as he knows, the original Supreme Kai-Shin's normal combat power at this time is about 20 billion, and even Jabit has about 14 billion. Compared with Trunks, who are only around 2 billion people, Supreme Kai really has the qualifications to look down on them. But what Supreme Kai-Shin doesn't know is that they can transform. Once transformed, the strength will be far beyond their imagination. Soon, Supreme Kai-Shin left after pretending in front of Son Goku. Then Trunks and the others continued to the competition venue. After a while, most of the audience from the youth group had already come to the adult group, including Bulma, Kasumi Shiyu and the others. Soon, under the arrangement of the host, the 16 contestants began to draw lots. In the end, the numbers drawn by everyone were similar to the original. Trunks was drawn number 16 in place of the guy named Jewel in the original book. And his opponent is a man named Yamu after being controlled by Babidi. In the chat group, Saitama. The real game is finally about to start, and I can't wait. King Debbie Luke. Haha, presumably the next game will be very interesting. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. Mr. Trunks is number 16, that is, the last appearance, I'm really looking forward to it. Rem. Come on, big brother. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, Trunks' big brother must come on. Sha Shizi Group Owner HMPH. That guy is not a Trunks opponent at all. Looking at everyone's speech, Trunks chuckled. Haha. Let's wait and see. Soon the first game started. Krillin vs Panda. Panda is a black and fat man. Although he has some strength, he is just an ordinary person after all. It seems very arrogant, but he is still slapped in the face by Krillin's strength. Good job, Krillin. Beautiful win, Krillin uncle. After Krillin came back, everyone congratulated. Haha, what a trivial idea. Krillin touched his head a little embarrassedly, then looked at Piccolo and said, Piccolo, it's your turn next, come on. Piccolo opened his eyes and glanced at him, but he didn't speak with a solemn expression. Hey, what are you nervous about? Krillin looked at Piccolo with some incomprehension. However, whether it is Vegeta or Son Goku, you can feel the different breaths of Supreme Kai-Shin and Jabit. Trunks knew that Piccolo couldn't take a shot at Supreme Kai. Because Piccolo fusion has God, it is impossible to do it when facing the highest level Supreme Kai, which is the suppression of divinity. And even without divine repression, Piccolo is no match for Supreme Kai-Shin. You must know that Supreme Kai-Shin in the original work can use the ability to suppress the Super 2 Son Gohan, so the strength should be stronger than Piccolo. Piccolo didn't speak. At this time, their match also began, and the two walked towards the ring at the same time. Really, Piccolo and Supreme Kai-Shin stood in the ring for almost half an hour without starting, and finally Piccolo voluntarily conceded. This result surprised everyone, but there was nothing they could do. Brother Gohan, I think you should worry about your girlfriend instead of Piccolo. Trunks folded his arms and laughed. What? Son Gohan felt a little embarrassed when he heard his words. Vidal didn't explain anything, and seemed to have acquiesced in this matter, but looked at him curiously. Trunks shrugged and said with a smile, the next battle is yours. Be careful with that person. It's best to knock him off the ring quickly, otherwise just admit defeat. What? Vidal can't believe it. Is his opponent really that powerful? Is this true? That guy doesn't look very strong either. Son Gohan was also a little puzzled. He looked at Espak who was sitting in the lounge. That guy was just a big guy. After all, Vidal has also learned the use of chi from him, so it should be no problem to defeat him. That's right. Trunks nodded. Don't look at the fact that this guy called Shiu is just a muscular guy, and he was once defeated by Satan, so his strength is not very strong. But after being controlled by Babidi, the strength has indeed become very strong, and the physical resilience is very abnormal. Far from being something Vidal can handle. That, Vidal, why don't you listen to Trunks? Son Gohan was persuaded, but he knew the strength of Trunks. Since Trunks say so, it should be true. However, Vidal just frowned and didn't say anything, obviously skeptical. Seeing this, Trunks didn't say much. Soon the third game started. Vidal and Spoobage walked towards the ring at the same time. In the chat group, King Debbie Luke. This girl seems to be going to suffer some hardships. Gong Sorcerer King. No way, it's normal to suffer a loss if you don't obey Mr. Trunks. Saitama. This guy should not be my opponent. Sure enough, I should still participate in the competition. Saitama, who was lying in the dormitory as a salted fish, looked regretful, which made Genos beside him a little puzzled. Teacher, what have you been saying just now? Ah, the teacher is watching the game. Don't be noisy. Saitama waved at him. Genos looked at the TV that was not turned on, and then looked at Saitama, his face suddenly full of question marks. At this point the third game finally began. Vidal didn't listen to the Trunks and instead attacked hard from the start, trying to hit the opponent. However, her attacks seem to be violent, but they are actually useless at all. Even if the opponent's neck is kicked off, the opponent can forcibly take it back with his hands. Vidal was instantly terrified by this scene, and she remembered what Trunks said. So he tricked Shiu to the edge of the ring with a trick, and wanted to knock the opponent off the ring unexpectedly. However, her small movements have no effect at all in the face of absolute power. Hey, brother Gohan, I think you should go and bring Vidal down. Otherwise, it may be life-threatening. Trunks patted Son Gohan on the shoulder. What? Son Gohan froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Once he's up, Vidal is a loser. What's the matter? Look, Trunks pointed his finger at the ring, and saw that Spoobage had already started to fight back, and just one punch sent Vidal flying out. Seeing this, Son Gohan already clenched his fists. Son Goku and Vegeta also saw the difficulty of Spoobage at this time. Son Goku said solemnly, I think it's better for her to admit defeat. Hearing what his father said, Son Gohan went directly to the ring and yelled for Vidal to admit defeat. Perhaps because of the reminder from Trunks, Vidal was less stubborn and quickly conceded. And then came the fourth match, Son Gohan against Jabet. Looks like a good show is about to happen. Chapter 31 The evil mage Babidi appears. A good show is about to be staged. Trunks folded his arms and looked at Supreme Kai and Jabet with interest. Gong Sorcerer King. That's right, so Supreme Kai is going to use Son Gohan. King Debbie Luke. I really want to know how strong are you, Trunks. Although I have seen Trunks shot several times through the live broadcast, if I don't experience it myself, I still don't know the true strength of Trunks. Now there is no way to judge the true combat effectiveness of the few people present, which makes Killua very unhappy. I think he is also the overlord of the universe, and his strength is also very strong. But compared with Trunks, he still doesn't have an accurate judgment on who is stronger and who is weaker. Haha, it's simple. After this incident is over, I will come to visit. After speaking, Trunks scratched his head embarrassedly again and said, speaking of which, I agreed to this matter last time, but I was delayed because of my cultivation. I'm really sorry, King Debbie Luke. Well, it doesn't matter, then I'll wait for you to visit. Soon the fourth game began, and Son Gohan turned into a Super 2 at Jabet's request, stunned everyone. And Shiu and Yamu, who were controlled by Babidi, were also successfully seduced to appear, sucked Son Gohan's power, and then escaped. Supreme Kai Shin was able to use his abilities to control the Super 2 Son Gohan, which had to make Trunks a little surprised. This is also the highlight moment of Supreme Kai Shin. Shiu, if there is a special situation, you must remember to go back to your original world, understand? At this time, Trunks was on the live broadcast, and everyone in the live broadcast room could hear what he said. Yes, I know. Kasumi Hill also understood that it would be very dangerous to wait. The power of Majin Buu is beyond doubt, and no one knows what will happen. Maybe the earth will be blown up. At the same time, after Shiu and Yamu escaped, Supreme Kai Shin chased after a few words. Son Goku wanted to catch up to see what happened, but was stopped by Vegeta. What are you kidding, Kakarot? What about the match between the two of us? The game is about to start. Vegeta grumpily grabbed Son Goku by the collar and asked. Son Goku said helplessly, Vegeta, now is not the time to say this. I don't care if that guy is Supreme Kai, I'm going to fight you now. Vegeta doesn't care about that much and only wants to fight Son Goku. At this time, Trunks came over and pulled Vegeta. Dad, come with me, I have something to tell you. Can Goku uncle wait a moment? Oh, Son Goku was stunned but agreed. Vegeta, reluctantly, was pulled aside by the Trunks. Dad, I know you want to fight Goku uncle with all your strength, but does this place look like a place where you can fight with all your strength? Trunks pointed around the ring. There are spectators all over the place, and it's simply impossible to let them go and fight. Vegeta also understood what he meant, frowned and said, but that guy Kakarot can only stay for 24 hours. I know, so I figured out a way to revive Goku uncle. Don't you want to fight Goku uncle every day? Trunks completely grasped Vegeta's mind, because Son Goku can only stay in this world for 24 hours, so he is anxious to fight Son Goku. But if Son Goku can be resurrected, there's no rush to fight him at all. Okay then, Vegeta thought about it and agreed to the Trunks' plan. After all, the temptation to be able to fight Son Goku at any time in the future is too great. Not far away, Piccolo moved his ears and seemed to hear something, but there was no other movement. He would be very happy if Son Goku could be resurrected. Okay, I have persuaded Dad, I think we should catch up quickly. Trunks came over to Son Goku and laughed. Oh, well, let's go. Son Goku nodded as well. Then the five of them chased after them. Hope the Trunks come back safely. Kasumi Shiyu in the audience kept praying after seeing them fly away. ... Trunks and their flight speed is very fast, but they have caught up with Supreme Kai-Shin in a moment. Supreme Kai-Shin looked satisfied when he saw them catching up. You guys are still here, it's really good. If I don't have your strength to help me, I'm afraid I can't beat that guy. No way to win. Who is it? Son Goku asked curiously. Immediately afterwards, Supreme Kai-Shin began to tell the origin of Majin Buu. There is no doubt about the power of Majin Buu, so under the flickering of Supreme Kai-Shin, Son Goku felt that as long as Majin Buu was not released, it would be fine. Of course, these words are farts to Trunks, and he doesn't intend to do what Supreme Kai-Shin said. Soon, Son Gohan and Jabit caught up. The group accelerated and caught up with Shpichi and Yamu after a while. And Shibubichi and Yamu also fell to a hilly area. It turns out that the sly guy Babidi actually hid the universe spaceship on the ground. No wonder we didn't find it. That is to say, when we first landed on Earth, Babidi may have noticed it long ago. After seeing the landing site of Shpichi and Yamu, Supreme Kai-Shin and Jabit suddenly realized. Then we have to attack quickly, or it would be bad if the energy they took from Gohan revives that Majin Buu. Piccolo said with a solemn expression. Sure enough, Piccolo's IQ is still online, and now is a very good time to attack. However, Majin Buu may still be revived if attacked with energy. Supreme Kai-Shin shook his head and said, now we can't act rashly, so let's observe first. Trunks didn't plan to do it now, just take a look and see. However, he was not in a hurry, the chat group was anxious for him. Ains Gong. Mr. Trunks, now is the best time to kill that Babidi. King Debbie Luke. Yes, without that evil magician, Majin Buu would never wake up. Blood Red Pepper. Yeah, Trunks' big brother, let's beat that bad guy. Hee, don't worry, let's take a look. Trunks chuckled lightly without any rush. It was at this moment that Babidi and the Demon King Dapper walked out of the universe spaceship. Babidi is a small dwarf in the shape of a bug, with a sinister smile on his face, which makes people know that he is a sinister and cunning person. Chapter 32 Self-Doubting Supreme Kai-Shin. As soon as Babidi came out, he brutally killed Sabubik and Yamu who had brought back the energy for him. This scene shocked everyone. Unexpectedly, Babidi was so evil that he actually killed his subordinates with his own hands. At the same time, what shocked Supreme Kai-Shin was that Dapra, the king of the demon world, even let Babidi control it. It was my fault. I didn't expect it to be difficult for Dapra to be controlled. If Babidi adds Dapra, Supreme Kai-Shin struggled with a look of self-reproach. Trunks cast aside Supreme Kai-Shin, seeing him acting cowardly, and thinking about the pretend appearance when he first appeared, he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, everyone's eyes were attracted by his loud laughter. Hey, Trunks, keep quiet, don't get caught. Seeing him laugh so recklessly, Krillin said with some concern. Don't worry, Klein Uncle, do you think we haven't been found? Trunks chuckled, then turned to look at Supreme Kai-Shin and said, it seems that your so-called Supreme Kai is not only very weak, but also has average knowledge. But a mere demon King Dapra can scare you. Trembling, it's so disappointing. Hey, what did you say? How can you speak to Lord Supreme Kai like that? As soon as Trunks finished speaking, Jabit scolded angrily. As a servant of Supreme Kai, he cannot let others insult Supreme Kai. But when his words just fell, boom, a powerful chi burst out suddenly, and the golden arrogance instantly rose on Trunks, accompanied by a trace of lightning. Trunks did the second Super Saiyan transformation in an instant. The powerful chi instantly made him the most dazzling existence in the world. Jabit, who was close at hand, was immediately stunned by this powerful anger, and his mouth was wide open and he was speechless. And Supreme Kai-Shin also watched Trunks in shock for a year. Although Vegeta and Son Goku were not so shocked, they were also a little confused as to why Trunks suddenly transformed. At this moment, no one saw that the Demon King Dapra, who was still below, had disappeared. The next moment, Dapra appeared in front of Jabit. This change shocked everyone in an instant. Unexpectedly, the Demon King Dapra suddenly appeared beside them. I saw Dapper grinning and aiming at Jabet with one hand, and a Qigong bomb instantly condensed in his hand. If this was hit by a Qigong bullet, Jabet would probably be instantly killed. The original is like that. You must know that the strength of the Demon King Dapper is similar to that of the Lightning Cell, and the combat power value is about 100 billion. And the people present did not normally reach 100 billion. So in the original work, Son Goku and Vegeta didn't react at all. But now one person has reacted, and that is the Trunks who have transformed. Trunks punched Dapper in the face as Dapper was about to fire a Qigong bomb to kill Jabet. Boom. It was clearly visible that Dapper's face was crooked, and the powerful force directly knocked him out and smashed the mountain beside him, and then went deep into the ground. Boom. In an instant, the land fell and the ground cracked, and a large pit was directly smashed into the ground. Only then did Son Goku and Vegeta react. Jabet was already in a cold sweat at this time. If it wasn't for Trunks just now, he might have been killed in seconds. So, Trunks, you already knew we'd been found. Piccolo was the first to react. Originally, he was also a little puzzled just now why Trunks suddenly transformed. He understood in an instant when he thought about the sneak attack in Dappura. Hearing what he said, others also reacted. Wow, it's really dangerous. Son Goku also sighed. Many thanks. Jabet wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thanked Trunks. Humph. Supreme Kai said that you didn't know it and didn't admit it. You think too highly of Dappura's strength, and you underestimate ours too much, the mere king of the demon world, Dappura. There are many people here who can destroy him. Trunks ignored Jabet, saving him just by the way. Instead he looked at Supreme Kai Shin mockingly. Sure enough, this guy is the worst Supreme Kai ever. That's right. Could it be that after Majin Buu's resurrection, the world is really over? It's impossible with me here. Vegeta also pretended to say something, but he was never intimidated by what Supreme Kai said about Majin Buu. Hey, Vegeta, don't you think? Son Goku frowned as he felt Vegeta and Trunks were going to mess up. Goku uncle, aren't you interested in Majin Buu's strength? I think it's better to do it directly instead of being led by Babidi. What if Majin Buu comes out? Are you really afraid? Trunks used the jigsaw method. He knew Son Goku very well and knew that he was definitely not afraid of Majin Buu. Instead of being led by Babidi like the original, Majin Buu was finally released. It's better to just let Majin Buu out and kill Babidi, the culprit. Really, Son Goku's arrogance also came up when Son Goku heard what he said. Perhaps you are right, since it has been discovered now, there is no need to worry so much. Supreme Kai Shin saw that they were all saying that, and his face suddenly filled with fear. What he feared was not the Trunks, but Majin Buu, who was about to be released. Even after feeling the powerful Kai of Trunks, Supreme Kai Shin still doesn't believe they can beat Majin Buu. It was at this time. Boom. The Demon King Dappura, who was knocked away, rushed out of the ground again. Damn, is that you? How dare you? The Demon King Dappura was instantly furious when he saw Trunks. He had planned to kill the nurse Jabet as soon as the group started. Unexpectedly, the plan was destroyed by someone. How could this not be called Dappura's anger? Humph. Trunks snorted disdainfully at Dappura, then stretched out a finger to tick him. This provocative action immediately made Dappura even more angry. I saw his whole body burst out in an instant, and the next moment he came to Trunks. But it came and went quickly. Trunks had punched long before Dappura came over. From a distance, Dappura seemed to send his face to Trunks' fist, and was blasted out again in an instant. Okay. That's awesome. Krillin opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect Trunks to be so powerful that they were able to blast the Demon King Dappura out. Piccolo, too, was blown away when he felt the vastness and power of Trunks. Jabet also looked shocked. Of course, the funniest thing is Supreme Kai Shin. Just now, when Trunks beat the Demon King Dappura, he could explain that it was because the other party was not careful. However, this time, despite Dappura's full-strength shot, he was still knocked away by Trunks. The first time can be said to be luck, but the second time, even he has to admit the strength of Trunks. There is someone stronger than the Demon King Dappura. Who are these people? Supreme Kai only feels that his three views are constantly being refreshed, and he is already doubting life at this time. Chapter 33 Trunks shot, beat up the Demon King Dappura. Humph. With the strength of Trunks, there is absolutely no problem with the opponent's Dappura. It seems that we all think too much about that Majin Buu. Vegeta crossed her arms in disdain. Ah, maybe so. Son Goku also nodded. I thought that Dappura, who was able to scare Supreme Kai into the urine, was so strong. It turned out to be nothing more than that, so Majin Buu is nothing special. Hearing what Son Goku said, Kling, Piccolo, and Son Gohan all felt relieved. At the same time, the battle between Trunks and the Demon King Dappura has just begun. No, it can't be called a fight. It can only be said that Trunks unilaterally tyrannized Dappura, the Demon King. Rumble boom. In the sky, I saw Trunks dodging very fast to arrive in front of Dappura, and punched out. Ah, Dappura screamed. He couldn't react at all and was blasted out. Immediately afterwards, Trunks dodged and came behind Dappura again, and then a sweeping leg kicked Dappura's waist heavily. Blow him back again. It's not over yet. Trunks dodged again to catch up to Dappura, punching him in the face. Just like that, the Demon King Dappura is like a sandbag, constantly being beaten and kicked by Trunks in the sky. And Dappura only screamed, and had no power to fight back. The strength of the Demon King Dappura's peak is 100 billion, yes, but if he wants to reach the peak, he must meditate. Just like in the original book, Dapper takes on Son Gohan, making them wait in the spaceship for hours. During that time, Dapper was meditating to improve his combat power. And without meditation, Dapper's strength can play a 7 or 8 achievement. That is to say, today's Dapper can only exert a combat power of no more than 80 billion at most. The normal 2.3 billion Trunks, after the transformation of the Super 2, 100 times increase, that is, 230 billion combat power. Almost 3 times that of Dapper. So if Trunks wants to abuse Dapper, it's a piece of cake. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Krillin's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed at which Dapper flew backwards. And so does Piccolo, not to mention Supreme Kai-Shin and Jabby, their eyes are about to pop out. In the chat group, the group members who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked. Ains Gong. Mr. Trunks, this is too strong. Saitama. I can't help but want to fight. King Debbie Luke. Is this the true strength of Trunks? It's really strong. Blood Red Pepper. Trunks' big brother is too powerful. Night Attack Ace Killer. It's amazing. Rem. Big brother is the best. Sha Shizi, group owner, it's so handsome. At the same time, Babidi, who was in the underground universe spaceship, saw Dapper, the strongest demon king under his command, being beaten and unable to fight back. Immediately became afraid. If even Dapper is defeated, his plans are over. But the only thing that made him happy was that in the fierce battle between the two, the overflowing energy had begun to fill Majin Buu's egg. And it's getting faster and faster. Maybe, with the battle between the two, Majin Buu may lift the seal ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, Babidi suddenly became excited. As for his strongest man, Dapper, he didn't pay attention to it at all. With Majin Buu, he can dominate the universe. However, his ideas are good, but the Trunks won't just keep playing. After tyrannizing Dapper, the Trunks had no intention of fighting him anymore. Because Dapper is too weak, he has no desire to continue fighting. Okay, you can die. Trunks looked grim, facing Dapper with one hand, and a huge amount of chi instantly gathered in his hand. Afterburner. This move is very powerful, not weaker than Kamehameha, and it is Vegeta's best trick. In Dapper's terrified expression, the afterburner exploded and hit him in an instant. Boom. A dazzling light instantly lit up the sky. After a while, I saw a Qigong bomb with a long tail shot into outer space. At first glance, the scum that the Demon King Dapper had already been bombarded with afterburner was not left. Destroyed. Krillin looked at the sky in disbelief, but he didn't see Dapper reappear for a long time. So decisive. Piccolo was also a little surprised, but he agreed with this decisive method of destroying the enemy. The last time I beat the android cell, if I had been so decisive, it wouldn't have been that difficult. Humph. Vegeta snorted rather proudly. That's amazing. Son Goku also sighed. As for Supreme Kai and Jabby, they are still in shock. At this point the Trunks flew back. Trunks, what are you going to do next? Nobody listens to Supreme Kai anymore, let alone Vegeta. Yeah, what should we do next? Krillin also looked at him. Even Son Goku. It seems that Trunks has replaced Son Goku as the center of the crowd. Trunks looked at the universe spaceship, which only showed a little bit below, and looked at the several families that had been killed not far away, and his face suddenly turned cold. Just destroy the universe spaceship. Force Babidi out. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for everyone to agree, and a Qigong bullet was already condensed in his hand. Is it okay to let Majin Buu out? Krillin was still a little worried. Klin uncle, it's better for you to stay away, otherwise you will die and the 18th will be a widow. Trunks suddenly turned his head and smiled at Krillin. When Klein heard this, his heart tightened slightly, and what he said was right. But what happened to the panic in his heart for no reason? Oh, then I'd better stay away. Krillin nodded, then flew back. Piccolo was hesitant to see this, but in the end he didn't leave. He really wanted to see what Majin Buu was like. After seeing Kling leave, Trunks decisively threw the Qigong bomb down. Don't look at it as a Qigong bomb the size of an egg, but its power should not be underestimated. Immediately after the Qigong bullet sank into the ground, a dazzling light shot out. Then there was a violent explosion on the ground. Boom. The earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. The universe spaceship, which was hidden on the ground, was completely enveloped by the explosion. From above, only the light of the explosion could be seen raging underground. After a long while, the light gradually disappeared. I saw a circular deep pit with a width of several kilometers on the original ground. There was nothing in the pit, and it was clear that the universe spacecraft had been completely blown up. Trunks are very well controlled, allowing Qigong bombs to destroy everything in a radius of a kilometer, but without harming the earth itself. Chapter 34 The Birth of Majin Buu. Destroyed. Krillin opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in front of him in horror. I don't feel anyone else's anger, I should. Piccolo looked around and found no trace of anyone else. However, at this moment, Son Goku suddenly shouted. No, where? Everyone followed his gaze and saw where Babidi was appearing on the ground not far from the pit. Damn, how dare you attack my universe spaceship directly? It's really hateful. At this time, Babidi was already a little exasperated. He didn't expect these people to attack when they said they would attack, not giving him a chance at all. Not to mention that his universe spaceship was destroyed, even 2 of his subordinates were killed. Fortunately, he used space transfer magic at a critical moment, and he escaped. Of course, the good news is that Majin Buu's egg energy is almost full. If only a little more energy is needed, then Majin Buu will be able to come out. Thinking of this, Babidi suddenly showed a sinister smile. Ah, I didn't expect that guy to run out. Krillin exclaimed. Didn't such an attack kill him? Piccolo clenched his fists a little nervously. Behind that guy is Majin Buu's egg. Supreme Kai Shin suddenly found the huge egg behind Babidi, and his face was horrified. Oh, is that Majin Buu inside that egg? Looks like the Trunks attack didn't let him out. Vegeta crossed her arms in disdain. Isn't it better not to come out, just kill the Babidi? Piccolo's eyes turned to Babidi, and in his opinion, if Majin Buu couldn't get out, of course it was the best situation. Are you nasty bastards trying to stop Majin Buu from coming out? Stop being paranoid. That's impossible. Babidi suddenly gave a loud cry. He looked sinisterly at the few people in the sky. As long as one more person attacked, then Majin Buu would be able to absorb enough energy to come out. That's right, he shouted it out to get the Trunks to attack. Humph, courting death. Vegeta couldn't stand this kind of taunting. He stretched out his hand to release the Qigong bullet. Wait, this guy is trying to attract us to attack, don't be fooled. Piccolo is worthy of his IQ. He instantly guessed Babidi's purpose and stopped Vegeta loudly. So what, even if Majin Buu comes out, I'll kill him. However, Vegeta didn't listen to Piccolo's words at all, and the Qigong bullet in his hand formed instantly and then shot it towards the ground. Gia, it worked, it worked. Seeing Vegeta's Qigong ejected, Babidi suddenly smiled, and then he disappeared with a space transfer magic. Only Majin Buu's egg remained. Boom, the Qigong bomb exploded instantly on the ground, and the powerful energy destroyed everything around it. However, after encountering Majin Buu's egg, these energies disappeared without a trace in an instant, and all of them were absorbed. A long time. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a large pit appeared on the spot. In the center of the pit, Majin Buu's egg is still intact, and it keeps shining brightly. At the same time, a sound like the beating of a heart also came out from the egg. Gia, Majin Buu needs enough energy. Majin Buu needs enough energy. Babidi appeared next to Majin Buu's egg again, and when he saw that the energy had reached the near point, he immediately danced with excitement. At this time, Trunks and the others also landed not far away. Supreme Kai, it's so nice of you to be here so I can avenge my father. After being excited, Babidi turned to look at Supreme Kai Shin with a successful smile. At this time, Supreme Kai Shin was already in a cold sweat, and the fear of Majin Buu at this moment made him tremble. Trunks and they didn't pay attention to Babidi, because in their opinion Babidi was just a small character. Wow, is this Majin Buu's egg? It's so big, Son Goku exclaimed when he looked at Majin Buu's egg. Are we really going to let him out? There was a little cold sweat on Son Gohan's forehead. It can't be stopped now. Piccolo was a little helpless. He just recognized Trunks very much, but he didn't expect to become so arrogant in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, Saiyan didn't have a single one who didn't waver. Haha, don't worry, Goku uncle will beat Majin Buu, won't it? Trunks chuckled. What? Son Goku couldn't help scratching his head when he heard his words, and he didn't dare to say that he could win until he saw Majin Buu's true strength. Damn, even if Majin Buu comes out, I have to kill you first, Babidi. Supreme Kai Shin, who was constantly ridiculed by Babidi, finally broke out. He has broken the jar. Even if Majin Buu were to kill him, he had to kill Babidi first. Supreme Kai Shin, who roared, rushed over directly. Babidi turned pale when he saw it. He didn't talk about martial arts. Shouldn't he have defeated Majin Buu first? Trunks and the others saw Supreme Kai Shin rushing over and no one stopped him. Anyway, Babidi is just a small role, and if he kills him, he will kill him. To their surprise, however, Supreme Kai Shin's punch failed. Gia, didn't hit. I saw Babidi come out from another place and laughed smugly. Majin Buu was about to come out at this point, he just had to hold on to the Supreme Kai in front of him. Don't look at the appearance of Babidi with only a few million fighting power, but his various magics are very strange, and it is not easy for Supreme Kai to kill him in a short time. Sure enough, Supreme Kai's all-out moves are all killer moves, and Qigong bullets are constantly fired. However, Babidi always evaded with strange magic. However, as Supreme Kai continued to attack, Babidi became more and more difficult. Seeing that Babidi is about to be killed, at this time, Majin Buu's egg finally appeared strange. I saw that white steam rose up around the egg, as if water was boiling. This vision immediately caught everyone's attention. Ha ha ha, Majin Buu is resurrected, Majin Buu is resurrected. Babidi danced with joy again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this huge egg, which is more than 3 meters high, like a walnut, finally released its white steam. Immediately after the egg is opened from the middle, a pink air appeared around. But what was astonishing was that there was nothing in the egg. Chapter 35 Vegeta vs Majin Buu, Supreme Kai's chagrin. Empty. Even Babidi was stunned. He didn't expect Majin Buu's egg to be empty inside. How could this be possible? How can it be empty? Vegeta frowned. He was just about to show off his skills and kill Majin Buu, but he didn't expect it to be empty. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. Majin Buu may have been wiped out after being sealed, so I'm saved now. Supreme Kai Shin suddenly burst out laughing like crazy. Ah, that's what it is. Son Goku also nodded when he heard his words. Trunks was a little speechless. He could believe it. Maybe I've let you down. Majin Buu isn't dead at all, look. Trunks reluctantly pointed to the sky. Everyone heard the words and looked up in the direction of his fingers. I saw a bunch of pink clouds floating in the sky. Clouds. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then Son Goku and Vegeta and Son Gohan frowned. There is a powerful air in the air, is that guy Majin Buu? Son Goku looked at the clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. No. No way. Supreme Kai Shin's arrogant laugh just now disappeared, replaced by a deep fear. Immediately after, in the eyes of everyone, the pink clouds gradually gathered. In the end, it turned into a fat pink body, squinting eyes, and there were fleshy tentacles on the top of his head, which looked chubby and cute. Of course, this is what Trunks thinks is cute. And this image represents fear in the eyes of Supreme Kai. It's him. Absolutely him. I won't admit it wrong. Supreme Kai Shin looked at Majin Buu in horror. At the same time, Babidi, who was not far away, was still a little unsure, but after hearing Supreme Kai Shin's words, he immediately determined the identity of this pink fat peer. Overjoyed, he walked towards Majin Buu. Hey, Majin Buu, my name is Babidi, the child of Babidi who created you, this time I lifted your seal. Majin Buu finally opened his narrowed eyes and glanced at him when he heard what he said. Babidi was a little scared, but he said cautiously, so, from today, I am your master. However, Majin Buu turned his head to the side, ignoring him at all, and even made a face that almost scared Babidi to death. Seeing this funny scene, several people on the Trunks side were stunned. Humph, is this Majin Buu? That's all, let me deal with him. Vegeta looked at Majin Buu disdainfully with her arms crossed, and slowly stepped forward to start. Hey, Vegeta, it's not that simple, this Majin Buu's anger is a little weird. Son Goku frowned and reminded. Humph, I'll kill him no matter what. Vegeta snorted and flew over. Trunks didn't stop him. He knew that Majin Buu's strength had not returned to its peak because he just broke the seal. So it looks weaker, but as far as he knows, the combat power of the Fat Buu in front of him is definitely around 600 billion. Vegeta's normal state is only 1.9 billion, and even if it is transformed into a Super 2, it will not exceed 200 billion, so it is definitely not the opponent of Fat Buu. Come on Majin Buu, let me see how strong you really are. The Vegeta family landed in front of Fat Buu, staring at Majin Buu. Majin Buu heard his words, glanced at him and ignored them. Vegeta was a little angry when she saw this. Hey, Majin Buu, if you don't do it again, I'll do it. But Fat Buu ignored him at all, and even made a face at him. At this time, Fat Buu can be said to be a naive child who doesn't understand anything at all, and is also the kindest side of Buu after Fusion Supreme Kai. Seeing this, Vegeta was a little annoyed, and saw that he suddenly shot and punched Fat Buu. Boom! Fat Buu, who was unprepared, was sent flying in an instant, smashing several mountains in a row. Babidi, who was on the side, ran away in horror when he saw this, but he encountered Supreme Kai Shin again. Humph, Babidi, let's see where you're going this time. Supreme Kai Shin sneered, then rushed up again. Babidi had consumed a lot of physical strength after the chase just now, and now he can still run. Can only shout, hey, Majin Buu come and save me, otherwise I will seal you. Boom. As soon as Babidi finished speaking, Fat Buu, who was blown away, flew back. Although Fat Buu doesn't understand anything, he is very afraid of seals. When Babidi saw Majin Buu flew back, he was immediately excited. Now it's Supreme Kai's turn to panic. However, when Majin Buu flew over, Vegeta also went up to meet Majin Buu. Your opponent is me, Vegeta said coldly. Great. Supreme Kai Shin was overjoyed when he saw that Majin Buu was blocked. Haha, Babidi, you can't do anything this time. Saying that, Supreme Kai threw a few Qigong bombs at Babidi. Ah, Babidi screamed and could only use the last magic to create a shield. However, it was useless. Under the bombardment of Supreme Kai Shin's Qigong bomb, Babidi was directly blown to pieces. Ha ha ha, finally died, the culprit finally died. Seeing that Babidi was killed by himself, Supreme Kai Shin suddenly burst out laughing. But no one thought of his actions. At this point, Trunks, Son Goku, and the others all set their sights on Vegeta and Majin Buu. Seeing that Babidi was killed, Majin Buu squinted his eyes. Although he didn't understand it very well, he was still very happy that the person who threatened him died. Immediately, he looked at Vegeta again, and said fiercely, you guy hit me so badly, I'm going to kill you. Humph. Vegeta just snorted coldly, then rushed up again. Drink. Vegeta shouted and shot with all his strength, and countless fists kept hitting Majin Buu. For a while, Majin Buu was powerless to fight back. After Vegeta punched Majin Buu out, everyone realized that Majin Buu was covered with fist marks. However, Majin Buu's body returned to its original state in the next moment under everyone's astonished eyes. What a strong resilience. Piccolo was shocked. Not only that, but Majin Buu's chi also increased. Son Goku also frowned. Ah, Mr. Vegeta's strength is very strong. Supreme Kai was shocked. He didn't expect a mortal person to have such strength. Majin Buu's strength, however, does not seem to be as strong as he imagined. Thinking of this, Supreme Kai Shin was a little annoyed. Damn, I underestimated your strength. Otherwise, I will use other methods to solve Majin Buu. At this moment, Supreme Kai Shin finally recognized the reality. He has always thought that as Supreme Kai himself, there is no way to defeat Majin Buu. How can mere mortals be Majin Buu's opponents? However, at this moment, he found that he was wrong. Each of these mortals has amazing strength. It was simply unimaginable for him. But as of now, one can only hope that these guys can beat Majin Buu. Chapter 36 Vegeta is defeated by her ultimate flash. In the chat group, Ains Gong Sorcerer King. As this Majin Buu, it really is amazing. King Debbie Luke. It's really powerful, but Trunks, can you really beat this guy? Don't you consider joining forces to kill him now? Super Saiyan. Hee, don't worry, and it's almost impossible for them to join forces to fight the enemy. Trunks know Vegeta and Son Goku's temperament very well, both of them are arrogant guys, and it is almost impossible for them to join forces against the enemy. It's harder than getting them together. King Debbie Luke. Really? But maybe this is the arrogance of the strong. Killua also vaguely understood that the strong have their own arrogance, how can they accept the enemy together with others? Sha Shizi, group owner, speaking of which, no one found that Majin Buu looks quite cute. Haha, blood red pepper. That's right, that's what I wanted to say too. Trunks was speechless when he saw the words of the two. They have such big hearts. But this fat Buu looks a little cute indeed. Super Saiyan. Do you want me to take it back as a pet? Because there are other people around, Trunks still use chat groups to talk. Sha Shizi, group owner, can this really be done? Kasumigauka Shiu thought about the setting of the original book, and finally Fat Buu seemed to be brought back as a pet. Come to think of it, raising a Buu at home is really interesting. Super Saiyan. I'll try my best. Trunks also have no absolute certainty. Exiting the chat group, he looked at the battle on the field again. Except after being suppressed by Vegeta at the beginning, Majin Buu has been able to get along with Vegeta now. Apparently Majin Buu has slowly regained his strength, and because Vegeta spent too much energy, it was gradually suppressed. The ultimate flash, drink. Seeing that his family was actually being counter-suppressed, Vegeta's angry hands gathered energy and released his ultimate move, the ultimate flash. This move is very powerful, and most people simply do not dare to take it. The last Cell who dared to take this move had half of his body shattered. Facing this move, Majin Buu was hit without reacting at all. Boom. The ultimate flash exploded, and the dazzling light made everyone couldn't help blocking it with their hands. After a long time, the light dissipated, and everyone looked up. I saw that Majin Buu's upper body completely disappeared. Great. Majin Buu was killed. Supreme Kai Shin was ecstatic when he saw this scene. Yeah, it's finally over now. Jabit also sighed in relief. It seems that Majin Buu really does what the Trunks say, and it's not a big deal. Piccolo also relaxed at this time. However, no, Majin Buu's chi hasn't weakened a bit. Son Goku frowned at the only remaining lower body of Majin Buu, and suddenly he shouted, Vegeta, be careful, Majin Buu is not dead. Vegeta had consumed a lot of gas at this time, and was already out of breath. Hearing Son Goku's cry, his eyes were fixed on Majin Buu's lower body. Really, I saw that Majin Buu's lower body continued to expand, but in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little shocked. How is this possible? Piccolo's eyes widened. This recovery was more perverted than him. He was only able to recover from his broken hands and feet. When half of his body disappeared like this, he couldn't recover at all. But he didn't expect Majin Buu to recover so easily. Supreme Kai Shin and Jabit also showed their horrified expressions again. They thought they could defeat Majin Buu, but they didn't expect things to turn around again. Vegeta was also a little shocked. Majin Buu was knocked off half of his body and he was able to recover. However, before he could react, he saw Majin Buu imitating his appearance, placing his hands in front of him. As this, Vegeta looked at Majin Buu in awe. The next moment, I saw a huge amount of energy gathered in Majin Buu's hands, which turned into a flash of light and shot out. How could this move Vegeta be unfamiliar with? It was the ultimate flash that he just used. How come? Unprepared, Vegeta was directly hit by the ultimate flash. In the chat group, everyone was worried when they saw that Vegeta was hit by his own trick. King Debbie Luke. Hey, Trunks, won't you help your father? It will be alright. Sha Shizi, group owner, yes, Trunks, go and help. Sha Zichiu Shiu is also a little worried about her future husband. Super Saiyan. Don't worry. I can't die, I have fairy beans here. Trunks wasn't too worried, he knew Vegeta wouldn't die. As long as you don't die, you can use fairy beans to recover. And this is Vegeta's battle, if he intervenes, Vegeta will be very unhappy. Seeing him say that, everyone felt relieved. Saitama. This guy's talent is really terrifying. He learned the trick in an instant. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. Yeah, Majin Buu's talent is too strong, and he is immortal. It's not easy to defeat him. King Debbie Luke. Trunks, aren't you ready to play yet? Super Saiyan. Don't worry, I'm waiting. Trunks folded his arms and didn't panic at all. At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated in the field. Vegeta, on the other hand, fell into a big pit. If he hadn't seen the slight ups and downs in his chest, he might have thought he was dead. Trunks dodged Vegeta and brought him back. Then Trunks looked at Son Goku and said, if Goku uncle is you should be able to defeat Majin Buu. Well, it's hard to say, and I'm already a dead person, so it's not good for me to interfere in human affairs. Son Goku scratched his head a little embarrassed. Rather, he wanted to hand over the task of eliminating Majin Buu to the younger generation. He is very optimistic about the Trunks and Gohan in front of him. So Goku uncle can really beat Majin Buu. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly and then looked at Supreme Kai Shin and said, I heard that without Supreme Kai, only Goku uncle can defeat Majin Buu, but he is already dead, so if you want to defeat Majin Buu, you'd better be able to defeat Goku Uncle. Resurrection. Yeah, now only resurrecting Son can solve Majin Buu, otherwise this universe will be finished. Piccolo also spoke up. Yes, we can use Dragon Ball. Son Gohan suggested. No, there's simply no time to find Dragon Ball right now. Trunks shook his head and rejected the proposal. Seeing this, Supreme Kai Shin looked a little struggling, but in the end he seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Give my life to Son Goku. When these words came out, everyone was a little surprised. I didn't expect Supreme Kai to be willing to make such a sacrifice. Chapter 37 Super 3 Goku vs Majin Buu. Supreme Kai can't do it, let me do it. Jabbit said a little excitedly. Stop grinding and chirping, you can use the Dragon Ball to revive later. Trunks waved his hand. Yeah, so it's the same for any of you. Piccolo understands too. Supreme Kai Shin and Jabbit were a little puzzled when they heard the words, but they didn't say anything. They don't understand what Dragon Ball does. After hesitating for a moment, Supreme Kai Shin agreed to let Jabbit share his life with Son Goku. Since it is Supreme Kai's decision, Son Goku certainly has no objection, and he still respects Supreme Kai very much. Besides, he also wants to fight Majin Buu with all his strength. I originally wanted to give this task to the younger generation, but I didn't expect to do it myself. The process of Jabbit's splitting life is very simple, and it looks like Son Goku just transferred the ring on his head to Jabbit. Great, now Goku is resurrected too. Krillin didn't know when he approached. In this case, defeating Majin Buu will not be a problem. Piccolo is finally relieved, he still trusts Son Goku very much. At this time, Majin Buu played on his own after he had no goal. Then, let me destroy Majin Buu. After the resurrection, Son Goku warmed up and charged towards Majin Buu. Looking at Son Goku's back, Son Gohan, Piccolo and Krillin were all full of confidence. In the chat group, Ains are gone. It seems that Mr. Trunks won't have a chance to make a move. It's a pity. King Debbie Luke. It's such a pity that I didn't see the Trunks kid doing his best. Saitama. That's right, that's right. Shashizi group owner, isn't this better, as long as you defeat Majin Buu anyway. Seeing the words in the chat group, Trunks couldn't help but chuckle. Super Saiyan. Who said I didn't have a chance to shoot? Kasumi Shizi group leader. Ah. Trunks, didn't you say Son Goku can defeat Majin Buu? Her words raised everyone's doubts. Super Saiyan. Son Goku can indeed defeat Majin Buu, but it is impossible to kill Majin Buu, so in the end Son Goku will definitely lose. You must know that Fat Buu's strength is about 600 billion. And Son Goku's normal is 2 billion, and after the Super 3 transformation, it will increase by 400 times, which is 800 billion. It seems that he has 200 billion more fighting power than Fat Buu, and he can indeed easily defeat Majin Buu. But it is impossible to completely eliminate Majin Buu, as long as there is a little residue, Majin Buu can recover. That's the horror of Majin Buu's immortality. Unless he is much stronger than Majin Buu and directly crushes him, it is impossible to completely destroy him. And Son Goku's Super 3 transformations consume a lot of chi, and they can't last for long. So Son Goku is easy to defeat Majin Buu, but very difficult to destroy Majin Buu. Shashizi group owner. What should I do then? Shajircho Shiu suddenly became a little worried when he heard what he said. The Sorcerer King Ains are gone. What's going on here? How about Mr. Trunks and Son Goku defeat Majin Buu together? King Debbie Luke. That's the only way. Don't be too arrogant, Kid Trunks, take action when you need to. Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, don't worry, even if Son Goku fails, there's still me. Trunks didn't panic at all, because he also had a whole card. The battle in the sky was fierce at this time. Son Goku doesn't transform into a Super 3 at the beginning, but uses a Super 2 to fight. Super 2's 200 billion combat power is simply not enough in front of Majin Buu, so at this time Son Goku was being pressed and beaten by Majin Buu. Looking a little embarrassed, Son Gohan and Piccolo were also a little worried when they saw this scene. Especially Supreme Kai Shin, who has put all his hopes on Son Goku. That Trunks, I can help heal him. At this time, Jabbit walked up to Trunks and pointed to the Speedy Saiyan, Vegeta, who was lying on the ground. Oh, then trouble you. The Trunks almost forgot, they still have a nanny here. This time also saved a fairy bean. Hearing this, Jabbit began to treat Vegeta. After a while, Vegeta recovered, but he only recovered from the injury, and the chi in the body has not recovered. When Vegeta opened her eyes and saw Trunks, she asked in the first sentence, Trunks, how is Majin Buu? Oh, Goku uncle is fighting Majin Buu. Trunks laughed. Hearing this, Vegeta quickly stood up and looked towards the battlefield between the two. At this time, Son Goku was fighting fiercely with Majin Buu, but he has been pressed and beaten by Majin Buu, looking quite embarrassed. No, Kakarot is no match for Majin Buu at all. Vegeta's face was solemn. No way. Mr. Son Goku was very confident that he can defeat Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Shin on the side was a little nervous. Don't worry, Goku uncle hasn't used all its power yet. Trunks waved his hands and laughed. What could it be? When Vegeta heard his words, it was hard to believe, but he didn't doubt Trunks' words. It's just that he clearly feels that his strength is very close to Son Goku. Why? At this time, Vegeta's expression changed, and her heart was strongly unwilling. You said that Son hasn't shown his full strength yet. How is that possible? Piccolo was also shocked. Forehead. It seems that Piccolo will only be shocked behind. After complaining for a while, Trunks nodded and said, yes, Goku uncle should still have hidden strength. As long as he shows that strength, defeating Majin Buu shouldn't be a problem. That's fine. Hearing his words, Supreme Kai Shin breathed a sigh of relief. Kling and Son Gohan were also relieved. Really, after being constantly suppressed by Majin Buu, Son Goku finally broke out. Drink ah ah ah. In a roar, Son Goku finally turned into a Super 3. The golden hair grows to the waist, the eyebrows disappear, and the whole body is shrouded in a powerful golden arrogance. A trace of lightning flashed continuously, looking very domineering. However, Trunks knew that the Super 3 was just a wrong transformation, as the original Beerus once said. So he won't be Super 3, and he doesn't want to learn Super 3. Good. So strong. Krillin and the others were all stunned, and sure enough, as Trunks said, Son Goku still has a powerful hidden power. Seeing this, Vegeta was even more unwilling. Unexpectedly, for so many years, the gap between him and Kakarot has not only not narrowed, but has become farther and farther. How could he be reconciled? Chapter 38 Super 3. Wrong transformation. Supreme Kai Shin and Jabit were also shocked by the power of Son Goku at this time. Supreme Kai Shin said with joy, it's too strong, so he will definitely be able to defeat Majin Buu. Watching his changing face, Trunks worried that he might twitch his face. At this point, Son Goku's shout was finally heard. How? This is Super Saiyan 3, which surpassed Super Saiyan 2. This power is enough to destroy you. Son Goku looked at Majin Buu with a grim expression. Humph. Majin Buu squinted and snorted, clearly not believing that Son Goku could destroy him. Son Goku didn't say anything more when he saw this. The next moment he came to Majin Buu and threw a punch. Boom. Majin Buu was knocked out without any resistance, and it could be seen that his face had been dented. However, it wasn't over yet. Son Goku chased after him again, and countless fists kept hitting Majin Buu's body. Kamehameha hit the last shot. Boom. The violent explosion shook the air, and even the ground shook. After a long time, the light of the explosion dissipated. Everyone saw that Majin Buu had been blown into pieces. Great. As expected of Goku, he wiped out Majin Buu in one fell swoop. Krillin jumped up excitedly. Piccolo also showed a relieved smile when he saw this, and sure enough, he was right to trust Son Goku. Supreme Kai Shin and Jabit also shouted excitedly. Great. Majin Buu is finally wiped out. Huh. Trunks, aren't you happy? Son Gohan, who was beside him, turned his head to look at Trunks, but found that he was not happy and was suddenly curious. It's too early for you to be happy. Majin Buu isn't dead yet. Trunks folded their arms and laughed as they hit them. What? How is this possible? Piccolo looked at a piece of minced meat in the sky with a shocked face. Not dead. That's impossible. Mr. Trunks is really a joke. Supreme Kai laughed heartily, not believing Trunks at all. Majin Buu was blasted to pieces, how could he still not die? At this time, Vegeta finally found some clues. He looked at the minced meat in the sky solemnly and said, no, Majin Buu's chi still hasn't diminished. Son Gohan also felt Majin Buu's anger when he heard the words, and his face changed greatly. Really, in the eyes of everyone, Majin Buu's minced meat kept squirming and gathered together. Finally, the terrifying Majin Buu appeared before them again. Is that possible? Majin Buu is actually resurrected. Krillin screamed in shock. Supreme Kai Shin and Jabit are no less shocked than him. It's over. Majin Buu can't be killed at all, there is only a seal. Damn, it's all my fault for killing Babidi just now. Now no one can seal Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Shin looked annoyed. Just now, he also broke the jar, thinking that no one can defeat Majin Buu, so he hurried to kill Babidi. Now Supreme Kai Shin's bowels are all green. Impossible. Majin Buu can be so strong. Son Gohan's face changed greatly when he heard Supreme Kai's words. Son can kill him once, and he can kill him once. I don't believe that Majin Buu is really immortal. Piccolo is still relatively calm. He doesn't believe that Majin Buu can be resurrected indefinitely. Of course, Majin Buu really cannot be resurrected infinitely. In the original book, Fat Buu was killed by the little puppet, which finally led to a longer time for Fat Buu to resurrect. It can be seen from this that as long as Majin Buu's chi is exhausted, then theoretically, Majin Buu cannot be resurrected. But it was almost impossible to exhaust Majin Buu's chi. Besides, Son Goku's Super 3 won't last that long. At this point, seeing Majin Buu resurrected again, Son Goku knew that he had to deal with him as soon as possible, or else he would be finished when his ki was exhausted. So, Son Goku charged up again, punching Majin Buu with countless fists. In the end, a few Qigong bombs directly blew Majin Buu into tatters. But in the blink of an eye, Majin Buu recovered again. What should I do? If it goes on like this, Goku will definitely not be able to hold on. Seeing Majin Buu recovering again, Krillin said with a worried look on his face. Why don't you all try it together? Supreme Kai Shin suggested. It's useless, even Son can't kill Majin Buu, let's not even think about it. Piccolo's words put an end to the idea of a Supreme Kai gang fight. Maybe Kakarot can only use that trick. Then Vegeta spoke suddenly. What? Kling and Son Gohan and Piccolo were a little suspicious of his words. You mean Spirit Bomb? Trunks folded his arms and laughed. That's right, Goku still does this trick. As long as he gathers enough Kai, he will definitely be able to destroy Majin Buu. Krillin clapped his palm. Why didn't he think of it just now? No, This plan may not work. Piccolo, however, shook his head and rejected the idea of using the spirit bomb. No one on Earth knows Sun today, so it's impossible to borrow enough energy to destroy Majin Buu. Piccolo is still very understanding of human nature, he knows that stupid Earth people will not trust a stranger. But what to do with this? Krillin also sighed. At this time, Vegeta suddenly looked at Trunks and said, Trunks, you should also hide your strength. Vegeta was aware of it from the start, because the Trunks were too calm throughout, as if they weren't worried about Majin Buu at all. Krillin and Piccolo and Son Gohan also looked at Trunks suspiciously. Then they remembered that Trunks really didn't seem to show any other expressions from the beginning. He was very calm from start to finish. If you don't have confidence in your own strength, you can't do it at all. Looking at everyone's eyes, Trunks folded his arms and folded his chest with a slight smile, and said, since it's been seen, then I won't pretend. That's right, I have a showdown, and I do still hide my strength. Could it be that, Trunks, you will also become a Super 3? Vegeta couldn't believe it. Krillin's eyes lit up and said, if Trunks' strength is similar to Goku's, the two of them might really be able to wipe out Majin Buu completely. Well, it is indeed possible. Piccolo also nodded. However, in the eyes of everyone's expectation, Trunks shook his head and said, no, I will not become a Super 3. Chapter 39 Stronger than Super 3, and Super 4 Transformed. What? Seeing Trunks shaking his head, everyone's mood fell to the bottom. It seems that there is really no way out. Their hearts are very heavy. But Trunks' next sentence surprised them. Goku Uncle's Super 3 transformation is not perfect in my opinion, it's just a wrong transformation. What? It's impossible. Dad has become so powerful. Son Goku was in disbelief. Yup. Krillin also nodded. Could it be that, Trunks, you have a more powerful transformation? Vegeta suddenly became excited. Trunks nodded slowly and said, that's right, Saiyan's potential is limitless. I won't have a Super 3 transformation, but I have a Super 4 transformation that is 10 times stronger than a Super 3 transformation. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Trunks actually has a Super 4 transformation that is 10 times stronger than Super 3. In front of Son Goku's Super 3 is already beyond their reach, and Trunks even said that he has 10 times more power than Son Goku. This simply subverts everyone's three views. It's also too powerful. Vegeta's eyes became hot, and he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, high-level bloodline is high-level bloodline, that guy Kakarot is nothing at all. Vegeta laughed wildly, as if the unwillingness that Son Goku had been suppressing before had completely disappeared. Although he has not surpassed Son Goku, his son has already surpassed Son Goku, surpassing everyone to become the strongest Saiyan. And then just ask Trunks for advice, and you can surpass Son Goku yourself. Thinking of this, Vegeta is very proud. So Trunks, you'll be able to kill Majin Buu. Krillin was a little excited. It's definitely possible. A force 10 times stronger than Sun can easily crush Majin Buu. As long as there is nothing left of Majin Buu, it should be able to completely wipe out Majin Buu. Piccolo analyzed. Excellent, Mr. Trunks, Majin Buu will be handed over to you. Supreme Kai-Shin and Jabit also looked excited. At this time, where did they still have the indomitable appearance when they first met, and now they are shocked to become licking dogs? That's when they were talking. Son Goku wiped out Majin Buu more than a dozen times again, however each time Majin Buu recovered. In the end, Son Goku exited the Super 3 transformation state due to excessive ki consumption. And Son Goku, who retired from the Super 3 transformation, is no match for Majin Buu at all. Majin Buu was beaten for a long time, and he was furious for a long time. Seeing Son Goku's strength plummeting, he couldn't hold back. Directly at Son Goku is a blast. See this scene. Son Gohan looked at Trunks anxiously. The corners of Trunks' mouth were slightly raised when he saw this, and if it was before, he was a little worried that the transformation would fail. After all, the power of Super 4 is too powerful, and it is impossible to not have a strong body. However, after turning on the body limiter, the strength of his body became infinitely stronger, and now he is 100% sure that he will succeed in his transformation. See clearly, this is my Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Saying that, Trunks condensed a ball of light in his hand and threw it into the sky. Artificial Moon. Vegeta recognized the move instantly. This trick is very simple, and almost all Saiyan will do before planet Vegeta is destroyed. Because whenever they invade other planets and encounter unbeatable enemies, they use the artificial moon to transform into gorillas. A 10-fold increase in combat power is enough for them to easily deal with any enemy. However, Vegeta is a little confused. What the hell is Trunks trying to do now? At this time, it was accompanied by the lift-off of the artificial moon. Trunks' body gradually swelled and grew larger, but in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant ape with a height of several tens of meters. Roar. Trunks, who had transformed into a giant ape, couldn't help roaring. This also attracted Majin Buu's idea. He ignored Son Goku, who had been severely injured and unable to resist, but turned his head to look at Trunks with interest. The changes to Trunks are not over at this point. After a roar, he controlled the power belonging to the giant ape to calm him down. Immediately after that, the first stage transformation of Super Saiyan begins. I saw that the originally black giant ape gradually turned into a golden giant ape, and the powerful chi burst out in an instant, causing the surrounding earth to crack. When the breath reaches its peak, a ray of light appeared. It seemed to be more dazzling than the universe stars, so everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Hoo ho ho, Trunks roared continuously, only to see the size of his giant ape slowly shrinking. After the light gradually dissipated, everyone opened their eyes. However, he saw that the giant ape that was dozens of meters high had long since disappeared. There was only a standing figure left in place. He had exaggerated black hair and a cold and handsome face. The upper body is covered with red fluff, only the 8-pack abs are exposed, and there is a thick tail behind him. Handsome. It's so handsome. This is the Super 4 transformation of Trunks. In the chat group at this time, Sha Shizi, group owner, wow. I haven't seen this transformation of Trunks in the comics. It's too handsome. Since there are only Dragon Ball and Dragon Balls in the world of Kasumi Shiyu, she has never seen the appearance of Super 4 transformation. After seeing the Super 4 transformation of Trunks, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he was instantly fascinated by the handsome appearance of Super 4. Blood red pepper. Yes, Trunks' big brother is so handsome. Rem. The big brother is the most handsome. King Debbie Luke. Is this the full strength of Trunks? It's 10 times stronger than that Son Goku. It's really powerful. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. It's really powerful. Saitama. I really want to fight the current Trunks once, but unfortunately the last time the Trunks didn't transform, I lost. ... Everyone in the chat group was shocked. Not to mention Vegeta and the others who watched it up close, everyone was shocked when they felt this unimaginably powerful chi. Okay, so powerful, is this the so-called Super 4 transformation? I didn't expect that the tail that Trunks kept since he was a child is the key to the Super 4 transformation. Vegeta clenched her fists tightly, trembling with excitement. He looked at Trunks with fiery eyes, and if it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't over, he wanted to try a Super 4 transformation. Too strong. Krillin and Piccolo and Son Gohan were speechless in shock. Of course, Supreme Kai and Jabit also stared wide-eyed, looking like they couldn't believe it. It was something they had never thought about in their entire life that mortals could reach this level. However, they finally saw it today. Chapter 40 The appearance of Goku Buu. Successfully transformed into Super Saiyan IV, Trunks stretched out his hands and looked at himself. The appearance is similar to what he imagined, and the power is stronger than he imagined. The Super 4 transformation is a very stable transformation, which can be used almost as normal when not fighting. This is much stronger than the Super Saiyan blue color. And the Super 4 transformation is also stronger than the Super Saiyan blue color. Compared with the Super Saiyan blue color that only changes the hair color, the Super 4 also looks more domineering and handsome. All in all, Trunks prefer the Super 4 transformation. Originally, he had a combat power of 2.3 billion under normal conditions, but with an increase of over 4,000 times, his strength has reached 9,200 billion. The conversion is 9.2 trillion combat power. Not far away, Son Goku, who had just struggled to climb out of the ruins, was also very excited after seeing the transformation of Trunks. Is this Super Saiyan 4 surpassing Super Saiyan 3? So powerful. At this point, Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly, eager to fight Trunks. At the same time, he also found a way to continue to become stronger. And Majin Buu felt a little scared after feeling Trunks' anger. His eyes kept rolling, constantly thinking about how to deal with it. By this time, Trunks had his sights set on him. It's time to end. Swish. Before he finished speaking, he had already come to Majin Buu. In Majin Buu's days, he was sent flying with one punch. Boom. Majin Buu's body fell into the ground like a shooting star, and the ground shattered instantly. Hey, so strong. Seeing this scene, Kling and Piccolo all gasped. Although Son Goku can also easily hang Majin Buu, it is not as shocking as it is now. This punch is afraid that Majin Buu will be directly smashed into mud. Is this the strength of Super Saiyan IV? Majin Buu is nothing at all under this kind of strength. Vegeta crossed her arms with a look of disdain on her face. Everyone looked to the ground. Really, with this punch, Majin Buu's entire body was smashed into mud and he was recovering. Too strong, Mr. Trunks, let's get rid of Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed excitedly. However, after hearing Supreme Kai's words, Trunks was not in such a hurry to kill Majin Buu. He also wanted to separate the kind-hearted Fat Buu. However, at this moment, things changed. Wow, Son Goku exclaimed suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. I saw a thin Majin Buu appear next to Son Goku, his arms like plasticine wrapped around Son Goku. Then it flew to him. Boom. A powerful aura burst out in an instant, and what everyone did not expect was that this skinny Buu actually absorbed Son Goku. Becomes Goku Buu. Seeing the familiar red training clothes on Majin Buu, everyone was shocked. Goku. Goku was absorbed by him. Krillin opened his mouth wide with a look of horror on his face. It's over. Majin Buu's strength has grown stronger. Piccolo felt Majin Buu's aura, and his face changed suddenly. Vegeta was also a little surprised, but he still disdainfully said, even if he becomes stronger, he is still no match for Trunks. But Dad, what should I do? Son Gohan was also a little flustered. Humph, what a hurry, isn't there a Dragon Ball that can be resurrected? Vegeta snorted coldly. After hearing his words, everyone calmed down. However, the mishap was not over. Even after absorbing Son Goku, Goku Buu knew he was no match for Trunks. So he turned his gaze to the separated Fat Buu. I saw him dodge in front of Fat Buu, followed by a beam of light from the tentacles on his forehead. Before Fat Buu could react at all, he was hit in an instant and turned into a piece of chocolate. It was then eaten by Goku Buu in his hands. Click it. Goku Buu grinned evilly after eating the chocolate, then looked at Trunks. After continuously absorbing the power of Son Goku and Fat Buu, Goku Buu's strength at this time has reached about 2 trillion combat power. Yet the Trunks still ignored him. Humph, do you think that you are my opponent after absorbing their power? Too naive. Before he finished speaking, Trunks was already in front of Goku Buu, and then he punched Goku Buu in the stomach. Goku Buu was blasted into the air, and then a Qigong was condensed in Trunks' hands and ejected. Like a target, Goku Buu in the air was directly hit by the Qigong bullet. Boom! An amazing explosion of energy erupted in the sky, and even the entire earth trembled. The dazzling light made it impossible to see what was going on inside. After the explosion is over, Majin Buu disappeared completely. Have you solved the devil puppet? Supreme Kai Shin kept looking at the sky, but found no trace of Majin Buu's recovery. Is it really resolved? Vegeta and Son Gohan are also on the lookout. It looks like it should be resolved. I can't feel Majin Buu's anger anymore. Piccolo said in a low voice. Hearing his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, although Son Goku's death made them a little sad. But just use Dragon Ball to revive. However, at this time, Trunks did not cancel the Super 4 transformation, because he knew that Majin Buu was not dead yet. With the blow just now, he had no intention of killing Majin Buu at all. At this moment, he was intently observing the surroundings, especially Vegeta and the others. Suddenly, he saw a mass of pink flesh on the ground wriggling, and the direction of its wriggling was exactly at Vegeta's feet. Majin Buu knew that he was still no match for the Trunks, so he planned to absorb Vegeta, the most powerful of the rest. And that's what Trunks are for. If you want to rescue Son Goku and Fat Buu, you have to go inside Goku Buu's belly. Just as Goku Buu's slush swooped in on Vegeta, Trunks suddenly appeared and then blocked the slush. The meat puree that was going to pounce on Vegeta directly wrapped the Trunks in it. What? This change once again shocked everyone. Damn, he's absorbing the power of Trunks. Piccolo was the first to react. Trunks. Seeing the Trunks wrapped in mashed meat, Vegeta immediately shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. In just a few breaths, Trunks disappeared. Immediately after that, the mashed meat turned directly into the appearance of Goku Buu. Ha 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 ha. As soon as he recovered, Goku Buu couldn't help laughing wildly. He was meant to absorb Vegeta's powers and then fight the Trunks. But unexpectedly, the Trunks turned themselves into the net. Now there is no one here to be his opponent. Chapter 41 Super 4 Trunks beat Goku Buu. Hateful. Vegeta was furious. He instantly turned into a Super 2 and rushed over. However, Goku Buu just threw a punch and knocked Vegeta back. It's over. Supreme Kai Shin was about to be scared to pee at this time. This is really the impermanence of life. The large intestine wraps the small intestine. For a period of time, there were ups and downs, and Supreme Kai Shin was almost neurasthenia. I thought Vegeta would be able to defeat Majin Buu, but Vegeta lost. Thought that Son Goku would be able to kill Majin Buu, but Son Goku also lost. In the end, I thought that Trunks was so powerful that it would be no problem to solve Majin Buu, but Trunks actually sent it directly to someone else's mouth. Supreme Kai Shin is stupid at this time. No, Vegeta, don't be impulsive. Majin Buu seems a little different. Piccolo, who was in charge of IQ, noticed the difference in Goku Buu at this time. When absorbing Son Goku, Majin Buu had Son Goku's characteristics, such as red training clothes. However, after absorbing Trunks, Majin Buu didn't change, not even his chi became stronger. Of course Vegeta is not a fool, and he understands after a little thought. Kling and Gohan also vaguely understood something under Piccolo's reminder. Only Supreme Kai and Jabit were still overwhelmed like idiots. At the same time, the Trunks had already entered Majin Buu's body. After using the shield, Majin Buu couldn't absorb his power at all. Now it's just a matter of Son Goku and Fat Buu taking them out. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, and then disappeared in a flash. After a tumult in Majin Buu's body, he finally found where Son Goku and Fat Buu were being held. However, there is still a Super 2 Goku in front of him. Trunks knew that the Super 2 Goku in front of him was nothing but Majin Buu's thoughts. Son Goku, this is the first time we meet. Trunks smiled, and then, one punch. Coming to the core of Majin Buu's body, he saw Son Goku and Fat Buu trapped in a cocoon-like thing. Looks like this is it. Stop. But just as Trunks was about to pull both of them down, he remembered Goku Buu's voice behind him. Trunks didn't expect Majin Buu to discover the changes in his body so quickly. But now he can't stop it. In a flash, Trunks pulled the cocoon that was trapping Son Goku. Ah! Majin Buu let out a scream, and then Goku Buu's appearance disappeared and returned to the appearance of Big Buu. Immediately afterwards, Trunks removed Fat Buu's cocoon. I saw that Big Buu changed again and turned into Kid Buu. What? Trunks are weird, shouldn't they be Skinny Buu? Outside world, Vegeta and Krillin Piccolo were overjoyed when they saw that Majin Buu had changed back. They knew it must be the Trunks. At this moment, Trunks took Son Goku and Fat Buu directly, and flew out of the steam spraying hole above Majin Buu's head. Great! Trunks saved Goku. Kling was overjoyed when he saw Son Goku. Now we can destroy Majin Buu without any scruples. Piccolo is also very excited. Oh, that's right. Trunks nodded with a smile, then looked at Kid Buu, who was utterly evil. This Kid Buu is the original image of Majin Buu, and his strength is stronger than Fat Buu and Thin Buu. Just like Big Buu. Ended. Trunks dodged to Kid Buu and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying into the sky. Then Trunks came to Kid Buu again and aimed at Kid Buu with one hand. Powerful chi gathered in his hands. A single afterburner blasted out. Boom. Looking from a distance, I saw a dazzling beam of light reaching the sky and disappearing into the universe. And Kid Buu disappeared completely under this powerful energy. After completely eliminating Majin Buu, those who have been watching King Kai and Hades here are relieved. Supreme Kai Shin and Jabit finally put their hearts back into their stomachs and then slumped to the ground. The two finally got to know each other today. Haha, finally got rid of Majin Buu, haha. Krillin laughed happily. It's finally over, I'm really sweating. Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling more tired than fighting himself. Hey, Mr. Trunks this. At this time, after Jabit finished treating Son Goku, he was shocked when he saw Fat Buu. Why is there a Majin Buu here? Kling, Piccolo, Son Gohan and the others were also startled when they looked back, thinking that Majin Buu was not dead, but was resurrected. Oh, this is what I found in Majin Buu. He should be the kindness that Supreme Kai said Majin Buu was born after absorbing Supreme Kai. Trunks explained helplessly. Isn't he in danger? Krillin was still a little scared. Probably not. I'll take him back to keep him as a pet. If anything happens, I can solve it, so don't worry. Saying that, Trunks came to Fat Buu and poked Buu's chubby cheek. I saw Buu suddenly woke up and sat up from the ground. Krillin and the others were startled again when they saw this. After Fat Buu was completely awake, he immediately saw the Super 4 Trunks in front of him. Surprisingly, Fat Buu was trembling all over and showed a look of fear. Obviously he hadn't forgotten the scene where he was beaten by Trunks just now. Trunks chuckled, then took a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Fat Buu. Fat Buu was ready to take a beating when he saw him stretch out his hand. Unexpectedly, a lollipop was handed to him. For me, Fat Buu opened his eyes and looked at Trunks in surprise. Of course, eat it. Trunks nodded and smiled. Fat Buu took the lollipop and threw it in his mouth, and suddenly he smiled. Follow me in the future, you will eat lollipops every day, you know. Fat Buu nodded happily when he heard his words. The person in front of him stopped beating him and gave him something to eat. The innocent and simple Fat Buu agreed decisively. Haha, get it done. Trunks laughed, didn't expect Fat Buu to do it so easily. Krillin and Vegeta were also shocked, this Fat Buu turned out to be such a fool. At this time, Son Goku also woke up. With Kling's explanation, he also understood what had happened before. At this time, he looked at Trunks with a burning gaze, wishing to fight with Trunks immediately to understand the strength of Super Saiyan IV. Of course, the more important thing is to learn about Super 4 transformations. Chapter 42. If it wasn't for being born late, Keelan's house would be gone on the 18th. The idle Trunks looked at the chat group. The discovery is something that shocks his strength and so on. It seems that the group members have also turned into a member of the shock department when they saw his true strength. Shashizi, group owner Trunks, I didn't expect you to actually keep Buu as a pet, this is too amazing. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, Trunks' big brother is awesome. Rem. Big brother is the best. Super Saiyan. Haha, I'm a little embarrassed when you praise me so much. King Debbie Luke. Is there really no problem keeping that Majin Buu? Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. It still feels very dangerous. Super Saiyan. You can rest assured. How do you say this Majin Buu? He is born because the original Majin Buu absorbed the kind Supreme Kai, and the kind side that was born, there is almost no danger. King Debbie Luke. It turns out that this is the case, which means that the current Majin Buu has no evil side, only a good side. Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. That's right, that's how it should be. Super Saiyan. Okay, now that the battle is over, let's see you next time. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergon. Okay, if Mr. Trunks is free, you can also come and sit with me. King Debbie Luke. Don't forget your promise, Kid Trunks, I'm waiting for you. Blood Red Pepper. Trunks' big brother can also come to the country of Vortex as a guest. Night Attack Ace Killer. Kai Tong originally wanted to invite, but considering that the place where he is currently is a secret base for night raids, it seems that it is not suitable for entertaining guests. So I gave up. Super Saiyan. Haha, don't worry. There is nothing to do during this time, I will be free and I will visit them one by one. Trunks is also very interested in the world of these group members. If you have time, of course, you should go and see it. Then he closed the live room. The Majin Buu matter has also been resolved, and Supreme Kai and Jabit are of course ready to return to the realm. However, before leaving, I thanked him specially, and promised to ask them for help if there was something. Although Trunks didn't think Supreme Kai could help him, he nodded in agreement. Okay, it's over, we should go back. Seeing that things have been resolved, he does not intend to stay here. As soon as he heard back, Kaylin was a little depressed. It took so long to delay, I think the game is over. Ah, it's over, I promised my mother to take the bonus back. Son Gohan yelled out, I don't know who will win the championship after we leave. Son Goku is a little curious. It won't still be that Satan. Speaking of Satan, Piccolo looked disdainful. Not to mention, Piccolo guessed right, but the winner was clearly number 18. She's such a housekeeper that Trunks envies her. If not born late, definitely grab the 18th. This kind of competition is meaningless to us at all, why don't I hold a martial arts exchange conference? On a whim, Trunks decided to hold a martial arts exchange conference, which could promote the stronger hearts of the Z fighters. They can also exchange experiences with each other and test their cultivation results, which is simply a double-edged sword. It feels very interesting. I can participate. Krillin felt a little interesting. Of course I can participate. This is for us fighters who are far more powerful than ordinary people, and all the players in the competition have 10 million to take, and the top 3 will receive 100 million in prize money. Trunks made another offer that people couldn't refuse. The Son Goku family and Krillin are not rich, but they have their own pride and refuse to accept Bulma's help. If they helped in this form, they would be able to accept it. Great, I want to participate. Krillin shouted in surprise. Humph, Kakarot didn't expect you to hide such a powerful strength, but I won't lose to you this time. Vegeta is obviously going to participate, not to mention that he has always wanted to fight Son Goku with all his might. Ah, Vegeta, you are too cunning, why don't we all learn to transform into a Super 4 before fighting? Son Goku isn't stupid at all, obviously he knows Vegeta is going to go back and learn how to transform and fight him. That's a fart, humph. Vegeta didn't say anything, but the complacent look was self-evident. Okay, let's go back first. Trunks interrupted a few people, then put his fingers between his eyebrows, and Vegeta and Piccolo put their hands up. On Son Goku's side, Kling and Son Gohan also put their hands on Son Goku. Immediately after, Trunks and Son Goku disappear in place using instant transmission at the same time. When they returned to the game venue, the final game had just ended. Not surprisingly, Satan once again won the championship of the world's first martial arts conference. Of course, the final winner was No. 18. She cleverly ripped off Satan and won a lot of money. Piccolo's face turned green when he heard the news. Trunks, you are finally back. After the game, Trunks and Bulma reunited. After Shiu Shiyu saw him, he couldn't help but pounce on him. Trunks also smiled and hugged her. Trunks' big brother. At this time, Ram and Rem also came to him and looked at him admiringly. Hearing the voices of Ram and Rem, did Shiu of Kasumigauka react? There are so many people here. Behind Bulma, they all looked at her with interest. She blushed suddenly and broke free from Trunks' embrace. Trunks smiled helplessly, then picked up Ram and Rem, the two little loli. Didn't stay long on this island. Now that the world's number 1 martial arts club is over, everyone is ready to go home. However, before leaving, Trunks also talked to Master Roshi and Yamcha about the preparations for a martial arts exchange conference, and the competition will start a month later. Hearing this, Master Roshi agreed very much. After all, advancing in martial arts also requires mutual encouragement. Just like Vegeta and Son Goku, two people would never have grown to where they are today if they hadn't inspired each other. You must know that when Vegeta first came to Earth, Son Goku wasted several years without training because he had no opponents. And after Vegeta came, Son Goku didn't stop practicing. The same is true for Saitama, who has been in a state of salted fish since he has no opponents. Anyway, he is already invincible, of course there is no need to cultivate. If you know that there are stronger opponents, then you will have the motivation to practice. Chapter 43 Cheeto's Invitation. I heard that Trunks is going to hold a martial arts exchange conference, and just participate in it and you will get 10 million in prize money. Chi-Chi immediately shouted with excitement, even she wanted to participate. Although Trunks was a little speechless, of course he had no reason to refuse. A few gadgets that were made casually before have made a lot of money in their Universal Capsule Company. The money is still available. Besides, he is the eldest young master of the Universal Capsule Company. Will he be short of so much money? Everyone was able to participate, and the Trunks were of course very happy. And he also asked everyone to tell the news on their behalf if they saw Tien Shinhan. This time, Tien Shinhan did not come to the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament. Even 2 years ago, the Trunks hadn't met him. What is certain, though, is that Tien Shinhan and Dumpling must have practiced somewhere. Afterwards, everyone said goodbye and went home. Trunks didn't go home directly, but dated Kasumigauka Shiu in the western capital. Until night, only then did he send Shiu of Shadricho back. In private chat, Sha Shizi, group owner, I had a great time today, thank you Trunks. Super Saiyan. Haha, Shiu is not my girlfriend anymore. It should be. When Sha Shiu saw him say this, his face turned slightly red, but he was also very happy. Sha Shizi, group owner, I have class tomorrow, so let's go on a date next week. Super Saiyan. Of course no problem. After readily agreeing to Shiu Kasumigauka's request, Trunks also looked forward to it. After the chat is over, he just came back home. However, as soon as he came back, he was pulled away by Vegeta. Because Vegeta can't wait to learn the Super 4 transformation. In the gravity training room, Vegeta looked at Trunks a little excitedly and said, Trunks, tell me how to transform into a Super 4. As long as you learn to transform into a Super 4, then you will definitely be able to defeat Kakarot. Looking at the excited Vegeta, Trunks was speechless. He sighed and said, Dad, don't worry, transforming into a Super 4 is very simple for our advanced bloodline, just need. He briefly explained the requirements of the Super 4 transformation. Ha ha ha, Vegeta burst into laughter when he heard that the Super 4 transformation needs to be transformed into a giant ape state and he has to stay sane. Because he knew that this level alone would have stumped most of Saiyan. Because only Saiyan of high bloodline can stay sane after transforming into a giant ape. And Kakarot is just a mere low-level Saiyan, and he can't stay sane after turning into a giant ape. It can be said that Kakarot wants to learn the Super 4 non-difficulties. This makes Vegeta even more proud. Okay, so what should I do now, Trunks? After being complacent, Vegeta asked again. The first thing to do is to get the tail back, and that's a problem. My mom could make a Bohr's light device to stimulate the tail to grow. Trunks replied, so that's the case, then I'll go and ask Bulma to help. When Vegeta heard what he said, she immediately went to Bulma. As long as the tail grows, he believes that he will be able to transform into a Super 4. Trunks finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and now he can finally rest. The next day, Bulma, at the behest of Vegeta, has already started building the Bul's light installation. However, it will take a few days to complete the construction. So today Trunks plans to go to the world of King Debbie Luke, that is, the world of the Queen of the Bag. After all, it was something that Cheetah had promised long ago. In the chat group, Super Saiyan. At Debbie Luke King, I just have time to visit your place today. King Debbie Luke. Haha, welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sha Shizi group owner, hey. Are Trunks going to King Debbie Luke? Super Saiyan. Yes, after all, it was promised long ago, and I am very curious about the world over King Debbie Luke. King Debbie Luke, I'll invite you now. Soon King Debbie Luke sent an invitation to the world. Then Trunks and Bulma said something about going out to visit friends for a few days. Bulma was a little worried, but agreed. As for Vegeta, he was asked to come back before the construction of the Bohr's light device was completed. Trunks readily agreed. It would take about a week to build the Bull's light installation, which was completely in time. Then he accepted the invitation of King Debbie Luke. The light flashed away. When Trunks appeared again, it was already in a corridor full of technology. Then he took a closer look at the planet. I found that the people here are very strong, and they are much stronger than ordinary people on Earth. This should be Debbie Luck's Buster. According to legend, all Debbie Luxians have tails and are born with very powerful strength. With a little training, they can become powerful warriors. King Debbie Luke can rule the entire galaxy without these warriors. At the same time, Trunks also felt an unusually powerful presence in it, and it is estimated that it has a fighting force of millions. And it's not far from him. This person should be King Debbie Luke. Trunks guessed, since the place where each time is invited to travel through is random, but generally it is not very far from the invited group members. So he guessed that the strongest breath should be King Debbie Luke. It doesn't matter, let's take a look first. Just when Trunks was about to leave, he found that a door not far away was left open, and from time to time there were sounds of ding ding dong dong. He was a little curious and walked over to take a look. Looking outside the door and seeing no one, Trunks simply pushed the door open and walked in. What caught my eye was a research studio, which was similar to that of my grandfather, Dr. Brives. However, it looks a little messy here, and there are various technological items that do not know their purpose on the ground. With the technical level of Trunks, he could not see the function of these items, which surprised him. However, he didn't pay too much attention to these items and continued to walk inside. Finally, I saw the back of a girl in front of a workbench. The long pink hair is scattered around the waist, which is very conspicuous, and the figure is tall and plump, giving people a fleshy feeling. The most important thing is that there is a little devil-like tail behind the girl. At this time, the girl was fiddling with something in front of the workbench and did not notice the arrival of Trunks. Looking at the back of the girl in front of him, Trunks touched his chin. He seemed to know who this girl was. If you guessed correctly, she should be Lala Sattlein Debbie Luke, the heroine of the Princess of the Bag. After all, in his impression, only Lala with pink hair can study these strange and high-tech items. Thinking of this, Trunks was suddenly very fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't touch the various items on the ground just now. Chapter 44 The First Meeting with Princess Lala. You must know that the black technology items that Lala researched are all kinds of strange. For example, transfer phone. In addition to the communication function, it can also transfer items and creatures. Another example is change male to female, the appearance of the light gun, the props that can change the gender of men and women within a certain period of time. This is simply the black technology in the black technology. There is also Complete Swap King, which allows users to exchange bodies with others. Lala makes everything out of interest, doing whatever comes to her mind, but most of these items are flawed. Also a talented girl inventor. Compared to Lala, Bulma has only a handful of things made. The ones that can be remembered are the Dragon Ball radar, the watch that shrinks the human body, and the Saiyan Superman transformation suit. Even the time machine was invented by Bulma from another dimension. But that alone is a testament to Bulma's genius. Trunks grew up under the influence of Bulma's eyes and ears, and also liked to study technology very much. If not in the world of Dragon Ball, maybe he still wants to experience what it is like to be Iron Man. At this time, it's finally done, my Dan Tiao Wa Pu Kun, hee. Lala picked up her new invention excitedly and laughed non-stop, looking cute and cute. Speaking of which, Lala didn't even notice the Trunks standing behind him, which made him a little speechless. Then, it's time to try out Wap Kun's abilities. After being happy for a while, Lala was ready to start her new invention. I think you'd better not try it lightly. Trunks was speechless when she saw that she was going to experiment with the new invention she just created. I don't know the flaws and dangers of the newly invented things. It is very dangerous to experiment by myself. This guy is too rash. Lala was stunned when she heard the voice behind her, and turned around to see a strange and handsome man. However, what she didn't notice was that she had already activated Dantiao Pu Jun. The next moment, both of them disappeared into this research room. There were only two people's clothes left. The ability of Jumping Wap Kun. It can make creatures do short-distance space jumps with random destinations, but the clothes they wear will not jump together, and each time they are used, they will need to wait for a day to recharge. When Trunks and Lala reappeared, they were already in a dark and narrow place. Where is this place? Trunks looked confused, and suddenly felt a little cold in his body, and his clothes disappeared. He suddenly remembered Lala's invention, which seemed to be unable to transmit clothes. Suddenly, his right hand seemed to catch something, and he was shocked. Huh, who are you? In the darkness, Lala lay on top of him and looked at him curiously, as if the night could not affect her vision. He used his left hand to condense a gas bomb, and the light suddenly illuminated the entire space. It turned out that they were in a wardrobe at this time. They were covered with beautiful clothes of various girls. This was a girl's room. Hello, my name is Trunks, I'm the one invited by King Debbie Luke. Trunks introduced himself. Is it the one invited by Dad? Hello, I'm Lala. Lala smiled, and then looked at him so curiously. Well, I think we should go out first. Who can resist such a scene? Trunks just want to get out of here quickly. Lala is innocent and cute, there is no difference between men and women, but he can't. After that, he used instant transmission to return to the research room just now. Then he quickly picked up his clothes and put them on, and was relieved. After slowly calming down, Trunks felt the position of King Debbie Luke, and then used instant transmission again. At the same time, in a magnificent hall, King Debbie Luke, his wife Saifei, and a group of cronies are waiting here. King, I wonder who we are waiting for. Suddenly called up, these subordinates still don't know what happened. Ha ha ha, Sostin, this time I invited a very powerful being. Don't be slack in the future, understand? King Debbie Luke laughed. The man called Sostin was the captain of the Debbie Lux Royal Guard, that is, the captain of the special escort who guarded the royal family and defended against foreign enemies or assassins. Yes, after Sostin heard the king's words, he suddenly stood upright with a serious face. And the subordinates present were a little curious when they heard King Debbie Luke's words. He was actually recognized by the king himself as powerful. Who is this person? It was at this time. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Wong, be careful. Sostin was the first to react. He thought that the person who suddenly appeared was an assassin, so he took out the big sword from his waist and cut it without hesitation. However, the big sword stopped less than a centimeter away from the person coming. Huh, you guys react very quickly. Trunks looked at Sostin in surprise. The people around them reacted. However, when I saw the man in front of him, he caught Sostin's great sword with 2 fingers, he was stunned. You must know that Sostin is the captain of the royal guard of Debbie Luxing, and he is extremely powerful. In the entire Debbie Luke palace, there is only King Debbie Luke, who can easily block Sostin's attack. But he didn't expect the person in front of him to be easily blocked. Sostin stepped back. At this moment, King Debbie Luke's majestic voice sounded in the hall. Hearing King Debbie Luke's order, Sostin immediately put away his sword. Ha 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 ha, Trunks, I'm sorry, my subordinates are ignorant, are you alright? King Debbie Luke jumped off the throne, then walked over and smiled. When the surrounding subordinates heard the king's words, they realized that the person in front of them was the one invited by their king. Hee, of course it's fine, your subordinate is very good. Trunks chuckled. To be honest, now that his body has been released from the limiter and has become infinitely stronger, even if he stood still and let Sostin cut him, it would not hurt him. Haha, Sostin is the most proud of my side. Although Sostin's actions just now were rather rash, King Debbie Luke still admired him very much. I didn't expect King Debbie Luke to be a child. Trunks was a little funny when he looked at King Debbie Luke, who was just like a child. Of course, he knew the reason, but it's strange that he wasn't surprised when they first met. This guessed, the king just turned into a child because he exhausted his strength in the war to unify the galaxy about 10 years ago. At this time, Sostin stood up and explained. Oh, is that so? Trunks thought for a while and then said, I have fairy beans here, maybe I can restore the power you used up. The Debbie Luke family has a characteristic, that is, if the body consumes too much energy, the body will become smaller. The original Lala also experienced the same thing. And Shondo can restore injury and energy. It stands to reason that as long as King Debbie Luke's energy is restored, then he can restore the state of an adult. King Debbie Luke was overjoyed when he heard it. It would be great if it can really be recovered. As a thank you, I will agree to any request. Hee, no problem. With that said, Trunks took out a fairy bean and gave it to King Debbie Luke. Of course, he is not free. When the time comes, he will bring back any high-tech that he likes. Even if he does not need it, he can give it to the Universal Capsule Company to make money. Chapter 45 Challenge of King Debbie Luke. After King Debbie Luke took the fairy bean, he ate it without any hesitation. Because during the live broadcast, he had seen the magic of fairy beans. As long as it is not dead and immediately resurrected on the spot, even the consumed chi is also recovered, which is really amazing. To be honest, he has wanted this thing for a long time, but he has never been ashamed to say it. After eating fairy beans, suddenly, a powerful momentum was brewing. After feeling this momentum, many of King Debbie Luke's subordinates immediately became excited. Those who followed King Debbie Luke to fight in all directions were all too familiar with this momentum. But it hasn't been seen since that war. Now, they finally saw this powerful momentum again. King, he has recovered. All the men were excited. I saw King Debbie Luke's childlike body, which gradually grew up to the naked eye. But in a short time, he became a young man about 1.8 meters tall. Seeing this scene, the men were even more excited. Even Saifei, who had been silent on the throne, was very excited. At this time, King Debbie Luke's momentum was still growing, and it stopped when he reached about 10 million combat power. Ha ha ha, King Debbie Luke, who had returned to his original appearance, burst out laughing happily. After being a child for nearly 10 years, he has finally changed back, which makes him unhappy. Congratulations, King, I finally regained my strength. All the subordinates knelt down on one knee and congratulated. I think I should thank this Mr. Trunks. If it wasn't for him, Wong wouldn't be able to recover. At this time, a sweet and seductive voice sounded. Trunks turned his head and saw that it was Saifei who was wearing a veil covering his face. Saifei is said to be the #1 beauty in this universe. She has the first beauty and voice in universe, and is the last descendant of the ethnic minority, Cham people. And she also has a charm that no matter what race she is always fascinated by it, so she always wears a veil to show people. Only King Debbie Luke is immune to this charm. I don't know if I'm immune to this charm, Trunks thought to himself. But he didn't care too much about it. Instead, he looked at King Debbie Luke. As a king of universe, his strength is also good. With tens of millions of combat power, it is no wonder that the galaxy can be unified. However, it can be seen from here that Fang Yuzhou is not as powerful as Dragon Ball Universe. Haha, thank you Trunks, by the way, just call me Cheetah. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would take to recover on my own. Cheetah thanks again. Thank you Lord Trunks. The people around him also thanked him. Trunks waved his hand and smiled, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Haha, I didn't read you wrong. Trunks, come with me, I have already prepared food for you. Cheetah invited with a smile. Really? Then I'm going to try Debbie Lux's food. Trunks nodded. Saiyan is a foodie, and he is no exception. Cheetah soon brought Trunks to the restaurant. Sure enough, a large table of delicious food has been prepared here, and it looks very good. Then he ate and drank Cheetos and chatted. The two of them chatted very happily like a long-lost acquaintance. Of course, what caught Cheeto's attention the most was the strength of the Trunks. There is nothing to see from the live broadcast room, because the Trunks fight very well in the control of power, and will not cause much damage to the earth. Moreover, Cheetos can't perceive chi, so they can't judge their strength gap at all. By the way, can Trunks show me your strength? After eating and drinking, Cheeto made a request. It was at this moment that Trunks received a single-player task from the chat group. Ding. Trigger the single-player mission, King Debbie Luke's request. Quest requirements. Defeat King Debbie Luke. Mission restriction. Only Super Saiyan can access the mission. Task reward. 100,000 points and group lottery draw once. It actually triggered a separate task, which Trunks did not expect. The task couldn't be easier for him, so he accepted it without hesitation. After taking over the task, Trunks readily agreed, of course there is no problem. Ha ha ha, that's good, just digest it after eating, let's go to the arena. Keto laughed out loud, then dragged Trunks to the arena. All the subordinates followed, they also all wanted to know how strong this man, who was recognized by the king, was. At the same time, in a pink room, what, sister, are you saying that you have signed a contract with someone else? How can that be, sister, weren't you in the research room just now? My sister actually has a fiancé. No, I have to tell my father about it. ... Two girls with pink hair, who were also pink-haired, surrounded Lala, chatting non-stop. After Lala figured out where she was touched, she made a contract according to the rules of the Debbie Luke family, and told her two younger sisters Nana and Mengmeng. The surprised and angry voices of Nana and Mengmeng didn't stop. It's really hateful that someone bullied my sister while they weren't paying attention. By the way, sister, do you mean that the one called Trunks was a guest invited by Dad? Mengmeng asked curiously. Yes, Lala nodded. So that's the case, then let's go to Dad and ask about that person's origins. If it doesn't work, we must terminate the contract with him. Mengmeng clenched her fist tightly. Yes, Mengmeng is right. Nana nodded too. Then the two of them couldn't help but drag Lala and leave the room. At the end of some inquiries, I learned that their father took the guests to the arena. So the three of them rushed towards the arena in a hurry. Soon, they came to the arena. This is where Debbie Luke's warriors often train, and there are usually many warriors competing here. The whole arena is very large and there are many stands. At this time, Lala, Nana, and Mengmeng were hiding behind a stand and secretly looking at the arena. They saw their father, Keto, and the man who signed the contract with Lala standing on the ring at this time. Hey, did you see that? Dad is going to fight that guy. How could that guy named Trunks be Dad's opponent? Dad will definitely beat him to the ground. That's right. Wait, Dad actually recovered. After Mengmeng and Nana saw the two people in the field, they kept talking. However, after half a day, they reacted, and the father who had become a child had returned to the appearance of an adult. The three were a little curious, but didn't think much about it. But Lala couldn't help but become curious after seeing Trunks. In fact, she didn't hate Trunks. Compared to some other alien suitors, Trunks is like a Prince Charming. It is precisely because of those crooked melons and cracked dates that Lala would avoid marriage. 2. Chapter 46 The Shock of King Debbie Luke. At the same time, the battle on the field is about to begin. There are members of the Royal Guard led by Sostin around, and they are all looking forward to this battle. Trunks, let's start our battle. Cheetah didn't talk nonsense, and directly announced the start of the game. Oh, come on then. Trunks nodded. However, after the start of the game, neither of them took the lead in attacking. Trunks is waiting for Cheetah's attack. After all, the combat power of tens of millions is too weak for him. If he took the initiative, Cheetah might not survive for half a second. And Cheetah is waiting for Trunks to transform. After all, having watched the live broadcast, he knew that Trunks had several transformation forms. Seeing that Trunks has not transformed, Cheetah said a little strangely, "Hey. The battle of Trunks has started, won't you transform?" What? Trunks was stunned for a moment, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Facing him with a combat power of tens of millions, he was even asked to transform. Is this right? That, I think I don't need it for now. Trunks shook his head. Cheetah frowned at this, but said nothing. All right then I'll attack. Cheetah thought the Trunks were underestimating him, and was a little offended. Oh, attack it. Trunks nodded and beckoned to him. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Cheetah burst into a powerful momentum, and then came to Trunks in a flash, and punched out. This punch was just Cheetah's test, so he only used 1/10 of his strength. Rao is so powerful and very powerful, and the entire arena is blown up by this punch. The royal guards who were watching the battle were a little surprised when they saw this. I read that right. Wong, you're serious. No, I haven't been serious yet. Wong has not shown all his strength. This is amazing enough. I don't know if that person can stop it. Being able to make Wong show so much strength, that guy is proud enough. ... And this time, Lara, Meng, and Nana, who were hiding behind the viewing platform, were also very surprised. My father took the man called Trunks so seriously. Is that man really so strong? But the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. I saw that Trunks faced such a majestic punch, but he easily blocked it with one hand. Kito's punch seemed to hit an extremely thick wall, without causing any waves. Shi Duo was stunned when he saw this. Although his punch was just a test, he didn't expect Trunks to take it so easily. Good boy, your strength is really strong, then I won't let it go. Shido looked at him with war intent and said, Hee, just attack with all your strength. Trunks smiled indifferently. Seeing this, Kito didn't hold back any longer, and instantly burst out with all his strength. At this moment, the air seemed to be distorted, and even the entire arena could not help but tremble. Hey, Wong is going to fight the Trunks with all his strength. This is too scary. How strong is that man? He deserves to be taken seriously by Wong. Being able to easily take Wang's punch shows that this man is indeed very strong. ... The surrounding guards continued to discuss, and everyone's face showed shock. It was at this moment that Kito's figure moved. Swish. In an instant he was in front of Trunks and punched. Boom. The power of this punch instantly shattered the ground of the arena. Still, Trunks took the punch with ease. Seeing this, Cheeto threw a punch again. Rumble boom. The battle officially started. The speed of the two of them was very fast, and the guards could not see the figures of the two at all. All you can see is the ground breaking down. The huge arena was destroyed in an instant. Good. So strong. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect this man named Trunks to be able to fight their king to such an extent. As for those present, only the three Lala sisters and Sostin could see the battle clearly. Meng and Nana were all stunned at this time. I didn't expect this guy who was cheap with his sister to be so powerful. And the simple Lala had already excitedly shouted something like this. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the field and they didn't find them. Drink. In the field, Cheeto roared again and again, and went all out to attack. However, he found that, no matter how he attacked, the Trunks looked relaxed. After half an hour, Cheeto finally stopped the attack out of breath. Trunks, I admit defeat, but I want to see your true strength. Taking a deep breath, Cheeto looked at Trunks with burning eyes. In fact, when he watched the live broadcast before, he guessed that he was not the opponent of Trunks, but he did not admit defeat without a real battle. But after the real fight, he realized how big the gap between the two was. Not to mention forcing the transformation of Trunks, even if you can't touch him in normal state, it's impossible to fight at all. And this time, the guards present saw that after the battle, their king had voluntarily conceded defeat, and their eyes widened in disbelief. King Debbie Luke, known as the strongest in the universe, actually conceded defeat. How is this possible? Ding! Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the single-player task. The task reward, 100,000 points in a group lottery draw. Hearing the improvement in the completion of group tasks, Trunks was in a good mood. After the last lottery draw, he had not many points left, only more than 20,000 points left. Now there are 100,000 points in the account, which makes his points increase all of a sudden, and there is a chance for a group lottery. This made him very satisfied. I see. Then I'll show you a little bit. Trunks in a good mood, ready to show off their prowess at Cheeto's request. Drink. I saw him drink lightly, and instantly transformed into a super first state. In an instant, the world changed color, and Trunks became the most dazzling existence in the world. The powerful momentum burst out, causing the surrounding guards to tremble. They found that they couldn't even move under this momentum. Cheetah couldn't help trembling after feeling the vastness of Trunks' energy-like universe. Good. So strong. Under this pressure, Cheetah had cold sweat on his forehead. He only felt that in front of this chi, he was as small as an ant. But it came and went quickly. In an instant Trunks regained his momentum. The pressure on his body suddenly loosened, and Cheetah sighed in relief. Ha ha ha. Trunks, your strength really opened my eyes. Hee hee, it's nothing. In my world, strength like me is simply not enough to see. Trunks shook his head. He looks strong now, but it's hard to say whether he can beat Golden Frieza. Not to mention Hit, Jillian, Beerus, Angel. Trunks, your world is really wonderful. I can't help but want to see it. After Kito heard his words, he was also very longing. I think he was also inspired to become the strongest in the universe at the beginning, and after becoming the strongest in the universe, he unified the galaxy. But after that, the master is lonely. If there is no enemy, naturally there is no motivation to become stronger. Otherwise, Cheetah's strength is far more than that. Chapter 47 Lala became a fiancé. Hee hee, there will be a chance. Trunks smiled, and after hearing his words, Kito immediately decided to start training again to become stronger. This time his goal is to defeat the Trunks. After the battle is over, under the shock and admiration of everyone, Trunks and Cheetah left the training ground shoulder to shoulder. Everyone watching was stunned. They have never seen their own king, there will be such a side. But thinking about it, the strength of Trunks suddenly felt normal. Because this is a man stronger than the king. Trunks did not return to the Dragon Ball world at Cheetah's kind invitation. Instead, he stayed in the Debi Luke Palace. Later, under the leadership of Cheetah, Trunks also saw the various technological weapons and strengths of the Debi Luke family. If nothing else, it can be said that the universe battleship can be said to be the best in the entire universe. Trunks is also somewhat interested. After seeing that he was interested, Cheetah waved and gave him 2 universe battleships. This lavish means is worthy of being the overlord who rules the galaxy. Trunks didn't refuse, but accepted it with peace of mind. Cheetah used the red envelope system in the chat group to put 2 universe battleships into it. When he goes back, he can just take it out, which is very convenient. It's getting late. The Trunks lived in a very gorgeous room under the arrangement of Cheetah. Silent all night. The next day, when he woke up, Trunks stretched out of habit, but the next moment he realized something was wrong. It seemed that something soft was pressing against him. He opened the quilt and saw that a girl with long pink hair was sleeping on top of him. What? Trunks was startled. Someone came in his room, and he was still lying in his arms. He didn't even notice it. This is totally unscientific. And this pink-haired girl, isn't it Lala? Why is she in her room? And without a trace, what the hell is going on? Trunks was full of question marks at this point. Hey, Lala, why are you here? Trunks poked her pale cheeks with his fingers, as if he was about to poke water. Lala rubbed her troubled eyes, then sat up. The Trunks have an unobstructed view of the beautiful scenery. Good morning, Trunks. Lala looked at Trunks in a daze, and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, UBD. Why are you here, Lala? Trunks is no longer able to complain. Don't act cute at this time. His blood tank was about to be emptied. Why? Lala tilted her head and thought. Seeing her confused appearance, Trunks sighed helplessly. Forget it, get dressed first and go back. Otherwise, it will be over if you find out. Saying that, he picked up the clothes on the boat, and then picked up Lala's clothes and gave them to her. Ah, I see. Suddenly Lala exclaimed as if something sounded. Trunks were taken aback by her. What do you know? Because I'm already your fiancé, Trunks. According to Meng, as a wife, you must be with your husband. Lala said suddenly. Fiancé. When did I have a fiancé? Trunks looked surprised. When did Lala become his fiancé? How could he not know? Because we signed a contract yesterday. Lala said angrily. Sign a contract. When did it happen? Trunks is still a little confused. However, under Lala's next explanation, Trunks understood. It turned out that when Lala used Danjawapu-kun yesterday, she teleported both of them to Meng's wardrobe. At that time, Trunks accidentally bumped into Lala's place. According to the tradition of the Debi Luke royal family, being touched means that a contract has been made and they have become a fiancé. After hearing Lala's explanation, Trunks recalled that the same situation seemed to be the case in the original book. And after understanding all this, Trunks suddenly had a headache. Because he had just established a relationship with Shajircho Shiu, he had a fiancé unexpectedly, which completely caught him off guard. And this is just now more of a brotherhood, but he didn't expect to soak his daughter the next day. It can't be said at all. Thinking of this, Trunks gave me a headache. What's the matter with you, Trunks? Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Lala came over curiously. And when Trunks saw her, he only felt his blood surging. It took a long time for Lala to put her clothes on. Then the Trunks sneaked away in a flash. At the same time, Lala, who opened your room, returned to her research room, and met Meng and Nana as well. Sister, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't I see you in the room? Meng asked with some doubts. Sister won't be studying here all night. Nana made a bold guess. Because Lala had studied things before and forgot to sleep. Debbie Lux's body is very strong, and there is no problem with not sleeping for several days and nights. No, I went to sleep in Trunks' room. The simple Lala said it without concealment. What? Hearing Lala's words, Meng Meng and Nana suddenly exclaimed. The two of them looked at each other, but they didn't expect Lala to boldly run to Trunks' room to sleep. In fact, after seeing the fight between Trunks and their father yesterday, the three of them have deeply remembered the figure of Trunks. So Meng Meng and Nana were so full of thoughts about Trunks' handsome figure that they couldn't sleep at all. Originally, they were going to go to their sister's room, but I didn't expect that my sister was not in the room. That's why they came to Lala's laboratory early in the morning. Sister, do you like that Trunks? Meng Meng asked hesitantly. After all, they had only known each other for less than a day. Although the contract is made, if you really don't like it, you can cancel the contract. Lala tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded and said, well, I like Trunks. Without any disguise, Lara directly said what she liked about Trunks. After Meng Meng and Nana looked at each other, they felt helpless. Although Sister Lala is innocent and cute, she will definitely stick to what she believes in. Now it seems that she is completely in love with Trunks. Meng Meng and Nana can't help either. By the way, that guy didn't do anything to your sister last night, did he? Nana suddenly asked nervously. Well, it's very comfortable. Lala nodded and smiled silly. What? That guy is going too far. He did such a thing to you, sister. Nana immediately became angry when she heard it, and she had a little fondness for Trunks, but it disappeared. Wait, sister, what do you mean by comfortable? Meng Meng is more shrewd. She found that her sister has not lost her body at all, so it can't be that kind of thing. It's so comfortable around Trunks. Lala tilted her head and explained. Chapter 48 The inexplicable engagement banquet is about to start. Who? That's what it is. Nana breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. But she immediately became excited again. No, even this elder sister was taken advantage of. She's just a beast and scum. This is the end of the matter. I have to let that guy marry my sister, and that guy is so powerful, stronger than his father's strength, he is barely worthy of his sister. Meng Meng touched his chin and thought. But, Trunks doesn't seem to agree yet. Speaking of which, Lala was a little unhappy. What? That guy didn't agree, it's too hateful. Nana was furious when she heard this. Meng Meng also frowned. She thought about it and said, let's tell my mother about this first. She must have a solution. Well, it can only be like this. Nana nodded too. Later, the two took Lala and found their mother Saifei together. After hearing this, Saifei not only was not angry, but her eyes lit up. After checking Lala's body, she confirmed that she had indeed signed a contract with someone. If nothing else, this person should be Trunks. Now she was even happier. Although she didn't know where Cheetah met the Trunks. But after getting along with each other yesterday, she admired this powerful but unpretentious young man very much. Yes, it's a teenager. She was taken aback when she learned in Cheetah that Trunks was only 7 years old. After all, he is so tall and handsome, and his strength is so strong, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a 7-year-old. However, after Cheetah's explanation, Saifei finally understood. It is equivalent to using magic to make Trunks bigger. Now that Trunks has signed a contract with his eldest daughter, it is best to consider Trunks as the heir to the throne. At the moment, Saifei told Cheetah the news and his thoughts. At this time, Kido was taking Trunks to see the scenery of Debbie Luke's King City. While chatting, the two exchanged their martial arts experience. As the first powerhouse in universe, it was also the first time that Cheetah met someone stronger than him. Of course, he had to have a good conversation. And when they communicate, Cheetah suddenly received a letter from his wife, Saifei. After reading the content of the letter, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Cheetah clapped a hand on Trunks' shoulder and smiled. Trunks, you did a good job, now we are a family. When are you going to take over my position? To be honest, I have long wanted to retire and live a dashing life. But now I have another goal, which is to practice hard to become stronger. Kido suddenly laughed and said a lot. Makes Trunks bewildered. Well, what the hell are you talking about, Kido? Huh, Trunks, you kidnapped Lala, and signed a contract, do you want to cheat? Cheetah stared at him with wide eyes, as if he wouldn't be over if he didn't admit it. Trunks had a headache when he heard it, and it really was this thing. I didn't expect to be known by Kijua so quickly, and now it's hard to do. Well, Cheetah, you also know that Shiu and I have just established a relationship. It doesn't matter, I know about this, but as a strong man, it doesn't matter how many wives you have. Cheetah interrupted him and waved his hand indifferently. However, when Trunks heard this, he immediately disapproved. He looked at Kijua with contempt and said, it seems that you, the strongest in universe, have only one wife. Of course, don't look at the fact that Cheetah has only one wife, sci-fi. In the original book, he used his child's appearance to make girls careless, and then carried out a skirt or hug attack. As you can see, Cheetah's is also a horny guy, and it was not easy for Saifei to be able to marry only one wife so peacefully. Cheetah was a little embarrassed when he heard what he said. Of course he wanted to marry a few more, but the one in the family wouldn't let him. In short, he is a strict wife. Cough, that's different, don't you want more wives, Trunks? Cheetah coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment, and then said seductively. Trunks, what do you think of Lala? Isn't she pretty? Yeah, Lala is very pretty. Trunks nodded. To be honest, Lala can be said to be the #1 beauty in the universe, except for Saifei, of course she is beautiful. And the proportions of the body are perfect, and the personality is naive and lovely. He is also good at researching various black technologies. These conditions fully meet all the requirements of Trunks. Then why are you hesitating? Lala is already your fiancé. Cheetah continued to seduce. Trunks thought about it and finally nodded. Okay, I promise to marry Lala, but I don't want the position of King Debbie Luke. Well, that's fine too. Cheetah finally agreed. If people know that the status of universe's hegemony has been pushed around, they will be dumbfounded. After all, this is not to rule a country or a planet, but the entire galaxy. After Trunks agreed, Cheetah didn't have the heart to take him any further. He hurriedly took Trunks back to the palace, and then ordered someone to prepare for an engagement ceremony. Debbie Lux's eldest princess Lala is about to get engaged, and the news just spread out in a short period of time. Some alien princes and nobles who originally pursued Lala became uneasy when they heard the news. They all took the universe spaceship to Debbie Lux. For a while, all forces in the universe moved. 3 days later, the engagement ceremony is finally ready. Of course, this was also because Cheetah knew that the Trunks could only stay here for no more than a week, so it was easier to prepare. Otherwise, he must hold a larger engagement ceremony in order to show his status as the hegemon of the universe. But Rao is so, this engagement banquet is also very big. Trunks couldn't help but click their tongues. Speaking of these 3 days, he was also in pain and happy. Because Lala knew that he agreed to the engagement of the two, she became more attached to him, and she didn't even care about researching black technology. Especially at night, he would always attack at night, which made him very distressed. Of course, Trunks also met Meng Meng and Nana during these 3 days. 2 girls, one is arrogant and arrogant, the other is gentle and dark-bellied. In short, they are also very cute girls. Chapter 49 Complete the engagement with Lala. The engagement party has finally begun. The entire Debbie Luke King City was lively. At this time, Trunks was chatting with Meng Meng and Nana in the room. After a few days of getting along, Meng Meng and Nana's attitude towards him has improved a lot. After all, at the beginning, both of them were very dissatisfied with him, the guy who bullied his sister. The Trunks also told them they were from another universe. A few girls were not too surprised by such a thing, but they were very curious about his universe. So these days I have been pestering him to tell stories. Brother-in-law, are you telling me about finding the 7 Dragon Balls and summoning Shenron to make a wish? And Meng Meng kept shaking Trunks' arms with a curious look on her face. Although Nana on the side still looks arrogant, she can see the curious look in her eyes. Trunks was a little helpless, but still told them about it. Of course, this story is really about Son Goku and Bulma looking for Dragon Ball when they were kids. However, Meng Meng and Nana listened with relish. They are very interested in this kind of adventure story. Lala was not here, but was dressed up by Saphira. After all, she was going to attend the engagement banquet. And Trunks also put on a set of Debbie Luke royal engagement dress. Looks very handsome. This handsome appearance is also one of the reasons why Meng Meng and Nana's favorability towards him continues to increase. At this time, the exchange dance has already started in the hall outside. After waiting for the preparation, the engagement banquet can begin. Trunks and the 2 sisters-in-law were having a good chat, but soon the engagement ceremony began. Brother-in-law and brother-in-law, come on. As Trunks left, Aunt Meng Meng cheered him on with a small fist. Of course he knew what was going on, because Lala had been pursued by many alien princes before. Now Lala is engaged to Trunks, which makes these alien princes bear this breath. Although I don't dare to blatantly sabotage the wedding reception, it's okay to provoke the lucky boy Trunks. Yes, the lucky boy. In the eyes of these alien princes, it's not good luck that an unknown person like Trunks can get engaged to Princess Lala. Of course, Trunks don't know so much. At this time, Lala, who was wearing a white wedding dress, had come to him. The wedding dress with layers of veil filled with roses and gemstones woven with soft satin is a hope for love and a longing for happiness. Nice. It's so beautiful. Trunks are beyond words to describe. Lara, you are so beautiful. Hey. Hearing his compliment, Lala couldn't help but smirk. Lala, who was originally like a fairy, was ruined by her silly laughter, but Trunks also liked such an innocent Lala. Then the two walked into the auditorium hand in hand. Look, it's Princess Lala. So beautiful. As expected of Princess Lala. Who is that person beside Princess Lala? It's abominable, to be engaged to my Princess Lala. What ability does this kid have to be able to get engaged to Princess Lala? I must make him look good. ... When Trunks and Lala came to the auditorium, the aliens who were present suddenly started talking. They couldn't believe that Princess Lala was going to be engaged to such a human being. At this time, one of the aliens who looked fat and different from normal humans finally couldn't help but stand in front of them. Who the hell are you, kid? I don't admit that you can become Princess Lala's fiancé. The fat alien is also one of Lala's suitors, named Lacospo, the Prince of Jamma. And after he came out, all the aliens present showed interest, ready to watch the show. Cheetah, who was seated in the first place, frowned, but said nothing. This situation can only be convincing if Trunks handles it himself. Oh, you don't agree? Trunks looked at the fat alien in front of him with a half smile. Of course, I think there are still many people present who are not convinced. The fat alien said naturally. That's right, I'm not convinced. What qualifications do you have to be Princess Lala's fiancé? At this time, several aliens stood up. These people were once Lala's suitors. Just you people, any more? Trunks stared blankly at the strangely shaped aliens in front of him, then glanced around, and there were no aliens standing up. These aliens are obviously rational. You must know that this is the Debbie Luke Palace. And it's the engagement of King Debbie Luke's princess. If they really mess up the engagement, they won't have any good fruit to eat. They only hope that these early birds can really mess up the engagement, so they may still have a chance. Boy, don't be too arrogant. You are not qualified to be Princess Lala's fiancé at all. Yes, that's right. Seeing his arrogant attitude, several aliens immediately shouted. Lala was a little angry, and was about to teach them a lesson with black technology, but was stopped by Trunks. Lala, let me come. Shaking Lala's hand, Trunks said with a smile, then turned to look at the group of aliens who didn't know whether to live or die. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Plop plop. It was just an instant, and all the aliens present knelt down directly under this terrifying pressure. The powerful momentum was even more oppressive. They couldn't raise their heads, they could only shiver. Too scary. Damn, who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? To die, he will never let us go. Damn, if I knew he was so powerful, I wouldn't be provocative. ... The aliens present were fearful and frightened, and everyone had a look of shock on their faces. The few aliens in front of Trunks were even more regretful. At this time, they were crawling on the ground, only hoping that Trunks would let them go. Seeing this, Kito nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, and the surrounding guards stepped forward and directly pulled the few people in front of Trunks away. These people are no longer eligible to participate in marriage, and they will be held accountable for causing trouble in the future. Seeing this, Trunks also regained his momentum, and his face was full of smiles again. If it wasn't for the engagement banquet today, those aliens who dared to provoke would never have survived. Next, the engagement banquet went very smoothly. After exchanging tokens and making vows with Lala, the engagement banquet finally came to an end. Trunks was also relieved. He only felt that after attending the engagement banquet, he was more tired than his battle with Majin Buu. Chapter 50. Bring the sisters back to Dragon Ball. 2 days after the engagement party. Haha, Trunks, are you going back? That's right, you also have something to deal with, but take Lala with you before you go. A week passed, and Trunks was ready to go back. Cheetah didn't stop him either, but asked to bring Lala with him. Trunks. At this time, Lala also got the news and came over, and she rushed over when she saw him. Trunks took Lala with a wry smile. Originally, he wanted to go back alone, so he would come and have a look when he had time. It doesn't seem to work now. Brother-in-law and brother-in-law, how can you not take us with you when you go back? It's too hateful. Meng and Nana also looked indignant. Ha ha ha, Trunks, just take them to your place to play. After all, you and Lala just got engaged, so you can't leave her alone. Cheetah patted his shoulder and laughed. Okay then. Trunks shrugged helplessly. It was only a matter of time before he took them there, but he wasn't ready yet. He was actually engaged to someone else without the knowledge of Shiu, his parents, and he could already imagine that Bulma would definitely be very angry. Then stand up too. Catch me, Trunks said to Meng and Nana. Oh, Meng and Nana quickly grabbed his arm. Forehead. Looking at Cheetos, Trunks didn't know what to call it for a while. Call me Cheeto. We'll be on our own. Cheeto saw his hesitation and smiled. So Cheetos, we left first and come back after a while. Trunks waved and laughed. Goodbye. The 3 Lala sisters also said their goodbyes. Haha, hurry up and go. Cheeto and Sci-Fi looked at them with a smile. Afterwards, Trunks no longer hesitated and used the chat group to prepare to go back. Ding. It is found that the group members carry 3 non-group members. Does it consume 1500 points? Yes. After the Trunks are confirmed, the next moment they disappear in front of Cheeto and Sci-Fi. ... When they reappeared, they were back at the Trunks house. But it happened to be seen by Bulma. Trunks, who are they? Bulma was very happy when the Trunks came back. However, when he saw the 3 Lala sisters, he suddenly lost his calm. These 3 girls are so pretty. It feels prettier than the Kasumigao Shiu that I brought back last time. Bulma was secretly amazed. Trunks really likes girls. Forehead. Trunks didn't expect to meet Bulma as soon as they came back, so their family should be quite big. Let me introduce you to each other first. This is Lala, my fiancé who just got engaged. Trunks explained somewhat embarrassedly. What? Bulma was stunned when he heard his words. My Trunks are secretly engaged to girls. Bulma, who had reacted, suddenly shouted. Trunks was a little helpless, and it took him a long time to explain to Bulma what happened. Of course, he did not disclose the chat group. Just saying he used instant transmission to go to another planet. And Lala and the 3 became very enthusiastic when they found out that Bulma was the mother of Trunks. It only took a while for Bulma to recognize Lala as the Trunks' fiancé. After all, no one dislikes a girl like Lala who is full of royal temperament but is innocent and cute. Trunks, you're finally back. The Boar's light device has been built, come with me. Vegeta also noticed that Trunks was back, and hurried over to look for him. Trunks was a little helpless, but had to go with him. Meng in the chat has been paying attention to Trunks, and when he sees him leaving, he asks Bulma curiously, Trunks, what is he doing? Oh, the father and son are going to use the Bull's light device. Bulma explained. Bull's light device. Hearing this term, Lala immediately became interested. Seeing that she was interested, Bulma took the three of them and followed, explaining to Lala as they walked. In the chat just now, Bulma also knew about some of Lala's genius inventions, which led to more topics between the two genius inventors. When the Trunks and Vegeta came to the room where the Bull's light device was placed, they didn't expect Son Goku to be there too. Yo, Goku uncle, Trunks greeted with a smile. It's Trunks. Son Goku was also sitting and exercising at this time, and he really couldn't sit still. As for why Son Goku was here, Trunks doesn't have to guess. Obviously he came for the Super 4 transformation. Although Vegeta is arrogant, he also told Son Goku how to transform into a Super 4. Otherwise, he will be the only one who turns into a Super 4, but without Son Goku as an opponent, he will die alone. Chapter 51 Vegeta's Super 4 Transformation. Then let's get started. Trunks didn't talk much, and let the two of them stand in the room where the Bull's light device was fired. When the two were ready, Trunks activated the switch of the Bull's light device. The next moment, two Boar's lights shot on them respectively. At this time, Bulma and the others also came, along with Ram and Rem, and Buu eating ice cream. Big brother. When Ram and Rem saw Trunks, they immediately rushed up. Trunks smiled and hugged the two little loli. Has it started already? Bulma asked after seeing Vegeta and Son Goku in the inner room through the glass. Well, it's already started. Trunks nodded. The three Lala sisters also looked at the two of them curiously. At this time, Vegeta and Son Goku have begun to involuntarily transform with the illumination of the Bull's light. Wow, I've turned into a monster. Meng Meng exclaimed suddenly after seeing the changes in the two. It's an alien who can transform into a giant ape. Nana also commented, because we are all Saiyans. Trunks smiled and explained, huh, Trunks have tails too, why don't I know? After hearing that Saiyan also has a tail, Meng Meng and Nana looked at Trunks curiously for a year. Because my tail has been hidden. Trunks' tails are usually wrapped around their waists, and they are only exposed when they transform into a Super 4. At this time, in the room illuminated by Boar's light, Vegeta and Son Goku have successfully grown their tails and began to involuntarily transform into a giant ape state. After transforming into a giant ape, the room suddenly roared again and again. And Vegeta only regained her sanity in an instant. But Son Goku shows no signs of regaining his sanity. If this continues, the room is likely to be destroyed by him. So, Trunks turned off the Bull's light device, then dodged into the room. Instantly transformed into a Super 1 state, and then knocked out Son Goku. Trunks, you should let me teach Son Goku a good lesson. Seeing Trunks knocking Son Goku stunned, Vegeta got a little upset. Originally transformed into a giant ape, he has a high fighting spirit and really wants to fight Son Goku, who has lost his mind. Trunks rolled his eyes when he heard this. Forget it, are you planning to demolish this place? Son Goku, who has turned into a giant ape, doesn't know the power of restraint, maybe he just hits it crookedly, and the earth is blown up. Vegeta snorted angrily when he heard the words, although he also knew that Trunks was right. Okay, Dad, you should try turning into a Super 4 now. Trunks said helplessly. Oh, that's right. Vegeta was dazed by the fighting spirit just now, and then she remembered their purpose of turning into a giant ape. As a result, Vegeta began to try to use the giant ape state to transform into Super Saiyan. Drink Vegeta shouted angrily and began to transform. In the eyes of everyone, he saw a powerful burst of chi, and then the chi and hair all over his body gradually turned golden yellow. Really, transformation is indeed relatively simple for Saiyan's advanced bloodline. Vegeta turned into a golden giant ape very smoothly. And it's not over yet. Vegeta roared continuously, and the momentum continued to soar. The entire space trembled. Trunks couldn't help but change his face when he saw this. I'm afraid this place will be destroyed by this powerful chi. So he instantly turned into a Super 4, and then arranged an energy shield around Vegeta. Wow, Trunks has transformed, so handsome. When Lala, Meng Meng and Nana saw that Trunks had transformed into a Super 4, they suddenly exclaimed. Because the appearance of Trunks Super 4 is really handsome. Of course, he is also very handsome in normal times, but he is even more domineering and majestic when he is a Super 4. At the same time, with the continuous improvement of Vegeta's chi, it finally changed when it reached the critical point. I saw that Vegeta's giant ape body was getting smaller and smaller, but in just a few breaths, it had become a normal human size. With red hair all over her body and black red hair, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan IV. Ha ha ha, feeling the power in her body, Vegeta couldn't help laughing. Powerful, really powerful. Vegeta looked at herself excitedly. I just feel that this power is really too powerful, and it is not at the same level as Super Saiyan. Trunks successfully transformed himself once he saw him, no surprise. Chapter 52 Getting ready to win Lala. It should be said that the Super 4 transformation is prepared for the advanced Saiyan bloodline. After all, it is almost impossible for ordinary Saiyan to regain his sanity when he transforms into a giant ape. Only a person with a strong will in martial arts like Son Goku can succeed. At this time, Son Goku slowly woke up, and when he saw Vegeta's appearance, he couldn't help exclaiming. Wow, Vegeta, you've made it. Ha ha ha. Yes, Kakarot, I have succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Seeing him wake up, Vegeta couldn't help laughing proudly. Son Goku was also a little envious when he saw this. He clenched his fists to cheer himself up. Okay, I will work hard next. Hey, Uncle Goku, don't forget that you will lose your mind after you transform into a giant ape, but you can't transform easily. Trunks couldn't help reminding him. Ah, what shall we do then? Son Goku was stunned when he heard his words. If he can't transform into a giant ape, then he can't transform into a Super 4. Trunks thought for a while and suggested, maybe you can call your father and go to the spiritual time room in the Temple of Heaven. If you transform there, you won't cause harm to the earth. That's right, Son Goku suddenly realized and then looked at Vegeta and said, Vegeta will ask you. Humph. 35 Vegeta snorted arrogantly, but still agreed, then help you 14 times. Quote, ah, thank you so much. Son Goku thanked him happily, then pulled Vegeta impatiently and said, then let's go now. 35. After speaking, without waiting for Vegeta to speak, Son Goku activated the instant transmission. The next moment, the two disappeared in front of them. Really, Goku was in such a hurry. Bulma saw that they were in a hurry and left, and couldn't help complaining a little. After all, the son brought his fiancée back, and Vegeta hasn't had time to meet him yet. Haha, Mom still doesn't understand Uncle Goku's temperament. Trunks smiled helplessly. That's right, of course Bulma also knows Son Goku's character, and that's what makes him a little helpless. Anyway, we don't care about them, let's hold a party to celebrate Lala and yours. Stop thinking about Son Goku, Bulma immediately shouted to everyone happily. Then, she ordered the servants to prepare the party, and she took Lala, Meng Meng and Nana to visit the house together. As the richest man in the world, their family may not be as good as Debbie Luke's palace, but it's not too small. It only covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Inside, there is even the existence of this artificial deep forest, various garden swimming pools, or entertainment game rooms. And it's very different from Debbie Lux's technology. Lala, Meng Meng and Nana are also very interested. After the party started, Lala and the three of them enjoyed a variety of different delicacies. After learning about Lala's system that she can't get fat no matter what, Bulma was quite envious, and she had the urge to summon Shenron to make a wish. Until night, a happy day is finally over. Originally, I was too embarrassed to do things with Lara in Debbie Luxing, but I thought I could climb the stairs of the adults when I came back. Unexpectedly, not only Ram came to his room, but also Meng Meng and Nana. The reason for the two of them is that they came over because they couldn't sleep in a strange room. This immediately made Trunks very depressed. The next day, having nothing to do, Trunks looked at the chat group. It seems that the group has not been very active these days, and almost no one has spoken. Super Saiyan. At everyone, how are you doing? Are you all okay? After sending this sentence, someone responded quickly. The Sorcerer King Ains are gone. Haha, the great underground tomb of Nazareth hasn't been intruded recently, so it's quite a leisurely time. 5. Saitama. Ah, it's been boring to practice recently. Also, after a mad woman learned your name from me recently, she clings to you every day. Super Saiyan. Oh, was that woman called Helbuki? Trunks moved in his heart. Hearing Saitama say this, he suddenly thought of Hell Fubuki. It seemed that she was the only woman who knew her name over there. Saitama. So you know Trunks, it seems that they are called Fubuki, and they are the first B-level hero. Sure enough, hearing his words, Trunks was sure that the crazy woman he was talking about was Helbuki. Super Saiyan. So did she say she has something to do with me? Saitama. It's like saying thank you or something. Super Saiyan. So that's how it is. Is it because the last time I took action to kill the Deep Sea King and saved her, so I specifically inquired about the news and wanted to thank myself? The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. Shizi, group leader, Trunks, should you explain? Suddenly Kasumi Shiyu's speech made Trunks' heart skip a beat, thinking that his engagement to Lala had been discovered. But if you think about it carefully, it should be a matter of Hell Fubuki. Now Trunks still doesn't know how to explain Lala's affairs to Kasumi Shiyu, and thinking about it makes her a headache. Super Saiyan. It's just that last time I went to Saitama's world, I killed a weirdo and saved some people. Shizi, group leader. Oh, really? It seemed that Shiu of Kasumi had believed him, but Trunks felt that there was something in her words. Blood red chili pepper. I have also started refining chakra recently, and I have to become a ninja as powerful as Naruto. Kushina is now 6 years old, and it is indeed the age when he began to refine chakra. Super Saiyan. Really? Then come on. By the way, group points should be able to make you stronger quickly. Blood red pepper. Yes, but I need more points, because I want to exchange for a pair of riding wheels. Seeing this sentence, Trunks was taken aback for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. Kushina actually wants to exchange the riding wheel which is really a smart decision. With the system of the Whirlpool family and the riding wheel, it feels very interesting. If there is another wooden escape, it is not a proper six-path immortal template. Super Saiyan. Come on. King Debbie Luke. Trunks, why are you up so early? Suddenly Kito also spoke, but why did he feel that there was something in his words? Trunks didn't know what to do. Super Saiyan. Cultivation cannot be neglected, it must be persevering. Saitama. Ah, Trunks is right. I'm going to practice for a while. 35. Seemingly inspired, Saitama, who was already lying flat and watching TV, immediately became excited and was ready to go out for some training. Huh, teacher, where are you going? Genos asked curiously, looking at Saitama-sensei who was already dressed. Oh, I'm going out to practice for a while, is Geno's coming? What, teacher is going to practice? Geno's was a little excited when he heard this, he worshipped Saitama as his teacher, just wanted to know his powerful secret. Now I can finally see Saitama-sensei cultivating. That's right, Saitama answered and walked out of the room. Geno's immediately followed. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. It's very rare for Mr. Saitama to say such a thing. King Debbie Luke. Haha, maybe I'm feeling pressure. But I'm going to resume my training recently, and strive to become stronger. Ains Gong. The Sorcerer King. 157 inches O. I didn't expect that even Debbie Luke would start working hard to become stronger. It's really good. Momonga sighed. Everyone in the group was interested in becoming stronger, but he himself had already reached the full level. Moreover, with all kinds of kryptonite items and world-class items, he is considered an invincible existence in this world, but he has no desire to become stronger. Besides, he couldn't get stronger. Super Saiyan. Doesn't the Sorcerer King want to become stronger? There should be such an item in the chat group. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. There are indeed items to make me stronger, but the points are needed. Thinking that when he joined the chat group, he was looking for items to become stronger in the group mall. He did find it, but the points needed were too many. With the dozens of points earned by signing in every day, I don't know how long it will take to buy it. Super Saiyan. Haha, there will definitely be many ways to get points in the chat group, don't worry. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. Ah, that's right, while they were chatting. Ding, welcome Xiaohui to join the Wanjie Chat group. Ding, welcome to the Little Thief Cat and join the Wanjie Chat group. Sha Shizi group owner, huh. Here comes a newcomer. 99. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. Oh, finally a newcomer. King Debbie Luke. The newcomer comes out and speaks quickly. If you don't understand, you can ask the group owner. Blood Red Pepper. I think it's better to let Sister Sha Shizi introduce these two people. Sha Shizi group owner Trunks, you should recognize these two people too. Are you here or me? Super Saiyan. It's up to you. In fact, Trunks is really not sure who the first person is, after all, there are too many named, way. As for the Little Thief Cat, the one with this title should be Nami in One Piece. Chapter 53 The newcomer explodes in photos, Nami. Sha Shizi group owner, then let me introduce it. First of all, the first one is called Xiaohui, and it looks like a girl. But I don't know who it is, in short, it's called Xiaohui. Much more, Kasumi Shiyu suddenly remembered Kato Megumi, couldn't it be her? Blood Red Chili Pepper. Even Kasumi Shizi doesn't know what. What about Brother Trunks? Super Saiyan. Like Shiu, I am not very clear about this Xiaohui. Sha Shizi group leader, it seems that only after she speaks can we know who she is Xiaohui. Sha Shizi group owner, next is the second rookie, called the Little Thief Cat. On our side is a character in the comics called One Piece. It happens that I also like One Piece very much. Her name is Nami, is a navigator. Little Thief Cat. Who are you? Why do you know my name and what is this place called chat group? Suddenly the newcomer Little Thief Cat spoke, which made the group members interested. Super Saiyan. The newcomer's photos, measurements and age, the big guys in the group will help you. When Trunks saw the newcomer join the group, he couldn't help but slap when he remembered the way he welcomed newcomers in his previous life. Sha Shizi group owner. Group reminder. Super Saiyan was silenced for 1 minute. King Debbie Luke. Ha ha ha, Trunks didn't expect you to be sanctioned by the group owner. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Brother Trunks, it's very rude to ask girls about this. Ains Olcorn Sorcerer King. Mr. Trunks is really special. Trunks was a little speechless when he saw this, but he didn't expect Pai to be punished by Shiu. Sha Shizi group owner at Xiao Thief Cat, ignore him, let me answer your question. First of all, we are all people from different worlds, you can understand them as people from different islands, and the chat group, it's where we can chat across distances and get stronger. 157 inches. Shajircho Shiu briefly explained, and in order to avoid the Little Thief Cat not understanding, he also used an analogy. Different islands are easier to understand than different worlds. Little Thief Cat, so you are from other islands. No, you can't be pirates. Nami hates pirates the most. Of course, she hated the Navy just as much. Blood Red Pepper. Of course we're not pirates anymore. Little Thief Cat. Then you must be the Navy who colluded with the pirates, none of you are good people. The Sorcerer King Ains Gong. This little sister, I think you have misunderstood, we are not the Navy, nor the pirates, nor even the people of your world, do you understand? Little Thief Cat. Neither a Navy, nor a pirate. Anyway, I don't think you are good people. After years of struggle, Nami won't trust anyone easily. Sha Shizi group owner, it seems that the newcomer's vigilance is a little high. King Debbie Luke. This is also impossible. Super Saiyan. I know something about Nami. Finally lifted the mute, Trunks couldn't wait to speak. Sha Shizi group leader, oh, are you talking about it? Super Saiyan. That's it. From her words so vigilant that she doesn't trust anyone, it can be seen that she must have been BEBD in the sea for a long time. And she should have not met Luffy and the others. Shajircho Shiu thought for a while, and suddenly felt reasonable. If it was Nami who met Luffy, then the attitude should not be so vigilant. Sha Shizi group leader, it seems to make sense. Little Thief Cat. Who are you? Why do you know so much? Super Saiyan. My name is Trunks, how about Nami, do you want me to help you take down the dragon pirates? Trunks said so, and also wanted to see if he could trigger the task to get points. But I really want to help Nami, after all Nami is also one of his paper wives. Little thief cat. Just because you want to solve the evil dragon pirates. Don't talk too much. Nami didn't believe him at all. However, her words made the group members laugh a little. If the Trunks can't take down the dragon pirates, then I'm afraid no one can help her. King Debbie Luke. Hey, little girl, how strong is the dragon pirates you said? Even Trunks can't solve it. Ainzer Gong Sorcerer King. That's right, Trunks are very powerful, so if you want to deal with the evil dragon pirates, there should be no problem. Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks is amazing, you can totally trust him. 359. Several people helped Trunks speak, but Nami didn't mean to speak. Apparently they were all liars. Sha Shizi group owner, forget it, after a while, she will understand. By the way, at Xiao Thief Cat, there is a sign-in function in the chat group, don't forget to sign in. Although he didn't want to explain more, Shiu of Kasumi Hill still reminded the Little Thief Cat group to sign in. After all, points are very important. Nami also saw her words, but she didn't care. But after thinking about it, she still found the group sign in place, and then clicked sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the group member Xiao Thief Cat who successfully signed in and got 88 points. This prompt made the chat group suddenly quiet. Immediately afterwards, the group members became amused. King Debbie Luke. Haha, this newcomer said he didn't believe everyone, but he still signed in. Super Saiyan. Ma Shang warned. Sha Shizi group owner, it seems that it won't take long for newcomers to accept the chat group. And the Little Thief Cat was a little embarrassed after seeing these ridiculing words. Immediately, she quit the chat group and ignored it. Xiaohui. That, hello everyone, my name is Tiansuohui, is what you just said true? At this time, the newcomer Xiaohui spoke. Hearing the name, Trunks immediately understood who she was. The spirit of eating halberds, also known as the spirit of village medicine. Tiansuohui is one of the main characters in this work, a girl with blue hair and double twist. The right bangs have a silver hairpin, and they are good at mild and simple local cuisine. Blood Red Pepper. Hey, this newcomer has also spoken. King Debbie Luke. It seems that this newcomer's ability to accept is relatively strong, much better than the Little Thief Cat just now. Sorcerer King Ainzer Gong. It's also because of environmental influences. Sha Shizi group owner, so the newcomer is called Tiansuohui. I know who you are. Xiaohui. Huh, Sha Shizi group owner, let me explain it to you first. We are people from other worlds, let's put it this way, Xiaohui, your world should have comics. And our chat group is to connect the world in comics. Xiaohui. Yes, is that so? Tiansuohui is still a little unbelievable. Sha Shizi group owner, that's right, that's it, and I also know some information about you, such as you are good at local and daily cooking, and the sport you are good at is table tennis. Kasumigao Shiu said a lot about Tiansuohui all at once. Even some things that Tiansuohui did not usually notice were mentioned. After seeing these words, Tiansuohui couldn't help but believe it. Xiaohui. So that's how it is. So what's the role of this chat group? Blood Red Pepper. It's very useful. If you have something that you can't solve, you can ask everyone to help, and you can use group points to make yourself stronger. Xiaohui. Make yourself stronger. Can you make my cooking skills stronger? 9. Tiansuohui is not interested in making himself stronger. But if she can improve her cooking skills, then she will be very happy. Sha Shizi group owner, of course, you can look at the group mall, there should be something to enhance the cooking level. Seeing this, Tiansuohui found the group mall and checked it out. Really, there are indeed many items in the group mall that increase the level of cooking, and they are not expensive. A few hundred points can be redeemed for cheap. This discovery immediately made Tiansuohui happy. Because the entrance exam is about to take place, but she has no confidence at all. If she can exchange the item in the group mall at this time, then she will have the confidence to pass the exam. And what Tiansuohui thinks about in his heart is called the chef's heart. The function is to allow the chefs to concentrate on cooking and not be distracted by foreign objects. Can play 102% of the strength. Tiansuohui's cooking level is not low, it can even be said that it is very good, but there is a disadvantage. That is easy to get nervous. Once tense, the strength can't be exerted at all. And this thing is exactly what she needs, but she can't afford it at all now. But the entrance exam is about to start, which makes her very anxious. Xiaohui. That, do you know how to get points? Sha Shizi group owner, the chat group has a sign-in function, and you can get points. How many depends on your luck. Xiaohui. Oh, thank you group leader. Tiansuohui thanked him, then searched again, and finally found the place where the group signed in. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Xiaohui for signing in successfully and getting 3 points. Sha Shizi group leader. Blood Red Chili. Super Saiyan. This is so black. Trunks was about to laugh out loud. I didn't expect Tiansuohui to be so dark. The first sign-in was only 3 points. This can be said to have refreshed the lower limit of group sign-in. Sha Shizi. It's really a bit dark. But it's not a big problem, you can continue to sign in tomorrow. At this time, Tiansuohui was already crying and fainting in the toilet, how could she be so non-Emirates? Chapter 54 Tiansuohui. It's over, Mom, I can't get married. Xiaohui. Then, can I ask if there are other ways to get points? Perhaps because Xiaohui was a little girl, neither King Debbie Luke nor the sorcerer King Ains Ergong were talking. Sha Shizi, group owner, you can also complete the tasks randomly triggered by the chat group, and you can also get a lot of points. Xiaohui. It's random. There's no other way. Tiansuohui is a little disappointed. It seems that she will not get the heart of a chef before the entrance examination. Super Saiyan. At Xiaowei, are you short of points right now? Trunks was a little curious, not knowing that Tiansuohui was so anxious and wanted to exchange something in the group mall. Xiaohui. That, because the entrance exam is about to be taken, so I want to improve my cooking skills. Super Saiyan. So that's how it is. So how many points are you missing? Xiaohui. Poor, 1000 points. 35. Super Saiyan. Let's do it. How about I give you 1000 points if you come to be our cook for a while? Trunks really want to taste something that will blow your mind, so it would be better to have Tiansuohui come over as a chef. And it only costs 1000 points, which is really cost effective. Xiaohui. Is that so? Will it be too much trouble? Tiansuohui has a gentle and friendly personality, and is very considerate of others, and is not willing to trouble others. But he is not very good at rejecting others, so he is very hesitant. Sha Shizi, group owner, don't refuse. Trunks are big money, and 1000 points are nothing. Blood red pepper. Yes. Xiaohui. Don't refuse. Xiaohui. Alright then. Under the persuasion of everyone, Tiansuohui didn't know how to refuse, and finally had to agree. Super Saiyan. That's great. By the way, I just haven't had breakfast yet. Xiaohui, is it convenient for you to come and prepare breakfast for me? 5. Trunks, who was still lying on the bed, was a little excited when she saw that she had agreed. Xiaohui. I'm quite free now. Super Saiyan. It's not too late, I'll invite you right away. After saying this, Trunks invited Tiansuohui. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan invites you to the world he is in, are you sure? Tiansuohui saw the prompt of the chat group, hesitated for a while, and then decided. Then she disappeared in place. When she appeared again, she was already in a room full of technology. But when she looked around for a week, she suddenly screamed. Yeah, she saw that there was a person taking a shower in this room, and she closed her eyes in fright. Trunks was also a little confused when he saw Tiansuohui behind him. Originally, after the invitation to Tiansuohui, he was going to get up to take a bath and then go to meet Tiansuohui. After all, the location of the chat group transmission is not certain. However, he didn't expect it to be teleported behind him while he was taking a bath. It's such a coincidence. Can that trouble Xiaohui to wait for me outside the door? 35. Trunks looked at Tiansuohui with his eyes closed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Ah, I'm going out right now. Tiansuohui was so frightened that she turned her back and was about to leave, but she crashed into the wall and suddenly cried out in pain. Hey, I said how do you go out with your eyes closed, and the door is over there. Trunks looked at the silly Tiansuohui speechlessly. Tiansuohui only opened her eyes when she heard the words, and after confirming that Trunks could not be seen in front of her, she hurriedly opened the door and went out. Sorry mom, I can't get married. Outside the door, Tiansuohui looked sluggish. Soon, Trunks came out of the shower. Seeing Tiansuohui standing stunned at the door, she smiled and waved her hand. Hello. Xiaohui, my name is Trunks. Huh, are you Mr. Trunks? Tiansuohui, who had regained his senses, was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned slightly red. Well, yes, I'm the one who asked you to come to my house as a chef in the chat group. 35. Trunks smiled and walked away. Come with me, I'll take you to the kitchen. Ah, oh. 35. Tiansuohui was stunned for a moment, then followed. Tiansuohui followed behind, looking at Trunks' tall and handsome figure and couldn't help being a little dazed. She couldn't help thinking of the scene in the bathroom just now. Immediately his face turned red. Tiansuohui, what are you thinking about? Tiansuohui shook his head, and then stopped thinking so much. Immediately afterwards, she was attracted by the world full of technology sense everywhere. There was a huge ceiling in the sky, and she could see the scorching sun outside. Not far away, you can even see a dense deep forest indoors. There are all kinds of planes and cars that have never been seen in the large parking lot, and there are even robots standing side by side. What the hell is this place? Tiansuohui was stunned. So, where the hell is Mr. Trunks here? Tiansuohui still couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Here, of course it's my house. Don't worry about getting to the kitchen, but it's better to get on the hover car. 99. While it's not very far from the kitchen, it's just not far from the Trunks. In fact, the location of the kitchen is at least a few hundred meters away. Simply, Trunks took the suspension car on the side and started it, then said to Tiansuohui, come on. Let's go by car. Oh, Tiansuohui was completely stunned. She even had to take a car to go to the kitchen. How big is this place? Soon they were in the kitchen. Ram and Rem were already waiting here because Trunks had ordered them to prepare the kitchen just now. Brother Trunks, you are here. The two little loli ran over when they saw him coming. The kitchen is ready. Let's go in first. 35. Several people entered the kitchen together. The whole kitchen is very clean and tidy, and the chef of their family is the only one left here. Trunks smiled and said to Tiansuohui, okay, Xiaohui will watch your performance next, let the head chef help you. Just ask him if you don't understand anything. Oh. After seeing the head chef with a serious face, Tiansuohui couldn't help thinking of his teacher and suddenly became a little nervous. Trunks looked at Tiansuohui, who was very nervous and was a little helpless. This can't go on like this. Tiansuohui in this state simply can't exert his due strength. He didn't want to wait to taste the failed dishes. Brother Trunks, let's fight Miss Xiaohui. 99. At this time, Ram stood up and said, can you? Trunks looked at the two little loli who were just a little more noble than the stove and doubted. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. No problem, brother, we usually learn cooking from the chef. Ram and Rem have studied cooking very hard. Okay then, Xiaohui, let them fight for you. That way you won't be nervous. 55. Trunks waved to the chef, who immediately backed out. After seeing the serious-looking head chef go out, Tiansuohui was obviously relieved. Then Xiaohui, you can start, I'm looking forward to your cooking. By the way, remember to prepare more. 99. After exhorting, Trunks exited the room. It seems that today's meal can't be called Vegeta and Son Goku, I feel like I can't eat enough. Because only Tiansuohui prepares the dishes alone, it is destined that the portion will not be large. Trunks feels that it's hard to say whether he can eat enough by himself, and don't forget that the three Lala sisters are also foodies. This is the food from the spirit of eating halberds, how delicious it will be. Trunks are very much looking forward to it. Go back to the room. Finding that Lala, Meng, and Nana hadn't gotten up yet, he felt helpless. After a long time, after Trunks said the temptation of delicious food, the three girls got up and washed. After a while, the three of them came to the restaurant and waited. Super Saiyan. At Rem, how are you and Xiaohui preparing? Is it going well? Trunks couldn't help but ask through the chat group. Sha Shizi, group owner, has Xiaohui started cooking? 39. Super Saiyan. That's right. The cooking has already started. King Debbie Luke. It sounds like this newcomer's cooking skills are good. Ains are gong. Yeah, Mr. Trunks looks like he's looking forward to it. Is it really that delicious? Blood red pepper. Sister Xiaohui is a chef. By the way, Sister Sha Shizi hasn't introduced the world of newcomers yet. Sha Shizi. Well, let me introduce to you. The world where Xiaohui lives is a world of chefs. Chefs have a high status, and Xiaohui is a member of Togetsu Academy, which specializes in training chefs. Blood red pepper. Wow, it's amazing. King Debbie Luke. The world of chefs. I don't know how the level of cooking in this world is comparable to the top chefs in my universe. Sorcerer King Ains are gong. I don't think I need to eat, so I won't speak. Super Saiyan. It should be better than the food in Cheeto. No, it should be said that it is not at all comparable. The so-called chef universe of Cheetona is also very good at cooking, but in the end it's just ordinary cooking. But the food in the spirit of eating halberd can turn corruption into magic. For example, making people burst into clothes, or seeing illusions, this is not like the ability that cooking can have. And the taste is even more delicious, it is full of praise. Trunks were wondering whether to hire some chefs in the world of spirit of halberd. After all, no matter how good a chef is, it's not for serving others. King Debbie Luke. Really? I want to taste it if you say so. Super Saiyan. Haha, this is no problem, I'll send you a copy later. Rem. Brother, it's ready, we'll deliver it right away. Super Saiyan. It's so good, you can eat it right away. Left the chat group. 5. Chapter 55 Little Chef Tiansuohui, Little Chitong's Mind. Sure enough, the Kung Fu Home robot delivered all the prepared dishes in a short while. Ram and Tiansuohui also followed behind the robot. Tiansuohui saw that these robots that could deliver vegetables were all confused, and there was such a high technology. Soon, the table was filled with various dishes. Xiaohui, you've worked hard, sit down quickly. Trunks greeted Tiansuohui to sit down. Then the robots began to lift the lids of the dishes. In an instant, the rich aroma filled the entire restaurant, making everyone swallow their saliva. Wow, it's delicious. What kind of food is this? Lala was instantly greedy when she smelled this fragrance. The same is true for Meng and Nana, the two little greedy cats are almost unable to hold back their saliva. Haha, let's start. Trunks didn't talk nonsense either, just let everyone start. Then, let me start. Lala and the others said a word, and then they couldn't wait to eat. Tiansuohui is good at local daily cooking, so some of the dishes on the table are her favorite dishes. Of course, meat is a must, and Saiyan is a carnivore. Excellent chefs are able to prepare different dishes according to different ingredients. Instead of always following the 173 recipes left by predecessors, making dishes step by step. Tiansuohui has done this very well. When Lala, Meng and Nana took the first bite, they were immediately immersed in the feeling of delicious food satisfying their taste buds, and they couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. Seeing their satisfied appearance, Trunks was a little amused. Woo, this is so delicious. Ram, who was on the side, also started, and as soon as he took a bite, he closed his eyes with a reddish complexion, enjoying the flavor of the food. Why didn't Mr. Trunks eat? Am I doing something wrong? Tiansuohui saw that he was slow to move his chopsticks, and asked cautiously. Trunks chuckled and said, no, Xiaohui did a very good job, so I'll start too. Saying that, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of barbecue and put it in his mouth. The roast meat is very smooth and tender, and after a light bite, the gravy is overflowing, soft and smooth. The taste is so good, it's simply unforgettable. Even the Trunks are indulging in the food-filled aftertaste. Tiansuohui was relieved when he saw his expression. It seems that Mr. Trunks still likes her cooking very much, which makes her very happy. Woo, delicious! Lala suddenly shouted, and then she stared at so many dishes on the table with her eyes shining. Then she couldn't wait to eat. The same is true for Meng and Nana, both of them can't care to talk, at this time they only have food in their eyes. Although I have eaten countless delicacies in the Debbie Luke Palace. But this kind of food is something they have never tried before, and they are captured by these food in an instant. Trunks couldn't help laughing at this, but he didn't say anything, because he already liked these foods. That's when a few people are eating. Bulma came smelling the scent. Huh, Trunks, are you having breakfast? Bulma looked at a large table of dishes and was suddenly curious. But when she smelled the fragrance, she was no longer curious. It smells so good, I want to eat it too. 99. Ram thoughtfully prepared tableware for her. Then Bulma couldn't wait to pick up a crystal-like shrimp and put it in his mouth. For a moment, Bulma only felt that the pores of the whole body were opened. This deliciousness cannot be described in words. Too delicious. Bulma shouted excitedly, and then joined in enjoying the food. Although Trunks was a little helpless to see this, he was relieved. Fortunately, it was not Vegeta or Son Goku. Otherwise, such a little food is really not enough. In just a moment, all the plates on the table were clean. Everyone looked satisfied. Ah, so full, so satisfied. Lala lay on the chair and patted her belly with a satisfied smile on her face. I'm too full, I'm definitely gaining weight now. Although Meng said this, she did not regret it at all. After all, these delicacies are really delicious. I really want to eat this kind of food every day. Although Nana was a little tired from eating, she still looked unsatisfied. Trunks, with this kind of food, you didn't call me, my mother is so sad. Bulma patted his stomach and looked at Trunks sadly. Trunks didn't twitch his lips when he saw this, he seemed to have forgotten about Bulma. But since they got up late, the Trunks thought Bulma had already eaten, so they didn't call them. By the way, which chef made these dishes? I remember that the chefs in our family don't seem to have this ability. Bulma was a little curious. Xiaohui did it. Trunks pointed to Xiaohui beside him. What? Only at this time did Bulma realize that there was another strange girl in the family. Hello auntie, my name is Tiansuohui. Tiansuohui quickly stood up and saluted. You're welcome, Xiaohui, you will be our family's royal chef from now on. 35. Trunks pulled Tiansuohui to sit down and laughed. When Tiansuohui heard his words, her face suddenly turned red. Did Xiaohui actually cook these dishes? It's amazing. Looking at Tiansuohui, Bulma couldn't help but sigh. She didn't expect her to be able to cook such delicious dishes at such a young age. You were complimented. Tiansuohui was a little embarrassed to be praised. With a cooking level like hers, the world on their side can grab a lot. But I didn't expect to come here, to be able to receive such courtesy. Tiansuohui couldn't help but feel a little more confident, and the sweet smile made people feel good. Afterwards, Trunks introduced Tiansuohui to each other. Just now, they were only interested in enjoying the food, but they forgot about it. After getting to know each other, the three Lara sisters and Ram are very enthusiastic towards Tiansuohui. After all, if you want to eat delicious food in the future, you will have to test Tiansuohui. Immediately afterwards, Trunks took Tiansuohui to the kitchen again. After all, he promised to prepare a meal for Shiu, Kasugaoka and Cheetah. And Tiansuohui was also very attentive after knowing that it was prepared for the people in the group. In no time, special pastries are ready. It was then distributed to the group members. Ding! Group member Super Saiyan sent a group red envelope, please collect it by yourself. Blood red pepper. Wow. Still mine. Thanks brother Trunks. 35. King Debbie Luke. I can't wait for a long time, let me taste if it's really as delicious as Trunks you said. Ains Gong Sorcerer King, I didn't expect, there's mine. Although poor Momonga also really wants to taste the taste, but now he is just a skeleton. But he had no choice but to give these pastries to his subordinates. Sha Shizi, group owner, unfortunately, it's class time here, so I can only taste it during my lunch break. 35. Super Saiyan. Haha, then look forward to it. Night Attack Ace Killer. I just returned from a mission, thank you. Kai Tong also received a meal. In normal times, Kai Tong is on assignments, and because his personality is not good at communication, he speaks very little. But when everyone needs help, they are very active. Super Saiyan. Haha, you're welcome, by the way, don't you know what's going on with you, Kai Tong? Trunks suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to know what timeline Kai Tong's side had developed, and whether the protagonist Tasmi had joined the night attack. After Kai Tong saw his question, he was silent for a while, because these were the secrets of the night attack. However, the Trunks were not from their side either, so Akahiko gave a simple explanation. Soon, Trunks learned something about Kai Tong's side. The plot hasn't started yet, but it's coming soon, and Kai Tong is still carrying out the assassination mission. And everyone in the group sighed very much when they knew that Kai Tong was still going through such a dark age. Blood red pepper. I didn't expect Sister Chitong's country to be so dark, it's so pitiful. Sha Shizi, group leader, the world of Chitong is very dark, it is hard to imagine that there is such a corrupt empire. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. this kind of empire should be overthrown as soon as possible, and a new empire should be established. King Debbie Luke. Ha ha ha, this kind of thing is too simple, just use force to conquer it, as long as your strength is strong enough, any emperor minister is just a joke. 5. As Cheetah, who rules the entire galaxy, he is very familiar with this kind of thing. 1.3. In his eyes, this kind of corrupt and dark empire, as long as it uses force to rule, and then reforms whatever it wants. Sha Shizi, group owner King Debbie Luke is right, but Kai Tong obviously doesn't have that strength, and she doesn't know how to govern the country. Shiu of Kasumigauka knew about the world of Chitong, and the powerful emperor's envoy like Estes. And even without mentioning Estes, Kai Tong's strength would not allow her to do so. Super Saiyan. Relying on strength to forcefully rule the entire empire, and then implement reforms, this is indeed a way, but it is a little difficult for you to do it, Chitong, maybe I can help you. 5. If Kai Tong wanted to, he wouldn't mind helping. If there is his shot, he can directly attack Wonglong and kill the ministers and corrupt forces. It's not up to him to decide how the empire will be at that time. Night Attack Ace Killer. Thank you. But allow me to think about it. Although Trunks promised to help, she was very happy. But she didn't make a decision in a hurry, but planned to discuss it with Nagistan. After all, she didn't think about what the consequences of doing this would be, and once she did it, she would need the cooperation of the rebel army. Otherwise, if the emperor is defeated, no one will take over the management. Chapter 56 Super Saiyan God Transforms, the way to become a god. Super Saiyan. It's time to think about it. My promise has always been valid. If you want help, you can come to me at any time. Night Attack Ace Killer. Thank you. When Kai Tong saw his words, she was immediately moved. She was just a stranger at first, but she didn't expect the other party to be willing to help her with all her might. Super Saiyan. Haha, the group members should help each other. After finishing the chat with Kai Tong, the group members who tried the food immediately began to bubbling. Saitama. Delicious. This snack is really delicious. King Debbie Luke. This taste is really unusual, even better than the best chef in universe in my place. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. My subordinates say it's delicious. Blood Red Chili. Oh my god. These snacks are so delicious, I've never had such a delicious snack before. Kushina was overwhelmed by the sweet taste after eating the snack. Tiansuohui. Thank you for your praise, in fact, my cooking skills are not very good. Tiansuohui felt a little embarrassed when she saw so many people complimenting her. Super Saiyan. Xiaohui doesn't need to be humble, I believe you will be the best chef in the future. Seeing this sentence, Tiansuohui left the chat group and glanced at Trunks, and her face turned red. Trunks also found it interesting to see her shy look. Okay, since Xiaohui makes us all feel satisfied, it's time to fulfill the promise. Saying that, he directly chatted with Tiansuohui, and then 14 sent a red envelope over there. Tiansuohui was stunned for a moment after receiving the prompt from the chat group. Get it now, you deserve it, Trunks chuckled and said again. But don't forget to come and prepare food for me when you have time. You will be our little cook from now on. Tiansuohui's complexion became even more ruddy when she heard the words. She received the red envelope, and sure enough, there were 1,000 points in it. Although 1,000 points are not many for Trunks, but for Tiansuohui, it is impossible to achieve in a short period of time. It can be said that Trunks' 1,000 points are nothing but help in the snow, which makes her very grateful. Yeah, from now on, I'll be here every day to help Mr. Trunks prepare the dishes. Tiansuohui nodded and smiled. Then don't hesitate. You can exchange what you need in the group mall first, and then try it out. Trunks said that he wasn't full just now, only 5 points full. Tiansuohui nodded happily, and then exchanged the chef's heart in the group mall. The next moment she didn't seem to feel any change. Why don't you try making a few dishes? Seeing her puzzled look, Trunks reminded. Since it is to increase the ability of cooking, it is naturally reflected in the cooking. Yes, I'll try it. Tiansuohui suddenly realized, and then began to cook. Sure enough, this time she obviously felt that she was not so nervous. Even with Trunks by her side, she is able to focus on cooking without distraction. Looking at Tiansuohui in a state of concentration, Trunks couldn't help nodding. It seems that the chef's heart really helped her a lot. In no time, a roasted meat with a spicy sauce is ready. Maybe it's the reason why Trunks likes to eat meat. Tiansuohui specially prepared meat dishes. The Trunks on the side couldn't help swallowing just by smelling the fragrance. The smell was so fragrant. PFF'd. Mr. Trunks, you can eat it. Tiansuohui couldn't help laughing when he saw his greedy appearance. Oh, then I'm welcome. Trunks couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth savory sauce instantly fills the taste buds. It's smooth, tender, and juicy, and it's simply delicious. Although he is an outsider in tasting food, he obviously feels that the barbecue is more delicious than the previous barbecue. Trunks gave a thumbs up and said, Xiaowei, congratulations, your cooking skills are fully displayed, this is even better than before. Really, thanks. 35. Tiansuohui was also a little excited. Just like before, she concentrated on cooking and was not affected by foreign objects at all, and she didn't feel any nervousness. She also felt that it was very miraculous. At this time, she was very confident to pass the entrance exam. It's all the result of your hard work, but if you want to thank me, prepare some more dishes for me to taste. Trunks waved his hands and laughed. Tiansuohui nodded immediately and said, I'll do it now. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. Until noon, Tiansuohui was busy making dishes. This made Tiansuohui exhausted, but fortunately, Togetsu Academy also had a course similar to making multi-person cooking. Trunks also satisfied the appetite. In the afternoon, Tiansuohui had already returned. However, when I left, I had already made an agreement with the Trunks, and I would take time to come over every day to prepare food for them. Just 1,000 points in exchange for such a sweet little cook, it's really worth it. At night, unexpectedly, Vegeta and Son Goku came over. Yo, Uncle Goku, looks like you've successfully transformed into a Super 4. Trunks smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Son Goku scratched his head with a smile and nodded. Well, I have successfully transformed into a Super 4 with the help of Vegeta. Ha, it seems that Uncle Goku has suffered a lot. Trunks looked at Vegeta, who was beside him, and couldn't help laughing. He could already imagine the scene where Son Goku became irrational after turning into a giant ape, and then was beaten by Vegeta. To bring Son Goku back to his senses, Vegeta will not do anything gentle. There was only one way he could do it, and that was to beat hard enough until Son Goku regained his senses. In fact, Trunks guessed right, and that's exactly what Vegeta used to bring Son Goku back to his senses. To this end, they spent several months in the spiritual time room to succeed. Hearing him say that, Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. It's good if you succeed. It seems that this time the martial arts exchange conference will be very exciting, but before that, I need Uncle Goku to do me a favor. Trunks put away his smile and looked at Son Goku. No problem, I don't know what to do. Son Goku patted his chest and said, come over tomorrow with Gohan and Goten. 35. Trunks doesn't explain much. Oh, Son Goku nodded and left. Vegeta frowned at him and asked in confusion, Trunks, what are you doing? Hee, it's just a new transformation, I need Son Goku's help. 39. Trunks smiled. What, new transformation, more powerful than Super 4? Vegeta's eyes lit up and she said excitedly. No, it's not necessarily better than Super 4, but it's a brand new realm, you'll know the specifics tomorrow. Trunks doesn't explain much. That's right, counting him, Vegeta, Trans, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Son Goten, there are already 6 Super Saiyans on the planet. Now that he has been able to collect 6 Saiyans, of course he is ready to try and transform into Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God may not be able to compare to Super 4 in terms of strength, but it completely crushes Super 4 in terms of realm. This is a kind of divine realm. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, the chi in the body will no longer be ordinary chi, but will become God's chi. Although the amount of chi has not greatly improved, it can be understood that it is still the norm. But the quality is not a level at all. It can be said that achieving Super Saiyan God is the most correct path for Saiyan. Seeing him, Vegeta refused to say more, and did not continue to ask. Anyway, she would know the answer tomorrow. 173. The next day, after eating the breakfast prepared by Xiaohui, Trunks, Vegeta and his younger brother Trans came to the outdoor open space. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Son Goten also arrived, and in order not to disturb them, Bulma, Chi-Chi, the 3 Lala sisters, and Ram were all watching nervously not far away. Trunks, what are they doing? Lala said curiously. Sister, didn't Trunks say it yesterday? It's going to be a kind of transformation. Meng replied helplessly. Yes, it should be a very powerful transformation. Nana also looked at the people in the house with interest. Trunks are amazing, always discovering new things. 35. Bulma folded her arms and looked very proud. She found that Trunks are not only scientifically able to invent new things, and she is one step ahead of everyone in martial arts. Even Son Goku, whom she has always trusted the most, has to bow down. While a few people were chatting. Open space. Okay, remember what I said to you just now. After telling several people about the steps and details of transforming into Super Saiyan God, Trunks looked at everyone and asked. The process of transforming into Super Saiyan God is not complicated. Simply put, there must be 6 Saiyans with a heart of justice. Let 5 Saiyans infuse the heart power into the body of another Saiyan, and they can successfully transform. Understood. I didn't expect such a transformation method. Son Goku couldn't stop his excitement after listening to it. If the Trunks transformation succeeds, it has to be me the next moment. Vegeta crossed her chest with both hands. Don't worry, Vegeta, no one is fighting you, everyone can try it. Son Goku had an indifferent look on his face. Then let's get started. Trunks looked at everyone and said. Chapter 57 Super Saiyan Trunks vs Super 4 Goku, Fierce Battle. Then Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trans and Son Goten formed a circle holding hands. Then Vegeta and Son Goku put their hands on the Trunks, back. Boom. In an instant, all 5 of them turned into Super Saiyan, and the powerful chi made the surroundings tremble. Fortunately, there are protective shields arranged by Trunks in advance, which did not damage the surrounding environment. Immediately afterwards, all 5 of them breathed chi into Trunks' body. Let him also involuntarily transform into Super Saiyan. No. Feeling that although the chi in the body has become stronger, but it has not changed qualitatively, the Trunks know that they have misunderstood. Hearing his words, the 5 stopped instantly. Trunks turned around helplessly and explained. What you want to inject into me is not chi, but the power of heart, understand? 99. Vegeta and Son Goku thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, Then do it again. With that said, Trunks turned around. What the power of the heart is, no one can explain it clearly, only one can comprehend it by himself. But as long as one person comprehends success, he can lead everyone. This time everyone closed their eyes and carefully understood the power of the heart. At this moment, a golden light suddenly bloomed on Son Goku's body, turning the surroundings golden yellow. Immediately after that, Vegeta and Son Gohan, Son Goten also bloomed with golden light under his infection. The five involuntarily transformed into Super Saiyan state, but there was no powerful burst of momentum. Then golden light was injected into Trunks' body, which made him transform into Super Saiyan. At the same time, at a certain moment Trunks' breath changed and became imperceptible, only God could feel his breath. At some point in the sky, golden clouds gathered, as if to congratulate the birth of the God. In the dazzling light, Trunks finally became the legendary Super Saiyan God. When Trunks successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God, golden clouds spread all over the sky, and this vision made everyone in the entire West City couldn't help but look up at the sky. Where is the Universal Capsule Company? I don't know what invention has been made. It's definitely experimenting with new inventions, it's amazing. It's nice to be rich. Want to know where and what happened? It was so shocking. At the same time, successful, great. Looking at the Trunks bathed in light, Bulma suddenly shouted in surprise. Did Trunks really succeed? It's amazing. 35. Lala and the others also looked surprised. Vegeta and Son Goku also watched Trunks in shock for a year. At this moment, they realized that they could no longer feel the anger of Trunks. But the Trunks were clearly right in front of them. Did you really transform successfully? Vegeta was so excited that she couldn't believe it, although she didn't feel Trunks' anger. Not sure if it is more powerful than Super 4, but it is undoubtedly a very powerful transformation. Yes, this should be a success. Son Goku also showed an excited expression. It was at this time. The light finally dissipated. I saw that Trunks appeared in front of everyone in an unprecedented manner. Bright red hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes turned into red pupils. The body has also become lean, no longer the appearance of exploding muscles, and the whole body is covered with ore like the flames of the sun. The Trunks at this time are ethereal, giving people a feeling that they are not ordinary people. Clenching his fist, Trunks felt it, and found that his chi really didn't get stronger. But at this time his chi was no longer ordinary chi, but divine chi. Just like the destructive power of Beerus, it belongs to the power of the gods. Of course, his newly born divine energy is definitely not comparable to the power of destruction. And the benefits brought by becoming a god are also very many, and it is said that the lifespan has increased by how much. In terms of combat power, there is definitely no Super 4 strong, but it is not weak. At least it is much stronger than Super 3. However, the transformation of Trunks' Super Saiyan God is not permanent at this time. When the time is up, the transformation will be released and returned to its original form. Trunks, how are you feeling? Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Vegeta asked with a frown. It feels very good, and it would be great to be able to make this transformation the norm. 359. Trunks clenched his fists and laughed. The Super Saiyan God transformation itself can be said to be the norm, but what he is talking about is the permanent normality, not the time-limited transformation. So, what is the name of this transformation? Son Goku asked curiously. I call it Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. 99. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, a little surprised. Yes, this is the realm of God. 35. Trunks nodded. Great. Then it's time for me to transform. Vegeta can't wait to transform into Super Saiyan God. Don't worry, let me try the combat power in this state first. Who of you want to come? Trunks clenched his fists and looked at Vegeta and Son Goku defiantly. I come. Son Goku reacts faster than anyone else when he hears that he wants to fight. Vegeta also wanted to fight Trunks, but he was preempted by him, and he was suddenly upset. Okay, without further ado, let's change positions to fight. With that said, Trunks grabs Vegeta and trans on instant transmission. The next moment, they came to the place where they fought Son Gohan last time. Did you go to that place? Son Goku can't feel Trunks' air, but he can feel Vegeta's air. Then grabbed Son Gohan and Son Goten and used instant transmission, and came to the Trunks. Just here, Trunks looked at Son Goku and said, Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta and Son Gohan retreated for a while. Then let's get started. Trunks also took a fighting stance without much nonsense. It is good. Son Goku nodded, and after transforming into Super 1, he also assumed a fighting stance. The next moment, he took the initiative to charge towards Trunks. Stop. Wait. The Trunks' abrupt call stopped Son Goku almost stunned. He looked confused. What's wrong? Uncle Goku, are you planning to fight me in this state? Trunks snorted disdainfully. It was a complete joke and disrespectful to him to even delusionally want to fight him with a Super 1 transformation. Trunks are not the kind of people who can get rid of one move in seconds but keep playing with their opponents. If Son Goku fights him in this state, he doesn't mind one-shot kills. Not far away, Vegeta also snorted coldly. This guy Kakarot really underestimates Trunks. This is the problem with Son Goku. No matter who the opponent is, he has to try one or two before he can show his true strength. But it doesn't work here with Trunks. Yes, then I'll use all my strengths. Seeming to think this is not good, Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. Immediately afterwards, he turned into a Super 4 and faced the Trunks with the strongest attitude. It's almost there. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. Then the battle begins. Before he finished speaking, Trunks had already disappeared in place. Boom. In an instant, Son Goku was punched in the stomach before he could react. Wow. Son Goku let out a pained cry, his body bowing with tremendous force. But it's not over yet. The next moment, countless fists slammed towards Son Goku. Son Goku suffered a big loss in the first round because he couldn't feel the anger of Trunks. Boom. The Trunks threw the last punch. Son Goku suddenly screamed and was sent flying, smashing several mountains before stopping. Dad. Seeing Son Goku being knocked out, Son Gohan and Son Goten exclaimed. Humph. Vegeta couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Trunks clenched his fist and couldn't help but smile. Super Saiyan God is characterized by relatively balanced attributes. Fast and powerful, but overall there is still no Super 4. Trunks can beat Son Goku by surprise, firstly because Son Goku is careless, and secondly thank Zhao because Trunks' normal combat effectiveness is relatively strong. And don't forget that his body has turned on the limiter and is getting stronger every day. How strong his body is now, even he himself does not know. Moreover, the physical strength cannot calculate the combat power, but the bonus to the combat power in the combat power is very large. Therefore, at this time, Trunks is not afraid of Super Saiyan God in the form of Super Saiyan God. Boom. Son Goku shook off the rubble on his body and rushed over again. Trunks also took the initiative to greet him. A war broke out again. Boom. In the sky, Trunks and Son Goku kept BG against each other, punching and kicking with great power. With the defense this time around, Son Goku didn't get knocked down so easily. The battle between the two looked evenly matched. It was the first time that the Trunks had fought Son Goku at full force. As for the last phantom encountered in Majin Buu's body, of course it doesn't count. Drink. Double. Suddenly, Trunks shouted and pushed Son Goku back with a punch, followed by an afterburner with one hand. Son Goku seized this using Kamehameha to resist. However, Trunks had no plans for Bo. At the same time as Ki Blast was fighting, his figure disappeared instantly. Chapter 58 Meng Meng Da Limu, the way to permanently transform into a super race god. Instant transmission. Son Goku was taken aback. The next moment, the figure of Trunks appeared behind him. Spiral bomb. I saw that Trunks rubbed a Qigong bomb in his hand and smashed it directly at Son Goku. As you can tell from the name, this Qigong bomb is different from ordinary Qigong bombs because it incorporates the principle of irregular rotation. It is a trick created by Trunks, and the inspiration is from an anime. However, compared to the moves in the anime, the power of his move is obviously stronger. Son Goku hurriedly turned around but didn't have time to use the Qigong bomb, so he could only block it with his arm. However, this move by Trunks is not so easy to block. After the spiral bullet hit Son Goku, it flew into the sky with tremendous force, and then the spiral bullet turned into a huge spinning sphere, and then exploded directly. Boom. In an instant, both the sky and the earth continued to tremble. The dazzling light made it impossible to see what was happening inside. After a long time, the light dissipated. Only then did Son Goku's stature reveal itself, and I saw that he was already covered in bruises and bruises. Hee hee. Son Goku, who was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, couldn't help laughing when he saw Trunks, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. This move is really powerful. Even Vegeta and Son Gohan were shocked by this move. After all, it is possible to injure Super 4 Son Goku with a single blow, and the power of this move is unquestionably powerful. Haha, this move is okay. Trunks smiled. In fact, he was quite satisfied with the move he created at random. After all, it's just an ordinary Qigong bullet, so it's certainly not bad to have this power. Seeing that Son Goku still wanted to fight, Trunks quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Goku, our 173 battle should be reserved for the martial arts exchange meeting. Huh, why? Son Goku's face is stunned. He has just aroused the will to fight. If he doesn't fight, he won't fight. Because it's time to transform. As soon as Trunks finished speaking, he saw that he had changed back from the state of Super Saiyan God. It's the end of Super Saiyan God's transformation time. The first time you use external force to transform into Super Saiyan God has a time limit, and it will be automatically released when the time is up. This is the disadvantage of relying on external force to transform. But it doesn't matter, because after having a transformation experience, he has been able to transform into Super Saiyan God by himself. Unfortunately, this transformation is still not permanent. As for the Super Saiyan Blue color, it is also very simple. To put it bluntly, Super Blue is Super Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God. Simply put, it is to transform into Super Saiyan 1 with Super Saiyan God Red. Red hair plus blonde hair equals blue hair. This is the Super Blue transformation. So Super Blue is stronger than Super Saiyan God, but it also consumes more gas. Thinking of this, Trunks suddenly had a bold idea. After transforming into a Super 1 in the form of Super Saiyan God, it is a Super Blue, so what if it becomes a Super 2 or Super 4? How strong will it be? Will he directly hang Beerus? This matter is yet to be verified. Trunks will put this matter aside for now and try it later. And Son Goku was a little helpless to see that he really stopped fighting, but he had to give up. Okay, then it's time for me to transform into Super Saiyan God 2. Vegeta walked up excitedly. No problem. Trunks nodded. The next thing is very simple, with the presence of Trunks, who has successfully transformed. Vegeta's transformation went very smoothly. At the same time, auspiciousness descended again in the sky, and golden clouds stretched across the sky for dozens of miles. Then it was Son Goku's turn, and he also turned into Super Saiyan God very smoothly. But it failed when it was Son Gohan's turn. The Trunks eventually came to the conclusion that Son Gohan's normal combat power was too low. This time the battle with Majin Buu was won easily, but Son Gohan also lost the chance to become the mysterious Gohan. But there are advantages and disadvantages. The original old Supreme Kai's method of improving his strength always feels a bit overdrawn potential. It also led to the stagnation of Son Gohan's strength later, and the gap between Son Goku Vegeta and Son Goku Vegeta became wider and wider. Today's Son Gohan still has a chance to catch up with them if he works hard. After all, Son Gohan's potential is terrifying. Even Son Gohan can't transform into Super Saiyan God, let alone Son Goten and Trans. Vegeta and Son Goku couldn't wait to fight after transforming into Super Saiyan God. Trunks returned home alone, ready to work out how to keep normalcy as Super Saiyan God. Hey, Trunks, you're back. As soon as I got home, I saw that Lala and the others had not left. Holding Lala, Trunks smiled and nodded. Yeah, how's it going? Did the Trunks transform successfully? Meng Meng asked excitedly. Well, the transformation has been successful, and the transformation is called Super Saiyan God. Trunks explained with a smile. God, Big Brother is amazing. 35. Ram looked at him with admiration. What about Trunks, Goku and Gohan? Chi-Chi asked suspiciously. Don't ask, they must be fighting. Bulma waved her hand, she knew the two guys best. Sure enough, my Trunks are the best. This sentence made Trunks a little ashamed. He couldn't wait to go to the training room to study Super Saiyan God. But now that I think about it, Lala, Meng Meng and Nana just followed him, so they can't let them play by themselves. BEBD looks like I need to spend more time with them, not like Son Goku and Vegeta. Thinking of this, Trunks also gave up the idea of going to the training room. Afterwards, I took the 3 Lala sisters and Ram to go shopping in Exedu. Lala and the others who just came here haven't visited the western capital yet. It made them happy now. A happy day passed so happily. Until night, Trunks came to the training room alone to practice, and his goal now is to completely turn the Super Saiyan God state into a normal state. Not just a state of transformation. Logically speaking, his idea should be no problem, but it is very difficult to do. Drink. In the training room, Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan God state with a loud shout. He silently felt the change in the divine energy in his body. Although this state consumes very little, it cannot be done permanently. After the gas is exhausted, it will still exit the transformation state. After a night of research, the Trunks came up with nothing. Pat. Suddenly the door of the training room opened, and a young figure walked in. The contemplative Trunks was also awakened. It's Rem. How come you get up so early? Trunks greeted with a smile. Good morning, brother. 35. Rem showed a very self-healing smile. It made him feel calm after getting nothing for a night. Lara-sama and everyone are worried about your brother. 35. A worried look appeared in Rem's big eyes. Because Trunks sneaked out last night, everyone was very worried, but knowing that Trunks was going to practice, they didn't follow him. But without the Trunks, everyone wasn't resting very well. I'm sorry to make everyone worried. Trunks scratched his head embarrassedly. If there is something wrong with my brother, say it, maybe we can help you. Although Rem is still young, she knows a lot. Trunks only felt warm in his heart when he heard the words. Sure enough, Rem was his own little padded jacket. Trunks couldn't help holding Rem's petite body in his arms, although he didn't think Rem would know about Super Saiyan God's transformation. But he still told Rem. After listening to it, Rem thought for a while and then said, Sorry, my lord, I don't know how to do what you said, but I think the chat group should be able to solve this problem. 5. And Trunks suddenly realized after hearing Rem's words. That's right, I even have a chat group. It's all his fault that he kept thinking about his own cultivation, but he didn't expect to forget about the chat group. Thank you so much, Rem, you really helped a lot. Kissing Rem on the forehead, Trunks was excited, and Rem leaned into his arms with a reddish face. Excited Trunks opened the chat group directly, and then searched for it in the group mall. Sure enough, he found Super Saiyan God to transform. And he also found a surprise. It only takes 10,000 points to become Super Blue. Trunks looked, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he was suddenly a little confused. It was clear that the last time I watched it, I still needed 1,000,000 points. Unexpectedly, it only takes 10,000 points to turn into Super Blue now. However, although he has not yet transformed into Super Blue, he believes that he can successfully transform, so there is no need to waste 10,000 points. Then Trunks suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the prices of these transformations in the Kyun Mall have something to do with their own strength? If you are closer to this transformation, then the price of transformation in the group mall will be lower. It's like Super Blue turned into a general. If it is before, it needs 1,000,000 points. Now, after he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God, only 10,000 points are enough. Thinking of this possibility, Trunks looked at other items and finally came to a conclusion. Chapter 59 Kushina's Help, the dimensionality reduction blow to the ninja. He guessed right. The closer one's strength is to a certain transformation, the lower the points required for this transformation. The transformation of Super Saiyan God is also impressive. However, He has already transformed into Super Saiyan God, so there is no Super Saiyan God transformation in the group mall. But the God of Permanent Transformation Super Saiyan is also in it. Super Saiyan God Normal Price. 500,000 points. Description. Make Super Saiyan God the normal state forever and become the real Saiyan God. When Trunks saw the required points, he frowned. I have been able to transform into Super Saiyan God state, but I didn't expect that I still need 500,000 points. Is it really so difficult to make Super Saiyan God the norm? What's the matter, big brother? Seeing him frown, Rem couldn't help but worry. Haha, it's okay, let's go, it's time for us to have breakfast. Trunks laughed and left the training room with Rem in his arms. In any case, making Super Saiyan God the norm can be regarded as a problem of eyes and points, so we can only take it slowly. After having breakfast, Lala went to her laboratory with Bulma, probably to study some black technology. What kind of black technology are the two genius scientists trying to develop? Trunks expressed great anticipation. On the other hand, he was dragged by Meng Meng and Nana to play games, and the two girls just liked to play. Trunks can only play with them. Look at the trick, haha, Nana, you really are not my opponent. At this time, in front of an arcade-like game console, Meng Meng and Nana were playing a fighting game. Humph, it's not taught by Trunks, otherwise, Meng Meng is definitely not my opponent. 99. Nana snorted, with a look of unyielding expression on her face. Meng Meng's face was a little red when she heard the words, because at this time she was sitting on Trunks' lap and let Trunks teach by hand. Trunks said he was very helpless. After all, a young and beautiful girl like Meng Meng was sitting in his arms and kept moving. This little sister-in-law seems to be doing it on purpose. Okay, Meng Meng, you have been able to defeat Nana, come down. Oh, Meng Meng seemed to have found something, and her face was reddish. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Let the two of them continue to play. Trunks did it while drinking the tea prepared by Ramram. When he was bored, he looked at the chat group. It was found that Saitama and Cheetah also had an appointment to fight once, but obviously, the current Cheetah is not Saitama's opponent. Speaking of which, Saitama said last time that Hellfubuki had been blocking the door to see him. Trunks is thinking about going over to see Hellbuki. But right now, someone in the chat group spoke. Blood Red Pepper, please help me. 95 feet. Ding. Trigger the group quest. Blood Red Pepper's help. Task requirements. Save the country of Vortex. Task limit. Only 4 people can accept this task. Task reward. Participating group members will each get 10,000 points. After the group task prompt appeared, the group immediately became lively. King Debbie Luke. The mission was triggered. Is there any danger over there, little girl? 99. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. Speak up and we will definitely help you. Sha Shizi Group Owner. Yes, no matter what it is, everyone will help you solve it. Super Saiyan. Kushina, don't worry, first tell me what happened. Blood Red Pepper. It's like this, the country of the Vortex is facing a large number of ninja attacks. 99. It was exactly what Trunks thought. The day when the kingdom of Vortex was destroyed finally arrived, and Kushina had not considered asking for help from the chat group. After all, the country of Vortex is covered by Konoha village. And the distance between the two sides is very close. If you ask Konoha for help, it will be too late. However, for some reason, the reinforcements from Konoha village have been delayed. Seeing that the entire country of the Vortex has fallen into a large area, there is no way for Kushina to ask for help in the chat group. Super Saiyan. Don't worry, Kushina, we're here to help. After listening to Kushina's explanation, Trunks had already decided to help. Sha Shizi Group Leader. Now let's decide who will take over the mission. Trunks is definitely one, so who else wants to go? King Debbie Luke. Count me in. I happen to be free. Sorcerer King Ains Ergen. I can also help. Sha Shizi Group Owner. Is there no one? 99. Super Saiyan. It's not too late, just Shiu, take over the mission. The 4 of us can set off then. Sha Shizi Group Leader. I'll go. Can I? Kasumigauka Shiu was taken aback. Although she inherited Hellfubuki's psychic power, she should have no problem dealing with General Genin or Chunin. But this is a battlefield, and the enemy will not fight you one-on-one. As long as 2 or more Genin, it is enough to make Shiu Kasumigauka, who has no combat experience, be in a hurry. Super Saiyan. It's okay, we're here. Sha Shizi Group Owner. Well then. 9. Kasumigauka Shiu didn't hesitate too much, she had absolute confidence in Trunks. Then the 4 quickly took over the task. The next moment, they were teleported to a somewhat chaotic street. Rem. Brother Trunks, don't forget to start the live broadcast. As soon as he got here, Rem sent a private chat. Trunks will not refuse to see this, of course, that is, it is a matter of convenience. Super Saiyan. Okay, after replying, he started the group live broadcast. Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast, members are welcome to watch. Group reminder. Rem entered the live broadcast room. Saitama. I wasn't here just now, and I missed the group mission. It's a pity, but fortunately there is a live broadcast to watch. Group reminder. Saitama entered the live broadcast room. Xiaohui. Did the Trunks go on a mission? I'm so worried. Group reminder. Xiaohui actually live broadcast room. Group reminder. The Night Attack Ace Killer entered the live broadcast room. Group reminder. Little Thief Cat entered the live broadcast room. In an instant, the members of the chat group all entered the live broadcast room. To the surprise of Trunks, Nami also entered the live broadcast room. But he ignored them. At this time, after these people suddenly appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of several ninjas. After all, Momonga's 2-meter-high skeleton frame is really eye-catching. Who are you? A few masked ninjas quickly jumped to the roof not far from the Trunks, examining them. In the current situation of foreign invasion, a few strange people suddenly appeared in the city, which immediately alerted the ninjas of the country of Vortex. Don't be nervous, we are here to help you defend against foreign invasion. For flowers, Trunks spoke as softly as he could. The leading ninja frowned, he didn't see these people as human ninjas either. But that skeleton-like thing looks like a puppet of a puppet master no matter how you look at it. This had to make him vigilant. Seeing that these ninjas didn't speak, but didn't leave, the Trunks knew they did believe it. Ah, it's all my fault, I forgot to disguise myself. Momonga scratched his skull in embarrassment. However, this action immediately surprised the surrounding ninjas, and the skull actually spoke. Suddenly these people became more vigilant, but they did not dare to act rashly. After all, flying squirrels that are more than 2 meters high are still very oppressive. Wait, let me first ask where Kushina is. Kasumi Shiyu told everyone not to act rashly, and then used the chat group to contact Kushina. Got the news in no time. Kushina is now in the daimyo mansion in the center of the country of Vortex, how is it? Are we going to go over there? 55. Kasumi Shiyu looked at Trunks and asked. The entire country of the Vortex is actually not that big. As a member of the Vortex Ninja Village, Jushinai is at the center of the country of Vortex to resist foreign enemies. Of course we must, otherwise our rescue operations will be thwarted. 35. The ninjas in the country of Vortex do not know them either, and if they do not cooperate, their actions will be troublesome. Cheetah and Momonga also nodded. After that, Trunks hugged Kasumi Shiyu and flew into the sky with Cheetah and Momonga. Flying, the ninjas below were stunned when they saw these strange people flying into the sky. The speed of the four is very fast. In just a moment, he came to the center of the country of the Vortex. As the location of the Daimyo Palace in the land of Vortex, this is also the main place where the enemy invades. As can be seen from the sky, various large ninja beasts summoned by ninjas continue to destroy houses and buildings. Cheetah, Momonga, let's kill these invading ninjas first. Trunks frowned as he looked at the ninja beasts raging below. It is good. Cheetah and Momonga nodded, and then they spread out one by one. Trunks put me down. I can fly by myself. Kasumi Shiyu was afraid of affecting the actions of the Trunks, so he offered to fly by himself. With the power of hell blowing snow, she has no problem if she wants to fly in the sky in a short time. And she still has the all-purpose capsule that Trunks gave her. Need not. The corners of Trunks' mouth were slightly raised, and he hugged Shiu of Kasumi with one hand, and rushed towards a huge-tailed beast like a wild boar below. I saw him stretch out his index finger, and a little light shot out from the fingertip. Boom. The rays of light shot through the body of the tailed beast extremely fast, followed by a violent explosion. Great. The tailed beast has been wiped out. Great. Who did it? The ninjas in the country of the Vortex were surprised when they saw that the ninja beasts that made them helpless were killed. Look at someone in the sky. At this time, a ninja from the country of Vortex pointed to the sky and shouted. The other ninjas also looked to the sky. I saw a tall and handsome man floating in midair with a girl in his arms. This scene made everyone stunned, and it was really appalling that someone could stand in the sky. However, this ninja's cry also attracted the attention of the enemy ninja. Chapter 60. The group task is completed. Nami is eager to get help. At this time, in the town below, several water dragons, plus a few wind blades, attacked the Trunks in the sky. Humph, overcome. Trunks snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. I saw him hug Shiu of Kasumi Hill and landed on the street below. Immediately after that, the speed is constantly flashing on the street, and every stop will take away the life of a ninja. In just a few seconds, dozens of ninjas were instantly killed. Trunks don't know if they are Chunin or Shangnin, or Elite Junin. Because these ninjas are no different in front of him. At the same time, Cheetah and Momonga also started to act. Bright Emerald, Blessing of the Magic Singer, Infinite Barrier, Magic Barrier Holy. Momonga added dozens of buffs to himself as soon as he came up, and then landed in the center of the ground battlefield. The ninjas in the country of the Vortex do not know who is coming, and they dare not act rashly. However, the enemy ninjas have no intention of stopping, because they have no information that such people have joined the battlefield, so they are determined to be the enemy. In an instant, several Junin attacked. 173, Thunderbolt, Thunderball, 99, Thunderbolt Black Panther, 35. Two of them launched a Thunder Escape attack. The other Jonin were spread out, ready to approach using swordsmanship or taijutsu attacks. Seeing the thunder and lightning approaching, Momonga did not react at all, and let the thunder hit him, bathing in the thunder light. Successful. Seeing Lei Dun's hit, the eyes of several Shang Nin showed surprises. However, when the thunder light dissipated, Momonga stood still intact. It's impossible. 99. The two Junin who released Lei Dun looked at the strange person in front of him with disbelief. It was unbelievable that they were hit by their thunder dungeons and were unscathed. Have you finished your attack? Then it should be me. At this time, Momonga disguised himself a bit, so that people couldn't see the appearance of the skeleton frame. After he finished speaking, I saw him raise the staff in his hand. Dragon Thunder. 95. Thousands of thunderbolts shot out from the staff, and instantly came to the front of a few Shangnan. Before they could react, several Shangnan were directly electrocuted into coke. Oh, just level 5 magic can kill these people. 35. Momonga was a little surprised, but he didn't expect to kill these ninjas with only the 5th level magic. His Dragon Thunder just now was actually just a tentative move, but this also let him know that the damage of these ninjas is far greater than the physical defense. Knowing all this, Momonga creates the undead, and then sets out to clear out these enemy ninjas. Meanwhile on the other side, Cheetah resolves battles faster. I saw his figure constantly flashing in front of these enemy ninjas, and all the ninjas were killed with almost no reaction. The Vortex Country ninjas were also confused, and they didn't respond. The people who appeared suddenly killed all the enemies. Who are these people? How is it? Has everything been resolved? Trunks watched Momonga and Cheetah come back. Haha, it's easy to solve the battle. To be honest, these people are too weak. I don't know why the chat group wants 4 people to carry out the task. Cheetah folded his arms and looked puzzled. Maybe there are more enemies. Momonga thought about it. The country of the vortex is not big or small, and it is really difficult for one person to deal with it. Maybe. Trunks thought for a while. Okay, let's go to the Daming Palace first. Shiu Shiu looked in the direction of Daming Mansion. 35. Trunks nodded. Then the group walked towards the Daming Mansion. Along the way, the ninjas of the country of Vortex did not dare to stop them. Once they helped the country of Vortex, they were not sure to deal with these powerhouses. Soon several people came to the front of Daming Mansion. Many ninjas will no longer retreat here. After all, this is where the name of the country of Vortex is located. Without permission, you cannot retreat even if you die in battle. The Trunks frowned upon seeing this. But at this moment, a very delicate and lovely little loli with long red hair ran out of the Daming Mansion. Brother Trunks, Sister Kasumi Shizi, you are here. This little loli was Kushina, and she ran over happily after seeing Trunks and the others. Kushina, you can't go there. A ninja who also belonged to Vornon village stopped her in her footsteps. Don't worry, they're all people I asked to help us. Kushina explained to the surrounding ninjas. When the ninjas around heard her words, they couldn't believe it. After all, how could a little girl know such powerful people? Let them in now. Kushina was a little angry when she saw that these ninjas were motionless. Sorry, we can't get out of the way without daimyo's orders. One of the ninjas apologized. Trunks and the others were a little speechless when they saw this. These ninjas were really vigilant. Can these ninjas stop them if they want to break in? Forget it, Kushina, next time I want to invite you to play with me. Now let's solve the problem of the task first. 5. Trunks waved his hand, not wanting to waste time on this sort of thing. Okay then. Kushina was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. Then the Trunks left the Daming House directly. This time, they didn't waste time, and directly divided their troops into 3 ways to sweep away the enemy ninjas in the vortex. Although these ninjas have good hiding ability, they still have nothing to hide under the perception of Trunks. In just a moment, the enemy ninjas in the vortex country were wiped out. Immediately, the system also sent a notification that the task was completed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task and getting 10,000 points. It may be because this task is relatively simple, so there are only 10,000 points, and there is no chance for a group lottery. But mosquito legs are also meat, so Trunks don't dislike it either. With these 10,000 points added, he now has 130,000 points, not far from 500,000 points. Since the tasks are completed, let's go back first. If you have anything, you can also talk to Kushina in the chat group. Kasumi Hill Shiyu suggested. Since the mission has been completed, there is no need to stay here. Cheetah and Momonga also nodded. Alright, let's go back first and talk about it. Trunks closed the live broadcast room smoothly, and then the 4 of them ended their mission and went back. At the same time, in the chat group, Tiansuohui. Mr. Trunks is too powerful, but it's scary. Tiansuohui is just an ordinary little girl in the countryside, who has seen such a battlefield. Fortunately, Trunks only killed people for a moment, and she didn't let her see the bloody scene, otherwise she wouldn't dare to watch the live broadcast. Super Saiyan. Haha, I forgot that Tiansuohui is just an ordinary person, sorry. Tiansuohui. This is none of Mr. Trunks' business. 35. Tiansuohui was also a little embarrassed. After all, she wanted to see it herself. Saitama, Akahito, and Rem didn't react to this. After all, they had also experienced such a thing. But another person was still shocked after watching the live broadcast. This person is Nami. I always thought that the chat group was just a group of liars, but I didn't expect that there was a live broadcast or something. Curious Nami clicked in and took a look. I saw the tall and handsome Trunks flying in the sky, killing ninja beasts and many ninjas. This scene really shocked her. To be able to fly to the sky and defeat such a huge monster in an instant. Who is this guy called Super Saiyan? Nami couldn't believe that there were so many people in this chat group. Immediately, she suddenly thought of what Super Saiyan said last time to help her defeat the evil dragon pirates. If it were him, he would definitely be able to do it. 39. Nami muttered to herself. After seeing the powerful strength of Trunks, she finally believed that Trunks could solve the evil dragon pirates. But now, she doesn't know how to speak. After all, I have never believed in the chat group. I am afraid that the group members have a very bad impression of her. Thinking of this, Nami hesitated. At the same time, Trunks are going to talk to 9-1.3 Sina about their departure. Super Saiyan. At Blood Red Chili Pepper, Kushina, we will leave after the mission is completed, how are you doing? Blood Red Pepper. What? Brother Trunks, why did you leave so soon? It's a pity for Kushina, she originally wanted to invite everyone to be a guest at her house. Super Saiyan. The current situation in the country of Vortex does not allow us to walk around. Besides, Kushina can come to play with me at any time. 35. Kushina saw this sentence and understood that he was right. Today's country of Vortex has been under full martial law after experiencing the enemy's sneak attack. But until now they don't even know who the enemy is. In this case, it is also impossible to let the Trunks move around. Shashizi Group owner Kushina can also come to play with me. Very welcome. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Then it's settled, I'll be there. 35. Super Saiyan. No problem, but Kushina still has to be careful recently, this time attacking the country of Vortex is not so simple. Blood Red Pepper. What? Kushina didn't quite understand what Trunks said. Chapter 61 Shiu and Lala meet, Shira Field. Shashizi Group owner Trunks means that the people who attack the country of Vortex this time are strange. King Debbie Luke. It's really a problem. Sorcerer King Ains Ergen. There must be some kind of conspiracy involved. Super Saiyan. Don't you wonder why Konoha village didn't come to support? It's so close. Blood Red Pepper. Why? Kushina really hadn't thought about this. However, the country of Vortex is indeed relatively close to the country of Fire. The country of Fire completely blocked the country of Rock and the country of Wind, so it is impossible for these two countries to cross the country of Fire and attack the country of Vortex. There is also a chance in the country of Thunder across the sea, but the country of Thunder is also very far away from the country of Vortex. It is not as close as the country of Fire to the country of Vortex. Super Saiyan. Maybe Konoha village was also involved in this attack. When Kushina saw this sentence, she was shocked. Blood Red Chili Pepper. But why did Konoha village take part in this attack? Obviously Mito Sr. is the wife of the first Hokage, and paid so much for Konoha. Kushina really didn't understand the truth of this. It is clear that Konoha village should be the party that shelters the country of the Vortex, why did it become the party that harmed it? Super Saiyan. Well, this is also my guess. First, why did these ninjas cross the line of defense of Konoha to raid the country of Vortex? Second, why did Konoha refuse to support? Trunks is not very clear about the destruction of the original country of the Vortex but has heard some analysis. After all, everyone in the Vortex clan in the Vortex country is a perfect human pillar, and the Vortex kingdom is also very powerful. And the weapon of war like the tail beast is controlled by the people of the Whirlpool clan. 14. In order to avoid the country of Vortex not being controlled, Konoha village has the intention to kill with a knife. In the original work, it was not until the country of the Vortex was completely destroyed that Kushina took away Kushina, and some clues can be seen from here. And why did Uzumaki Nagato go to the land of rain after the collapse of the land of Vortex, but not to the neighboring land of fire? All Konoha needs is a controlled human pillar force, not a powerful country of vortexes. King Debbie Luke. Trunks is right, this Konoha village can't believe it. 35. Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. That's right, it's better to take precautions. Blood Chili Pepper. So what should I do, Brother Trunks? At this time, Kushina was already a little out of control, and she didn't know what to do at all. She is just a little girl. Super Saiyan. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let anyone hurt Kushina, but the country of the Vortex escaped this time, but it may not be able to escape the next time, so the top priority is Kushina. Need to get stronger. Shashizi Group Leader. That's right, only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself in the country of the Vortex. Blood Red Pepper. I'll definitely get stronger. 39. At this moment, Kushina's heart is extremely firm, she will definitely try to become stronger to protect the country of the Vortex and then make Brother Trunks impress. In fact, Trunks can also give Kushina some high-tech, such as combat armor or something. But it's totally unnecessary, the country of Vortex, which has just been attacked now, should be safe. After all, the attacking ninjas have all been killed, and this matter will definitely be investigated by the mastermind behind the scenes. Without knowing the strength of the country of Vortex, it will never attack again. After all, hundreds of ninjas have been lost, no matter the ninja village, it feels a little distressed. And this period of time was enough to make Kushina stronger. Exit the chat group. Trunks took a comfortable shower. Unexpectedly, Shazichi Shiu sent a private chat. Ding. Group reminder. Shashizi sent a red envelope, please confirm to receive it. Trunks was stunned for a moment when he saw the red envelope. Super Saiyan. This is Shiu. Shashizi Group owner, it's the 10,000 points obtained from the mission. I didn't do anything for this mission, and I want you to protect me, so these points should be handed over to you. Super Saiyan. No need at all, I still have hundreds of thousands of points. Trunks refused without hesitation, although he did lack points, he couldn't ask for Shiu Kasumigauka's points. Shashizi Group owner, don't you like me anymore? Super Saiyan. How is it possible? Shiu is my girlfriend, how can I not like it? Shashizi Group leader, but you haven't confessed to me for so long. After seeing Shiu's words from Kasumigauka, Trunks was shocked. Could it be that Lala's story has finally been discovered? Super Saiyan. That, Trunks had a headache and didn't know how to explain it. Shizi, group owner, invite me. Super Saiyan. Huh, Shizi, group owner, invite me here. Super Saiyan. Oh. Trunks reacted, and although he had a headache waiting for an explanation, he did not hesitate to invite Shiu of Kasumigaoka. Super Saiyan. Shiu, where are you now? I'll come pick you up. After a long while, Shadricho Shiu replied to the message. Shizi, group leader, no need, come to the room. 55. Question mark. Trunks looked bewildered, because he found that Shiu of Kasumigaoka was in his room. It was so coincidental that he just appeared in his room. But then Trunks couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth. This is the end. Lala and the others are all in their own room. When he returned to the room in an uneasy mood, the imaginary Shira field did not appear. Instead, Kasumigaoka Shiu and Lala, Mengmeng and Nana were having a good time chatting. What's going on? Trunks looked bewildered. Seeing his stunned look, Mengmeng ran over and whispered in his ear, Trunks, I helped you get her done. How can I thank me? Looking at Mengmeng's sweet smile, Trunks reacted. It turned out that they were able to get along so well, thanks to Mengmeng. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered his head and whispered in Mengmeng's ear, then I promise Mengmeng a condition. That's what you said. Mengmeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Trunks nodded. Come with me quickly. Mengmeng happily dragged Trunks into the room. That, Shiu. Trunks didn't know what to say. Don't worry. Actually, Sister Shiu already knew about us. Mengmeng chuckled. Then, under her explanation, Trunks found out. It turns out that when Trunks promised Kito that he would be Lala's fiancé, Kito had privately chatted with Shiu of Kasumigaoka. With the help of Sai-Fei, Kasumigaoka Shiu was also successfully persuaded by Cheetah and agreed to Trunks as Lara's fiancé. As Cheetah said, what a strong man can do without a few wives. And Trunks is undoubtedly a strong man. But what made Shiu of Kasumigaoka a little angry was that Trunks didn't confess this matter to her. That Shiu, I didn't mean to hide from you. Trunks was a little anxious and didn't know how to explain it. PFF'd. Forget it, forgive you. Shiu of Kasumigaoka can see that Trunks is a complete idiot in terms of feelings. If you are serious with him, then you will lose. Maybe when he gets stubborn, he will ignore you and ignore you. After all, Saiyans are arrogant, and it is impossible to make them meticulous by your side like warm men. That's great, Shiu. Trunks hugged her excitedly. In front of so many people, Kasumigaoka Shiu's complexion turned slightly red. Shiu, don't leave today. Trunks whispered in Shiu's ear of Kasumigaoka. There will be class tomorrow. 35. Shazichiu Shiu lowered her head. It's not too late to go back tomorrow. Then, that's fine. After hesitating for a moment, Kasumigaoka Shiu still blushed and agreed. She had already prepared to hand herself over to Trunks, but things seemed to be different from what she thought. Great, Shiu can rest together today. Lala hugged her and smiled happily. That's right, we can all be together. Mengmeng also had a smile on her face. At this moment, she was thinking about what kind of request Trunks should grant her. Everyone together. Hearing Lala and Mengmeng's words, Kasumigaoka Shiu was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. Big Eyes suddenly stared at Trunks. I didn't expect him to play so big. Trunks was puzzled to see her staring at him. However, the fact once again exceeded Kasumigaoka Shiu's expectations. When Lala said to rest together, it was really just resting together. The Trunks also lay down and slept obediently. This made Shazichiu Shiu's face bewildered, but then he was a little funny at his own thoughts. It seems that I think too much. Trunks is still very good. If the Trunks knew what she was thinking, they would definitely refute it forcefully. It's not that he is too good, but that so many people are embarrassed to start. The next day, Trunks start training early in the morning. After turning on the body limiter, his strength increased rapidly, and his body was getting stronger every day. However, there is still not much clue as to how to make Super Saiyan God the norm. It seems that if you want to rely on your own cultivation, it will take a lot of time. Also at this time, someone in the chat group actually at him. Trunks thought it was Shiu of Kasumigaoka, but he was a little surprised when he saw it. Because it has turned out to be Nami. Little thief cat. Please, save me. Ding. Group reminder. The little thief cat has sent an invitation to you, do you agree to go? Chapter 62 The little thief cat Nami's request for help, playing with the three generals. At the same time, in the world of One Piece, Nami wanted to steal Bucky's treasure while Luffy and Zoro were fighting with Bucky the Clown. However, they did not expect that there were several people guarding the treasure on Bucky's ship. Nami, who was discovered, could only keep running away. Although she has been fighting at sea for so many years, she is still just a girl, and how can she be the opponent of a few powerful pirates? This is not as funny as in the anime, but here is reality, a very cruel reality. Seeing that she was about to fall into the hands of the pirates, Nami had no choice but to ask for help in a chat group. Hey hee hee, little girl dares to steal something in a mess, I want you to look good later. Haha, that's right, I must teach this girl a good lesson. Don't say it, this little girl looks quite iconic. 35. Ha ha ha. Seeing Nami being pushed into the corner, several pirates kept approaching with grinning smiles. It was at this time. Suddenly the wind picked up. Several pirates were unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind. Damn, what's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? I don't know, what's going on? Even Nami was blown by the strong wind and covered her eyes with her hands, so she couldn't see the situation clearly. The wind came and went quickly. When Nami and a few pirates opened their eyes, they saw a tall figure with bright red hair suspended in midair. It is the Super Race God Trunks. Originally, he was practicing Super Saiyan God, but he suddenly received Nami's call for help, and he came over without thinking. And the gust of wind just now was just the momentum he released unconsciously. Yo, Nami, 99. Trunks raised his hand and said hello with a smile. At the same time, Nami's eyes lit up, with short orange hair and a slender figure, although the 18-year-old Nami was a little green. But it is extraordinarily cute, and it can be seen that she is a beautiful embryo. It turns out that Nami in the future is indeed very beautiful, She is also in very good shape. At this moment, Nami opened her mouth in shock as she watched Trunks. Although she had seen it in the live broadcast, it was really shocking to see it up close. This is the Trunks in Super Saiyan state. Strictly speaking, he is no longer an ordinary person, but a god. Seemingly also aware that this state is too shocking, Trunks lifted the Super Race God transformation. Hey, can you guys stay away from her? 35. Trunks looked at the pirates indifferently. Forgive me. After seeing the amazing side of Trunks and flying in the sky again, a few pirates were already frightened and kept on their knees begging for mercy. How is it? What are you going to do with Nami? Trunks handed the decision to Nami. These guys are all pirates who do all kinds of evil, and there is nothing to sympathize with. Nami looked at the pirates angrily. Most pirates are scoundrels. What's more, the Bucky pirates, each of them has been infected with countless lives. After his hometown was occupied by pirates, his adoptive mother Belmer was also killed. Nami hated pirates so much that she wished they would die immediately. When a few pirates heard the words, they suddenly became wicked. As long as they catch this little girl and use it as a threat, they will be able to survive. However, the idea is very good, but when they are about to do it, they find that their bodies can't move anymore. Then clean it up. Trunks smiled and nodded. If he killed these pirates with his own hands, he would just get his hands dirty. So he used telekinesis to grab a few people and threw them directly into the sea, in front of a group of sea kings. He doesn't need to take care of the rest. At this moment Nami was looking at him curiously. What's wrong? Trunks looked at Nami suspiciously. After looking at it for a while, Nami said, so what you said is true. The people in the chat group are all from different worlds. 5. Trunks was dumbfounded when he heard the words, so you didn't believe it. Ahahaha. Nami scratched her head in embarrassment. Forget it, I also understand your situation. Trunks shrugged helplessly and said, so, do you need me to help you solve the evil dragon pirates this time? 35. Speaking of the evil dragon pirates, the smile on Nami's face disappeared immediately. She clenched her silver teeth tightly, her eyes revealed hatred, and her small fists were clenched tightly. Obviously, she remembered the pain that the dragon pirates had brought to her for so many years. Then she looked up at Trunks and said firmly, please help me, I'm willing to give everything for this. Ding. Triggering a personal mission, Nami's help. Task requirements. Resolve the evil dragon pirates and save the Kokosia village. Task restrictions. Only one person can access special tasks. Task reward. 5,000 points. When Nami said the request, Trunks received a task reminder from the chat group. Even if there is no task, he doesn't mind helping. And now that he has a mission, he has no reason to refuse. Looking at Nami's serious eyes, Trunks smiled and nodded. I promise you, but it doesn't matter if you give everything, since you are a member of the chat group, it is appropriate to help each other. Nami's eyes flashed when she heard the words, and she was a little moved. Then let's go. 99. Quote. Suddenly Nami seemed to remember something. What? Trunks looked at her suspiciously. That, I have two friends who are fighting the Bucky pirates, can you save them? 99. Halfway through Nami's words, Trunks knew what was going on. I think it's because I'm worried about Luffy and Zoro. Sure enough, Nami is too gentle and kind. No problem, come and grab my hand. Trunks nodded and let Nami grab his arm. Nami was stunned for a moment, but when she remembered how he flew in the sky just now, she immediately understood. He quickly hugged Trunks' arm. Trunks smiled slightly and flew into the air. Wow, this is what it feels like to fly. Flying into the sky, Nami suddenly regained her true nature and couldn't help exclaiming. Trunks was a little amused by this. Looking into the town, it is easy to see Zoro, Luffy and others who were fighting. Then Trunks took Nami and flew to the roof not far from Luffy and the others. How, can you save them? Nami asked anxiously, because at this time Sauron was already lying down, and his body was soaked with blood. And Luffy is a man alone with a lot of clown Bucky, full of dangers. But Trunks knew that Luffy would win, after all, he was the protagonist. Suddenly he had an idea and thought of a good way. Since it's a matter of pirates, it's naturally left to the Navy to deal with. That guy's grandfather is a Navy, I'll ask him to come and collect this guy. Trunks thought of a very interesting thing, which is to bring Garp directly. The pirate thing was originally under Garp's control, and Luffy was under his control. So just bring Garp here and you're done. However, Luffy was captured by Garp as soon as he left the sea, so will he still become the Pirate King? Of course, this is not something he needs to consider. Ah, is it? Nami was stunned. Wait for me here first, I'll find his grandfather. Trunks smiled at Nami, then put his two fingers together between his eyebrows. Swish, I saw him disappear in an instant. Nami was startled when she saw this, and she looked around but couldn't find him. Where did this guy go? 35. On the Trunks side, when he reappeared, he was already at the naval headquarters. People who practice body arts will have a much stronger breath than ordinary people. And even more so with arrogant people. Garp has cultivated to the peak in both physical skills and domineering, so it is easy to lock his position. At this time, Trunks was standing in the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku, Naval Hero Garp, and the three generals Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru were all here. They stared blankly at the Trunks who suddenly appeared in the office, with different expressions. There are differences and surprises. Several people did not expect that someone would suddenly break into the Marshal's office when they were completely unaware. Yo, hello everyone. Looking at a few familiar faces around, Trunks smiled and raised his hand to say hello. Who are you? Marshal Sengoku looked at the man in front of him with a solemn expression. It is not easy for this man to be able to enter the Marshal's office without anyone even noticing. Trunks smiled and said, my name is Trunks, not a navy or a pirate, this time I came to help the Navy hero Garp. Oh, ask me for help. Cap looked at him with interest. Trunks shrugged and said, yes, your grandson Luffy went out to sea to become a pirate, you don't know about this. He is fighting with the Bucky pirates now, both of which are under your control, so I'm here to find you. What, Luffy that kid? Now Garp doesn't know that Luffy has gone to become a pirate, and he is furious when he hears the news. Pirates, where? At this time, Akainu, who was jealous of hatred, stood up, and his whole body erupted with a fiery aura. Sorry, I'm not here to find you. Trunks shook his head and ignored him. However, Akainu didn't seem to want to let him go. Tell me where the pirates are. Saying that, Akainu's big hand grabbed Trunks' shoulder. No one else in the office moved, and it was obvious that Akainu had the ability to give him a try. Chapter 63 Capture Garp, Cheat Luffy, and Soak Nami. Trunks glanced at Akainu, but saw no movement from him. Boom. With a loud noise, Akainu smashed the wall and flew out in an instant. This guy is really looking for a beating. Trunks pouted as he looked at the Akainu who had been sent flying. In the moment just now, he had already punched. It's just that the speed is too fast, and no one can see the appearance of his shot. What? After several people in the office reacted, they were immediately shocked. Akainu, as the three generals of the Navy, was sent flying in an instant, which was unbelievable. You must know that even Sengoku and Garp can't say that they can hit Akainu in an instant. There is no doubt about the strength of Akainu as the three major admirals of the Navy. However, right in front of them, Akainu was kicked out without the slightest reaction. They didn't even see how the man named Trunks did it. How can that be? Okay, Garp, let's go. Saying that, Trunks came behind Garp and carried him with one hand. Can't wait for Garp to make a move. Swish. The next moment, the two disappeared. Cap, Sengoku exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Garp was taken away without the slightest resistance. It's terrible. It's terrible. Even Garp was easily taken away. Kizaru was also surprised when he saw Garp being taken away. Marshal, what should we do now? Are we going to issue a bounty? 99. Aokiji looked at the Warring States period, and his heart was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, even Garp was easily taken away. Warring States looked serious, thought for a while, and said, don't make a sound for now, Kaibu, go look around. Since that person said that he is not a pirate, and he still asked Garp for help, then it should be fine to come to Garp. In the face of such an unknown powerhouse, and when the other party claims to be not a pirate, a fool will issue a wanted notice. Isn't this pushing the other party to the pirates' side? The Warring States period was not so old-fashioned. Marshal of the Warring States, General Akainu fainted. At this time, the Navy outside came in to report. Just now, Akainu suddenly smashed into the wall and flew out, but it shocked the Navy outside. Especially after seeing Admiral Akainu fainted, it shocked all the navies. You must know that Akainu is a natural lava fruit. I have never seen anyone who can knock out General Akainu. Well, lifted down for treatment. Warring States did not explain much, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, Akainu was stunned with just one blow, and he didn't even have time to use elementalization. How strong is this person? What is this ability to come and go without a trace? For a time, the thoughts of the Warring States were overwhelming. Aokiji didn't speak either, but his heart was also shocked and inexplicable. At the same time, when Trunks reappeared with Garp using instant transmission, he was already at Nami's side. Suddenly changing the environment, Garp was shocked, but he did not rush to shoot. Boy, what did you bring me here for? Garp stared at Trunks with an undisturbed expression. Didn't I tell you, I'll bring you to find your grandson, look behind you. Trunks pointed behind him. At this time, Garp also heard a familiar voice. He turned his head suddenly and saw that it was Luffy. Luffy, Garp shouted with anger on his face. When Luffy who was fighting heard this sound, his body suddenly froze. This voice was so familiar to him that it was his nightmare. Luffy turned his head slowly like a machine to look at the source of the sound, and when he saw Garp, his jaw dropped in fright. BEBD. Luffy never thought, why is Grandpa Garp here? It was at this moment that Bucky saw that Luffy could not move and wanted to attack. When Garp saw this, he came to Bucky in an instant and then threw a punch. Boom. Bucky was directly knocked out and smashed into several houses. And when he was knocked out, Bucky seemed to see a familiar figure. Garp. 35. Bucky almost freaked out. After Garp hit Bucky with a punch, he turned around and came in front of Luffy, and then he punched Luffy out without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Nami was stunned. Didn't you say it was Luffy's grandfather? Why would you even fight with Luffy? Oh, this is an expression of love. After all, my grandson secretly came out to be a pirate, and of course the grandfather was very angry. Trunks explained with a shrug. Oh, Nami nodded suddenly. Okay, it's none of our business here, let's go, let's deal with the evil dragon pirates. 99. Nami was a little excited when she heard that she had dealt with the dragon pirates. Oh, wait, Trunks suddenly remembered something. Then he shouted to Garp who was teaching Luffy. Cap, after teaching Luffy, don't forget to go to Hokosia village, which has been occupied by the dragon pirates, and colluded with the navy captain. I go over to clean them up first, and then you follow over to deal with the rest. Garp, who was teaching Luffy a lesson, was stunned when he heard his words, and then frowned. There is a navy colonel colluding with the pirates, and it has not been discovered yet, which is simply discrediting the navy. He was about to say something, but found that the Trunks had disappeared. I had no choice but to continue to teach Luffy a lesson. After teaching Luffy a lesson, Garp also used the phone bug to contact Sengoku and explained the situation. When the warring states heard the news, they immediately dispatched warships towards Garp's position. At the same time, Trunks pulled Nami to use instant transmission and moved in the direction Nami pointed. Since he didn't know which island it was, he could only identify one island by one. Soon, they came to an island that Nami was very familiar with. The surrounding houses were crooked, the ground was full of potholes, and the whole village looked dilapidated. Seeing this scene, Nami immediately clenched her fists, tears streaming down her face. Trunks patted Nami's shoulder lightly. He knew that this dilapidated village was the former Kokosia village. When the evil dragon pirates occupied Kokosia village, everyone who dared to resist was killed, and Nami's adoptive mother was killed at that time. Kokosia village was also destroyed by most of it at that time. Today, the rest of the Kokosia village lives on the other side. Okay, don't be sad, you can destroy the evil dragon pirates right away and avenge everyone. Trunks comforted softly. Nami nodded and wiped away her tears, then became strong again. Now shall we go straight to deal with the dragon pirates? No, I want to go back and have a look first. Nami shook her head, as if to confirm the safety of the village. Oh, well then. 35. Trunks nodded. Then, under the leadership of Nami, the two walked out of the ruins and then came to the other side of the village. A vibrant existence appeared in front of Trunks' eyes, which was in stark contrast to the ruins just now. However, when the villagers saw Nami, they all ran away, as if they were avoiding the devil. Trunks glanced at Nami, and could see that her expression was a little dark. This is what she has to bear. She would rather be hated by everyone in the village, but also become a member of the evil dragon pirates, and is even called a witch. However, Nami just wanted to liberate Kokosia village through her own means. She and Eren had an agreement that as long as he handed him 100 million Baileys, Eren would spare the Kokosia village. But all of this is nothing but Eren's hoax. Of course, the villagers of Kokosia village understood all of this, and they avoided Nami so as not to hinder her. This is my home. Nami pushed open the door of a house and led Trunks in with a smile. Huh, Nami, you're back, is he? Noki Gao is Nami's older sister, and she is the only one who knows about Nami's plan, but doesn't pretend to hate Nami. I'm back. Nami nodded and smiled happily. What? Nu Aochigao felt that today's Nami was a bit strange. After all, even if Nami came back with a lot of money, she would not show such a happy smile. It was like letting go of all the burdens. Nu Aochigao, let me introduce to you, he is Trunks, the person who can solve the evil dragon pirates. Nami happily introduced, and Nu Aochigao frowned upon hearing this. Nami, do you know what you're talking about? Once you do, there's no going back. 55. Although Nu Aochigao believes in Nami, once he takes action against the dragon pirates, there is no turning back. If it fails, the village of Kokosia will be completely destroyed. She had to consider the consequences of doing so. Nami's smile narrowed when he heard the words, but her eyes were still very firm. I believe in Trunks. Seeing Nami say this, Nokigao's eyes turned to Trunks. At first glance, she felt that the man in front of her was not an ordinary person. My name is Nokigao. I'm Nami's older sister, Mr. Trunks. I'll leave you with the evil dragon pirates, no matter what you ask. 35. Nu Aochigao looked serious. Hee, don't worry, Nami is my friend, and it is right to help her. Trunks waved his hand. Then let's get rid of the dragon pirates now. 35. Nami looked at Trunks and said, Trunks nodded. Nami felt happy when she saw him nodding. The three then left the house. Why don't you call everyone over, Nu Aochigao? Coming outside, Trunks suddenly turned to look at Noki High Road. What? Nu Aochigao was a little puzzled and didn't understand why he did this. Aren't we going to Eren Land? Everyone from the dragon pirates is there. Nami was also a little confused. No, it won't take that much trouble to deal with these people. Trunks chuckled, then reached out and grabbed it in the air. After learning Piccolo's psychic power, the powerful psychic power instantly enveloped Eren Paradise not far away. Chapter 64. Eat the oranges that Nami peeled by herself and kill Eren and everything. This moment, whether it is Eren sitting on a reclining chair basking in the sun, or a Murloc playing in the water, or a Murloc sleeping in the room, they are all bound by telekinesis. The originally bustling air in paradise was instantly silent. Damn, what the hell is going on? Why can't you move? What the hell is this suffocating feeling? Did the Navy call me? Is it the enemy who ate the devil fruit? All the Murlocs in air in paradise panicked and became noisy. Yet at this moment, their bodies suddenly floated, and then all the Murlocs, including Eren, flew into the sky. Fly in one direction. What the hell is going on? Where is the Kokosha village? When Eren in the sky saw his destination, he immediately recognized it. Immediately afterwards, all the members of the evil dragon pirates descended towards Kokosia village. When Nami and Nuauchigao saw this scene, they were stunned. I was wondering what Trunks was doing, but everyone from the dragon pirates flew over. At the same time, the villagers of Kekixia village also came out. After seeing Eren from the evil dragon pirates flying over, they were immediately terrified. Don't be afraid, Eren can't hurt us anymore. Nuauchigao comforted the villagers behind him. At this time, all the talents discovered that all the members of the evil dragon pirates could not move. Nami, are you the one who did it? When Eren saw Nami, he was furious. That's right, Eren, I didn't expect you to have today. Nami looked at Eren Road with hatred. Nami, did Nami do it? Damn, how did she do it? So many of us can't move. Are we poisoned? 99. Idiot, this is impossible. All the Murlocs panicked and speculated that it was Nami's reason that prevented them from moving. And Eren's eyes were better, he saw that it was Trunks who had been silent all the time. I don't know how much you need to let us go. 10 million Baileys, or 100 million Baileys. As long as you let us go, I can give it to you. Eren actually wants to use money to buy Trunks. At this moment, the villagers of Kokosia village suddenly became a little worried. Trunks couldn't help laughing when he heard his words. I have to say that Eren still has some brains, which can be seen from the fact that he bribed Colonel Mouse to create a win-win situation. But using money to bribe Trunks is a big mistake. He lacks everything except money. Is this your last word? Trunks chuckled, and his words made Nami and Nuauchigao heave a sigh of relief. When Eren heard the words, his complexion changed greatly, and the other party was not tempted by money. Just when he wanted to say something, Trunks has run out of patience, and the telekinetic force controls all the people of the dragon pirates to fly into the sky. He stretched out a palm, a Qigong bullet gathered in his hand, and then shot towards the evil dragon pirates in the sky. Boom! A ray of light flashed, and the next moment there was a violent explosion in the sky. The dazzling light made the villagers close their eyes involuntarily. When all the dust settled, there was still the figure of the evil dragon pirates in the sky. Seeing this scene, the tears in Nami's eyes fell involuntarily. Nuauchigao also held her in his arms with tears in his eyes. It's over. 99. Nami muttered to herself. Yeah, it's over. Nuauchigao wiped away his tears. After 8 years of suffering, the source of all nightmares, the evil dragon pirates was finally wiped out. Next moment, the villagers of Kokosia village cheered. Great, the dragon pirates have been wiped out. Mom and Dad, your revenge has finally been avenged. Am I dreaming? Has the dragon pirates really been wiped out? It was Miss Nami who brought it back, and he helped us. 9. After the villagers in Kokosia village responded, they expressed their gratitude to Trunks. Trunks waved his hand in a proud gesture. Of course, it's not that he is cold, but that he doesn't want these villagers to be too enthusiastic about him, it will be very troublesome. At the same time, the chat group also sent a notification that the task was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the personal task and getting 5,000 points. 5,000 points is not much, but mosquito legs are also meat. The evil dragon pirates can be worth 5,000 points. To be honest, Trunks is still a little surprised. After all, the evil dragon pirates are too weak. Thank you, Trunks. 35. At this time, Nami came to him and thanked him with a bright smile. It's just a little effort, and we are friends. Trunks reached out and touched Nami's little head with a smile. Seeing this, Nuauchigao suddenly showed a meaningful smile. But my promise counts. What do Trunks want? Nami's face turned red. Well, I'll think about it. Trunks pretended to think, trying to tease Nami. Quote. Nami's face turned red when she heard the words. I want you to treat me to an orange. 99. What? Hearing this, Nami was immediately stunned. Ha ha ha. Looking at this cute Nami, Trunks couldn't help laughing. Nami's home. Trunks eat oranges that Nami has peeled by herself. Although the dragon pirates have been dealt with, there is an even more odious Colonel Mouse. If it wasn't for Colonel Mouse's connivance and cover for the evil dragon pirates would have been besieged by the Navy long ago. This kind of Navy colluding with pirates is even more abhorrent. Of course Nami knew this too, so she wanted to ask the Trunks to stay and help out with Colonel Mouse. Trunks certainly wouldn't mind doing such a small favor. So after notifying Rem through the chat group, he settled down in Kokosia village. The next day, boring Trunks have a whim to teach Nami how to use it. Only when you become stronger can you realize your dreams and protect the people you care about. So Nami, do you want to become stronger? I want to get stronger. Nami nodded seriously. Of course she understands this truth. If she has a strong strength, then she doesn't need anyone's help. She can solve the evil dragon pirates by herself. Very well, then take this with you first. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Trunks took out a gravity bracelet and put it on Nami. What is this? Nami was a little confused, but she was very happy to receive the gift from Trunks. This is called a gravity bracelet, let's try it with twice the gravity first. Trunks activated twice the gravity on her gravity band. Thump. Nami, who was caught off guard, fell to the ground with a plop. Trunks was amused by this. How does Nami feel? The body is heavy. Nami gritted her teeth and stood up, but fell down again in an instant. Nami's physical fitness can be said to be very good, but she has not been exposed to gravity, so it was a little difficult to cope with it at first. But in less than half an hour, she had adapted to twice the gravity and was able to walk normally. Trunks, does this really make it stronger? Nami started exercising the way Trunks taught her, starting with running. Of course, by the way, remember to call me teacher during training. Trunks nodded of course. Although it is a very simple exercise method, it can effectively exercise physical strength, not to mention the help of gravity bracelet. However, this kind of exercise for girls must be appropriate, otherwise, it is easy to become a muscle girl. Nami pouted when she heard the words, and muttered in her heart that Trunks is too strict. When Nuo Chigao, who was not far away, saw them, she couldn't help but smile. It was at this time. No, Lord Trunks, here comes the Colonel Mouse you speak of. A man with a small windmill on his head ran over. Trunks remembered that he seemed to be called Kensuke, the village policeman of Kokosia village. Oh, here we go. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. Is that group of navies here? Teacher, can I rest for a while? At this time, Nami ran over panting, only to see that she was already dripping with sweat. Running at double gravity was a challenge for her. Well, take a break first. But the gravity bracelet can't be turned off. Oh, got it, teacher. 39. Nami pouted. Then the two of them waited at the entrance of the village. As expected, Colonel Mouse arrived at the entrance of the village with a group of navy after a while. Although the name is Colonel Mouse is not short and even looks very tall. It's just that his unshaven face looks a bit like a mouse. Who is Nami? Colonel Mouse looked at the villagers in front of him and shouted. But no one answered him. I am. Nami admitted without hesitation that with Trunks by her side, she was not afraid of anything. So you are Nami, haha, come with me, Colonel Mouse said with a wretched smile. What are you going to do? Nami frowned. You don't need to worry, just follow us. Colonel Mouse waved his hand and asked his subordinates to forcefully take Nami away, but no one did. What are you still doing? Colonel Mouse waited for a long time without his subordinates making any move, and suddenly turned around angrily. Colonel, it's not that we don't do it, it's that we can't. Yes, Colonel, these navies are really suffering. Chapter 65 became Nami's teacher, Garp, came out to wash the floor. What? Colonel Mouse was startled, then turned to look at the crowd. Who did it? Tell you, offending the navy is nothing good. Colonel Mouse obviously also knew that it was definitely the people in front of him who had moved his hands and feet. Nami stared fiercely at Colonel Mouse with her hands on her hips and said, HMPH. Colonel Mouse, you have colluded with the dragon pirates to harm us for so long, how dare you be so arrogant? Who told you that I colluded with the evil dragon pirates? This is impossible. I'm not afraid to tell you that the evil dragon pirates have been eliminated by me. If you don't believe me, go and see. 99. Colonel Mouse said these words with a righteous and dignified look. If he didn't know the truth, I'm afraid he was really deceived. It was also in the morning that Colonel Mouse got the news that the dragon pirates had disappeared. After getting this news, Colonel Lao Shu originally planned to come and have a look. Unexpectedly, the evil dragon pirates really disappeared. Colonel Mouse immediately wanted to scavenge the treasure of Air Paradise, but unfortunately they found nothing. Because the treasure has already been evacuated by the villagers of Kokosia village, and some are distributed to the surrounding villages. However, Colonel Mouse still has something to gain, and that is a treasure map. Look at the terrain of the 173 treasure map, which is on this island, and Nami's name is written on it. That's why Colonel Mouse found Kokosia village. After hearing Colonel Mouse's words, everyone burst into laughter. Are you an idiot? Evil Dragon Beach was destroyed by the Trunks. When did it become your Colonel Mouse's credit? Nami sneered without hesitation. What? The evil dragon pirates were wiped out by you. Colonel Mouse was shocked when he heard this, and he wanted to pretend to shock the villagers. But I didn't expect to meet the person who really wiped out the evil dragon pirates. Colonel Mouse had a bad idea in his heart. These are all misunderstandings. As a navy, I actually received a notice that there are pirates here, so I came to clear the pirates. 9. Humph. What a disgusting face. Nami felt very sick seeing Colonel Mouse's face changing so quickly. Then let them all disappear. Trunks chuckled, then wiggled his fingers slightly. Immediately afterwards, the mind force grabbed these people and flew into the sky. What are you going to do? Colonel Mouse screamed in horror. However, what greeted them was a Qigong bomb. Boom. Under the explosion of the Qigong bomb, all sins were turned into nothingness. Okay, it's over, everyone go back. Nuochi greeted the villagers to go back to work. Then she came to Trunks and said, Trunks, what about the remaining navy by the sea, and Colonel Mouse's warship? 35. Yes, teacher, if you kill the navy, will you be wanted and become a pirate? Nami was also a little worried. Haha, don't worry, I don't think the navy would be so stupid to want me. As for the warships at the seaside, naturally someone will help us deal with it. Trunks folded his arms and didn't panic at all. Because he had already sensed that Garp's anger was rushing in this direction, he obviously listened to his words and came to take a look. Let's go to the beach and see. Saying that, Trunks walked towards the beach. Nu Aochigao and Nami looked at each other, then followed. Soon the three came to the beach. However, what surprised Nami and Nu Aochigao was that there were actually two warships here. Isn't it a warship with only Colonel Mouse? Trunks couldn't help laughing when he saw another dog-headed warship, and only Garp would have such a strange warship. After seeing Trunks, Garp, who was standing on the bow, jumped down to him and asked with a puzzled look. Hey, it's called Trunks. What the hell is going on here? Let Nami explain it to you specifically. You just need to know that the evil dragon pirates have been eliminated by me, by the way, and the Navy Colonel Mouse was also eliminated by me by the way. Trunks can't be bothered to explain that much. Garp frowned upon hearing this. Although he heard that Colonel Mouse colluded with pirates, he had never seen it with his own eyes. If he was killed like this, it would be difficult to explain to the Navy. Then Nami began to explain to Garp in detail. Hey, Nami, and that person, how are you? At this time, a man on Garp's warship, whose hands and feet were tied, jumped to the side of the ship and shouted. Trunks was a little surprised when he saw it. Isn't this Luffy? Looking at it again, I didn't expect that even Zoro was tied to the boat. Sure enough, both guys were caught. Huh, is it Luffy? Nami also looked at Luffy in surprise. Hey, Nami, be my navigator. Luffy shouted after seeing Nami. Idiot, who wants to be a pirate with you? Nami shouted angrily. Haha, Garp, I didn't expect Luffy to give up the idea of being a pirate. Trunks looked at Capdao jokingly. Garp's face suddenly became unbearable, and he decided to teach Luffy a good lesson later, but he tasted the iron fist of love. Hey, and that person, join my pirate team too. At this time, Luffy shouted again. And this time the target turned out to be Trunks. Trunks was a little surprised. He didn't seem to know Luffy. He didn't expect to be targeted. Idiot, I won't allow you to be a pirate. 35. When Luffy shouted this sentence, Garp came to Luffy in 1 month, and then he was served with an iron fist of love. Luffy's screams came from the warship. Trunks is someone that Garp can't see through, and he can kill a Kainu in an instant. His strength is extremely terrifying. How can Garp make Luffy a pirate with Trunks? Isn't this uncomfortable for the Navy? Seeing Luffy being taught a lesson again, Trunks couldn't help but laugh. Even if he becomes a pirate, he doesn't have that spare time. Next, under Nami's explanation, Garp gradually understood what the dragon pirates did. What is even more irritating is that Colonel Mouse and the evil dragon pirates joined forces and together they harmed the Kokosia village for 8 years. This is absolutely a great shame for the Navy. During this period, there were also other navies who got news of their intention to destroy the dragon pirates, but they were all tipped off by Colonel Mouse and eventually destroyed. Upon receiving this news, Garp was already furious. Immediately afterwards, Garp brought all the navy to the village of Kokosia to bow and apologize. As a naval hero, it was his mistake that there were such vicious pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Then, Garp, these navies will be handed over to you next. The Trunks were referring to Colonel Mouse's men, the navies who stayed on the ship. These navies did not report their information, and they also colluded with Colonel Mouse, and they must be severely punished. Don't worry, I'll take them back to the Admiralty for trial. Garp looked serious and assured. That's good. Trunks shrugged and turned away. Trunks. Garp still wasn't used to the name Trunks. Who the hell are you? Garp asked the doubts in his heart. There is no such person as Trunks in the sea. Otherwise, it is impossible for such a powerful person to have no news. Well, I'm not from this world. Trunks replied after thinking for a while, then waved his hand and left. Not from this world. Garp was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any more. Master, are you leaving? Nami looked at Trunks with a reluctant look on her face. Well, Trunks nodded and smiled. Isn't there a chat group? You can chat every day. Right, Nami nodded, but her mood was still not very high. These few days of getting along, plus Trunks solved the dragon pirates and the navy for her. Nami has long been attached to Trunks. Nami, go and pick me some oranges, I'll be back at night. Trunks' sudden words made Nami stunned for a moment, and then she was very surprised. Okay, teacher, I'll go right away. 5. Nami was excited and ran out. Run so fast. Trunks looked a little surprised. He was out of breath when he was running just now. Could it be that the gravity band 1.3 is turned off? Soon Nami picked up some fresh and tender oranges. Teacher, do you want me to peel the oranges for you? Nami asked with a smile. Oh, no need, I'll do it myself, you can continue to practice. Trunks said after taking the orange. What? Hearing that she still needs to practice, Nami suddenly opened her mouth as if she was petrified. Ah what? Come on, Trunks urged. Oh, Seeing this, Nami could only reluctantly go out for a run. Trunks snickered inwardly when he saw this. Nami listens to you. At this time, Nu Aochigao came over and picked up an orange and smiled. Maybe it's because I solved the dragon pirates. Trunks shrugged. Yes, thanks to you, Nami was able to drop all the burdens and give. Nu Aochi smiled and handed over a peeled orange. Anyway, Nami and I are friends. We should help each other. Trunks took the orange with a smile. Oh, really just friends? Nu Aochigao smiled noncommittally. Chapter 66 Budo Exchange Conference begins, Trunks vs Piccolo. After returning from the world of One Piece, Trunks started a hard workout. After all, if you want to get points, you can only rely on group tasks. But the group task is too random, not to say that there is no such thing. It cannot be said that there is no task to watch, and cultivation can also reduce the points that need to be consumed. In her spare time, she would date with Shiu Kasugaoka, or play with Lala and the others. Or guide Nami's practice. Besides, the martial arts exchange meeting prepared by Trunks is about to start. In order for Vegeta and Son Goku to fight without fear, Trunks specially put the venue on a water planet close to the Earth. 99% of this planet is ocean, with only a few scattered islands, and no human beings survive. However, there are many fish and marine creatures in the ocean, and even this huge monster. There were many people who participated in the competition this time, and almost all the Z warriors participated. In addition, Saitama and Cheetah also came over to participate in the competition. As for the audience, in addition to Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Tenjin Den, all the group members also came to watch it in person. After getting ready, using instant transmission, Trunks took everyone to one of the few islands on the water planet. The psychic power unfolded, but in an instant, a large open space was cleared out on the island. Then a few universal capsules were thrown out. There are a few more houses on the vacant lot. The environment here is similar to the Earth, and it looks very beautiful. Wow, the environment here is really good for teen. I think it would be very good if it was a holiday island. Bulma fell in love with it instantly. Not only her, but Lala, Kasugaoka Shiu and the others also liked it very much. I don't think that's necessary. Trunks pouted. Huh, why? Lala asked in a dazed way. Because it's hard to say whether this planet can last until the end of the game. The Trunks shrugged. They came here to fight, not for vacation. The girls were also a little disappointed. Xiaohui, give me another skewer of barbecued meat, thank you. 39. Okay, here we come. Tiansuohui smiled and agreed, and then handed over a bunch of barbecued meat. Seeing this scene, Bulma and the others immediately looked at each other. Didn't they say they were on vacation? Why even bring a barbecue? Hateful. Xiaohui, give me a bunch too. Okay, Sister Xiaohui, I want it too. No problem. Barbecue. As expected of Tasho Megumi, the dishes he makes are delicious even with ordinary grilled meats. Even Vegeta and Son Goku, who were in a hurry to fight, started eating quietly. It's just simple food that instantly conquered everyone's stomach. But this made Tiansuohui a little bit in a hurry. After all, with so many people eating, how could she be so busy alone? Seeing Tiansuohui sweating profusely, Trunks felt a little distressed, so he decided to start the martial arts exchange meeting. The process of the martial arts exchange conference is similar to that of the one martial arts conference in the world, and it also uses a lottery to arrange opponents. Still, the Trunks arranged for Son Goku and Vegeta to not meet up front. The reward of the competition is that all participants will receive 10 million, and the top 3 will receive an additional 100 million. Under such temptation, Chi-Chi actually participated. The draw for the first round will be over soon. In the first game, Krillin faced his old nemesis, Yamcha. There was a lot of fighting between the two. However, after Yamcha gave up his practice, his strength was not as good as before. But Kaylin still insisted on practicing, so the result is self-evident. Kaylin easily won the game. Hey, Krillin, the way I told you last time, why didn't you use it? 35. Seeing Kling come down from the ring, Trunks teased. I still don't want to give up my identity as an Earthling. Krillin scratched his head and smiled. Lol, really? Trunks smiled and said nothing. Teacher, their strength is so strong. Nami was a little shocked. If it wasn't for the high magnification camera this time, she couldn't see the movements of the two at all. Haha, if you practice hard, you can become so strong. Trunks chuckled. I'm so envious, I also want to be a disciple of Trunks' brother. Kushina on the side looked at Nami enviously. Kushina is practicing ninjutsu. I can't teach you anything. Trunks was a little helpless. After Kushina knew that Nami was his disciple, he immediately wanted to worship him as his teacher. But Kushina's practice is all ninjutsu. Trunks has no knowledge of ninjutsu at all, so he decisively refused Kushina's request. At this time, Shazichiu Shiu, who was sitting beside him, suddenly came over and whispered, I also want to cultivate and become your disciple. Teacher, seeing that Vital was able to play, it seemed to arouse Shiu Kasumigaoka's competitive spirit. And as the real girlfriend of Trunks, how can she be willing to be ordinary? No problem. Next time I go to your side, we will discuss it separately. Shajicho Shiu heard the words, and immediately rolled his eyes at him. The game continues. The second game is Son Goku vs Son Goten, which is a father-son match. The final result speaks for itself. Although Son Goten lost, his talent surprised everyone. The third game was followed by Vegeta vs Cheetah. Trunks just wanted to say that Cheetah was out of luck. If they meet Kling, Yamcha, or Tien Shinhan, they can still fight. But when I meet Vegeta, I can only regret defeat. The game went fast. In Game 4 it was the Trunks' turn against Piccolo. Piccolo's face turned green when he knew his opponent was Trunks. Come on Trunks. Come on brother. In the cheers of everyone, Trunks walked to the ring and confronted Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, let's do it. 99. For Piccolo, Trunks is still very respectful as Super Saiyan. After all, what are you talking about? Piccolo's normal combat power is also around 20 billion. It's hard to say whether Trunks can beat the normal. Very handsome. Seeing Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan, Nami, who had never seen it before, suddenly exclaimed. Hee, Trunks have even more handsome transformations. 35. Shazichiu Shiu said proudly. The game starts soon. Since it is a martial arts exchange conference, of course, Trunks will not kill Piccolo in an instant. But it ended the game after Piccolo ran out of moves. After all, Piccolo also taught him some moves, especially the power of the mind is very practical, this face still has to be given. After the fight, Piccolo was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at him eagerly and said, Trunks, I wonder if you can make me stronger. In fact, Piccolo wanted to ask when the Trunks gave Kling and the others an idea last time. Just not embarrassed to ask. Krillin and the others may not be able to become Saiyan, but Piccolo can do anything to get stronger. Like fusion old Piccolo or something, but Piccolo's glorious moment is just a while. It was soon overtaken by Vegeta and Son Goku. This made him very helpless. Uncle Piccolo wants to become stronger. Trunks thought for a while and said, maybe you can ask Uncle Goku to learn Kaioken, you have super resilience, it's better to use Kaioken the 95. In fact, to say it, Piccolo's normal is already stronger than them. After all, Trunks' normal combat power is only a few billions. And Piccolo has 20 billion battles. It's just that he has not been transformed, and this has become the existence of soy sauce. If Piccolo can use Kaioken, 100 and 173 times Kaioken, then the strength will catch up. And Piccolo's resilience is so strong that even the damage Kaioken has done to his body can recover. Piccolo's eyes lit up when he heard his words. This way works. Piccolo got excited and went to find Son Goku. Trunks couldn't help but smile when they saw this. If Piccolo can really succeed, then the Z Warriors will add another general. Even Piccolo may offer a higher Kaioken multiple, maybe outright surpassing them. Thinking of this, Trunks finds it very interesting. The game continues. The fifth was Son Gohan and Vital's fight, which was all about domestic violence. In the end, Vital voluntarily conceded defeat. Then on the 18th, he played against his younger brother Trans. The combat power of number 18 is estimated to be around 1.5 billion, while Trans's normal is 40 million, but after transforming into Super 1, he also has a combat power of 2 billion. However, in terms of combat experience, it was still not as good as number 18, and it was a pity to lose in the end. It was followed by Chi-Chi vs Dumplings. Chi-Chi just came up and walked through the scene and didn't want to win. In the end, Dumplings won. The final match is Tiansuohui vs Saitama. I have to say that Saitama's potential is very terrifying. After learning how to cultivate Chi, his combat power has risen steadily. Now that it has reached more than 1 billion combat power, it has only been a month. Although Tiansuohui's strength is strong, he is not Saitama's opponent. The first round is over. Although some people were injured, Dend recovered quickly. Then the second round begins. Unexpectedly, the first game is Trunks vs Saitama. Hey, Trunks, I'm going to surprise you this time. At this time, Saitama was not the usual salted fish at all, but full of fighting spirit. Perhaps because of the easy defeat last time, Saitama has a stronger fighting spirit when facing Trunks. Chapter 67 Super 1 Trunks vs Saitama Berserker Mode. Hee. Then I'll wait and see. Trunks folded his arms and laughed. Saitama, his strength is very strong. 35. Son Goku exclaimed, the last time he saw Saitama was very late, and the other party was far from being so powerful. And he faintly felt that Saitama's body was hiding a more powerful power. Humph, no matter how powerful he is no match for Trunks. Vegeta snorted, but did not deny Saitama's strength. This Saitama is an ordinary human being like us, why did he become so strong? 39. Krillin couldn't help but sighed. Obviously when they first met, he was still able to fight back and forth with Saitama. But now it has been left far behind. Obviously they are all bald, which is too unfair. Well, it feels like that person's potential is endless, allowing him to become infinitely stronger. Master Roshi also expressed his feelings. Otherwise, Kelling, make a wish to Shenron to become Super Saiyan. Number 18 on the side suggested. When Krillin heard number 18 say the same, he was immediately confused. Haha, just kidding. 18 laughed mischievously when he saw his silly appearance. Seeing this, Krillin could only be helpless. At the same time, the battle between Trunks and Saitama has finally begun. Trunks, don't you use shapeshifting? Oh, no need for now, Trunks shrugged. Really? Then you are optimistic, I will let you use the transformation. 35. Saitama showed a confident smile after saying this. Drink Saitama suddenly clenched his fists and roared. In an instant, the earth shook, the earth shattered and floated against gravity. The sea was choppy, and a large tsunami formed one by one, rushing towards their island. Fortunately, there are protective shields arranged by Trunks in advance. At this moment, the entire planet trembled because of Saitama's explosion. It's terrible, what is he going to do? Krillin felt frightened when he felt this chi. I don't know, but it takes a lot of energy to explode like this. Piccolo folded his arms and frowned. Does he also have the ability to transform? 99. Son Goku speculated with an exaggerated expression. Trunks also looked at Saitama curiously at this time, wanting to see what the hell he was going to do. Drink Suddenly Saitama's aura became stronger, and Saitama's skin turned red, and the whole body was full of high quality and red arrogance. It feels like a Kaioken. Berserker mode. Trunks suddenly remembered the word. This is a mode of Saitama in the doujinshi, which can greatly enhance the combat power. No way. Trunks are a little unbelievable. Finally, Saitama stopped roaring, feeling his own power, and was immediately very excited. Saitama, you're not in the berserker mode, are you? Trunks asked with a weird look on his face. Ah, how did you know? Saitama looked confused. The move he had just created was known to Trunks unexpectedly. Trunks put his hand on his forehead, as expected. Haha, because I see that you all seem to be transformed, so I created this move, which can increase the strength nearly 10 times, and this is not the limit. Damn it, there was a 10-fold increase in the beginning, it's amazing. Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly thought of the doujinshi in his mind, the berserker mode Saitama hanging Super Blue Sun Goku. It's not going to be real. Haha, in order to be able to make Trunks you transform, so I created this trick, how about now? Saitama looked proud. Okay, to show respect, then I'll transform too. Trunks was a little helpless. But if you don't transform, you really won't be able to defeat Saitama. After all, Saitama's normal has more than 1 billion. Coupled with a 10-fold increase, the combat power of more than 10 billion, the normal state can't win. Boom. Seeing that Trunks also transformed into Super Saiyan, Lala and Shiu immediately cheered for him. Then the battle begins. The Trunks who transformed into Super Saiyan looked at Saitama indifferently. Swish, swish. The next moment, both sides disappeared in place at the same time. Rumbling, rumbling. A series of explosions of fist collisions came, and in order not to affect others, Trunks took the initiative to fly into the sky. And Saitama followed. The battle between the two on the sea was very fierce, and every punch and kick was powerful. The aftermath of the fist collision caused the sea to explode and churn, and even some huge sea monsters were affected. And Bulma and the others have long been unable to see the movements of Trunks and Saitama, and even high-speed cameras have difficulty capturing their movements. The teacher is amazing. Nami looked at the battle in the sky with admiration. Of course, the Trunks aren't using their full strength. Kasumi Shiyu squinted her beautiful big eyes and showed a slight smile. I can't see their movements anymore. Lala was a little distressed, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even see the figure of the two fighting. Sister, I think you can invent a machine that can see their battles clearly. Meng Meng on the side suggested. That's right, my sister can definitely do it. Nana nodded too. Lara-sama will definitely succeed. 35. The universal dress-up robot on Lala's forehead. Peikai also encouraged her. Some time ago, Lala also upgraded Peikai. In the past, Peikai always ran out of electricity. It just so happens that Trunks also made a Saiyan Superman transformation suit. Then the two completed Peikai's upgrade together. Today's Peikai not only has the ability to dress up, but also has a certain protection ability and combat ability. Even Trunks can upgrade Peikai's android energy to become a fighter if he wants to. Aha, after being reminded, Lala suddenly realized, it seems that she can study when she goes back. At the same time, the battle in the sky is also drawing to a close. The Berserker mode consumes a lot of Saitama and cannot last. After exiting Berserker mode, he decisively conceded defeat. The second match is Son Goku against Gyoza, so there is no suspense. The third game that followed was Vegeta against No. 18. Number 18 knew that he couldn't defeat Vegeta, so he conceded defeat very simply. The last match was Son Gohan vs. Krillin, and it was a no-suspense fight. This is followed by the third round of draws. Unexpectedly, the first game is still Trunks, and his opponent is Son Gohan. So all that's left is Son Goku and Vegeta. Brother Gohan, I didn't expect that we would meet in the end. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. Well, I won't lose to you easily this time. Son Gohan looked confident. Then come on. The battle between the two was imminent. Speaking of which, Son Gohan has worked a little harder during this time, but the improvement is not great. Not only did the Super 4 transformation fail, but even the transformation of Super Saiyan God failed. It's actually kind of obsolete. The battle between the two did not last long, and Son Gohan was beaten to the ground soon after. Come on Kakarot, next is our battle. 35. Before the Trunks went down, Vegeta had already flown into the sky, looking at Son Goku with burning eyes. Ah, Vegeta, I'm looking forward to fighting you too. Son Goku showed a slight smile, and then also dodged into the sky. Here we can fight without scruples, so use all your strength, Kakarot. After speaking, Vegeta roared and turned into a Super 4. The powerful aura erupted, directly causing the entire planet to tremble. Okay then, Son Goku was a little helpless, but he also turned into a Super 4 state. Swish. The next moment the two disappeared in place. This time the movement was even bigger. The violent seawater almost annihilated the small island not far away. Also thanks to the Trunks shield, this didn't sink. Trunks, which of the two is more powerful? When the Trunks returned to their seats, Lala and the others gathered around curiously. After all, they couldn't see the battle in the sky, so they could only ask Trunks. Probably Son Goku was stronger. Trunks thought about it for a while, but still felt that Son Goku had a relatively high win rate. In terms of combat experience, the two are almost on par. However, Son Goku's normal combat power is still stronger than Vegeta. So Son Goku still has a better chance of winning. But the final result is really hard to say. The two fought with all their might, allowing everyone to witness a terrifying scene. The entire planet began to tremble constantly because of the aftermath of the battle between the two, and countless marine creatures panicked and kept surging. What a doomsday scene. Nami, Kushina, and Kai Tong felt the power of the world, and their bodies couldn't help trembling. It was so scary. Only the island they were on was still intact because of the protective shield. Looking at the battle between the two in the sky, Trunks was a little helpless, and it seemed that the winner could not be determined in a short time. The strength of the two is evenly matched, and it is really not easy to decide the winner. Don't be afraid, Xiaohui, give me a few barbecues, thank you. Trunks looked at Tiansuohui, who was afraid, and felt helpless, so she had to divert her attention. Oh, nice double, sure enough, as long as you start cooking, the heart of the chef will be activated. No matter how fierce the battle outside, it wouldn't affect her. By the way, Xiaohui, I haven't asked you yet, how is the entrance examination? Trunks suddenly remembered that the plot on Tiansuohui's side seemed to have already begun. He couldn't let others take away his little cook. Chapter 68 Martial Arts Exchange Conference is over, go see Fubuki's wife. Tiansuohui nodded happily, well, it has been promoted successfully. Trunks asked again, so have you been assigned a partner? Yes, I have. Who? 55. It's a girl called God Ryoko. Sakari Ryoko. Trunks was stunned for a moment, remembering that it was a girl with red hair. As long as it's not Yukihira, it's fine. Perhaps Tiansuohui performed very well after winning the heart of a chef. Therefore, the assigned partner is a little different from the original, and it is not Kohei Soma. That's good. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Tiansuohui looked at him suspiciously. Well, as long as the partner is not a boy, no one will take away our little cook. 99. Trunks laughed and teased. Hearing his words, Tiansuohui immediately lowered his head with a reddish complexion. Humph. At this moment, Kasumigauka Shiu stretched out her slender hands and grabbed the soft flesh around Trunks' waist, and snorted her dissatisfaction. How dare you to mount a little cook in front of her, it's really abominable. 35. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched a little helplessly. After Tiansuohui saw this scene, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's it. Son Goku and Vegeta fight in the sky. The Trunks are watching the battle, eating barbecue, which is very comfortable. Until half a day has passed. The two people who were already bruised finally stopped. Ha ha ha, it's so refreshing, Kakarot. 35. Vegeta laughed and experienced a hearty battle. At this time, his mood was unprecedented. Yeah, Vegeta, it's been a long time since I fought like this. Son Goku also had a smile on his face at this time, and his fighting spirit was high. But everyone can see that Vegeta's injury is more serious than Son Goku, and his breath is more unstable. 173. Both of them are so strong. Krillin sighed. Looks like Vegeta is going to lose. Piccolo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Really, I can't see it. Trunks did have a mysterious smile. Kling and Piccolo were stunned when they heard his words. But no matter how they looked at it, they didn't see that Vegeta had any chance of winning. But Trunks couldn't help but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, because he found that the gravity bracelet on Vegeta's wrist was turned on. In other words, Vegeta is fighting Son Goku under gravity. As for how many times the gravity is, he doesn't know. However, this also shows that Vegeta still has room to spare so far. Really, Vegeta burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, it looks like I won this time. What? Impossible, Vegeta, you are not my opponent. Son Goku froze for a moment, but he didn't think Vegeta could beat him. Really? Then you'll be optimistic. With that said, Vegeta tapped the gravity bracelet on her wrist, and the 20 times gravity disappeared immediately. Vegeta immediately felt a lot lighter. Vegeta, what is that thing? Son Goku asked with some confusion. Haha, this is the gravity bracelet, I have turned it off now. What, Vegeta, are you fighting me with gravity? Son Goku was taken aback. This remark also shocked Krillin and Piccolo. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta was fighting Son Goku with gravity. It's a gravity bracelet. This is one of the inventions of Trunks, which can release gravity on the body anytime, anywhere. Bulma proudly explained it to everyone. It's amazing, there is such an invention. Krillin looked envious. Hee, if you like it, I can give you one. Trunks chuckled. Really? Great, thanks Trunks. Krillin was immediately excited when he heard the words. Give me one too. Saitama didn't look polite at all. Piccolo looked like he was hesitating to speak, but he was too embarrassed to speak. And Tien Shinhan too. Trunks couldn't help but laugh at this. If you want, you can come to me to get one. In the future, there are still very powerful enemies waiting for you. We can't just rely on us, so you have to become stronger. Really, there are still enemies that you can't solve. Krillin looked surprised. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan were also a little surprised. It's not like that. It's like some games, you can't win the game if you win, do you understand what I'm saying? 35. Trunks said this, but also to let Kling and Piccolo regain their confidence to become stronger. Hope they can shine at the next Full Universe Power Conference. Otherwise, with their current strength, they would not be eligible to play at all. This is not an anime, even Master Roshi can play a few tricks with Jillian, isn't it funny? Krillin and the others looked at each other, and finally nodded heavily. The words of the Trunks did make them regain some confidence. Son Goku has always been there, and any enemy he encounters will be dealt with by Son Goku. This also made Krillin and the others feel that they didn't need them at all. Under such a mentality, of course, they have no motivation to cultivate. Now, the words of Trunks have made them feel that they are needed again, which instantly gives them the motivation to become stronger. Master Roshi's eyes flickered, and he immediately saw the purpose of Trunks, and sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, Trunks could do something that even his teacher could not do. In fact, he was very sorry to see the disciple Yamcha give up his practice. At the same time, just when everyone regained their confidence, Vegeta in the sky and Son Goku started fighting again. After releasing the gravity on his body, Vegeta's speed was indeed 2 points faster. Unprepared, Son Goku was punched directly in the face. BEBD. Son Goku screamed and flew out. However, Vegeta still did not let him go, and charged up again to give him a mad beating. For a while, Son Goku was suppressed by Vegeta. Quote. Is Son going to lose? I'm sure Dad will win. Goku cheer me on. 35. Below, Krillin and Son Gohan watched nervously as the battle raged. Well, it looks like this battle is in vain. 9. Trunks shrugged and laughed. Why? Shazichi Shiu on the side looked at him with some doubts. I think both of them will go down at the same time. Trunks made his guess. Isn't that a lose-lose? Nana exclaimed. No, it should be called a tie. Meng corrected it. That's right. Trunks nodded. When everyone heard it, it was a little strange. Will the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta really end in a draw? At the same time, in the sky, Son Goku also slowly recovered, and gradually kept up with Vegeta's speed. The two turned out to be evenly matched once again. Sure enough, Son Goku didn't use his full power before. I am afraid that the current Son Goku was really trying his best. Drink operator. The two roared continuously, and suddenly Vegeta punched Son Goku in the stomach, and Son Goku also kicked Vegeta in the face. Immediately afterwards, the two of them exited the Super 4 transformation state at the same time, and fell to the sea below. Seeing this, Trunks hurriedly used telekinesis to catch the two. Goku, are you alright? Vegeta. After bringing the two back, everyone immediately gathered around, only to find that both Vegeta and Son Goku have passed out. It turned out to be really a lose-lose result. In this way, the Trunks won without a fight and won the championship of this martial arts exchange conference. After the martial arts exchange tournament is over, Trunks also distributed the prize money to all the contestants as scheduled, making everyone very happy. As the saying goes, the poor are rich in martial arts. This money is enough for them to practice for the next few years. And everyone got a gravity bracelet from him, even Son Goku and Son Gohan. After all, the cultivation effect that gravity can bring to them is very strong. At the same time, Trunks also decided to hold another martial arts exchange conference in 2 years. This makes everyone look forward to it. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed since the martial arts exchange conference. In the chat group, Blood Red Chili Pepper, have you not seen Brother Trunks talking recently? Ains Ergen, it's true that I haven't seen Mr. Trunks for a while. Saitama, at Super Saiyan, if you don't come again, I'm going to be annoyed to death by that crazy woman. Super Saiyan, Trunks, who were practicing in the gravity training room, suddenly found someone at themselves in the chat group. Super Saiyan, sorry, I'm really busy at this time. Haha, during this time, Trunks either practiced every day, or accompanied Lala and the others to play around. Or secretly dating Kasumi Hill, or being guided by Namella in the past. Still quite busy. Seeing Saitama say this, Trunks thought about it and decided to go to see Hell Fubuki. By the way, that thing can also be given to her. Saitama, that woman called Hell Fubuki has been bothering me for the past few days, making it impossible for me to cultivate properly. Super Saiyan. Okay, I'll be right here. Trunks was a little speechless to Saitama. Isn't this guy not interested in beautiful women? But that's fine too. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Brother Trunks, would you like to come and play with me too? Super Saiyan. Wait for me to come back this time. I'll definitely go to Kushina's side. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Great. That's it then. Seeing that Trunks agreed, Kushina was suddenly overjoyed. When Shiu of Kasumigauka, who was peeking at the screen, saw Trunks' words, she couldn't help but pouted, but she didn't speak. Chapter 69. A date with Fubuki, a dragon disaster is coming. After receiving the invitation from Saitama, Trunks came to the world of One Punch Man. Saitama's house. At this time Saitama, Genos, and Hell Fubuki are all here. Saitama, tell me where are the Trunks? If I don't say it, I won't leave. Hell Fubuki's eyes were fixed on Saitama, who was lying like a salted fish watching TV, as if you wouldn't leave if you didn't tell me. This gave Saitama a very headache. Of course, what gave him the most headache was the fact that Hell Fubuki had to eat rice. If it wasn't for the fact that Trunks gave him a lot of all-purpose capsules after the last martial arts conference, he probably wouldn't be so relaxed. It's said that he's not here. No. You wait first. Oh, he'll be here in a while. Saitama's voice suddenly changed, causing Hell Fubuki to be stunned. Immediately she became a little excited. Is he finally coming? Hell Fubuki will never forget the tall figure who stood in front of him and killed the mighty Deep Sea King with one punch. There is also the scene of putting on her clothes at the end, which she will never forget. Some time ago, after hearing the name Trunks from Saitama, I kept visiting, wanting to know the news of Trunks. Now we're finally going to meet again. It was at this time. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. Yo, Trunks, here you come. Saitama raised his hand in greeting. Senior Trunks. 39. Geno's eyes lit up when he saw Trunks. He had never forgotten the last battle on the island. The person in front of him is more powerful than the teacher. Haha, excuse me, Trunks snorted, then looked at Hell Bukiyuki and smiled. Long time no see, Fukiyuki. Ah, long time no see. Hellbuki froze when Trunks appeared. Seeing the other party greet him, Hell Kuishui suddenly panicked, and even his face flushed involuntarily. Hee, I heard from Saitama that you've been looking for me lately, what's the matter? Trunks looked at her curiously. Yes, I want to thank you personally. For some reason, Fubuki was very nervous at the moment. Okay, Trunks agreed without much thought. After a while, Trunks and Hell Fubuki came to a cafe not far from Saitama's house. What would you like to drink? Trunks smiled and looked at the somewhat nervous Hellbuki. Jigoku Fubuki said nervously, oh, coffee will be good. 35. 2 cups of coffee thank you. Trunks smiled at the waiter next to him. Okay, please wait a moment. The waitress smiled and nodded, then left. That, last time, thank you. 39. Hee, it's just a matter of raising your hands. Trunks smiled and shook his head. By the way, and that dress, I'll give it back to you. Fubuki stared into his eyes tightly. Clothing. Trunks suddenly remembered that the last time he had drawn Hell Fubuki's coat because of the lottery, and then he put it on her when he rescued Hell Fubuki. It seems to have been misunderstood. I don't need to pay it back, I'll give it to you. 35. Trunks waved his hand generously as if he didn't understand what she meant. Fubuki wanted to see something from his expression, but he didn't. Speaking of which, it was because of that coat that Fubuki always cared about Trunks. After all, that coat looks very much like his own. After a few chats, Fubuki was no longer nervous. Afterwards, the two drank coffee and chatted happily. Trunks told Fubuki some adventurous stories, making Hell Fubuki very curious, and from time to time, he gave out a silver bell-like laugh. After chatting for an hour, Hell Fubuki suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Huh, Fubuki, what's wrong with you? Trunks was a little curious. That, I have people I have to surpass, so, Trunks, can you teach me to be stronger? Hell Fubuki finally spoke, and she looked at Trunks with wide eyes expectantly. Oh, can you tell me why? Trunks did not rush to agree, but prepared to understand Fubuki's heart. Fubuki lowered his head sadly, and then began to talk about her and her sister Tornado. To put it simply, it is the almost twisted desire for protection of the Lolita Tornado towards the Yu sister and sister Fushui. This triggered a series of revolts from Fubuki. In order to surpass his sister Tornado, Fubuki found Trunks. After spitting out the words in his heart, Fubuki felt that his whole body was much more relaxed, and his gaze towards Trunks became much kinder. This is the first time she has spit out her heart to others. I see, just when Trunks was about to say yes. Beep, 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 the entire city of Z suddenly issued an alert. Emergency evacuation alert. Disaster level. Dragon, please evacuate everyone in Z City, there are still 30 minutes before the huge meteorite will land. A series of sirens came, which immediately attracted the attention of Trunks and Fubuki. It turned out to be a dragon-level disaster. This is terrible. When Fubuki heard the broadcast, his expression changed drastically. You must know that a dragon-level disaster can easily destroy a town. What should I do? Fubuki frowned, a little flustered. At the same time, after this alarm was issued, the entire Z City was in chaos. Even everyone in the cafe where the Trunks were running ran away. Only the two of them were left in the entire cafe. Trunks, let's leave too. This level of disaster is beyond our ability to deal with. Fubuki frowned. Don't be in a hurry to blow the snow, there's still half an hour. Trunks has been drinking coffee in a hurry, and doesn't look nervous at all. But, suddenly Fubuki remembered the last time Trunks shot, but punched through the clouds in the sky. Trunks, you have a way to get it right. Yes, you can definitely stop the meteor from falling. Fubuki was sure he had a way. Trunks smiled. Of course he had a solution, it was just a mere meteor, and he could solve it with a single breath. Don't worry, let's go and see it first. Saying that, Trunks walked outside. Fubuki followed closely after seeing this. When I came to the street, the people here had almost run away. Look up to the sky. I saw a fiery red halo, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Katakana middle. Ask for flowers katakana middle. This is the falling meteorite. Is it that huge meteorite? If it's my sister, Fuyuki muttered to himself. Suddenly a figure crossed in the sky. It's Geno's. It seems that he has received a mission from the Hero Association and is preparing to go to defend against meteorites. Let's go and see. 35. Trunks suddenly wrapped his arms around Fubuki's waist, then flew into the sky and chased in the direction of Geno's. Suddenly being hugged, Fubuki didn't even react. By the time she reacted, she was already in the sky. Trunks, you can fly. Fubuki didn't care about being shy and looked at Trunks' profile in surprise. That's right. Trunks smiled and nodded. Looking at the Trunks close at hand, Fubuki's heart suddenly thumped and jumped faster. Okay, here we are. Trunks followed Geno's and landed on the roof of a tall building. Senior Trunks. Geno's didn't expect Trunks to follow him. You are going to try to stop that meteorite. 99. Trunks laughed after putting down the blowing snow. Yes, if this meteorite falls in City Z, there will be many casualties. Genos frowned. Boy, I advise you to leave quickly. At this time, a somewhat old voice sounded not far away. S-class hero, Silver Fangs. Hell Fubuki couldn't help exclaiming when he saw the old man. Oh, it's Hell Fubuki, the second tornado of the S rank. Silver Fang Bangu frowned when he saw Fubuki. If Tornado's sister died here, I'm afraid it would be troublesome. As an S-class hero, Bangu has also dealt with Tornado, and knows that the other party is a very protective and unreasonable person. Fubuki frowned when he heard Bangu's words. She didn't want to be called her sister before being called by her name. Aren't you leaving, old man? And why don't other S-class heroes come? At this moment, Genos asked with some doubts. There is no ability to solve this meteorite, so of course they have no reason to come to die. 5. Bang Ji-yu chuckled as if mocking something. As for my words, of course I can't leave the dojo that has been passed down from generation to generation. I wonder if you have heard of Liushaoyan Shattering Fist. Saying that, Bang Ji-yu took a stance. But no one paid him any attention. Senior Trunks, can I ask you to solve this meteorite? Genos thinks that the only person who can solve this meteorite here must be Senior Trunks. Trunks chuckled and shook his head. Genos frowned when he saw this. Could it be that with the strength of the Trunks seniors, it is impossible to solve this meteorite? 35. Trunks shook his head again, then looked at Fubuki and said, it's her who can solve the meteorite. Fubuki pointed at himself with slender and tender fingers, with a confused look on his face. Can she solve the meteorite by herself? Why doesn't she know? Ha ha ha. Stop joking, if it's her sister Tornado, it's almost the same, now take this little girl and go. Then Bang Ji-yu laughed and persuaded. Fubuki also lowered his head sadly when he heard the words. Chapter 70 Becoming Fubuki's Teacher, Seeing Kushina. Who said blowing snow can't be done? Trunks shook his head with a smile, and then took out the item he won in the last lottery draw from the chat group, the psychic power of the tornado. This thing, Trunks wanted to give Fubuki long ago. Just haven't been able to find a chance. Now is the time. Trunks patted Kuishui's shoulder and said with a smile, Fushui, go. I believe in you. After he finished speaking, he used the power of tornado on Fubuki. But, Fubuki wanted to say something, but suddenly a powerful thought force burst out in her body involuntarily. Like a storm, a tornado appeared all around. What's going on? Bang Ji-yu had to use his arm to block the wind, and he was extremely horrified. Genos was also a little surprised, not knowing what happened. But then, Fubuki released green light all over his body and flew up involuntarily. A powerful psychic power instantly enveloped the entire Z city. What the hell is going on? Why does my telekinesis become so strong? Fubuki looked puzzled, and suddenly her eyes turned to Trunks. Did you Trunks do it? Fushui looked at him with burning eyes. Haha, go and solve that 173 meteorite. Trunks smiled and didn't explain anything. However, Fubuki had already determined that the change in himself was definitely his handwriting. But now is not the time to worry about it. At this time, the meteorite was already very close to the ground, and it fell to the ground after about 30 seconds. The appearance of the huge meteorite can already be clearly seen by humans on the ground. The entire meteorite is several hundred meters in size. If it falls down, I am afraid that Z City will become ruins in an instant, and everyone will not be spared. At this time, Fubuki, after gaining the power of Tornado, was even stronger than Tornado. She is confident to catch this meteorite. I saw that her whole body was covered with green light, her hands were slightly raised, and her psychic power exploded with all her strength. The meteorite slowly stopped. Bang Ji-yu looked at the meteorite in the sky in shock. I saw that the surface of the meteorite was covered with a ray of light, and the falling speed gradually slowed down. And getting slower. In the end, it stopped less than a kilometer above Z City. At this moment, everyone who panicked and wanted to escape the city was staring blankly at the meteorite in the sky. The next moment, everyone burst into violent cheers. Thankfully they finally survived. What a powerful mental power, it really did it. 35. Bangu's eyes were about to pop out, he never thought that Fubuki would actually do it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a tornado shot. Genos on the side also felt a little incredible, Fubuki's strength was obviously not that strong. The meteorite was caught. Saitama was long overdue at this time, but there was nothing to do with him here. After Fubuki caught the meteorite, he threw the meteorite directly into an uninhabited area in the suburbs. The moment the meteorite hit the ground, the entire Z city could feel the shock. It is conceivable that if this meteorite fell directly on City Z, how much casualties it would cause. That is, it's Big Sister. I won't admit it wrong. It's the Big Sister who saved us, that's great. That person is the B rank no. One Hellbuki. It's so beautiful, she saved us. The people below who had not had time to escape, as well as the Fubuki group, instantly recognized the Hell Fubuki above the sky. At this moment, everyone in Z City knew that it was the hero Hell Fubuki who saved them. The entire Z City instantly boiled, and countless citizens cheered the name of Hell Fubuki. And this time, Hell Fubuki looked at his hands and couldn't believe that his psychic power would be so powerful to such a terrifying level. Fubuki felt that even her elder sister Tornado wasn't as powerful as her psychic power. Of course, her feeling is not wrong. After all, she not only has the psychic power of the tornado, but also has her own psychic power. The combination of the two makes her stronger, and has already surpassed her elder sister Tornado. Thank you, Trunks. Fubuki came to Trunks gratefully. She knew she could become so strong, it must have been the help of Trunks. Hee, call me teacher from now on. Trunks folded his arms and chuckled lightly. Is teacher. Fubuki nodded obediently. Looking at Fubuki so cute, Trunks couldn't help rubbing her head. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, let's get out of here. Where is the teacher going? Fubuki asked with a reddish face. Of course you're going back, Fubuki, go back too. I know you must be trying to prove yourself to your sister now. Trunks said with a chuckle. Fubuki's dream is to prove to her sister that she no longer needs her protection. Now that she has finally gained enough strength to prove to her sister, of course she wants to see her sister soon. Then how do I contact the teacher next time? Fubuki was a little anxious, afraid that he would never see Trunks again. Well, you can find Saitama, let him notify me and I will come. Trunks pointed to Saitama beside him. Ah, you're still looking for me. Saitama felt a headache when he heard it. Okay, teacher. Fubuki looked at Saitama, then nodded. Although a little reluctant, Fubuki left. She is going to the Hero Association to find her sister and prove to her that she no longer needs her protection. At this moment, Genos came over and said, Senior Trunks, the Hero Association has issued you the certificate of an S-Class hero, do you accept it? Oh, he even gave me an S-Class hero certificate. Trunks was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Hero Association would want him to be an S-Class hero. Ah, no, why did Trunks become an S-Class hero? Saitama is a little dissatisfied, and his strength is obviously very strong, why is he still a C-level hero? Genos explained. It's like this, because the Trunks Senior killed the Deep Sea King, saved the S-Class hero Sexy Prisoner, and a lot of A-Class heroes, etc., so the Hero Association made an exception to let Trunks the Seniors directly obtain the S-Class hero certificate. Ah, is that so? Saitama was shocked when he heard the words. Obviously he also killed a lot of powerful monsters, but in the end he was judged by luck, which is too unfair. But Saitama didn't go into it. After all, being a hero is just his interest. Although Trunks feels very novel, he still shakes his head and refuses. I don't have time to be a hero here, Genos, please reject the Hero Association for me. 35. Genos was a little surprised, but nodded and said, yes. I'll send a message to the Hero Association. Hey, I said young man, if you are young, if you have the strength, you can also make some contributions to the world. At this moment Bang Ji-yu came over and persuaded. Seeing how Fubuki and Genos respected Trunks so much, he thought that this young man had some strength. Sorry, I really don't have time. 99. Trunks shrugged helplessly. He is not from this world, where there is time to be a hero. That's it. 35. Bang Ji-yu nodded. Since the other party is really unwilling, he will not force it. Since the matter is settled, then Saitama, I should also go back. After seeing Bangu leaving, Trunks greeted Saitama and left. Return to the world of Dragon Ball. Trunks sent another private chat to Kushina, he forgot to promise Kushina. Super Saiyan. Is Kushina there? Blood Red Chili Pepper. Yeah. Brother Trunks, I'm here, do you want to come over? Super Saiyan. After all, I promised you something. Blood Red Pepper. Okay, I'll invite you now. Ding. The group member Blood Red Chili invites you to go to her world, do you want to go? Yes. The next moment, Trunks disappeared into the training room. When he appeared again, he was already on a street. Trunks looked around for a week, and after the last ninja invasion, the country of the Vortex has returned to its former peace. Brother Trunks. Not far away, Kushina recognized Trunks at a glance, and jogged over with joy. Kushina. Trunks smiled and waved hello. Today's Kushina turned out to be wearing a colorful kimono, dressed very delicately, and looked quite cute. Even he couldn't help but light up. Is it a holiday today? Trunks asked curiously. Yeah, because 1.3 is the Cherry Blossom Festival today. Kushina nodded. The scenery of the country of Vortex is also very good, and you can see cherry blossoms blooming everywhere. It turned out to be the Cherry Blossom Festival. But my clothes don't seem to match. 99. Trunks looked at the street, and most of the people were wearing kimonos and smiling happily. However, his training suit looked very abrupt. It's okay, brother Trunks, come with me. 35. Kushina smiled and took his hand and ran away. Kushina, slow down. 35. Trunks followed helplessly. It turned out to be a clothing store. 39. Looking at the clothing store in front of him, Trunks suddenly realized. That's right, brother Trunks, let's go in. 99. Saying that, Kushina pulled him in and was about to go in. However, he was held back by Trunks. He didn't have the money in this world, and he wouldn't spend Kushina's money. No need, Kushina, my brother has a solution. Kushina was a little puzzled. Kushina, wait here. With that said, Trunks walked to a deserted alley. Kushina behind him looked puzzled and didn't know what he was going to do. Chapter 71 Find a teacher for Kushina. At the same time, Trunks came to the alley and took out what looked like a button. Master Trunks, you finally use me. So excited. The button turned into a ragdoll as soon as it came out, and could talk. Pikai, don't be so excited, quickly change my kimono for me. Trunks looked at the robot-like guy helplessly. This is exactly Lala's invention. The Omnipotent turned into a robot, and Lala also prepared one for him some time ago. It can be said to be Pei Kai no. 2. Okay, Lord Trunks. Pei Kai excitedly agreed, and then flew to the collar of Trunks. Immediately after the disguise began, it was just a flash of light. There is an extra kimono on Trunks. He looked at himself and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'm going out. Pei Kai remember not to speak clearly. Yes, Lord Trunks, Pei Kai understands. Unlike Lala's hairpin, Pei Kai number 2 turned into a button on the collar after transforming, making it difficult to attract attention. Then Trunks just walked out. And when he appeared on the street, immediately, the surrounding pedestrians looked over involuntarily, and the next moment everyone was stunned. What kind of fairy face is this? With a tall and handsome figure and a gorgeous kimono, where have people here seen such a handsome man? Hey, what is Kushina looking at? Trunks came to Kushina, looked at her stunned, and was suddenly amused. It turned out that Kushina was also stunned when she saw him. She has always known that Trunks is very handsome, but after changing his clothes, 14 is even more handsome. Brother Trunks is so handsome. Kushina stared at him with wide eyes. Haha, let's go. Trunks smiled and touched Kushina's little head, then led her away from here. Since it is the Cherry Blossom Festival, it is of course a day for cherry blossom viewing. So next Kushina took him to see the cherry blossoms. In a cherry blossom forest, the cherry blossoms are flying all over the sky. Trunks and Kushina walked together, and the rate of return was particularly high. But when two people stand together, it feels a bit like a father taking his daughter out to play. By the way, Kushina doesn't know how your practice is going. Chatting and chatting, Trunks suddenly asked this question. Kushina said proudly with her hands on her hips, Brother Trunks, I'm already stubborn now. The seniors in the clan all praise me as a genius. Is it already a Jinin? 35. Trunks is a little surprised. It seems that it has only been 2 months since Kushina started to practice. This talent is indeed very good, although not as good as a certain Kakashi. Yeah, very nice. Hey, hearing the compliment, Kushina's big eyes turned into crescent moons with laughter. By the way, Kushina, didn't you say you wanted to be my disciple last time? I can't teach you anything, why don't I find a teacher for you? 35. Trunks thought on a whim. Teacher, is it someone I know? Kushina was a little puzzled. Trunks thought for a while and said, now you probably don't know. Oh, so, is there any big brother Trunks? This, of course there is none. Trunks is a little ashamed, there is no one better than him in this world. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, Dao Shi, etc., are just stronger ants in front of him. Kushina was a little disappointed when she heard this. Trunks coughed dryly and explained, don't worry about Kushina. Although not as powerful as me, she is one of the best female ninjas in this world. She hasn't gained a reputation yet, but it's coming soon. Who is it? Kushina finally became interested. It's a ninja from Konoha village, named Kiansho Tsunade, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage in Uzumaki Mito. Speaking of which, she has something to do with the Uzumaki clan. If I remember correctly, it is currently on the eve of the Second Ninja World War, when Sannin has not yet become famous. The current Senju clan has just died in the Senju Pillar, and the Senju Tobarama is still very brilliant. However, after the Second Ninja World War, the Kiansho clan will decline. It's Konoha. Kushina frowned. Since the last time she said in Trunks that the ninja who attacked the country of the vortex may have someone from Konoha, she has been very disliked by Konoha. Haha, although Konoha is full of conspiracies, it also has a good side. Trunks touched Kushina's little head and smiled. Kushina thought about it and finally nodded, alright then. You girl is not willing, maybe the other party will not accept you. Seeing Kushina's reluctant look on his face, Trunks was a little amused. Since we are going to Konoha, of course I have to talk to my family. Kushina also only cares about her neighbors on the left and right. After greeting the neighbors, the two headed to the land of fire. They stopped and walked along the way, and 2 days later, they finally came to Konoha village. Trunks specially transformed into Super Saiyan God, the red hair just pretended to be a member of the Uzumaki family and entered Konoha with Kushina. Hee, brother Trunks looks so handsome. Kushina was jumping in front of him, looking back at him from time to time, his 2 big eyes were smiling and curved into crescent moons. You little girl know what handsome is. Trunks looked at her amusingly. Of course I know, as long as he is good looking, he is handsome, just like brother Trunks. 9. There was a bright smile on Kushina's face, especially when he saw that his brother had red hair like himself, he was even happier. Trunks couldn't help laughing, wandered around Konoha for a while. Brother Trunks, where is the Senju Tsunade you said? 35. Kushina suddenly asked curiously. Well, I don't know very well, so I can only ask about it. He also had no good way. If Tsunade went to perform a secret mission, it would be even more difficult to find. I can only hope Tsunade didn't go on the mission. Then the two of them inquired about the news of Kiansho Tsunade in Konoha. Speaking of the princess of the Senju family, the Senju Tsunade, there is no one who does not know the villagers of Konoha. This inquiry really allowed them to inquire about Tsunade's whereabouts. You said Princess Tsunade, I saw them go over there just now. A fruit stand owner pointed in one direction. Oh, thank you boss, bring me some fruit. Okay, after getting news from Tsunade, they bought some fruit for Kushina by the way, and then the two walked in the direction pointed by the fruit stand owner. Along the way, I asked a few villagers again. Finally, Trunks and Kushina met Senju Tsunade and Senju Naoki in a ramen restaurant. At this time, Tsunade was about 20 years old, and it was the moment of youth and beauty, although this stage was still a typing princess. I really don't know how it developed after that, he complained in his heart. Boss, bring us a bowl of ramen. Trunks got to Tsunade's side and shouted to the ramen boss. Please wait a moment. 9. The ramen owner replied, and then got busy. At this time, Tsunade looked at Trunks curiously, and was instantly attracted by the special temperament of Trunks. Hey, are you from the Vortex clan? The curious Tsunade couldn't help but leaned over and asked. That's right, I'm Uzumaki Trunks, she's Uzumaki Kushina, you should be Tsunade Senju, a disciple of the third Hokage. Trunks chuckled, what a strange name. Tsunade was not surprised that the other party would know him. After all, as a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, no one who had been to Konoha did not know her. What are you coming to Konoha for? Tsunade asked curiously. We're here to play, Trunks continued with a smile. My sister heard that Konoha is known as the strongest female ninja called Senju Tsunade, so she wants to be her teacher. 35. Kushina, who was on the side, pouted when she heard him say that. She didn't think the woman in front of her was very powerful. Oh, is that right? My 173 reputation has already spread to the country of Vortex. Ha ha ha, Tsunade laughed proudly. So, Tsunade, are you willing to accept Kushina as a disciple? Well, if you can defeat me, I will accept her as a disciple. Accepting a disciple is a big deal. Tsunade couldn't accept someone he just met as a disciple. So she just wanted to say no to Trunks. However, Trunks laughed, this condition is too simple. Okay, then we'll agree, Tsunade, you won't be rude. 99. Humph, how could I possibly be a fool? Don't underestimate me. 35. Tsunade was a little angry when he saw his suspicious eyes. Well, the boss pays the bill. 99. After eating ramen, Tsunade brought Trunks and Kushina to an open space. This place is where Tsunade usually trains. Yo, Tsunade, here you go. Jiraiya and Orochimaru happened to be here too, and they were a little curious about Trunks and Kushina behind Tsunade. This guy wanted to challenge me, so I brought him here. Tsunade explained indifferently. What, is this kid from the Vortex clan? But he's definitely not your opponent, Tsunade. After Jiraiya saw Trunks, he immediately became very upset. After all, Trunks are too tall and handsome. But he looks about 20 years old, about the same age as Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru don't think Trunks can beat Tsunade. After all, Tsunade is a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, and his strength can be said to have few opponents among his peers. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru dare not say that they can beat Tsunade. Trunks looked at Orochimaru at this time. The current Orochimaru still looks relatively sunny, without the coldness of Uncle Snake. He was thinking, if Uncle Snake was put into the Dragon Ball world, would he become a very powerful scientist? Chapter 72 Bet with Tsunade. While he was looking at Orochimaru, Orochimaru also looked at him with great interest. As for Jiraiya's words, he directly ignored it. This guy is just an arrogant and pushy kid. At this time, Tsunade looked at Trunks and said, let's talk about it first. If I lose, I will accept her as a disciple, but if you lose. 35. If I lose, I promise you a condition. Trunks thought for a while and replied. Tsunade frowned. What can the other party promise to do with one condition? But forget it, you can't lose anyway. Thinking of this, Tsunade waved his hand and said, then let's start. 35. Seeing this, everyone else backed away. Come on brother. Kushina excitedly cheered for Trunks. Come on sister. Senju Roshu, who is still a little kid, is also cheering on her sister Tsunade. Hey, why don't you attack quickly? After waiting for a long time, the other party didn't make a move, so Tsunade was a little annoying. Huh, are you telling me to shoot first? Trunks looked surprised. That's right, if I make a move, the battle will be over in an instant. Tsunade nodded as if you didn't say anything. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched. This guy actually stole his lines. If he didn't teach her a lesson, it would be a huge surprise. Well then, you have to be careful. Trunks shrugged helplessly. Come on, you're not my opponent anyway. Tsunade waited with a confident look on his face. I'm here. Oh. Before he finished speaking, Trunks had already come to Tsunade, and then raised his hand and gave her a shudder. Snapped. Very crisp and pleasant sound. Immediately after, whoa, whoa, whoa. I saw Tsunade suddenly let out a pained cry, and then quickly squatted with both hands over his head. The pain in her head made her cry. This scene made Orochimaru and Jiraiya stunned. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, what are you doing? It's so funny. Seeing Tsunade holding his head and shouting pain, Jiraiya's stomach aches when he laughs. On the other hand, Orochimaru's expression became solemn, because he didn't even see how Trunks made his move just now. This speed is a bit too fast. Sister, are you alright? 35. Senju Roshu on the side looked at her sister worriedly. I'm fine. Tsunade wiped away tears, then stood up and looked at Trunks viciously. This guy actually made her look so ugly, it's really hateful. Damn, kid, I'm going to give you a good kick. Tsunade clenched his fist, then jumped up and punched Trunks. This punch was extremely fierce, and before the fist reached him, a strong wind hit his face and made his hair dance with the wind. It looks like Tsunade has used a phantom punch. He muttered in his heart, and then simply turned sideways to avoid Tsunade's punch. Boom. After Tsunade's punch was dodged, it smashed into the ground, and the ground shattered instantly, shaking the mountain for a while. Orochimaru hurriedly retreated with the 1,000-hand rope tree, and Jiraiya was almost affected. What no one noticed was that Kushina's position was intact. Hey, what is this guy Tsunade doing, suddenly using so much force? 35. Zilai, who fled to the distance, looked at the cracked earth below and couldn't help swallowing. Tsunade used a strange force fist. Orochimaru frowned tightly. It was just a sparring, does it need such a big move? And Kushina's eyes lit up after seeing the damage caused by Tsunade's punch. This way of fighting reminded her of what Trunks looked like when they fought. In her opinion, such a direct and violent fighting style is the most handsome. At the same time, did you escape? Tsunade looked at the opposite side with burning eyes, but he didn't expect Trunks to dodge her strange punch so easily. This punch is quite powerful, but if it doesn't hit anyone, it's just a waste of effort. Trunks shrugged and laughed. Tsunade's eyes narrowed when he heard the words, and he dared to say that she was just wasting her energy, which made her so angry. Damn, don't run for me. Tsunade snorted, and punched again. The strong wind pressure formed a hurricane, and the force of this punch was enough to shatter a large mountain. However, Trunks really didn't dodge this time. He just stretched out one hand and firmly grasped Tsunade's fist. What? How is it possible? Tsunade's eyes were about to pop out. She never imagined that someone would be able to take her strange force fist head-on. Not far away, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have all grown their mouths, and they have a deep understanding of the power of the strange force. It is absolutely impossible to hard connect, otherwise, at least the whole body will be broken and severely injured. If they are unlucky, they can get their lunch with a single punch. Unexpectedly, someone would be able to take Tsunade's strange force fist head-on. Haha, nothing is impossible, so now it's my turn. Trunks smiled and shrugged, then punched. At this moment, Tsunade only felt the threat of death, and the fist kept expanding in front of her eyes. Boom. The entire Konoha village felt a tremor. Wow, this kid is a monster too. Jiraiya was so shocked that his jaw was about to drop. Orochimaru didn't get much better, and even started to sweat coldly on his face. I saw that the fist style of Trunks punched, unexpectedly formed a huge ravine on the ground, stretching a distance of hundreds of meters. Such a big ravine is really shocking. I am afraid that only the large-scale wind escape ninjutsu can do such an attack. However, it was just a random punch from the opponent. When Orochimaru saw Trunks' indifferent expression, his face suddenly became solemn. At this time, Tsunade was gasping for breath, and she thought she was dead in the face of the punch just now. But luckily, Trunks only punched past her ear. Tsunade was so shocked that he was about to fall down with numbness on his feet. Hey, are you all right? Trunks put his arms around the soft Tsunade and looked at her amusedly. It seemed that he was completely shocked by his punch. Sister. At this time, Tiansuohui saw that her sister was hugged by others, and immediately ran over in a hurry. Trunks reluctantly let go of his hand and let the Senju Roshu hold Tsunade over. I'm fine, rope tree. Tsunade held the Senju rope tree and looked at Trunks. This time, instead of the contempt in her eyes at first, there was a trace of fear and a trace of admiration. No one has ever been able to catch her own fist, and no one has ever been able to shock her so much. I lost. I promised to accept her as a disciple. Step by step, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and finally regained his senses. Well, that's great, so, I can still promise you a condition. No matter what it is, I will do it for you. 5. Trunks gave his promise and then waved to Kushina. Kushina quickly called the teacher. At this time, Kushina was no longer disgusted at the beginning, but a little excited. Master Tsunade, well, you were my first disciple from today. Tsunade also showed a smile. Hey, Tsunade, you really agreed. At this time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also came over. Of course, willing to admit defeat. Tsunade waved his hand and walked towards the village. Trunks are not far behind. This guy Tsunade has never won a bet with others, but I'm still expecting her to win once. Thanks to Zhao, Zilai also complained and followed. Only Orochimaru still looked at the ravine that was punched out by the fist wind, and was silent in thought. Came to a ramen restaurant again. Tsunade couldn't help being curious about Trunks. Hey, Trunks, why are you so powerful? Tsunade was so curious that there was someone stronger than himself. That's it. Of course it's through cultivation. Trunks thought for a while and replied. Can you achieve it with practice? Tsunade looked suspicious, and then she had another question. By the way, Trunks, your strength is so strong, why don't you come and teach Kushina in person? Well, because my training style is not suitable for girls. That's it. Tsunade nodded without thinking. Afterwards, the two of them chatted with each other. Tsunade was really curious about his strength and asked many times, but was fooled by Trunks vaguely. Tsunade at this time was very simple, far less savvy than the future Tsunade. But shrewdness comes at a price. Chapter 73 The First Kiss of Shiu of Kasumi Hill. The next day, Trunks is going to entrust Kushina to Tsunade so he can go back. Kushina has to work hard to cultivate, you know. If you want to protect yourself and the village, you have to become stronger. Trunks crouched down in front of Kushina and ordered. Well, brother, I know, I will definitely become stronger. Kushina clenched her fists tightly, swearing in her heart that she must become stronger. Seeing this, Trunks stood up and looked at Tsunade with a smile. Then Tsunade, Kushina will ask you. Don't worry, I will teach Kushina well. Tsunade nodded with a serious look on his face. Seeing her serious appearance, Trunks couldn't help but think of the upcoming Second Ninja World War. From Nagato's narration, the war between the Fire and Rain was provoked by the Fire Country first. And the beginning of the Second Ninja World War is the war between the two nations of Fire-Rain. So, why did Konoha Village, who believes in peace, and Hokage 3, the stable dove leader, decide to stir up trouble? This can't help but be suspicious. Moreover, although the result of the war was that the Fire Nation won, the Fire Nation did not gain any territory. There is no actual direct interest, and it is also very puzzling that after the armistice has been evacuated so generously. However, what everyone did not notice was that the Kiansho clan, the largest family in Konoha, disappeared without a sound. Even Senju Tsunade's younger brother Senju Roshu was killed and his internal organs hollowed out. In the originally huge Kiansho clan, only Kiansho Tsunade was left. And Kianju Tsunade also suffered from hyperphobia and left Konoha, and began to wander for more than 2,173 years. There may be an unknown conspiracy here. Come over here, Tsunade. Trunks beckoned to Tsunade, then walked aside. Tsunade was a little puzzled, but he followed. Tsunade, do you want to believe me? That, of course I believe. Tsunade hesitated, but nodded anyway. Although he had only known each other for a day, Tsunade had an inexplicable trust in him. Then I'll say it bluntly, the country of fire is about to launch the Second Ninja War, and this war may be a disaster for the Kiansho clan. So the conditions I promised you are still valid, no matter what it is, I can solve it for you, remember. Trunks finished speaking, and whether she believed it or not, he turned and left. Tsunade pondered after listening to his words, and when she came back to her senses, she found that Trunks was no longer there. Kushina, what about your brother? Tsunade asked suspiciously. He's gone. 35. Kushina looked at the gate of Konoha village with some reluctance. Go away, Tsunade murmured to himself, then looked at Kushina and said, let's go. Since you have been accepted as a disciple, let's practice hard from today. Kushina nodded. Blood red pepper. Brother Trunks, have you gone back? Super Saiyan. Yes, I'm back, don't worry. I'll visit you often in the future. Blood red pepper BEBD, well, be sure to visit me often. After getting his promise, Kushina's mood also improved. The other side. As soon as they got home, Trunks was entangled by Lala and the others. After all, it's been a week since I went to Kushina's side this time. But he had no choice but to let go of his practice and play with them. Originally, he wanted to play an adult game with Lala, but unfortunately Meng Meng, Nana, and Ramram were always by his side, which could only make his idea fail. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Shashizi, group leader, are Trunks free? Super Saiyan. Are you free? What's wrong? Shashizi, group owner, can you come over this weekend? And it's my novel signing party. Super Saiyan. Oh, Shiyu's novel is a big sale. I'll be right over here. 35. When Trunks heard that it turned out to be the signing ceremony for Shiu of Kasumigaoka, he immediately became interested. Shashizi, group owner, well, I'll wait for you. When Shiu of Kasumigaoka saw that Trunks agreed, she immediately showed a sweet smile. Ding dong. Soon the doorbell was rang. Shadracho Shiu suddenly felt happy, and then ran over to open the door. Shiu, wearing a handsome suit and holding a rose, Trunks greeted with a smile. Shazichiu Shiu jumped into his arms excitedly when he saw this scene. Trunks also successfully deceived Kasumigaoka Shiu's first kiss. Originally, he wanted to continue to do something, but Shiu of Kasumigaoka pushed him away. The signing party is about to start, let's go. Kasumigaoka Shiu said with a reddish face. Well then, Trunks was a little helpless, and finally found an opportunity to say. Seeing his disappointed look, Kasumi Hill Shiyu whispered in his ear. Trunks was instantly refreshed and said, it's a deal. It's the puppies who lie. Shadracho Shiu couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. When the two came to the signing ceremony, it was already crowded with people. The arrival of the two of them also attracted the attention of the crowd. Wow, the little brother over there is so tall. He's too handsome. 99. Really handsome. Yes, if you can fall into his arms, you will definitely feel safe. Hey, it seems that someone over there is ready to do this. Oops, suddenly a girl screamed and fell down towards the Trunks. Fortunately, his eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he immediately supported the girl. The girl is not bad looking, although she is not as beautiful as Shiu of Kasumigaoka, she still belongs to the school beauty level. The girl shyly looked at Trunks and said, thank you. Hee, no thanks, be careful when you walk. Don't leave your left foot half right. Trunks said with a smile. The girl ran away shyly after hearing his words. Humph, Trunks are so popular. Shazichiu Shiu snorted in dissatisfaction. No way, your husband, I'm so handsome. Trunks pulled Shiu Kasumigaoka's little hand and smiled. Let it go, there are so many people here. How bad it would be to be seen by someone you know. 35. Shadracho Shiu was a little shy, but did not break free. Trunks looked at the duplicitous guy with some amusing. After a while, the two of them came to the signing booth belonging to Shiu of Kasumigaoka. Teacher Shashizi, you are finally here. At this time, when a woman on the booth saw Shiu of Kasumigaoka, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. Who is this? The woman was stunned when she saw Trunks. Cough, let me introduce you. Shadracho Shiu coughed lightly, which made the woman come back to her senses. This is my editor, Machida Uenko, who is 30 years old this year. When talking about the age of 30, Kasumi Shiu seemed to have deliberately accentuated, which made Machida Yuanzi a little embarrassed. Afterwards, Kasumi Shiu took Trunks' hand and introduced Machida Yuenko with a smile. His name is Trunks, he is my man. The last few words, Kasumi Shiu was a little embarrassed to say it. Machida Yuenko, Trunks of course know each other. I saw that she had short black hair, blue pupils, and was wearing an OL outfit, even wearing black silk. If you tell others that this woman is 30 years old, no one will believe it. Because she looks about the same size as Kasumi Shiu, and there is a mature charm that Shiu of Kasumi does not have. Hello. 99. Trunks smiled and held out his hand. Hello. Machida Yuenko felt a little nervous for some reason. The two shook hands, then Machida Yuanzi looked at Kasumi Shiu and said, Teacher Kasumi, the autograph session has already started, prepare yourself. There should be a lot of fans coming to sign autographs later. Yeah, I got it. Hearing this Shajircho Shiu couldn't help sighing, it seems that he must be busy later. When she reached the front of the signing stage, fans of Love Metronome came over to sign autographs one after another. And because Shiu of Kasumi purchased the ability of Light Novel Master in the chat group. Therefore, Love Metronome is better written and more popular than the original. Not long after, there was a long queue in front of the signing table, all of which were fans of Shashizi. Ah, how many people are there? Shazichiu Shiu looked at the long dragon lined up and sighed. This also proves that everyone likes you very much. Do you want to drink water? Trunks, who was sitting next to him, reached for the water glass with a smile. Shazichiu Shiu took it and drank it. This scene made the fans in the queue suddenly lively. Chapter 74 Novel Signing Party. Teacher Shashizi, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? Teacher Shashizi, are you in love? Excuse me, this handsome guy, are you Teacher Shashizi's boyfriend? Handsome little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Do you think I am suitable? You give me enough time. Looking at these women who kept harassing Trunks, Kasumi Shiu finally broke out. I saw a faint light radiating from her whole body, an aura like that of a queen, making everyone present involuntarily quiet down. All the fans present looked at her in amazement. Now, come and line up if you want an autograph. If you don't want it, give it. I'm leaving, understand? 99. Shajircho Shiu put away his thoughts, and then looked at the people in front of him coldly. The whole scene suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, everyone lined up honestly and didn't dare to talk nonsense. Trunks was a little surprised when he saw this scene, but he didn't expect Shiu of Kasumi to have such a side. What's wrong? Although Shiu of Kasumi kept her hands in front of the fans, her attention was obviously on Trunks. Seeing him staring at him all the time, he felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, it's nothing, I just didn't expect Shiu to have such a side, it's amazing. Trunks complimented with a smile. Really? Shazichiu Shiu's mouth turned up and she was in a very good mood. The signing ceremony continued, but the people in front of the signing table on their side not only did not decrease, but instead increased. Because of the book, Love Metronome, Kasumi Shiu is also known as a newcomer and a great writer, and it can be said that he is a hot figure in the entire industry. However, Trunks, who was with Shiu of Kasumi was a little boring. Shiu, I'll go out for a walk, and I'll be back later. 9. Trunks suddenly stood up and said to Shiu of Kasumi well, go, by the way, take this with you. Shajircho Shiu nodded, and knew that he was very boring, but she saw that she took out a grimace mask from nowhere and handed it over. Forehead. Looking at the mask, Trunks was speechless, but he took it over and put it on his face. PFF, hurry up and hurry back. 39. Shajircho Shiu looked at the way he brought up in front of him, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Trunks shrugged, then left the booth and wandered around. The whole venue was not just a signing party, he also saw many sisters walking by in front of him. With a mask, he is not so attractive. However, his height could not be concealed, and he still looked at him with curious eyes. Which is? Suddenly, Trunks was a little overwhelmed when he saw a short-haired bunny girl standing in the crowd not far away. Isn't this Kato Megumi? I didn't expect her to come too. Trunks was a little surprised, but he stepped forward and patted Megumi Kato on the shoulder. Kato Megumi looked back, a grimace mask was close at hand, and she was shocked. Yeah, haha, don't be afraid, it's me. 35. Trunks laughed and took off the grimace mask, then put it back on. Kato Megumi's eyes lit up when he saw him. It's Mr. Trunks. I didn't expect to meet you, Xiaohui, here. By the way, what are you wearing? Trunks looked at Megumi Kato's black silk bunny dress, and had to say it was very nice. This, a friend brought me here. Kato Megumi explained with a wry smile. It turned out that her classmates brought her over to the comic exhibition. But Megumi Kato's low sense of presence made her friends ignore her for a while and ran off to play alone. That's why Kato Megumi is standing here alone at a loss. However, because of her low sense of presence, no one came to harass her. I didn't expect Mr. Trunks to find me. Same as last time, Kato Megumi said in a low voice with a reddish face. Haha, Xiaohui is so pretty, of course she recognized it at a glance. Trunks laughed. By the way, does Xiaohui have time? Why don't you go shopping with me? 99. Kato Megumi was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile and agreed. Yeah. Good. By the way, does Xiaohui like light novels? 99. Well, I usually watch it all the time. Hee, is that so? What about Love Metronome? You mean Kasumigauka-senpai's novel? It's very well written, I've read it. Haha, is it? 99. The two were chatting and hanging out. After a while, they came to a corner exhibition. Logically speaking, there should not be many people coming to this corner location. But I don't know why, but there are a lot of people queuing up here. Although it wasn't as lively as Shiu's side in the Hill of Shaw, it wasn't much different. This is. Trunks looked curiously at the signing booth. Unexpectedly, I saw a pair of golden double ponytails, lying on the booth and constantly signing. It's the signing table of Mr. Kashiwagi Eri, who is said to be a well-known painter in the industry. Kato Megumi saw the words on the booth and said, "Oh, it's still someone we all know. What, look, 35. Trunks pulled her to a different angle, and Kato Megumi immediately saw the familiar golden double ponytail. This is Ying Riri-san. Kato Megumi was a little surprised, but she didn't expect that the sign at the booth would be Eri. It turns out that Eri is Kashiwagi Eri-sensei. 95. Oh, I think so. Trunks smiled and nodded. Would you like to go over and say hello? 95. That doesn't feel good. 99. Kato Megumi hesitated. For flowers. It's okay, come with me. 99. Trunks grabbed Megumi Kato's soft hand, and without lining up, the two went directly to the signing table. Eri had just signed one, only to find a shadow blocking her light. She looked up and saw a grimace mask in front of her. Wow, Eri was startled and almost fell backwards, but luckily the Trunks grabbed her double ponytail. The scene suddenly became awkward. You are Trunks. 39. However, what he didn't expect was that Ying Riri recognized herself with the grimace mask in an instant. I didn't expect to be recognized. Trunks was a little surprised, and Ying Lily was a little excited when she heard this familiar voice. But remembering that it is still a signing ceremony, so I held my mood and whispered, "Can you wait for me for a while?" "No problem, we can have lunch together later." Trunks also whispered, 0. When Ying Lily heard this, she was a little unhappy, but it wasn't that she was unhappy. Trunks agreed, but because she knew that the hateful woman Shiu of Kasumigauka was definitely there. But she still nodded. Okay. Without saying anything, Trunks pulled Kato Megumi and left. The signing will continue, but this time Yingri is a little absent-minded. After walking around with Kato Megumi for a while, it was finally noon. The signing ceremony has also ended temporarily and will continue in the afternoon. Kato Megumi's classmate finally remembered her and called, but the other party seemed to have gone back. This made Kato Megumi a little dumbfounded. It was obviously the other party who invited her to the comic exhibition, but she didn't expect to be left behind. Trunks, of course, invited her to lunch. The two came to the booth of Shiu Kasumigauka's autograph session together. I saw that Shiu of Kasumigauka had been waiting here for a long time. Humph, didn't I tell you to come back sooner? Shajircho Shiu snorted in dissatisfaction. He clearly told him to come back quickly, but now it seems that he is dating Kato Megumi. I met Xiaohui, so we chatted for a while. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect to have a good time with Megumi Kato just now, but he forgot about it. Humph, forget it, let's go eat. Kasumigauka Shiu stepped forward and hugged Trunks' arm, as if declaring sovereignty to Megumi Kato. I also invited someone. 35. Trunks said hesitantly. Who is it? Shajircho Shiu's eyes suddenly sharpened. Over there. Trunks brought the two to Yingri's booth. Trunks, here you come. Year. Seeing the Trunks coming over, Ying Lily immediately looked overjoyed. Hey, a certain blonde dog doesn't seem to see me. Nien. Kasumigauka Shiu stared at Ying Lily. Chapter 75 Take down Shiu of the Hill of Shaw. The group quest is triggered. Humph, isn't this teacher Shashizi? I didn't expect you to be here too. Ying Lily snorted as if she had just seen Shiu of Kasumigauka just now. I didn't expect Eri Kashiwagi, an oeuvre painter, to be there too. Kasumigauka Shiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said something that greatly changed Yingri's complexion. Eri suddenly felt anxious when her identity as an Aerogeist was exposed. She looked carefully at the Trunks, but luckily she didn't see any other expressions on the other's face. Trunks has long known the identity of Ying Lily's Aeroge painter, so he will be surprised. Seeing that the two of them couldn't see each other, he was about to start fighting each other. He said helplessly, "Aren't we going to have lunch? Do you still have time to bicker here?" 5. Although it was quite interesting to see the two of them speak ill of each other, but now he was hungry. For Saiyan, eating is very important. Humph, I'll let you go today, let's go. 35. Kasumi Hill Shiyu snorted tenderly, then hugged Trunks' arm and left. Seeing her such an intimate gesture behind her, Ying Riri puffed up her cheeks. 1900. Kato, let's follow. Eri Lee flicked her golden double ponytail, and then pulled Kato Megumi to follow. In a quiet dining room, the Trunks sat down for 4. Afterwards, Kasumigauka Shiu ordered a large table of dishes in one go. Hey, why are you ordering so much, BD? Ying Lily was a little puzzled. Humph, needless to say, of course I ate it. 99. Kasumigauka Shiu looked like it was a matter of course. Trunks' Saiyan are very edible, that's why she orders so much. Ying Riri heard the words and folded her arms with a look of contempt on her face. On the contrary, Kato Megumi seemed to think of something, but did not say it. Speaking of which, I didn't expect to meet Xiaohui and Ying Li by chance today, so I'll bring out some delicious food for you to try. Trunks looked at everyone and smiled. After speaking, he took out the dessert that Tiansuohui had prepared for him before. The dim sum looks a bit like a cat's face, so cute, it's hard to bear to eat it. Come on, you're welcome, this is prepared by my little cook, and it tastes very good. Trunks greeted a few people, and then tasted a piece for himself. And Ying Lily and Kato Megumi were confused at this time, where did Trunks get a package of desserts? But remembering the miraculous things they encountered last time, both of them reluctantly accepted. This is delicious. After eating a piece of dessert, Ying Lily suddenly exclaimed. She really didn't expect this snack to taste so good, it was so sweet to the heart, it was really delicious. For a while, Ying Lily was immersed in her own fantasy. Megumi Kato on the side was the same. The first time he ate the food from the spirit of eating halberds, he fell into a fantasy. Only Trunks and Kasumi Shiyu didn't change their expressions, after all, they have eaten the better ones. It wasn't until the restaurant was served that Ying Lily and Kato Megumi came back to their senses. After the two knew what they had done just now, their faces turned slightly red. The four chatted while eating. After a while, the three of them watched Trunks eat alone. Ying Lily and Kato Megumi were already stunned. Trunks, are you okay? 99. Eri asked cautiously. It's okay, I'm just 80 full. Trunks patted his tummy, which wasn't heaving at all. Seeing this, Ying Lily was stunned. Okay, we can go to the venue, and the signing ceremony in the afternoon is about to start. Shiu said. Then everyone returned to the venue. There was more traffic at the signing party in the afternoon, and the Trunks didn't run around and stayed beside Kasumi Shiyu board. As for Megumi Kato, she went home. 5. In the evening, the signing ceremony was finally over. Kasumi Shiyu stood up and stretched. She kept signing autographs for fans all day, and she only felt that her hand was about to break. Fortunately, in the end, she used the psychic power control pen wisely, so that she could take a rest. Come on, Trunks, we're back. When Trunks, who was so bored that he would fall asleep, heard it back, he was instantly refreshed. Shiu burst out laughing when he saw this. I've worked hard for you, I want you to accompany me for a day. Kasumi Shiyu leaned gently against Trunks' arms. Haha, Shiu is my girlfriend, that's what it should be. Then let's go back. With instant transmission. 35. Shiu suddenly whispered in his ear. What? Trunks was stunned for a moment, so close, and using instant transmission. This is awesome. He got a little excited thinking about what was going to happen that night. Then he bowed and picked up Shiu of Kasumi. The next moment he activated instant transmission and disappeared in place. Originally, Machida Yuenko, who was still looking for Shiu of Kasumi, took a look, who was the person. The next day, Kasumi Shiyu asked the school for a few days of vacation, citing physical discomfort. There is nothing that can be done about the Shiu school of Shajircho, after all, he is a man of influence, so he still has to give this face. Trunks accompanies Kasumi Shiyu to go shopping and go on dates every day, and do some things adults do by the way. A week later, Trunks is finally leaving because the chat group has finally released tasks. Ding. Trigger Group Quest, Corrupt Empire. Task Requirements. Help the Night Raid Ace Killer to overthrow the Corrupt Empire. Mission Limit. Only one person can access the mission. Task Reward. 50,000 points in a group lottery draw. Night Attack Ace Killer. Please help me. The Empire cannot be corrupted like this. Maybe it's because Kai Tong has done too many tasks these days, and has seen too much darkness and corruption in the Empire. So Kai Tong strongly wanted to overthrow the Empire and make the world peaceful. It also triggered the task of the chat group. After the task prompt appeared, the group members entered the chat group one after another. Little Thief Cat. The group quest was actually triggered. It seems that Miss Night Raid Ace Killer is in trouble. Xiaohui. Miss Night Attack Ace Killer, are you alright? Sha Shizi, Group Owner at Night Attack Ace Killer, can you elaborate? Due to personality problems, Kai Tong is not very talkative at ordinary times, and is relatively silent in the group. But if you are in trouble, she will actively help. Kai Tong is such a cute girl with a stable personality, a strong sense of justice, and a strong sense of justice. Usually he seldom reveals his heart, but he often shows his emotional side. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. That's right, everyone will help. 99. Night Attack Ace Killer. Thank you everyone, it's like this. With everyone's concern, Kai Tong finally spoke out. It turned out that during this period of time, Kai Tong was constantly completing the assassination mission. Every assassination mission she was able to complete very well. In all assassination squads, she is a well-deserved mainstay. However, with the increase of tasks, there are more and more tragic things encountered. This empire has rotted to the core and is full of disgusting crime everywhere. This made Kai Tong recall the idea that Trunks said to help her overthrow the empire. Ultimately, she couldn't bear to continue watching innocent people get killed. So I decided to seek help from chat groups. After listening to the group members, they were all silent. Unexpectedly, such a young girl is carrying such a heavy mission, still looking for a trace of light in such a dark world. King Debbie Luke. At Super Saiyan 1.3 people, Trunks, you should be there too. I'll leave this matter to you. After all, you were the one who mentioned helping this little girl. Shiu, who originally wanted to speak, was stunned when she saw this sentence. Sha Shizi, group leader, that's right, you are the only one here, Trunks, who is most suitable for this task. Super Saiyan. Okay then. Let me help Akahito. Trunks is the time to score points, of course, do their part. Most of the group members in the group have been helped by him, so no one will compete with him for this task. Moreover, only 4 people in the group can complete the task with him, and King Debbie Luke will definitely not rob him. Saitama has been helped by Trunks, and even less so. As for Momonga, his vision is still good, and he won't do such irrational things. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan accepted the group task. Do you want to start the mission? Yes. 99. When the Trunks confirmed, the next moment he disappeared in place. Chapter 76. When Trunks reappeared, it was already in a deep forest. Shizi, group owner at Super Saiyan, how about Trunks? Did you see Kai Tong? Blood red pepper. Yes, I don't know what Miss Chitong looks like. As a killer, she should be very cold. 55. Little thief cat. No, I think Miss Chitong will be a gentle and kind person. She should be pretty as well. Nami has a good eye for people, even though she only talked a few words in the group. But since Kai Tong wanted to save ordinary civilians and overthrow the corrupt empire, let her know that Kai Tong is a gentle and kind person. Super Saiyan. I just got here and I haven't seen Akihito yet, but Nami is right, Akihito is indeed a gentle and kind girl. Shizi, group owner, it seems that the Trunks also liked Kai Tong. Super Saiyan. Little thief cat. Why don't you start the live broadcast now? We also want to see what Miss Chitong looks like. 35. Blood red pepper. Yes. Xiaohui. I'm curious too. Rem. Brother, we are also very curious. Super Saiyan. Well then. Seeing everyone's strong demand, Trunks had no choice but to open the live broadcast. Ding. Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast. Welcome group members to watch. Ding. Group reminder. The group function has been upgraded. After the live broadcast is started, points will be awarded according to the number of viewers and activity. 2 successive lifts appeared. The 14 group members were suddenly a little surprised. Shizi, group owner, great, there's a new way to get points. 35. Blood red pepper. The speed at which we get points can be improved. My strength can also become stronger as soon as possible. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. This is really interesting, I just don't know how many points I can get. Little thief cat. I'll know after the teacher's live broadcast is over. King Debbie Luke. Yes, let's enter the live broadcast room. Ding. Welcome King Debbie Luke into the live broadcast room. Ding. Welcome to Shizi, group owner, into the live broadcast room. Ding. Welcome to the little thief cat into the live broadcast room. After a while, all the group members entered the live broadcast room. Trunks was also a little surprised when they saw the group prompt, but did not expect the live broadcast function to be upgraded. This time he gets points faster. It seems that it is not far from becoming a Super Saiyan god. Blood red pepper. The scenery here still looks pretty good. Xiaohui. That's right, it doesn't look so dark. Hehe, it should be said that the world you two live in is too peaceful. Trunks laughed a little when they saw their words. Although the world of Hokage is not peaceful, the country of the vortex where Kushina has been living is still very peaceful. They don't know what darkness is at all. Shizi, group leader, the darkness of the empire is in places that ordinary people can't see. 35. The Sorcerer King Ains Gong. That's right, the brighter exterior you can often see, the darker it is. By the way, I forgot to tell you, and when you see a bloody scene, don't forget to quit, you girls. Trunks gave a special admonition. For example, Xiaohui and Shiu have never seen blood, and Kushina is still young. Blood chili pepper. Okay, I got it, brother Trunks. Xiaohui. I know too. Shizi, group owner, going to the secret base of the Night Raid should not see any bloody pictures. 99. Night Raid Ace Killer. Yeah, there will be no bloody scenes in the Night Raid stronghold. Be prepared. Trunks shrugged. Then he began to look for Kai Tong's chi, and there were not many humans in the entire forest. There are more people attacking the stronghold at night, and their chi is much stronger than that of ordinary people. So he quickly found the Night Raid stronghold. Use instant transmission. Swish. The next moment, he came to the sky above a house close to the mountain wall. At the same time, inside the Night Raid stronghold, as the Night Raid boos, Najihiden had already gathered everyone from the Night Raid in the hall. Because Kai Tong told Najishten that she knew a very strong person who could help them in their night attack. Najishten knew that Akatsuki would not lie, so that's what gets everyone ready to welcome their new partner. Little Chitong, who the hell are you talking about? I don't remember you knowing anyone else. Leonai, with a hot blonde hair and a hot body, hugged Chitong's neck and laughed. By the way, where did Kai Tong know someone? Main had some doubts. After all, Kai Tong was busy as a killer and had almost no time to contact other people. Don't doubt, you still don't know Kai Tong's character. If she knows her, she will definitely know her. Najishten believed Akatsuki unreservedly. It was at this time. Kai Tong suddenly said, he's here, outside. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. Come on, let's go out and meet this new companion. Najishten greeted, and then everyone followed them to the outside of the base. Where is it? Where is the person? Xiao Chitong said. After they came out, Leonie, Lubbock and others were all looking for the person Kai Tong said. However, no one appeared. Just when they were in doubt. There. 99. Main, who had the best eyesight, suddenly saw a figure in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, only to see a black shadow gradually getting bigger. The next moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Yishu crowd. Yo, hello. Trunks looked at the familiar faces and greeted them with a smile. And everyone in the night attack has been stunned. This person actually came down from the sky. Is it possible that he can fly? Ha, little Chitong, is he the one you said? So handsome. Leona, with a familiar look, came to look in front of Trunks. It looks really strong. Brand looked at the solid muscles of Trunks and nodded with satisfaction, which was considered an approval. What? He looks handsome, but he doesn't look like a strong man. Main bowed her head arrogantly. However, Yu Guang was still looking at the tall and handsome Trunks, which made her complexion turn red. At the same time, in the chat group, Blood Red Chili Pepper. Wow, where is this killer organization? It's all a bunch of beautiful women. 35. Little Thief Cat. The female killer is much better than the male killer. I don't know which one is Kai Tong. Xiaohui. These girls all look so cute. Sha Shizi, group leader, the one with long black hair and a sword in the middle is Kai Tong. Blood Red Pepper. Wow, it's so cute. So Miss Chihito is such a cute girl. 99. Xiaohui. It's really cute, it doesn't look like a killer at all. Several girls in the group were discussing girls' problems, while Saitama, Kido, and Momonga were sensible and did not speak. And this time, Najishton looked at Trunks and smiled. Listen to 190 Kai Tong saying that you were called Trunks. You are welcome to join us. Oh, join. Trunks was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. It seems that Kai Tong did not reveal all his information, but just explained him as a powerful foreign aide. Nice to meet you, I will help you to overthrow this rotten empire as soon as possible. 35. You really like to talk big, how could you possibly do it? The arrogant girl, Main, did not believe his words at all, and looked very disdainful. Lubbock and Brand didn't speak, but apparently didn't quite believe it either. Ha, I think this little handsome guy is strong, maybe he is very strong. 35. Leona leaned on Trunks' shoulders and laughed. Trunks are very powerful and can help us deal with all the enemies in the imperial capital. 55. At this time, Kai Tong also spoke. Well, anyway, we welcome you, Trunks, let's go ahead and talk. Najishton greeted, but Yishi and the others did not speak, and the group returned to the hall. Trunks, why don't you introduce your Tegu? You should be the Tegu envoy. Najishton asked. No, I'm not a Tico envoy. Trunks shook his head. What, not an imperial envoy? This answer made everyone stunned, knowing that even ordinary people in this world can cultivate themselves to become stronger. But compared with the emperor, it is still far behind. It can be said that any Taigu envoy can easily deal with ordinary boxers or samurai. If there is no Taigu, no matter how strong it is, its strength is limited. Not to mention anything to help them quickly deal with the enemies of the imperial capital. Chapter 77 stunned the night attack everyone, ready to push the task. Hey, Kai Tong, didn't you say that this guy is very strong? Why is he not even the emperor? 39. Main looked at Kai Tong in disbelief. Kai Tong didn't know how to explain it. After all, Trunks really wasn't a Tegu messenger. Hee, don't make it difficult for Kai Tong. Trunks came to Kai Tong's side and reached out and touched Kai Tong's little head. This action immediately shocked everyone. Damn, this guy touched Kai Tong's head as soon as he came. Lubbock looked envious. It's not easy for you to know my strength. I'll just show you 2 hands. Trunks shrugged. Come on, let's go outside. Najishton agreed. After all, if he didn't know his strength, his next actions would also be hindered. The group came to an open space not far from the base. Then who was going to come up and test my strength? Trunks folded his arms and smiled as he watched the night attack crowd. The night raiders looked at each other. Hill, go and test his strength. Seeing that no one took the initiative to stand up, Main let her partner, ZFA Meng Yu's sister Hill, play. The Emperor's tool that Hill holds is called, Everything is Broken. It is a giant scissors type Emperor tool, which is very sharp. However, although it is called, All Things Are Broken, it is only sharper. The trick is to let the scissors release a dazzling light, blocking the enemy's line of sight. It's somewhat similar to solar flare. But don't underestimate this cute lady. Although other things cannot do well, and sometimes even fall flat. But she has a natural talent, and that is murder. In other words, she is a natural killer. Oh, Hill pushed his glasses and nodded, then took out the big scissors and walked over. Najishton didn't stop either, she also wanted to see the strength of Trunks. My name is Hill, please advise, EH. Hill bowed and saluted, but he didn't expect his glasses to fall to the ground, so he hurriedly squatted down and groped. Hundreds of degrees of myopia made her unable to see what was in front of her without glasses. This appearance made the night raiders behind them twitched in the corners of their eyes. Fortunately, now is not the time to carry out the mission, otherwise they would really worry about Hill. However, Hill never made such a low-level mistake when he actually performed the mission. Give you. Trunks was also speechless, so he picked up his eyes and handed them to her. Oh, thanks. 9. Hill took the glasses, thanked them, and put them back on. Immediately afterwards, Hill's aura changed, with no strong killing intent, as if it was integrated with the surrounding environment. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, most people wouldn't have found her at all. So powerful. Is this a natural killer? Trunks couldn't help but admire. Be careful Trunks, Hill doesn't show mercy when fighting. Seeing that Hill was serious, Najishton couldn't help but remind her. Oh, feel free to attack. Trunks still stood there in a relaxed and freehand manner, without any precautions. This made the Night Raiders very puzzled. But Hill, who was in a state of battle, didn't care so much. I saw her leaning down and rushing over, as fast as lightning, and silently. At the moment of approach, the bright scissors slashed directly at Trunks' neck. However, in the eyes of everyone in the night attack, Trunks still had no intention of dodging. This made Shiu feel bad in the hearts of everyone. Yet at this moment, boom, a dull voice sounded. How can that be? Main couldn't help exclaiming. What shocked everyone in the night raid was that Trunks actually blocked Hill's scissors with one finger. The people who want Hill's emperors, all things are broken, are very clear, and there is nothing that it can't stop. However, now it has been blocked by someone using his fingers. This is simply unbelievable. Seriously, Hill wouldn't stop there. She raised the big scissors again with a blank face and cut it. Bang bang bang. Trunks stood still, the smile on his face undiminished, and he easily blocked Hill's scissors with a slight movement of his fingers. This scene made everyone in the night attack stunned except for Kai Tong. Good. So strong. Lubbock was shocked. It's really strong. Just using your fingers to block Hill's Tegu, this is no longer within the scope of human beings. Brand's eyes were burning. He couldn't imagine why there was such a powerful person. Kai Tong did not change her expression, because she had seen the picture of Trunks destroying the world at will. This handsome little brother is really powerful. Leonai was also frightened. He didn't expect this person to be as strong as Kai Tong said. Okay, Hill, stop. Najishton finally stopped Hill, and there was no need to continue the test. She could see that the Trunks were indeed very strong, even stronger than their night attack ace Kai Tong. Hill stopped immediately when he heard the order and stared blankly at Trunks. She didn't understand why her Taigu couldn't cut the man in front of her. Now that we know your strength, Trunks, we're going to have to redefine our battle plan. At this time, Najishton said to everyone, Boos, are we going to directly attack the minister? Leona looked excited. No, even with the addition of Trunks, we still have to focus on assassination operations. After all, there is General Bude in the imperial capital. 35. If you want to take action against the minister, you need to think about it in the long run. Najishton shook her head and said. Trunks did not agree upon hearing her words. I don't think it's necessary to be so troublesome. We just need to drive straight in, and I'll clear all the enemies for you. 35. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Yishu was stunned. Leonai couldn't help laughing and said, Haha, I didn't expect the handsome guy to be so confident, but although your strength is strong, the imperial capital is not that simple. That's right, that's right. If someone as powerful as the little Trunks joins us, sooner or later the minister will be dealt with. 35. Brand laughed. There are not only General Bude in the imperial capital, but also many guards. There are also the boxers of the King of Fighters Temple and the killers who use the equipment. There is even this Supreme Emperor's protector of the country. So the Night Raiders don't think that Trunks can defeat so many strong people in the imperial capital alone. In the chat group, Blood Red Pepper. These people are simply too stupid to believe in the strength of Trunks' brother. Little Thief Cat. That's right, the teacher's strength is so strong, just go and kill those generals and ministers. 35. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergong. This is also normal. Before ordinary people have seen the strength of Mr. Trunks, they can't imagine such a powerful existence in this world. Momonga couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he imagine the destructive power of Trunks? Saitama. Ah, it's so troublesome, just hit the bad guys directly. Shashizi, group leader, that's right, but if all the enemies of the imperial capital are suddenly killed, the empire will become more chaotic, and there will be more innocent casualties. 5. As the power center of the imperial capital, if all the emperors and ministers of the imperial capital died, at that time, the entire empire will be in chaos, and ordinary people will suffer, so this must not be done. At the same time, Trunks shrugged helplessly and said, it seems that you still don't understand my strength, so I'll show it again. As he said that, he casually condensed an egg-sized Qigong bullet in his hand, and then shot it out into the distance. Just as the night attacked everyone with doubts. Boom. The violent explosion and the strong wind generated by the shock wave made everyone in the night attack almost unsteady. The Nuos, when they stabilized their bodies and looked, they saw a huge explosion in the forest not far away. The energy generated by the explosion is like a bowl upside down on the ground, exuding a dazzling light that lasts for a long time. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Even a calm Najishton looked horrified. When the explosion ended, they saw a deep pit that was thousands of meters wide and bottomless. Where can I see the original appearance of the forest? The eyes of everyone in the night attack were dull, and they all opened their mouths to look at the deep pit in front of them. Cough. Trunks coughed dryly. Let the Night Raiders wake up. It's not true gone. Main looked in disbelief. Hey, it's too exaggerated. Leona, who was a little careless at first, was also frightened. Hey, it seems that I was wrong. Mr. Trunks has the strength to solve the imperial capital alone, even if that woman is there. 99. Najishton let out a light breath, and while she was shocked, she was also very happy. As long as the Trunks are around, she believes that this corrupt empire will soon be overthrown. Chapter 78 Big Sister Leonie is really big. Return to the night raid stronghold lobby. Najishton looked serious and said, first of all, let's welcome the Trunks. Haha, now with such a powerful companion as the handsome Trunks, the corrupt rule of the Empire will soon be ended. 99. Leone looked familiar, and the landlord touched Trunks' neck. Let the tip of his nose be surrounded by a faint fragrance. Trunks glanced at Leona. Looking at this guy from the top down is really incredible. Yes, it must be possible. At this time, Kai Tong also nodded. Several people present joined Yi raid to become killers, all hoping to overthrow this corrupt empire. Now with the addition of Trunks, it can be said that victory is just around the corner. Haha, don't worry everyone. With me, I can take the imperial capital without a single soldier, and the rebels just need to quickly control the imperial capital. 5. Trunks looked at everyone and smiled. Once upon a time, this anime made him waste a lot of tears, and now it's time to make the ending more perfect. Hearing what he said, everyone in the night attack was very relieved. When they joined the night raid, they were ready to sacrifice at any time. If they can live to the end, they are also very happy. But now I have good news and bad news for everyone. At this time, Najishton spoke again. If there is any bad news for Boos, please tell me. With the handsome Trunks here, I think anything can be solved. Leona is surprisingly trusting of Trunks. Well, because the move that Trunks used just now was too loud, the Imperial City will definitely send someone to investigate, so our secret base can no longer stay. Forehead. Trunks scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, I don't blame you, it's just that we don't know your strength. 190 Najishton laughed loudly. That's right, if you didn't use that move, Trunks, we wouldn't believe you were so strong, right? Saying that, Hill pushed his glasses and looked at Main. When suddenly asked, Main, who didn't know what she was thinking, was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately. That's right, it's fine even if we are discovered, we just need to evacuate ahead of time. Brand also laughed. Boos, you better say something good. Main urged. Well, then I'll say good things. With the addition of Trunks, our plans can change. I will go to the headquarters and talk to the leader about launching a direct attack on the Imperial capital, but then I will need to trouble you, Trunks. 99. After speaking, Najishton looked at Trunks. No problem, this is exactly what I promised Kai Tong. Trunks smiled and nodded. Kai Tong heard the words and turned to look at him, red eyes full of gratitude. This cute appearance made Trunks touch her little head. Okay, then please wait a few days, Trunks, and I will arrange things as soon as possible. Then Boos, do you still have the next mission? Main raised her hand and asked. Najishton thought for a while and nodded. Of course we will, after all, we have already accepted the assassination request. Okay then, Main nodded. Okay, let's move the base first. 99. The Empire may find it here at any time, so the base must be moved quickly. Then the Night Raiders began to pack their things. Trunks had nothing to pack, so looked at the chat group. Blood Red Pepper. Looks like things can be resolved smoothly. As expected of Brother Trunks. Little Thief Cat. That's right, it's really easy for the teacher to go out and solve it. Shashizi, group leader, this task doesn't seem to be very complicated. Super Saiyan. Yes, the task is really not complicated. As long as the rebels are ready, all the enemies in the Imperial capital will be eliminated. Little Thief Cat. Hey, the teacher is back. Super Saiyan. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. Mr. Trunks can easily complete the task, otherwise, it will be really troublesome. King Debbie Luke. Yes, this task seems simple, but it is not easy to complete. Shashizi, group owner, remember, don't mess with flowers. Blood Red Pepper. Remember, don't mess with flowers. Little Thief Cat. Remember, don't mess with flowers. 5. Watching the group start the repeater mode, Trunks rolled his eyes speechlessly. Do you feel like the kind of person who just messes around with flowers? Super Saiyan. The next step is to move, it's boring, then I'll turn off the live broadcast. Speaking, he did not wait for the group members to object, and directly broadcasted it at the speed of light. Ding. Group member reminder. Super Saiyan will earn 1500 points for this live broadcast. Trunks' eyes lit up when they saw the group prompt, there are so many. I thought that a live broadcast would only have a few hundred points at most, but I didn't expect it to break 1000. This is very good, it seems that there will be more live broadcasts in the future. Soon everyone in the night attack packed up their clothes. The next moment, they came to the forest dozens of kilometers away from the night raid stronghold. It's amazing, I didn't expect you, Trunks, to have such abilities. 35. Leone said with an exaggerated expression. It's amazing, to come to such a far position with a swipe, this is simply an escape skill. Lubbock couldn't help but sigh. I didn't even use the flying danger species I prepared. This ability is too convenient. This ability alone can make our rebel army win the war with the Empire. Najishton didn't expect that Trunks would be able to instantly transmit everyone to such a long distance. This is really incredible, if this ability is placed in war, it will be amazing. Just now, Trunks disliked the flight danger species being too slow, BEBD, so he pulled everyone to use instant transmission directly. At this point, they were already dozens of kilometers away from their original stronghold. But what if there is nothing here? Main was a little irritable, she was planning to take a comfortable bath just now. Haha, looks like we can only build a house ourselves. Brand shrugged and pulled up his sleeves, ready to chop down the tree. After all, if you want to be rich, you have to cut down trees first. That's right, let's do it together. I will contact the rebel army to send some supplies. Najishton greeted everyone and prepared to build a simple wooden house together. Wait, I don't think it's so troublesome. At this point Trunks stopped everyone. Don't you want to do it? It's okay, just leave it to this girl. When Main heard his words, she immediately looked contemptuous. Don't say that, Main. It's enough for a few of us to do it. Leone came out to round the field. Trunks is a little speechless. What happened to this arrogant double ponytail? Why are you always contradicting him? He was too lazy to explain to Main. I saw him walking in front of the crowd, and then he waved his hand, and his psychic power was activated. The trees and weeds in front of them were instantly flattened. Then 2 universal capsules were thrown out. Boom. After a burst of smoke, 2 large villas appeared in front of everyone. It only took a few seconds to prepare the house, which shocked everyone in the night raid. It's okay to wave your hands and flatten the trees, but what the hell are 2 very gorgeous looking houses all of a sudden? It's also incredible. Trunks this. Najishton was also stunned. It's just a little trick. Let's go, we can go in. Trunks didn't bother to explain anything and walked in first. Afterwards, Kai Tong was the first to follow. She had seen this house before, so she was not surprised. But the night raiders left behind were stunned. You look at me, I look at you, you are at a loss. Come on, let's go in too. After calming down, Najishton walked in first. The rest of the people had no choice but to follow. After entering the villa, there was a fuss about the night attacking everyone. It took a long time for Trunks to barely explain to these curious babies. Then Najishton left in a flying danger, and she needed to go to the rebel headquarters to report what happened this time. During her absence, the actions of the night attack were all represented by Kai Tong. Invite me to go hunting. In the evening, Akahito specially invited Trunks to hunt and prepare dinner. Trunks was going to say that he brought food. But think about it, the dangerous species in this world seem to have good meat quality and taste good. Okay, Trunks smiled and agreed. The 2 then walked out of the villa. Wow, the handsome Trunks really dote on Kai Tong. I wonder if he likes Kai Tong. 35 feet. After Leoni saw Trunks and Kai Tong go out, he immediately started gossiping. There's no need to say such a thing. Trunks are so powerful, and they came to help us because of Kai Tong. Of course they liked Kai Tong. Lubbock shrugged with a natural shrug. That's great. When it's over, they'll find a place to hide and live a fast life. Hill also sighed. This sentence made everyone in the night attack silent. When the empire is wiped out and people are happy, where will these killers go? In the forest. Roar. One was like a tiger, but a danger the size of a building was planted under Kai Tong's knife, and fell down with a wailing cry. This one is fine, let's drag it back. Kai Tong put away the smile, and then pulled the dangerous species' tail with a smile on his face, preparing to drag the dangerous species back. But Trunks stopped her. Let me come. Trunks chuckled, and then the telekinesis directly lifted the dangerous species up. Kai Tong was stunned for a while with a cute look on his face. 3. Chapter 79. Is this a killer? One wears a skirt, the other wears a cheongsam. Back to the station. Originally, Trunks wanted to use the kitchen in the house, but Akahiko set up a barbecue with ease. I had no choice but to have a barbecue outside. Kai Tong often grills meat, and his skills are naturally unusual. It didn't stop until the huge tiger dangerous species, roasted golden brown. In addition, the secret sauce sent by Tiansuohui is said to be made by a student named Mito Yume at Togetsu Academy. Spread it on grilled meat, even ordinary grilled meat can become incomparably delicious. This kind of delicacy made Shiu, who had never eaten it, fall into a fantasy and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. This barbecue is so delicious. Leone, who had recovered his senses, sighed in satisfaction for a year. Is it because of the sauce? Main noticed the small bottle in Kai Tong's hand. It is also the smearing of that thing that makes the barbecue so delicious. They have also eaten Chitong's barbecue in normal times. Although the taste is not bad, it is far less delicious than it is now. However, Kai Tong didn't have time to explain so much. At this time, she had turned into a foodie, eating meat with big mouthfuls. It's as fast as Trunks. When Rai and everyone else were full, only Akahito and Trunks were still eating. The 2 of them are a perfect match. Seeing the 2 of them still eating meat, Leona couldn't help but sigh. It's really delicious. If I hadn't been able to eat it, I would definitely have to eat a little more. Lubbock, who was beside him, was already fed up and lay motionless on the grass. Then, in the eyes of everyone who hit the night, Trunks and Kai Tong just finished eating the big dangerous species. Of course Trunks ate a lot more. After resting for a while, Kai Tong looked at everyone and said, it's time to make arrangements for tonight's action. At this time, Akihito was completely different from her usual silent appearance, and she had the spirit of being a leader. Maybe that's why Najishton doesn't let the older and more experienced Bran be the acting captain. Kai Tong, tell me, what is the assassination mission tonight? Speaking of the mission, Leone also became serious. Lubbock, you and Bran's mission is to kill a merchant. This person buys and sells by force. If he doesn't sell to him, he will use force. So far, many people have been brutally murdered. This merchant Jia has used the money to recruit a lot of thugs, and his strength is not weak. You have to be careful. Kai Tong quickly described the tasks of the 2, and then handed them the target portrait. Clear. After Lubbock took the portrait, he looked at Brand and nodded. Main, you and Hill's task is an officer of the Imperial City Guard. This person is corrupt and perverts the law. After committing a crime, he will find someone to take the blame. It is a heinous crime. 35. Yes, we'll definitely kill that guy. Main and Hill nodded in agreement at the same time. Afterwards, Akihito handed them the portrait of the target person. Trunks looked at it. It was a burly and strong man, and he looked strong and powerful, not like an ordinary person. This task is a bit difficult, and there are also powerful people in the garrison, so you have to be careful. Kai Tong warned again. Yes, got it. Main nodded and took the portrait and put it away. Finally, it's Leone and I's mission. Kai Tong looked at Leone and said, our mission is to kill a man named Sheila in the imperial capital. This person is the son of a minister. He has practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he has also attracted a group of brutal people as his subordinates. In terms of character, the cruelty is not inferior to that of the father. It is extremely cruel and lustful. This person deserves to die. 95. At the end, Kai Tong's eyes became cold. Wow, it seems that this mission will be very dangerous. But if you are with Chitong, it will definitely be completed smoothly. Leonai stretched, and she trusted Kai Tong very much. Kai Tong nodded. No matter what, this task must be completed. If these tasks are not good, it might be the last task of their night raid. After all, when the empire is overthrown, there is no need for night raids to exist. What about me? At this time, Trunks looked at Kai Tong and pointed to himself. Kai Tong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, there is no Trunks for your mission. Let's do it, otherwise, Trunks, you come with us, and we look a little dangerous from here. 35. Leona raised his hand and suggested. Humph, our mission is also very dangerous. Main snorted, and seemed to want to snatch the ownership of Trunks. Brand and Lubbock looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Little Kai Tong, who did you tell the Trunks to follow? Leonai handed over the decision to Akatsuki again. Akahito thought for a moment and then looked at Trunks again. Trunks, you decide to put. Forehead. Trunks didn't expect to talk about it, and the decision was returned to his own hands. He thought for a while and said, I'll go with Main and Hill first. Their goals are closer, and after they're settled, I'll come to Chitong to your side. When Main heard this, she felt a little excited in her heart for some reason. Well, so that's settled, let's get started. Kai Tong took out his knife and slashed the fire with one knife. The forest returned to darkness. The next moment, everyone disappeared. At this time, Trunks followed Main and Hill in the forest. Hey, Main, what are you doing, and don't call it so intimate. The sudden shouting behind caused Main's body to pause for a while, and then she shouted a little shyly. Cough, I want to say that you are a killer, why do you wear a skirt to go out on a mission? Trunks just wanted to complain at this point. As killers, Main and Hill, one is wearing a pink dress and the other is wearing a cheongsam. Is this really an assassination mission? What? Don't worry about it. Hearing this question, Main's face was not bad. Trunks was a little speechless, and then one of them accelerated to the side of Main and Hill, and hugged them one by one. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. 35. Suddenly being hugged, Main blushed slightly, and her small fists kept hitting his arm. On the other hand, Hill is much more well behaved. I just want to say that it is too slow and too troublesome to go to the imperial capital like this. 35. Saying that, Trunks' mouth curled slightly into a smile. Instant transmission, swish. When they appeared again, they had already come to the imperial capital. Let go of me. Hey, you've already arrived at the imperial capital, so keep your voice down. Do you want to be discovered by the patrolling guards? Trunks covered Main's mouth and whispered. Main was speechless with a whimper, and nodded immediately. For flowers. Trunks then let go of her. Snapped. Main, who was released, did not speak, but stepped on his instep with a reddish face. Remember me, Main snorted and ignored him, then looked around. Go this way. After clearly distinguishing the direction, several people quickly crossed the streets and alleys. But it took 10 minutes for them to arrive at their destination. This was far too fast for Main's imagination. It would have taken them several hours to come from the base. By then the assassination will be carried out in the second half of the night, but it is still early. The target task is not sleeping at all, but doing something between men and women. This made Main and Hill blushed. Trunks are kind of funny. This man is simply courting death. Hill, protect me and watch me snipe him. At this time, they were on a roof, and the target task was in a house 800 meters away. From the window, you can see that there are two figures entangled inside. This situation is not good for accurate sniping. 0. After Main erected her Tico romantic fort, the whole person seemed to be integrated with the gun, as if nothing could affect her. This realm is somewhat similar to when Hill fought. Trunks watched silently, and had no plans to shoot. At one point, Main fired. Boom. Sparks shot out from the muzzle, and a beam of light shot out. However, what was unexpected was that when the bullet was about to name the target, it was dodged. How is this possible? Main couldn't believe that her sniper was actually dodged. It is obviously not luck to be able to dodge in this situation. That is to say, the opponent's strength is also very strong. The sniping failed. Let's get out of here quickly. Taking a light breath, Main put away the romantic fort and planned to leave. Isn't Main ready to complete this mission? Trunks was a little puzzled. As a sniper, it was right to shoot a shot and change places, but the opponent would obviously not give such a chance again. We can only find another chance, there's no way to kill him now. 35. Main's face became serious. At this moment, there was a loud noise not far away. No, it's from the garrison, let's leave. When Main heard the movement over there, her complexion changed drastically. Pack up and get ready to leave. The Trunks had no choice but to follow behind, but the other party seemed to have something that could finally take their place. The three have been unable to get rid of the guards. I said, we don't have to run away. Trunks stopped suddenly and looked at Main and Hill helplessly. It seems to be the case. With your strength, you should be able to easily deal with the garrison, and you can also kill the target along the way. Main's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Trunks shrugged helplessly. Then don't run. 99. Main turned around and walked over to him. At this time, the guards behind him also caught up, and at the forefront was a girl with a white puppy. Ha ha ha, I found you. The girl at the forefront laughed with a twisted smile. After a while, more than a dozen people from the garrison came up and surrounded the three of them. Chapter 80 Twisted Justice. You are a Knight Raider. The girl guards took out a wanted order in the imperial capital with Hill's portrait on it. A previous mission exposed Hill's appearance, but Main's appearance was not exposed. But with Hill, there is no need to know that they are members of the same Knight Raid. The girl in front of her is Seleu Ubiquitas, who uses the Taigu Warcraft transformation, 100-armed giant, and is a creature like dog-type Taigu. In the original work, Hill was killed by this woman, and was finally eaten by Taigu. Seleu, don't act rashly, these three people are a vicious night attack, let's wait for reinforcements to come. Seeing that Seleu was going to make a move, the guards on the side discouraged him. I know, it's up to me to hold these three people alone. Seleu's attitude towards his companions is still very good, but because of the twisted justice in his heart. It is very cruel to treat the guy who was regarded as the enemy. Shao Ke, tear them apart for me. Roar. Under Seleu's order, the white puppy at his feet instantly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant dog with a height of about 3 meters and a ferocious face. The giant dog's scarlet eyes stared at the Trunks and the three of them, and there was still a stench of saliva at the corners of his mouth. This guy is actually an imperial envoy. Main's expression changed, but she didn't expect that there were also people who used Taigu in the 190 of the guard. Hey, Trunks, are you okay? Don't panic. It's just a little milk dog, and how can a man say no? Trunks smiled and waved. Then it's up to you. Main was relieved to hear him say that. Shao Ke, come on. Seleu finally gave the order to attack. Wow, the giant dog roared and rushed over with a stench. Seeing the giant dog approaching, Main couldn't help but take out the romantic battery. Just as the giant dog rushed over, Trunks stretched out a hand and slapped it down. Boom. Ooh, ooh, the giant dog whimpered like a puppy that had been injured, and then fell to the ground. The ground trembled. It was actually smashed into a big pit by the giant dog, and a spider web-like crack appeared around it. The place was silent. This scene made the eyes of everyone in the garrison stare out. They knew that Seleu Dagu was powerful, but they didn't expect to be slapped and slapped down. Impossible. Shao Ke. Seleu didn't believe that his Shao Ke would be defeated so easily, and immediately ordered loudly. However, Shao Ke only whimpered a few times and finally stopped moving. Because the slap from Trunks just now shattered Shao Ke's core. If the core is not broken, this small injury can be recovered in an instant. Shao Ke. Impossible. Shao Ke. Seleu looked at the motionless Shao Ke in disbelief. Shao Ke has been her best friend since her parents died, but she didn't expect even Shao Ke to leave her. How? Do you want to kill all these people? Trunks asked Main next to him. Seeing the heartbroken Seleu kneeling on the ground, Main couldn't help feeling pity. Besides, not all the guards are evil. Forget it. Our target is not her. Oh, okay. Trunks shrugged and was about to leave here with the two of them. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps not far away. The captain of the guard, Oka, came to support him with a large group of guards. Main's mission goal is also impressively among them. What, do you want to retreat? Seeing so many reinforcements from the other side, Main couldn't help frowning. Retreat? Why retreat? Isn't the mission goal already delivered? If you want to retreat, you must complete the mission first. Trunks chuckled, not caring how many people there were. Main was relieved when she heard the words, and Hill, who was so cute, didn't have any opinion. Seleu, what's wrong with you? When the guard team captain Onioka saw Seleu kneeling on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrank, but he knew that his apprentice was powerful. Shao Ke was killed, I want revenge. Seleu came back to his senses, with a crazy smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out 2 machine guns and shot frantically towards the Trunks. Under Seleu's frantically twisted expression. The bullets swept in like a metal storm, but it was shocking. All the bullets seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, suspended in midair. Back to you. With a wave of Trunks, all the bullets flew back faster. Originally, he didn't intend to kill Seleu, but if the other party shoots again, don't blame him for being ruthless. Puff puff. Countless bullets poured out, and in the blink of an eye, Seleu's body was shot through by countless bullets, and it became riddled with holes. Seleu. Onioka looked at Seleu, who was killed, and was instantly furious. The guards on the side were also furious and glared at Trunks. Well, it's time for the game to end. 35. Trunks didn't bother to play any longer. He activated his telekinesis, and instantly controlled all the guards on the scene. Hill, Go kill the target. Hill heard his words and rushed over without any hesitation. Main wanted to stop it. After all, there were so many guards on the scene, even if they were the Emperor's envoys, they couldn't be careless. But I didn't expect that all the guards couldn't move, not even their mouths. Did you make this, Trunks? Main was extremely shocked. Trunks smiled and didn't answer. It was at this time. Puff. Hill's scissors cut off the target's head without hesitation. By the way, this Onioka doesn't seem to be a good thing. Why don't you kill him, by the way? Trunks remembered that the Onioka in the original book was also one of the targets of the night attack. It's just that the mission has not been received yet. Main nodded. That's right, Booz did once say that the captain of the guard team, Onioka, is also a vicious guy. 5. That's fine, let's solve it by the way. Trunks chuckled lightly, and then pointed his finger at Onioka. Although Oka the demon couldn't move or speak, his trembling eyes could see the fear in his heart. Puff. A beam of light was launched from Trunks' fingers, instantly piercing the heart of Onioka. Thump. Onioka fell to the ground. Okay, mission accomplished, it's time for us to go back. Trunks clapped their hands. Come here and catch me. Main's face turned red when she heard the words, but she still walked over and grabbed his sleeve. Hill obediently grabbed his arm. You can't grab the sleeves. Seeing Main's shy look, Trunks smiled and then put his arms around her waist. Instant transmission. Swish. When Main reacted, the three of them had already returned to the villa in the forest. Yeah, 35. Seeing that she was being hugged, Main screamed in surprise. UBD is so disgusting. Main was utterly ashamed, and as soon as she grabbed her hand, she raised a romantic fort against him. I'll go see Kai Tong and the others first. Trunks shrugged, and an instant transmission disappeared in front of them. Damn, don't run. Seeing him disappear, Main became even more excited. The other side, Trunks had already remembered the chi of Kai Tong and Leoni, after sensing the chi of the two. An instant transmission came to them. Who? Clang. A person suddenly appeared in front of him, and Kai Tong instantly pulled out Murasama from his waist. Don't be nervous, Kai Tong, it's me. Trunks. Kai Tong heaved a sigh of relief and then sheathed the knife. It turned out to be the handsome Trunks. I was shocked. 35. Just now, Leona almost used the Beastmaster to transform. How is your mission, Kai Tong? Trunks looked around curiously. At this time, they were on a roof, and the surrounding houses looked very ornate, so it could be seen that this family was either rich or expensive. This is the house where the minister's son Sheila is located, but we are just here, and we don't know what's going on inside. Speaking of this, Kai Tong suddenly asked, by the way, what do you think about Main and the others? Oh, don't worry, the task has been easily accomplished. 39. Trunks replied with a smile. Well, if you are here, the mission will be no problem. 99. Akihito nodded. I said, should we go in? Seeing the two ignore her, Leonie was a little depressed. Trunks laughed. Yeah, let's go check the situation first. If Sheila is here, kill him, if not, look for other opportunities. It is good, Akihito nodded. Then 1.33 people quietly sneaked into this luxuriously decorated manor. It was nearly early morning, but the manor is still brightly lit. Many rooms were still having fun, and just listening to the sound made Kai Tong and Leonie's faces turn a little red. Although usually when performing tasks, this kind of thing is very common. But for some reason, I feel very embarrassed with Trunks around. Several people skipped a few rooms and came to the master bedroom in the manor. If Sheila is in the manor, it must be here. It really is here. The three of them crouched on the roof at this time, and it could be seen that the lights in the master bedroom were bright. Apparently someone was inside. After listening carefully, some unpleasant voices suddenly came over. These people are so damn good. Without a word, Leonie directly activated Taigu's Beast King Lion King. It can make Leonie beast, so that the ability of all aspects of the body can be improved by leaps and bounds. Hey, I'm going to crush that guy. After the beastification, Leona became bigger somewhere. A pair of furry ears grew on both sides of the top of the head. The palms also become a pair of furry claws. She had an excited look on her face, and was almost unable to stop herself. Chapter 81 The Headless Horseman Chelsea, the old man is miserable. Do you want to do it directly? After the transformation, Leonie was a little excited. Kai Tong frowned. She didn't want to attack directly, it would be best if she could carry out an assassination. After all, there are criminals that Sheila recruited from all over the world in this manner, and there are also strong people among these criminals. There might even be an imperial envoy. Kai Tong, don't think so much, I'm here. Trunks laughed. Hearing this, Kai Tong's frowning furrowed, and nodded lightly, alright then. Let's do it directly. Seeing Kai Tong agree, Leonie jumped out excitedly. After Leonie jumped out without concealment, he was immediately discovered by the patrolling personnel around him. This loud shout also alarmed Sheila in the room. Boom. The wall smashed open in an instant, and Leonie did not walk through the main entrance, but broke through the wall directly. Hey, die for me. Leona showed an excited smile, and then punched Sheila with a punch. Who the hell are you? 35. Sheila was furious, but she didn't expect to be disturbed when she was in high spirits. He hurriedly picked up the Taijin next to him and activated it, and the man disappeared in the next moment. Where did it go? The punch failed, and Leonie was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, he is also an imperial envoy. Following the wall that Leona had destroyed, Trunks and Akatsuki also walked in. Don't worry, that guy can't run. Trunks had memorized Sheila's Kai, so wherever he teleported with Taigu, he could find it. 14. Wrap me up. Sheila did not escape, but appeared outside the room. At this time, he has gathered his men to surround the place, obviously not intending to let them go. Hey, there are too many people. The handsome Trunks is all up to you. Seeing the dozens of people below, even Leoni was a little embarrassed. After all, he still didn't know what the other party's emperor was. Let's go together. Kai Tong pulls out Murasama from his waist. No, let me do it. 99. Trunks stopped her, and a Qigong bullet condensed at her fingertips. Call out. The Qigong bullet shot down instantly. Sheila seemed to sense the danger of death, and instantly activated Tegu Shangri-La. Boom. It's just a marble-sized Qigong bomb, but its power is enormous. The entire manor exploded in an instant, and everything was destroyed. Trunks came to the sky with Akatsuki and Leona in one hand. Looking at the exploding manor below, Leonie couldn't help gasping for air. I said, there's no need to make such a big mess. Leonie felt a little distressed about the treasure in Sheila's manor. After all, it was all money. Trunks shrugged helplessly. He really didn't think of that just now. As the target dead, 35, Kai Tong's eyes kept looking down, trying to find traces of someone alive. Should be dead. With such a destructive force, how could anyone still be alive? Leonie was a little disbelieving. There are still people alive. Trunks laughed. What, can anyone really survive under these conditions? Leonie was dumbfounded. It's Tico. 39. Kai Tong instantly thought of the scene where Sheila avoided Lior just now. That's right, that person has an imperial tool that can be teleported through space. Trunks nodded. Doesn't that mean the target has escaped? Leona was a little annoyed. Kai Tong couldn't help frowning. No, that guy can't run. Trunks smiled slightly. Instant transmission. Swish. When they reappeared, they were already in a forest. Damn, who the hell is this person so powerful? Is it the Night Raider? A somewhat embarrassed man stood up from the ground cursing. It was Sheila who was teleported away using the Taigu Shangri-La at a critical moment. Even from a long distance, he could see the explosion in his manner, and this scene directly scared him into a cold sweat. If his movements were slower, I'm afraid he would die somewhere. Fortunately, I have Shangri-La in hand, and no one wants to kill me. Thinking of this, Sheila couldn't help but feel a little proud. Yes, just then, a voice suddenly appeared not far away. Sheila trembled and was about to activate Shangri-La, but he suddenly found in horror that his body could no longer move. Trunks' good red pupil Liolei fell from the sky. He stepped forward and took the disc-like Tikoku from Sheila's hand, looking at it with interest. This guy will be handed over to you. Trunks waved his hand. Buried. Kai Tong spit out 2 words indifferently, and then the sword light flashed. Puff. Sheila's huge head was thrown out instantly. Hee, I finally killed this guy. Is this his Taigu? Leona came over to the Trunks to take a look. That's right, it's a space mobile type Tico. Here it is. 35. Trunks smiled and then threw Shangri-La to Leonie. Ha, do you want to give me something so important? Leonie took over the emperor and was a little surprised. This thing is useless to me, you can take it back and give it to others. Trunks waved his hand. Now that the mission has been completed, it is time for us to go back. Kai Tong put away Murasama and came to him. Well, then let's go back. Trunks took the initiative to pick up her little hand. Are you going to use that move called instant transmission? 35. Leonie hugged his arm unpreparedly, sinking it deep into it. Trunks was a little helpless. Swish. The next moment, the 3 of them answered in the villa in the forest. Wow, this ability is so convenient. Now I can take a hot bath. By the way, do you want the handsome Trunks to come? 5. Leona stretched and said seductively in Trunks' ear. The bathroom is over there. Kai Tong pointed to the bathroom and looked at Leonie calmly. Well, I know. The carefree Leona smiled when he saw this, and then walked to the bathroom. Kai Tong, you are tired too. Go and rest early. 35. Kai Tong looked at him with a blushing face, then nodded obediently like a little girl next door, and went to the bathroom. In the next few days, the Night Raiders did not receive any more tasks, so these days were relatively leisurely. A week later, Najishton is finally back. What happened to Booze? Did the headquarters agree to launch a general attack? In the living room, Main, Leonie and the others asked impatiently. Najishton waved his hand, signaling everyone to be safe. Let me introduce the new members first. Saying that, Najishton pulled the girl who had been eating a lollipop beside her. Her name is Chelsea, and she was sent by the headquarters to assist us. By the way, her mission success rate is almost the same as that of Kai Tong. 35. Is it that great? The Night Raiders were suddenly a little surprised, knowing that Kai Tong's mission success rate was as high as 90%. Almost 100% mission success rate. The girl in front of her didn't look as powerful as Kai Tong. Hee. Hello everyone, my name is Chelsea, please take care of me. Chelsea bit the lollipop, smiled and waved to everyone. Then she looked curiously at Kai Tong, the girl who was known as the ace killer with the same mission completion rate as her own. Are you Akatsuki? Chelsea came to Kai Tong's side, then took out a lollipop and handed it to her. Humph, do you want to buy Kai Tong just like that? Impossible. For some reason, Main didn't like seeing this woman. But what surprised her was, thank you, you are welcome to join us. Kai Tong took the lollipop and greeted with a smile. How come? Everyone was blinded by the night attack, but Kai Tong was unexpectedly so easily dealt with. As the acting captain of Night Raid, Kai Tong even recognized Chelsea, so the rest of them had nothing to say. Are you the very powerful person that BO1900OS said? At this moment Chelsea came to Trunks and looked at him carefully. That's right, hello Chelsea. Trunks greeted her with a smile. In his impression, Chelsea was the worst dead. Not only was her body divided, her head was also hung. It's just so miserable. This made his eyes look a little weird. Chelsea couldn't stand his strange stare and turned away. Okay, now that everyone knows each other, let me tell you about the arrangement of the headquarters. 35. Najishton clapped her hands, causing everyone's eyes to come over. The headquarters agreed to my plan, but it did not send troops to help us but only sent Chelsea to cooperate with us. So everything depends on us. Once we win the Imperial capital, the headquarters will send troops to control the entire Imperial capital as quickly as possible. Hearing Najishton's words, everyone's heart was a little heavy. Unexpectedly, the headquarters still does not believe them. No, it is not that they do not believe in them. If you really don't believe it, you won't bet on the night attack. It's just that the headquarters doesn't put all its eggs in one basket. Therefore, this time, the task of attacking the Imperial capital was all completed by Shiu. Only when the night attack has swept away most of the resistance forces in the Imperial capital, the headquarters will send troops to take the entire Imperial capital. At this moment, everyone in the night attack fell silent. I originally thought that with the help of Trunks, I would be able to cooperate with the rebel army to take the Imperial capital in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, in the end, they were the only ones working hard at night. Booze, isn't this asking us to die? Leona looked angry. However, Najishton did not answer her words. Hee, everyone, don't be discouraged. I said that all the enemies of the Imperial capital will be handed over to me. 35. As long as the rebel army can control the Imperial capital in time, it's fine not to cause more harm to ordinary people. Isn't this the best way? 5. At this time, Trunks stood up and smiled at everyone. Chapter 82. Straight into the palace, Queen Estes. Under the infection of Trunks' self-confidence, everyone in the night attack also regained their confidence. That's right, as long as the Trunks are around, we'll be able to overthrow the entire Imperial city. Leone smiled and hugged his shoulders, looking like a good buddy. We'll be fine with Trunks. Kai Tong also nodded. If anyone here trusts Trunks the most, she must be counted. Chelsea looked at Shiu with a surprised expression. Do these people really believe that this guy called Trunks can solve all the enemies of the Imperial capital by himself? That's not possible at all. She is not so naive. Before she came, she got an important news, because Sheila, the son of the minister, was killed, and she felt that the emperor was not safe. All the ministers encouraged the little emperor to recall the great General Estes. After the great General Estes returned to the Imperial capital, he immediately formed a hunter organization to fight the night attack. Not to mention the organization of the hunters, I'm afraid they will be difficult to deal with just by Estes. Chelsea is very aware of the terror of the great General Estes. She is ready. If these people are going to die, she will find a chance to slip away. With her Taigu Gaia Foundation ability, no one can find her. I also believe in Trunks, so we'll listen to you on what to do next. 35. At this time, Najishton also spoke, and she could only trust Trunks for now. No problem, you can totally trust me. Trunks patted his chest and assured. So what do we do next? Leona asked curiously. Tomorrow, we can go directly to the Imperial capital. The next day, the Night Raiders were all ready to go to the Imperial capital. Hey, is it really okay to walk in like this? Lubbock shrank his neck timidly. If you don't want to come, no one will force you. Coward. 5. Maine gave Lubbock a contemptuous look. Ha ha ha, Lubbock, you have to trust Trunks too. Brand patted Lubbock on the shoulder and laughed. Lubbock shrugged helplessly. On the other hand, Chelsea was a little irritable. She was stupid to come to the Imperial capital with such a swagger. In her opinion, this is courting death. Forget it. Wait and see if the situation is not right, then retreat immediately. Chelsea had already made up her mind. Hey, what are you guys doing? Trunks and Yi-Raid walking on the road naturally attract people's attention. As soon as they came to the gate of the city, they were discovered by the soldiers guarding the gate. How to do? Seeing that it was discovered, Kai Tong pulled out the knife and prepared to start. Trunks held her hand and smiled. You don't need to shoot, leave it to me. After speaking, he continued to walk towards the city gate, not caring about the soldiers guarding the city at all. The Night Raiders could only follow behind when they saw this. Just when they thought that Trunks was about to start, they found that he didn't pay attention to the appearance of these soldiers, and still walked towards the city gate in his own way. To their surprise, these soldiers did not stop them. The next moment, I saw that all the soldiers fell down inexplicably. What exactly is going on? Leoni and others who had never seen Trunks use this move were a little confused. It just knocked them out. Let's go, these ordinary soldiers will be ignored. Trunks smiled slightly. Psychic power is so convenient in dealing with these miscellaneous soldiers that there is almost no need to do it yourself. Immediately afterwards, the group walked directly towards the Imperial Palace. Along the way, whether it is the guards or the ordinary soldiers, all of them will faint in an instant. Trunks didn't kill. There were the damned among them, but also the innocent, who were then handed over to the rebels for trial. At the same time, their unscrupulous actions also alarmed the people in the imperial palace. At this time above the palace hall. Report, Your Majesty, a night raider from outside the imperial capital broke in openly. A soldier broke into the main hall to report. What? There are night raiders who dared to break into the imperial capital in an open and honest way. The little emperor frowned, then looked at the minister who was eating chicken legs and said, should I order these rebels to be caught now, minister? Ah, Your Majesty is wise, but this group of night raiders are not ordinary people. I think General Esters will go and arrest these rebels, the minister said while nibbling on the chicken drumstick with his mouth full of oil. Okay, just do as the minister said. The little emperor looked at the soldiers below, go and call General Esters over. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldier agreed and then exited the hall. Soon, a woman dressed in a decent white military uniform, with a military cap, and long blue hair like a waterfall, walked in valiantly. My minister, join Your Majesty. Esters knelt down and gave a salute. General Esters, the imperial capital has now invaded the rebels called Night Raid, and I order you to go to arrest them quickly, make no mistake. Yes, Your Majesty. Estes agreed, then turned and left the hall. The minister will be fine with this. After the little emperor issued the order, he looked at the minister again and asked. Haha, Your Majesty is wise, you have done a very good job, and you are no worse than the sages. 35. The minister laughed out loud. At the same time, Trunks and the others had already arrived in front of the imperial palace. All the guards along the way were all placed, without exception. This caused all the ordinary people in the city to hide in fright. They could sense that today's imperial capital was about to change. Well, this is too easy. Leonie yawned, and they didn't have anything to do with them all the way, which was too boring. Nagistan frowned and reminded. Leonie, don't be careless, there are still a lot of soldiers in the palace, the most important thing is. Chelsea on the side suddenly took the call. It's General Esters and General Bud, if the two of them join forces, we won't be able to go, of course, this is without Trunks. The shock in Chelsea's heart was still not diminished at this time, she had no idea that Trunks was so powerful. No matter how many soldiers and guards there were, all of them fainted silently. It's all so horrible. Originally, she planned to escape, but now she has completely dismissed the idea. With this monster around, maybe they can really conquer the imperial capital. Booze, how strong is this General Esters, to be comparable to General Bud? Maine asked suspiciously. No, it's not comparable. Compared with General Bude, General Estes is more terrifying. Nagistan seemed to recall the past, and couldn't help touching her mechanical arm. This arm and I were left when he betrayed Estes. What, is it so strong? Maine and Leonie were a little surprised. I didn't expect that General Estes would get such a high rating from Nagistan. That's right, Nagistan told several people about her memories. Nagistan was also a general of the Empire, who went to the southwest frontier with Estes. But after seeing the massacre of alien people and the atrocities of his army, Estes felt the darkness of the Empire and joined the rebel army. On the way to the rebel headquarters, he ran into Estes who came to ask for his life. The two emperors under his command were killed, and his right eye and right hand were also abolished. This woman once frozen hundreds of thousands of troops with her own strength. In my opinion, if you want to kill her, you need at least 50,000 elite soldiers and more than 10 emperors including Kai Tong. Nagistan said with a serious face. Hey, is it really that strong? A few people in the night attack took a breath of cold air. Trunks couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. In fact, Nagistan's scruples were too conservative. To kill this woman, it would take far more than 50,000 people and 10 imperial envoys. It can be said that if this woman does not want to die, almost no one can kill her. But this is also the charm of this woman. Trunks also had great admiration for this woman. Don't be afraid, we've got Trunks. He'll be able to take out that woman with ease. 55. Leonie patted him on the shoulder carelessly, not at all worried. Make him a little speechless, just trust yourself so much. The Nuos come on. At this moment, Trunks suddenly said two words. The night raid crowd froze for a moment. Immediately, they seemed to have noticed something, and all turned their attention to the palace wall. I saw the city wall, and several figures stood tall on the top of the city wall. Is her. Nagistan's pupils shrank suddenly, and she will never forget that figure for the rest of her life. Who is it? Maine blocked the sunlight with her hands, barely seeing a blue figure. That is General Estes. I didn't expect to meet him as soon as he entered the palace. Chelsea bit the lollipop in her mouth and said nervously. Is this person Admiral Esters? He doesn't look very strong. Gone. Leonie folded his arms on his chest with a look of indifference. Don't underestimate her, Kai Tong reminded. She felt that the woman in front of her was very strong. Humph, are you the ones who dared to break into the imperial capital? It's called a night attack. 35. At this time, Estes, who was standing at the top of the city wall, spoke. Her tone was very arrogant and cold, looking at everyone like a queen who mastered everything. Chapter 83 General Binglin, Estes actually molested in public. Trunks, what should we do now? Akatsuki looked at Trunks and asked. Everyone in the night attack also looked at him. Trunks looked at the city walls. These were people he knew very well. 3 beasts plus hunters. All Estes subordinates are here except for Seleu who was killed early. Seeing this, he chuckled. I'll deal with Estes, you. Let's deal with the rest. Kai Tong's eyes kept looking at a figure on the city wall. That figure was 7 or 8 similar to Kai Tong, and it was Kai Tong's younger sister, Hei Tong. Actually, Trunks originally wanted to say, "It's fine for you to watch," but he didn't expect Kai Tong to interrupt him. Following Kai Tong's gaze, he also understood why. She is the younger sister of Hei Tong and Kai Tong, and the bond between the two is very deep. To put it simply, the two have been dependent on each other since childhood and have become killers cultivated by the Empire. In a certain assassination of the General Najishtan who betrayed the Empire, he was fooled and left the Empire and joined the Night Raid. And Hei Tong stubbornly believed that Kai Tong betrayed her, so the two began to fall in love with each other and kill each other. With a sigh, the Trunks didn't stop. But Kai Tong couldn't wait to rush over. At the same time, the 3 beastmen and hunters beside Estes, except for Hei Tong, suddenly changed their expressions. What's the matter? The body can't move. 35. It's like something is holding it down, it's so heavy. What is the problem? The changes in the subordinates around him made Estes a little puzzled. What the hell happened to you? Boss, our bodies can't move. Will blushed. Yes, 190 seems to be holding us down. 39. Pseudo Neong Nawu even used Taigu, military music dream, to become a muscular man, but he still couldn't break free. Boss, I don't seem to be suppressed. At this time, Hei Tong raised his hand. Oh, it seems that the other party has something to control your Taigu, and what you said about Hei Tong. Estes didn't change her expression at all, her eyes turned to Kai Tong who rushed over. Just leave it to me, my sister. I will free her myself. Hei Tong pulled out his saber, March of the Dead, 8 houses, and a smile appeared on his face. Then she jumped off the city wall and greeted Kai Tong. At this time, Estes also jumped down from the city wall. Then my opponent is you. Estes slowly pulled out the rapier from his waist, and then walked towards Trunks and the others. No, your opponent is only me. Trunks shrugged and went up to him. The two stopped a few meters apart. Oh, who are you? Estes looked at the Trunks with interest. She found that the tall, sunny and handsome young man in front of her made her feel incomprehensible. This suddenly aroused her curiosity. My name is Trunks. Trunks. Then why are you here? Estes asked again. Just to help Kai Tong and overthrow this rotten empire. I don't want you to stand in front of me. 39. To be honest, Trunks didn't want to kill Estes, a woman he admired very much. Really? A smile appeared on the corner of Estes' mouth. If you can beat me, I will do what you want. 9. BEBD, is that so? That's fine too. Trunks knew that a queen-like woman like Estes wouldn't shake her will at the words of others. If you want to make such a person succumb, then you can only conquer each other with powerful strength. Estes smiled even more at this. The battle is imminent. The next moment, I saw her leaning over and rushing over, very fast. The rapier in his hand pierced Trunks' heart. Trunks didn't change his expression, he quickly stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the tip of the opponent's sword in an instant. Oh, Estes was a little surprised. He didn't expect his sword to be caught so easily. The strength of the man in front of her was beyond her imagination. In an instant, Trunks became Estes' hunting target. It is her hobby, hunting powerful enemies. The next moment, I saw Estes kicked over, and shot with an ice thorn. Trunks stretched out his hand and slapped twice in a row in the air, the ice spikes burst open, and Estes' feet were also slapped away. Seeing this, Estes stepped forward to attack again, and the swordsmanship in the ice continued to be used. The dazzling attack made ordinary people unable to react at all, still too slow in front of Trunks. This General Estes is really amazing. Brand's face was solemn, such a powerful fighting ability, especially when assisting Jian Bing to carry out unexpected attacks. If he were to face Estes, he would probably be killed in a few rounds. It's really strong, but Trunks are even stronger, don't you see? Leonai folded his arms and smiled without a trace of nervousness. The Trunks never moved half a step and never attacked. Akihito added, yes, Trunks didn't use his powers at all. Najishtan was shocked. Unexpectedly, the most terrifying enemy she has always considered, did not take advantage of the Trunks. Humph, Trunks is just playing around with that General Estes, didn't you see that even those subordinates were immobilized? 99. Chelsea noticed from the very beginning that Estes' men, except Hei Tong, were standing still. How is this different from the guards they encountered along the way? Chelsea even boldly guessed that Trunks was actually able to control Estes easily, but he just wanted to play. She guessed right. If Trunks uses telekinesis, Estes really doesn't have the power to resist. You must know that Estes has not even created the move of Mokobatmo that freezes time and space. After all, this trick is also a trick created by the original Estes to prevent the protagonist from escaping. At this time, the battle between the two on the field became more and more intense. Drink. Suddenly, Estes jumped into the sky with a squeak. Then a large ice ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters condensed with one hand and smashed it towards the Trunks. However, the Trunks just smashed the puck into pieces with just a light punch. Use any other moves, otherwise, this game can be over. Trunks' smile didn't change, as if he was just playing with Estes. Hee, Trunks, I like you more and more, how? Do you want to be my man? Estes looked at Trunks who never moved half a step under his own attack, his eyes lit up. This is the strong man he was looking for, and as soon as these words came out, the Night Raiders behind them couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect Estes to say such a thing. If this makes Estes fool the Trunks, it will be over. Hey, what should I do? Kai Tong is not here, what if Trunks really followed Estes? 55. Lubbock whispered worriedly, "Humph, do you think everyone is as lecherous as you are?" Main glanced at him disdainfully. "Well, I have to say that this General Estes is still very attractive, and his strength is strong, maybe it's true." Chelsea thought for a while and said, "The handsome Trunks wouldn't do such a thing. I trust him." 35. Leona was not worried at all. After all, such a big beauty with a great figure has been around Trunks all the time, and I have never seen him show any lustful performance. That's when they were talking. Trunks smiled and said, "I have to say, General Estes is indeed very charming." "Oh, so you said yes." Estes' eyes lit up, and his eyes became more and more pleasing to the eye. "No, or you can submit to me." 35. Trunks shook his head and smiled. Estes not only didn't get angry when he heard this, but laughed even more brilliantly. "Then come and conquer me." Before he finished speaking, Estes instantly created countless hard ices in the sky, shooting down like raindrops. Trunks waved with one hand and easily blocked all the ice. However, this is just a feint of Estes, her real attack is on the ground. Rumbling, rumbling. The mountain shook for a while. Suddenly the ground cracked, and huge ice picks stabbed out, aiming straight at the Trunks. Yet still useless. He just stretched out his finger and tapped it, and the solid ice shattered instantly. So strong. A series of attacks by Estes overwhelmed the Night Raiders. Especially the huge ice cone that suddenly appeared on the ground is even more shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that Trunks easily blocked Estes' attack. At this time, Estes' eyes became more solemn than ever. She secretly thought in her heart, it seems that she can only use that trick. General Binglin. Suddenly a powerful cold air emerged, and in an instant, a snowstorm blew up the entire area. This phenomenon caught the night attack not far away a little off guard. The cold air made everyone shiver. What exactly is going on? Main held herself with both hands and looked around. At this moment they seemed to have entered a snowy field. The surrounding area is white, and you can't see anything in the distance. I've heard of this move. It's the move of General Estes, which is said to be able to freeze hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield in an instant. 35. Najishton explained with a solemn expression. What shall we do then? Main's thin body was already shivering from the cold. Only until their battle is over. 35. However, before Najishton's voice could be heard, the snowstorm suddenly stopped. Finished. The Night Raiders looked towards the battle center. Chapter 84. Kai Tong and Hei Tong, Sister Flowers, hee. I saw that in the center of the blizzard, Trunks had knocked out Estes. Her, General Binglin, is naturally self-defeating. Finally kill her. Seeing this night attack, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, I didn't kill her. Trunks chuckled lightly. Looking at Estes lying in his arms, he couldn't help but reached out and touched her long ice blue hair. This scene was seen by everyone in the night attack, and everyone's expressions were different. Brand was expressionless, wondering what he was thinking. Lubbock was full of admiration. He didn't expect to take advantage of such a terrifying imperial general. It's really amazing. On the other hand, Main is charming. With a snort, she is a little unhappy. Oops, the handsome Trunks isn't going to bring General Estes home. Leona laughed and came to Trunks, sighed. Cough. Trunks coughed dryly and was about to say something, but suddenly found that the battle between Kai Tong and Hei Tong was about to end in the distance. Hei Tong's strength itself is not Kai Tong's opponent, not to mention Hei Tong does not want to kill his sister. So of course, Hei Tong was stabbed by Kai Tong. Leonai, help me take care of her first. Trunks handed Estes into Lior's hands, and then dodged towards Chitong. Hey, Leone looked at Estes who fainted in his arms, helpless and a little scared. What if she wakes up suddenly? There must be something happening over Kai Tong, let's go and see. Najishton looked at the Trunks who left in a hurry. After that, everyone in the night attack went towards the battle between Kai Tong and Hei Tong. Hey, what should I do? Leone looked at Estes who was lying in his hands with tears in his eyes. There was no other way, she had no choice but to hug Estes and then followed. Sister, I like you the most. Hei Tong, who fell in Kai Tong's arms, looked at her sister who was close at hand, and couldn't help but recall the scene of two people relying on each other when they were young. At that time, the way the Empire cultivated killers was very cruel, and countless children were treated as GU insects and killed each other. Only those who survive to the end can survive. At that time, Kai Tong and Hei Tong were encouraging each other and successfully lived to the end. Black pupil, Kai Tong couldn't help shedding tears, no matter how Hei Tong was her sister. Both of them stubbornly believed that killing each other was the best relief for each other, but they were still sisters in the end. At this moment, Trunks suddenly appeared beside the two of them. Looking at Hei Tong who was still breathing, Trunks breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately he caught up. Hei Tong, eat this quickly, Trunks said and put Shondo in Hei Tong's mouth. At this time, Hei Tong was already a little confused, and she swallowed the fairy beans subconsciously. Kai Tong looked at him suspiciously. Kai Tong, since your sister has already died once, the obsession between you should also be put down. Trunks persuaded. Kai Tong heard his words, was silent for a while, and then nodded. Before, the two of them had been obsessed with wanting to kill each other to free each other. Now that Hei Tong is dead, her obsession is naturally let go. Seeing this, Trunks nodded with satisfaction. As long as Hei Tong was rescued, Kai Tong would not be the killer. However, Shondo can only treat ordinary injuries, and don't forget that Kai Tong's Murasama has curse poison. so he could only use Cheetah to temporarily seal the curse poison. If you want to be cured, I am afraid you have to ask Den to help, or ask Shenron to help. At this time, the black pupil woke up again with a groan. Elder sister. Looking at the solution in front of him, Haitong couldn't believe it. Black pupil. Kai Tong's eyes were red and couldn't help hugging Haitong. How are they? At this time, Najishton and the others also came over, looking at Kai Tong and Haitong who were hugging each other. Everyone had a question mark on their faces. In fact, Najishton also understands the relationship between Akatsuki and Kuroko. Still, Trunks briefly explained it. After listening to his explanation, everyone in Yishi expressed their sympathy for the two sisters. So what do we do next? At this time, Chelsea asked curiously. Of course it's straight into the palace. Trunks turned around and looked at the majestic imperial palace. This palace that has been standing for many years, it seems that it is time to collapse today. Report. At this time, in the palace hall, the little emperor and ministers were still waiting for the good news from General Estes. Seeing the arrival of the messenger soldiers, the little emperor immediately looked happy. Come on, has my general already taken down those rebels? The little emperor urged. When the soldier kneeling at the bottom heard this, he was immediately dripping with cold sweat. Report. Report to your majesty, Admiral Esther's she. What's wrong with her, tell me. The little emperor stood up a little annoyed. The soldiers below were startled. Your majesty, General Estes has been defeated and has been captured. As soon as these words came out, the hall was suddenly silent, and the needle drop could be heard. In an instant, the civil and military discussions of the Manchu dynasty began to rise. General Estes was defeated, am I right? 5. Just kidding. General Estes is one of the strongest people in the empire, how could he be defeated? Yeah, I don't believe anyone can beat General Estes. However, what if General Estes is really defeated? Don't worry, we still have General Buu. That's right, that's right. When the little emperor heard the news, he immediately panicked. He turned his head to look at the minister and said, Minister, General Estes is defeated, what should I do? Ha ha ha, your majesty doesn't have to worry at all, we still have General Buu. General Buu will definitely prevent the rebels from entering the palace. The minister laughed. That's it. The little emperor was instantly relieved by being fooled, and the Manchu civil and military officials at the bottom did not dare to speak when they heard the minister's words. At the same time, the Trunks and the Night Raiders have also entered the palace. As for the three beastmen and the hunters, they still stayed on the top of the city wall and did not care about them. Estes was carried by Leone. After the group entered the palace, countless soldiers rushed towards them. But they were all knocked out by Trunks using telekinesis. He didn't want to waste time on these ordinary soldiers. After driving straight in, he soon approached the central hall of the palace. It was at this time. A person jumped out from not far away and fell in front of them. The important place of the palace is not allowed to trespass without authorization. The visitor was tall and had a pair of huge armed guards on his arms. It's General Bud. Najishton's face froze. She naturally knew General Bud. Najishton, you've already done a bit, and it's too late to leave now. 99. General Bud said solemnly. What? It turns out to be a pedantic old man. Maine couldn't help complaining. It is stupid enough that you let others retreat when everyone is knocking on you. General Bud, I think you should also understand that the current imperial capital has decayed to what extent. This is all caused by your connivance. For all ordinary people in the empire to survive, I must do this. Najihedon wanted to persuade General Bud to retreat. After all, although this person is a bit pedantic, he is also very respectable. General Bud was silent when he heard the words. He always understood what the minister was doing. I have always understood that the people of the empire are living in dire straits at all times, but in order not to violate the group training, that is, generals are not allowed to participate in politics. Point 0. Therefore, he has always allowed the ministers to do whatever they want in the court. Now it's finally time to eat the fruit. No matter what, I can't let you go. Up to now, General Bud can't say anything to make the empire collapse. Don't talk nonsense with him, let's go. Trunks don't want to waste time, just wave it. Boom. General Bud was instantly knocked out by a huge force, smashed into the wall and passed out. This scene made everyone behind Night Raiders stunned for a moment. I fought back and forth with Estes just now, but I didn't expect to hit General Bud directly. This is too disrespectful to General Bud. People were powerless to complain. Then the group continued to walk forward, and in front of them was the palace hall of the imperial capital. And at this time in the hall, the civil and military affairs of the Manchu dynasty were already panicking, because there were already soldiers to report, and General Bud had been defeated. What should we do, Your Majesty? Yeah, the enemy has already been killed. It's over, no one can stop these rebels. 35. If I surrender, I don't know if I will be spared. The Manchu civil and military were in chaos below, and the little emperor sitting on the dragon chair at this time was also panicking. Master, what should we do now? The flustered little emperor could only look at the minister. Don't panic, Your Majesty, we still have the last trump card. As long as we take it out, it will definitely not be a problem to suppress these rebels. 39. At this time, the minister also lost his initial calmness. What is it? The little emperor asked with some joy. Ha ha ha, that's Your Majesty, you can summon it anytime you want, that's right. The minister kept seducing the little emperor. The little emperor understood something after hearing his words. This is something that only the blood of the royal family knows, and only he who is of the blood of the royal family can use it. The god of protecting the country, supreme throne. This is the first and strongest emperor, not only the origin of the emperor, but also the apex of all emperors. Legend has it that it has abilities comparable to those of the gods, and only those with the blood of the emperor can use it. Chapter 85 Betrayal, Innocent Nagistan. This is the palace hall. As long as the minister and the little emperor are resolved, then our mission this time is complete. Looking at the palace hall so close at hand, everyone in the night attack was very excited. The moment to overthrow the imperial capital has finally arrived. Hey, Main, what are you going to do after the empire is at peace? Leona, who was behind, pushed Main with his elbow and asked. Main thought for a while and looked at Trunks unconsciously, then lowered her head and said, maybe she will return to the clan. Main is a girl of alien blood in the western part of the empire, and she has been discriminated against since she was a mixed ethnic minority. Fight to stop discriminating against children like yourself. His dream was to return to his hometown as a hero after a new country was established. As that's so, Leonie said with a bright smile. My dream is very simple, I will return to the slum where I was born, and if I can get the money from the empire, then I will give it to the children in the slum. 99. What a pure dream. Chelsea sighed and immediately smiled. But if it were me, I would also go back to the village where I was born. Trunks couldn't help but sigh when he heard the words of the people behind him. But can their wishes really come true? Boom, 19-0, rumble. Suddenly the earth trembled. What happened? Nagistan frowned and looked around. It's the ground, something seems to be coming out. Everyone looked in the direction of the palace hall, and saw that the ground was constantly shattering, and a behemoth drilled out from the ground. Looking at this shadowy figure, Yishu was shocked. What the hell is this? What appeared in front of everyone was a huge humanoid mecha nearly 1,000 meters high, which brought a powerful pressure to people like a god. Is this the legendary emperor? Nagistan said with a shocked expression. The legendary emperor. Chelsea was a little puzzled. That's right, the legendary strongest emperor is not only the origin of the emperor, but also the apex of all emperors, and is called the supreme emperor. Nagistan explained with a frown. Amazing. Then what are we going to do? All eyes turned to Trunks. Don't worry, it's just bigger. The supreme emperor is really powerful, but it also depends on who is using it. If the little emperor uses it, even Estes can easily solve it, let alone him. When Yishu heard what he said, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Trunks didn't waste time either, only to see a ki blast condensed in his hand and shot out. After ki blast shot, it suddenly turned into a huge beam of light. The dazzling light made everyone in the night attack could not help but close their eyes. If you look from a distance, you can see that a huge golden beam of light shoots towards the supreme emperor. The little emperor also seemed to sense the danger and roared. Immediately after that, the gun barrels protruded from the shoulders, forehead, and chest of Ko Taigu. The next moment, countless red lasers shot out towards Ki Blast. The power of the laser released by the Supreme Emperor is extremely powerful, and it can destroy the streets at will. But in front of Trunks' Ki Blast, it's just a man's arm. Almost instantly, the golden Ki Blast devoured the red laser cannon. Hit that Supreme Emperor tool directly. No explosions. After the light dissipated, Yishi opened his eyes, only to see that Supreme Emperor Jiyu, which had been towering into the clouds, but the upper body had disappeared at this time. Only the lower body remained standing in place. Everyone's eyes widened in the night attack, and their faces were in disbelief. It's amazing. The upper body has completely disappeared. This is too scary. How strong are Trunks? Unimaginable. The Chancellor is there. Don't run away. Leone, who had come to his senses, saw the fat body of the minister at a glance, and she, who was jealous of hatred, immediately seemed to be chasing after him. It's a pity that she is still carrying Estes. Seeing this, Kai Tong planned to catch up, but was stopped by Trunks. He activated his psychic power, and the minister who had fled in embarrassment immediately flew back. I'll leave this guy to you. Trunks laughed. Kill him. This guy is the root of the corruption of the empire. Yes, kill him. Main and Leone were indignant and could not wait to kill the minister immediately. Buried. Kai Tong pulled out Murasama from his waist and ended the minister's sinful life with one knife without hesitation. Before he died, the minister looked puzzled, because he had already activated the emperor. Why would it not work? Taking a closer look, it turned out that the crown jewel on his forehead had been shattered. Trunks knows that this guy has a Tico that can destroy Tico, so how could he not be on guard? Now that the minister and the little emperor are dead, it's time to inform the rebels and let them send someone to stabilize the imperial capital. Yes, in this case, our mission should also be over. Leone took his words. I'll notify the rebels. 35. Nagistan nodded. No, I don't think there's any need for notice. 35. At this moment, Main, who was standing on one side of the roof, waved her hand. Because she has seen through the magnifying glass of the romantic fort that a rebel army has entered the imperial capital. It won't take long before they can occupy the imperial capital. Upon hearing this news, everyone in Yishi was very happy. But it turned out that they were too happy. In just half an hour, the imperial capital was already occupied by the rebels. After all, there was no military resistance, which was too easy. However, unlike what everyone imagined in the night raid, they were not treated like heroes. After the rebels took control of most of the imperial capital, all of them were surrounded by rebel soldiers. Hey, what the hell is going on? We have cleared all the obstacles in the imperial capital. Main looked at the soldiers with a bit of annoyance. Get out of the way for me now. Leone was also unhappy. Even if they were not regarded as heroes, what is the reason why they are not allowed to leave now? Looks like it's not that simple. Brand was a little silent, and there were vague guesses in his heart. And Nagiston's mood has become heavy at this time. If this situation is not unexpected, the rebels will not let them leave so easily. Trunks folded his arms around his chest and looked at these soldiers in a relaxed manner. He had already understood the rebels' plan in his heart, and he suddenly showed a playful smile. At this time, the soldiers surrounding them suddenly moved and opened a passage. I saw a middle-aged man with a gorgeous pot belly walking in. Boss, what is going on here? Nagiston asked aloud after seeing this person. When Yishu heard it, everyone immediately understood that the person in front of him was the leader of the rebel army. Nagiston, you should also know that the entire empire is now under the control of the rebel army. The rebels finally spoke up. However, his words made everyone frown, and a bad premonition welled up in everyone's heart. Really, the leader of the rebel army smiled smugly. Thank you for your contributions, but for the stability of the new empire, night raids are no longer needed. And after the establishment of the new empire, everyone will not know that it was the killer who organized the night attack. They will only know that I led the rise of the new empire and that I saved everyone. After hearing these words, the Yishu people still didn't understand. The rebel leader is about to cross the river and demolish the bridge. Perhaps it was because the night raids had threatened the establishment of a new empire, and it was also to take all the credit. So it is impossible for the rebel leader to let them go. Only when the night raids are all gone can he become the savior of the empire. The Yi-raid people who understood it were instantly furious. Damn, is this how the rebels treat their heroes? Leone looked at the leader of the rebel army angrily. We are just a bunch of killers, we don't need credit, won't they let us go? 35. Lubbock looked gloomy. I was wrong, it seems that whether it is the empire or the rebel army, it is actually the same. Brand sighed and lowered his head. He was an upright man, and it was precisely because he could not bear the corruption of the empire that he joined the rebel army. But he didn't expect that it would still end in betrayal. Humph, do you think we're going to get caught? It's just you guys. Main didn't intend to capture her without her hands, but she took out a romantic fort and aimed at the rebel leader. It was at this time. A figure jumped out and stood in front of the rebel leader. I saw this man with blue hair, a pair of horns, and a long stick in his hand. No, it shouldn't be said that he is human, because it is just a humanoid Tegu in 1.3. Nagiston's Taigu, Susanoo, in the original book. Ha ha ha, do you want to do it? You have already experienced the battle with the two generals in the imperial capital, how much strength do you have? The rebel leader laughed wildly. It was precisely because he knew that Yi-raid had already fought against the two generals. That's why he wanted to take this opportunity to kill all the night raiders. After he said these words, the surrounding ordinary soldiers suddenly leaned back. At the same time, a few people who were unusual at first glance slowly stepped forward. One of them carried a giant hammer on his shoulder, one held a bow and arrow, another held a sickle, etc. 8 people in total. If there is no accident, these 8 people are all Tico envoys, plus the humanoid Tico Susanoo. There were 9 emperors on the rebel side. Even Nagiston was a little surprised, not expecting that the rebel army had so many Tegu envoys. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. Your night attack is just my bait. In fact, even without you, I have already planned to launch an attack on the imperial capital, ha ha ha. The rebel leader laughed arrogantly. However, the night raiders did not change their expressions at all. Chapter 86 Estes is a bit clingy, who will be the emperor? Just when the leader of the rebel army thought that the victory was in his hands, the night raiders were unmoved. This guy is stupid. Leona looked at the rebel leader like an idiot. Humph, I think he's an idiot. 99. Main snorted. Fortunately we have Trunks here, otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to leave today. Lubbock was also relieved. This idiot doesn't look at it. Do we look like people who have gone through a war? Chelsea looked at the rebel leader with contempt. They attacked the crowd at night as if they were fighting a battle. Along the way, Kai Tong and his younger sister Hei Tong also moved hands. The others were like playing, watching the Trunks take off along the way, then shocked and over. Trunks also shook his head. The rebel leader may have been a great person before. But now that he is greedy for profit, he has no vision, so he deserves to bump into his own hands. It seems that you don't intend to capture them without your hands. In that case, give them to me and kill them. When the leader of the rebel army saw Yi-raid people mocking him so much, he was very angry and planned to kill these people directly. However, upon hearing his order, no one acted. What are you doing? Give me a hand. The leader of the rebel army looked at Tegushi in annoyance. Leader, we can't move. I saw that the faces of the 9 emperors' envoys were already flushed, but no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move. Seeing this boring, Trunks turned his head to look at Nagiston, and said, can you control the remaining 14 rebels, Nagiston? Hearing this question, Nagiston was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. If I can get rid of all the rebel leaders, I can control the remaining rebel forces. That's it. Then these people can't stay. Trunks folded his arms and looked at the soldiers in front of him indifferently. Then let them disappear into the dust. Speaking of the surrounding rebel soldiers, as well as the leader of the rebel army and the emperor, all were sucked into the sky. Just like a star bursting into the sky. In the end, Countless people piled up together and became a sphere. Immediately afterwards, Trunks condensed a qigong in his hand and ejected it. Boom! In a burst of explosions, everyone was wiped out by the terrifying energy and there was nothing left. Seeing this scene, Yishu couldn't help shuddering. Emotion is also a master who kills without blinking an eye. What are you all looking at me for? Nagistam, why don't you control the rest of the rebel army? Trunks said helplessly. Oh, yes, I'll go right now. Nagistan responded and nodded. Stretching, Trunks looked at everyone and smiled and said, since things are almost resolved, it's almost time for me to go back. No, however, as soon as he said it, he was opposed by everyone. Trunks suddenly looked bewildered. Why, it's not over yet. The most important thing is that I don't know who should be the emperor. Nagistan, who had just walked out, came back. She was right, now the leader of the rebel army and others are all dead, which means that Nagihidan has become the supreme leader of the rebel army. But she didn't want to be the emperor. So who should be the emperor is really a question. The most important thing is that if this emperor candidate is not approved by Trunks, then it is definitely not possible. The strength of Trunks is too terrifying, he can subvert the empire at any time. If the emperor's candidate is not recognized by him, who knows whether he will destroy the empire again at some point. By the way, I don't know where is your home, little handsome guy. Leona came over and asked curiously. Well, it's a long way to go anyway. 5. Trunks' vague explanation. This explanation obviously makes everyone not very satisfied. Anyway, you can't leave yet. 99. Exactly. Seeing that everyone did not agree to leave, Trunks shrugged helplessly, and had to stay and wait for the end of the matter. Next, Trunks and Yi-Raid found a place to rest in the palace. Lubbock and Brand were pulled away by Nagistan to help. Only Trunks, Akatsuki, Main, Hill, Leone and Chelsea were left. By the way, and Estes. But what about Estes at this time? Hey, Esters, don't get too close, okay. Trunks looked helplessly at Estes, who was sticking to himself, showing the attitude of a little woman. Such an enthusiastic look really makes him a little unbearable. Don't, because I'm your Trunks now. Estes smiled and looked happy, which was completely different from the cold queen before. It's like a girl falling in love. Oops, the little handsome guy's beauty is not shallow. I didn't expect that even Esters could do it. How about big sister, I can do it too. Do you want to think about it? 5. Or just let you be the emperor, then I can also be a concubine or something, ha ha ha. Leone laughed and teased. I don't know if what she said is true or not. That's right, that's the best solution. Unexpectedly, Chelsea agreed with Leone's words very much. Come on, I don't want to be an emperor. 35. Trunks waved his hand. Whoever loves to be the emperor or something, he doesn't have that spare time. The position of the overlord of universe made him take it, but he didn't take it. What is an emperor in a mere amount? Hearing him say this, the girls present couldn't help feeling a little depressed. But Chelsea and Leone looked at each other, her eyes were rolling, she didn't know what she was thinking. At this moment, Trunks suddenly thought of something. By the way, Estes, your subordinates are still on the city wall. Yes, what are these people going to do with them? Everyone in the night attack also remembered. Estes looked at him seriously and said, these subordinates are not bad by nature, they all follow my orders, so I hope Trunks can let them go. Indeed, among the 3 beastmen and hunters, many of them are indeed very cruel. He's killed a lot of good people, but that's all on command. This matter, let Nagistan handle it later. Trunks had a headache, and he didn't know whether to kill him or not. He only knew that Will, Poros, and Ran were not bad people, but the others didn't know much. I'll bring them here first. With that said, the Trunks telekinetic force grabbed the immobilized people and flew over. Hey, we're flying, Will yelled. It should be the person who trapped us and caught us. Poros said solemnly. That person is too scary, I didn't expect that even General Esters would not be his opponent. Lan couldn't help but sigh. In just a moment, several people flew to a palace in the palace and landed. Then they found they could move. It was at this time. From above the palace came the clattering of military boots. General, 9. Boss, 99. The 3 beastmen and the hunter looked at the figure above and were a little surprised. Ah, very good. Estes looked at the subordinates below and nodded with satisfaction. She was still very kind to her subordinates. The old empire has been overthrown, a new empire is about to be established, and I am no longer a general, so you can disband. The 3 beastmen and the hunter were stunned when they heard this. Why, what should we do then? Because I have found a lover. Estes showed a happy smile. As for your words, I suggest that you continue to work for the new empire. It's just a change of emperor, and it's the same as before. After speaking, she turned and left. Only the 3 beastmen and hunters who were a little confused were left. Is it done? Looking at the Ace 190 day that came back, Trunks was a little curious. Estes nodded with a smile, and then stuck up again. This made Trunks a little helpless. At night, no one wants to wait here. So everyone went back to the villa in the forest to live. The next day, when the sun rises, a new day finally arrives. The empire also ushered in a new day. Nagistan's methods were very good, and in just one night, she completely controlled the entire imperial capital. The rest will need to be dealt with slowly. The current empire still has to elect a new emperor. In the imperial palace, all night raiders, plus Trunks and Esters are all here. Their meeting today will decide who will become the new emperor of this empire. Trunks was pushed to the first seat, which made him a little helpless. I didn't intend to attend this meeting, but was pulled over by Lior and Chelsea. Seeing that he didn't speak, Najishton took the initiative to stand up and said, "Then, let's talk freely. Anyone who has a recommendation can say it, as long as everyone agrees, it's fine." 5. However, he still didn't speak. Everyone in the night raid was waiting for Trunks to speak first. Looking at everyone's eyes, Trunks said helplessly, "Well, Brand, are you interested in being the Emperor? You are an upright person, and you are open and above board, and you are fully qualified for the Emperor's position." "He can't." Before Brand could speak, Main spoke up. "Brand is indeed very honest and reliable, but he has no ability to manage the country at all. If you hand over the empire to him, it will not work at all." "That's right, I agree too." Leone also nodded in agreement. Poor Brand was denied before he could speak. Trunks was also a little speechless, but thinking about what they said was right. To run a country is not to be a human being, you have to have that brain. Chapter 87 Become the God of the Imperial Capital, new members join. Still, Trunks asked Brand what he meant. "What do you think, Brand?" That, I'll forget it, I'm not suitable." 35. Brand shook his head. Even if Main and Leone didn't object, he didn't have the idea of becoming an emperor. Trunks shrugged helplessly at this, and then looked at Lubbock again. "Then let Lubbock be the emperor. You used to be a rich boy, so your mind is definitely fine, and you can open a harem when you become an emperor." 99. Trunks specially emphasized the word harem. Lubbock was a little moved when he heard the words. No, he absolutely can't. At this time, however, Main came out to object. She looked at Lubbock with contempt and said, "Just a lascivious guy like him, how can he be a good emperor? I'm afraid he will indulge in alcoholism." Forehead. The body was beaten to pieces, and Lubbock scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, Lubbock is obviously not fit to be emperor either. Chelsea and Leone also nodded. Even Najishton agreed. She knew Lubbock very well, and Lubbock's character was not suitable for being an emperor at all. "Hey, both of you are against them, so Najishton can only be the queen." Trunks spread his hands and said helplessly, "Emperor, it's not impossible." 99. Chelsea nodded thoughtfully. If the boss becomes the emperor, no one will object. Kai Tong also nodded. The Night Raiders all agreed. After all, boss has always been their immediate boss, and they trust her very much. "Well, then it's decided, let Najishton be the emperor." Trunks clapped their hands too. However this time, "No, I object." Najishton shook her head, denying everyone's decision. Quote? Quote. Yishu was at a loss when they saw that she was actually against it. "How can someone like me become an emperor?" Najishton stretched out her robotic arm and laughed at herself. Her arm had long been cut off by Estes, and even one of her eyes had been gouged out. She was physically handicapped and felt that she was not worthy to be the emperor. Of course, the most important thing is that she has already discussed with Chelsea and Leone, and she must let Trunks be the real emperor. "It's okay, maybe I can help you recover from your physical disability." Trunks waved his hands and laughed. Cheetah's technology should be able to regenerate limbs, and if not, there's Dragon Ball. No, I still don't think I can be the emperor." Najishton waved her hands hastily. "Forget it, if the boss doesn't want to be, he can't force it." Chelsea nodded too. Trunks was a little helpless to see this, but his eyes lit up when he saw Chelsea. "Chelsea, why don't you come and be the emperor? You have the emperor, even if you dress up as a man, of course, if you want to be a female emperor." Chelsea was dumbfounded when she heard this, and she quickly waved her hand. No. I can't." "Hey, if you are all wrong, do you want Kai Tong to be?" 5. Trunks touched Kai Tong's little head beside him. Hei Tong felt a little unhappy when she saw her sister's head being touched, and then put his hand on his head. Forehead. "Trunks are a little cute." Trunks, sure enough, only you are fit to be the emperor here. At this time, Leo Lei wrapped his arms around his neck. Only then did Trunks understand that these guys didn't plan to be emperor at all, they all wanted to give him this position. "Don't count on me, it is impossible for me to be this emperor." 35. He waved his hands firmly. The Night Raiders were a little helpless to see this. I think this idea is very good." 35. At this time, Estes also laughed. "Why don't you come to be the emperor, Estes?" The Trunks pushed her again in the emperor's position. However, Estes shook his head. "I will follow you all my life, so I will not be the emperor." 95. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the children present were a little unsightly. The hostility to Estes is also growing. Suddenly Chelsea thought of a way, and then excitedly said to everyone, "Why don't we change the system of this country?" "Chelsea, do you have any ideas?" 99. Leona asked curiously. Everyone is very curious. "In this way, I saw in a novel a kingdom controlled by gods, mortals depend on gods, and gods give mortals shelter." 5. Why don't we also change the empire from imperial power to theocratic power and let Trunks be the god? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Imagine that this method is indeed feasible. After all, the power of Trunks to destroy the world is not an exaggeration to be called a god. Trunks never thought Chelsea would come up with this idea. "I think it works." Leona was the first to agree. "Yes, and I agree." Main agreed. After a while, everyone agreed. "What do you think of Trunks? You don't need to do anything, you just need to put up a name and show off your prowess if you have time." Chelsea asked expectantly. Everyone looked at him. Trunks thought for a while, and if he did nothing, just put up a name, it wouldn't be a big deal. Well then, I promise. Great. Seeing that Trunks agreed, everyone in the night raid was very happy. But you all have to stay, and the management of the empire will be left to you. 35. The night attack crowd, who were originally very happy, suddenly cried out when they heard it. However, they are also very happy in their hearts. After all, they are all the founding heroes of the new empire. If they can continue to serve the empire, they are still very happy. That's how things settled. In the next few days, Najishtan began to get busy, trying to stabilize the entire imperial capital while managing the matter of becoming a kingdom of gods. Even Leonie and Chelsea were pulled over to help. A week passed, and Najishtan was finally done. At this time, the imperial capital had already been completely renewed, because the news of the great tax reduction made everyone in the imperial capital smile. This is the smile of hope. At the same time, Najishtan is also ready to turn the empire into a kingdom of gods. Within a week, she had already spread the news that it was God who overthrew the rotten empire and established a new kingdom of God. On that day, Trunks led the Night Raiders to break into the imperial palace and easily defeated the two strongest generals of the empire. After that, the behemoth was wiped out in an instant. Later, many soldiers were sent to the sky and a huge fireworks were blown up. This scene was also known to the people of the imperial capital. With such a powerful force, what is not a god? So the entire imperial capital quickly accepted the fact that it was the gods who saved them. Now that the empire has become a kingdom of gods, there is no one who opposes it, but many people support it. To hold the establishment ceremony of the kingdom of God, Trunks will go up and transform into a Super Saiyan and fly into the sky to shock everyone. Then after the show, nothing happened to him. The next thing is left to Najishtan and Chelsea. A day later, the matter was finally over. However, all the streets and alleys of the imperial capital are looking for discussions on this matter. After all, they have seen the real gods. At this time, inside the imperial palace, Trunks are bored eating grapes peeled by Esters. By the way, what about the Najishtans? It's over, I should be able to leave now. I don't know, maybe you are busy with other things. You are free, but we are very busy. Main, who was beside her, folded her arms in her chest and couldn't help complaining a little. Because of the lack of manpower, even she was arranged by Najishtan, which made her very busy. It's hard to sneak out to play for a while. Trunks shrugged, just as he wondered if he should just slip away. Unexpectedly, Leonie ran in a hurry. Trunks Najahidin has something to look for you, and said that as long as you finish this thing, you can leave. Oh, really? Trunks got spirited when he heard it. Then let's go. Aha, Leona nodded with a sly smile. Then the group went to the palace hall, which has been renovated and has become brand new. Najishtan, tell me quickly, what else? If you don't tell me, I'll really leave. Trunks swaggered into the hall. Well, I have one last thing here, as long as you agree, you can leave with you. Najishtan chuckled lightly. Oh, what's the matter? Trunks was a little curious. Clap clap clap. Najishtan clapped her hands, and then Kaiki Haetong, Leonie, Main, Hill, Chelsea, and Estes Dinos all walked in. To the Trunks' surprise, they were all wearing very fancy dresses. This is, yes, as a god, how can there be no one to serve you? So they are the goddesses I chose for you. Najishtan laughed. Trunks rolled his eyes immediately. Where did he choose a goddess for him? This is simply to choose a harem for him again. Don't worry, they are all voluntary. Najishtan leaned over and whispered in his ear. Trunks glanced at Najishtan. It's a lie for this guy to pick a goddess for him, and it's true that he wants to tie him firmly to the empire. Unexpectedly, even this trick was used. Looking at the girls in front of him, Trunks nodded helplessly. After all, he couldn't live up to the wishes of the girls in front of him. Wait, there's one more person to be counted in. At this moment, Chelsea pulled Najishtan and stood among them. Actually, Najishtan also likes Trunks very much. Chelsea smiled. Najishtan's face suddenly turned red, but she didn't object. After all, that beauty doesn't love heroes. However, Lubbock on the side was very uncomfortable. He had liked Najishtan for a long time. Haha, Lubbock, look away, there are many beauties in the imperial capital. Brand smiled and patted his shoulder in comfort. Chapter 88 New Group Members, Dragon Maid Thor and Xiaofeng. Ding. Group reminder. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the group task, earning 50,000 points in a group lottery draw. After returning to the Dragon Ball world, Trunks remembered that he hadn't received the quest reward yet. Plus the 130,000 points accumulated before, plus 50,000 points from the last live broadcast in this mission. At this point, he already had 190,000 points, and he was getting closer and closer to 500,000 points. Hey Tong, let's go. Go to Dend and see if he can cure you, if not, you can only ask Shenron for help. Touching Hey Tong's little head, Trunks took her little hand and prepared to go to the temple. The Trunks stayed for a few more days after Najishtan arranged for him with the goddess. Every day there are night raid girls to accompany him. The big sister Leonie, who has a great figure, Hill, the cute glasses girl, and Estes, who is sometimes the queen of icebergs and sometimes a little bird. Main, who is arrogant in her mouth but very honest in her body, and Chelsea, who has a versatile personality and likes to play tricks. Najishtan, who is valiant but extremely shy, and Akihito, who has a cute face but is innocent and cute. The fact that these girls almost made him reluctant to think about it. Fortunately, he remembered that Haitong's physical problems had not been resolved, so he returned with Haitong. Brother. Haitong held his hand and nodded obediently. Trunks didn't hesitate and used instant transmission to come to the Temple of Heaven. Yo, Dend. As soon as he arrived at the Temple of Heaven, he met Dend, and Trunks raised his hand and greeted him with a smile. It's Trunks. Dend was very happy to see him. I'm here to trouble you again, Dend. 55. Hee. If the Trunks have anything to do with me, feel free to come to me. Anyway, I'm very bored in the Temple of Heaven. Dend waved his hand indifferently and smiled. Thank you so much. I came to you this time to ask you to help her treat her. Saying that, Trunks pulled black pupil to him. Dend looked at the black pupil intently. How? Can 190 be cured? No problem. Dend smiled and nodded. Great, then I'll trouble you. Trunks was also relieved. Fortunately Dend could solve it, otherwise he would have to use Dragon Ball. Don't be afraid, Haitong, let Dend help you heal, and you'll be fine soon. Seeing Haitong clutching his clothes tightly in fear, Trunks comforted aloud. Maybe it's because I haven't seen the Namek people. It's okay, just treat it like this. Dend shook his head and said it was fine. Trunks nodded at this. Then Dend's hands emitted a soft glow and started to treat the black pupil. It took a long time for Dend to end his treatment. At this time, Haitong had already fallen asleep. Phew, her body is healed. Dend wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dend. 35. Trunks thanked him gratefully. Haha, I'm very happy to be able to help Trunks. Dend smiled happily. Haha, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so I'll leave this to you. Trunks opened the red envelope that Tiansuohui had sent earlier, which contained steaming pastries. This is when Tiansuohui was making dishes at Togetsu Academy, and if there was more, he would be sent to him to taste. Anyway, it will not spoil if you put it in the red envelope, you can take it out and eat it whenever you want. Wow, it's so fragrant. Dend almost drooled over the smell of the pastry. Then Dend, I'll see you next time. Trunks said goodbye to Dend, and then returned home with Haitong. Brother, you are back. As soon as I came back, I met Ram and Rem, and the two cute little loli were a little overjoyed when they saw him. I'm back. Trunks smiled and nodded. Brother, who is she? Ram looked curiously at the black pupil in his arms. Her name is Haitong, and she was brought back by her brother for treatment. Trunks gave a simple explanation, and then asked as he walked, by the way, what about Lala and the others? Sister Lala and Mama Bulma went to the research room. Because Ramram is too cute, Bulma also regards it as her daughter, so Ramram always calls her mother. Oh, I see. Trunks smiled and nodded. Sister Mengmeng and Sister Nana are playing in the game room. Rem added. While talking, Trunks and the others had come to the bedroom, and he put the still sleeping Haitong on the bed and covered the quilt. Sister Haitong, what happened to her? Ram asked curiously. Well, because of the treatment, she fell asleep, let's not disturb her, you know. Ramram nodded obediently. After arranging the black pupils, Trunks and Ramram came to the game room, and then finished with Menjmanana for a while. In his spare time, he looked at the chat group. Shashizi group owner at Super Saiyan. Trunks, you haven't been bubbling for a few days, have you completed the mission on Kaitong's side? Blood Chili Pepper. Yeah, haven't seen Trunks talking in days. Little Thief Cat. I don't know if the teacher's task has been completed. The Sorcerer King Ains are gone. Don't worry. With the strength of Mr. Trunks, it can definitely be done easily. Super Saiyan. The mission has just been completed, and I have returned. Night Attack Ace Killer. Thank you for your concern. Trunks has helped me overthrow the corrupt empire, and now a new kingdom of gods has been established. Shashizi group leader. Really? That's fine, but what is the kingdom of God you're talking about, Kaitong? Blood Red Pepper. Yes, the name of the kingdom of God is too strange. BEBD. Seeing everyone's question, Trunks groaned in his heart. Afraid that Kaitong would tell her about this, she hurriedly chatted with her privately. He became a god in the world of Kaitong, and if Shiu knew about the fact that he also opened a harem, he would definitely be jealous again. However, before he could chat privately, Kaitong spoke. Night Raid Ace Killer. As the name of the new empire, Trunks will serve as the gods of the empire, sheltering the empire. 99. Super Saiyan. It's just a name. Trunks specifically explained it. Blood Red Pepper. So that's how it is. Brother Trunks is too powerful. King Debbie Luke. So it turns out that the previous empire has become the age of theocracy. This idea is very good. Little Thief Cat. If there is a teacher here, this empire will definitely exist forever. 99. Shashizi group leader. Is that so? Shazichiu Shiu watched the chat with Kaitong and couldn't help sighing. Kaitong has explained everything clearly, although she keeps saying that she will help him open the harem to keep Trunks. But Shazichiu Shiu was still a little jealous. She sighed after thinking about it. She should have thought of this situation long ago. Maybe you should get some help yourself. While chatting in the chat group. Ding. Welcome Thor. Join the Wanjie Chat group. Ding. Welcome Xiaofeng to join the Wanjie Chat group. The appearance of two group prompts made the chat group even more lively. Shashizi group owner. It's been a long time since no new people have joined. Blood Red Pepper. That's right. Super Saiyan. I didn't expect two newcomers to join today. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergen. Who are these two people? Little Thief Cat. Teacher, tell us about it. Xiaohui. Yes, Super Saiyan. I'm not very sure of their identities, I think Shiu should be the same. Shizi group leader. Yes, there are many people called Thor, the most famous is Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology. As for the name Xiaofeng, I can't remember it at all, maybe I've read too few comics. Suddenly Trunks had an idea, but there were many people named Xiaofeng. But when it comes to anime characters, he immediately thought of Xiaofeng who appeared in Dragon Ball GT, and he didn't know if it was her. Blood red pepper. Then there's no other way, we can only wait for them to take the initiative to speak. Shizi group owner, at Toll, at Xiaofeng, when you see group news, you will bubble up, chat groups have a sign-in function, and the points you get for signing in are very important. As the group leader, Shiu of Shadracho still reminded the two newcomers. At the same time, in an unfamiliar world, a fissure suddenly shattered in the sky. Immediately after, a huge body rushed out of it. It turned out to be a giant dragon. After the giant dragon flew out of the space crack, it seemed to have lost its strength, and then fell down. In the end, it smashed into the forest, but fortunately it was not too high from the ground. After a slight tremor on the ground, calm was restored in the forest again. Where is this place? The dragon reluctantly opened her eyes, but the injuries on her body made her unable to hold back and closed her eyes. After resting for a while, the giant dragon finally regained some strength, but the injury on his body did not improve. As long as the divine sword stuck in her back is pulled out, her injury will not get better. Vaguely, the dragon heard the prompt of the chat group, and then she closed her eyes and saw the interface of the chat group. Thor. What is this? In the chat group, Super Saiyan. Hey, the newcomer has spoken. Blood red pepper. I don't know who the new guy is. Shizi group owner, at Thor, let me explain it. The chat group in front of you is something you can chat with the heavens and the world. 35. Thor. A chat group. Shizi group owner. Yes, can you introduce yourself now? Thor. My name is Thor, one of the dragons of chaos, what are you all? 35. Dragon of chaos. Hearing this self-introduction, Trunks instantly understood who this Thor was. Isn't this the shaking girl dragon in Krillin's Dragon Maid? Chapter 89. Save the Dragon Maid. Thor, I'm not a dragon master. Shizi group owner. I know who she is. At this time, Shiu also remembered. It was the dragon family, and the beginning was a fight with the gods, and there was still a sword stuck in the back. Isn't this the Krillin's Dragon Maid? Blood red pepper. Sister Shiu, who is this Thor? Little thief cat. Yes. Tell me now. The group members are very curious about Thor's identity. Shizi group leader. Then let me tell you. As Thor said, she is a dragon, and on our side, she is a character in a novel, very powerful. Blood red pepper. Wow. It turned out to be a dragon, but what does it look like? Little thief cat. I'm curious too. Night attack ace killer. Curiosity +1. Xiaohui. Curious +1. Super Saiyan. Let Thor post a selfie. Let's all see. 5. Thor. Selfie. How do you shoot it? Super Saiyan. You can do this. Trunks said a few simple words, and Thor instantly understood how to post a selfie. Thor. I'm done. Selfie.jpg. When the group members saw Thor's selfie, they were all a little surprised. Blood red pepper. Wow. What a big dragon. Little thief cat. Is this a dragon? It looks very powerful. Shizi group leader. It's almost as described in the novel. Xiaohui. But she seems to have a sword stuck in her back. Are you injured, Miss Long? At this time, everyone also discovered the sword on Thor's back. Coupled with the fact that Thor has been lying on the ground weakly, it is easy to know that she has been injured. Thor. Yes, lost in the battle with the gods. Blood red pepper. It's okay, Miss Thor. Do you need any help? Thor looked at the divine sword behind him. Ordinary people couldn't touch the divine sword, as long as it was touched, it would vanish. Only a powerful person, or a dragon trainer, can draw this sword. The kind Thor did not know whether there was such a strong person in this so-called chat group. Thor. Is there a god among you? Ains Gong the sorcerer king. God. Does Miss Thor mean that only gods can help you? Thor. That's right, the sword behind me was left by the gods, so ordinary people can't touch this sword. Little thief cat. So that's how it is. Shizi group leader. If you want to say God's words, there are really people in the group. Blood chili pepper. It's brother Trunks. Shizi group owner. That's right. Trunks can transform into Super Saiyan God. This is also a god. Super Saiyan. Thor, invite me. I'll help you pull out the Excalibur. 99. Thor was a little moved after seeing his words. Thor. Thank you. Ding. Group member Thor invites you to her world. Do you want to confirm? Confirm. When Trunks appeared again, it was already in the night sky. Ding. Trigger a separate mission to save Thor. Task requirements. Pull out the divine sword behind Thor and heal her injuries. Mission limit. Only one person can access the mission. Task reward. 50,000 points in a group lottery draw. Trunks was startled. He didn't expect that he didn't start the group mission just now, and only triggered the individual mission after he came over. Maybe it's because Thor will meet how to train your dragon. So Thor will never die. Without thinking about it, he instantly felt a powerful aura not far away. Needless to say, it must be Thor. Trunks' instant transmission came to Thor in an instant. Yo, Thor, "Huh, who are you?" Thor suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the human being in front of him with some vigilance. "Don't be nervous, I'm in the chat group. Anyone in the chat group?" Thor then let go of some vigilance. "Yes, my name is Trunks. 99. Trunks, are you a god?" Thor looked at him curiously. "Well, I can transform into Super Saiyan God." Trunks nodded, and then instantly transformed into a Super Sai God. The red aura of the god made him look very mysterious. In fact, there is no need to transform into Super Saiyan God at all. The strength of the gods in this world is also very limited, and he is completely able to draw the divine sword at will. "That's great, I'll leave it to you then." Thor was a little excited. "Do not worry." Trunks nodded, then flew to Thor's back. Holding the hilt of the divine sword with one hand, he pulled it out very easily without any effort. After the divine sword was pulled out, it trembled for a while, as if trying to get out of his hand. But how could Trunks let it go back so easily, grabbing it firmly with one hand and making it immobile? "Pull it out, thank you." As soon as the divine sword was pulled out, Thor's injury recovered a few points. Dragon's resilience is very strong. If it wasn't for this divine sword, she would have recovered long ago. "Can you turn into a human?" Trunks found it hard to look up at Thor. 35. Thor nodded, and then she released light all over her body, and her figure continued to shrink in the light. In the end, he transformed into a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The girl has golden and supple shawl-length hair, a pair of dragon horns on top of her head, and her red pupils look quite oppressive. With a smile on her delicate and cute little face, she looks very cute and beautiful. But at this time, Thor was only wearing a rag to cover his body, giving people a vague feeling. For flowers, Trunks nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what the dragon maid looked like in his mind. "How, will I look weird as a human?" Thor couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw that he had been staring at him. "Oh, it's alright, Thor is so cute." Trunks praised without hesitation. "Really? 99. Trunks nodded. "By the way, Thor, eat this. It can heal your wounds." As he said that, he handed over a fairy bean. Thor took the fairy bean and looked at it, then threw it directly into his mouth, completely unprepared. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. "Recovered." Thor's eyes suddenly lit up, and she found that her injuries were all recovered in an instant, and it was difficult to recover her strength. Originally, it would take a lot of time to recover on her own. After all, the magic power in this world is really rare. 0. But she didn't expect that just a little bean would make her fully recover. Hee, Thor doesn't seem to have a place to go now. Why don't we just chat here? 95. Good. Thor nodded happily. Seeing her promise, Trunks took out a universal capsule and threw it not far away. Boom. After a puff of smoke, a small villa appeared in the clearing. Wow, Thor's eyes lit up. He just felt so magical. "Come on, Thor, let's go in and rest." Trunks opened the villa, and the two walked in together. Wow, Thor, who had just come to the human world, had seen such a magical thing, and was very curious about everything for a while. Trunks could only explain patiently to her. Unexpectedly, this is the case, and the night time has passed. The next day, Trunks took out the dishes in the red envelopes that Tiansuohui sent for breakfast. So delicious. After Thor took a bite, he couldn't stop, and he looked happy. The dishes that Tiansuohui sent were not just made by her. If there are any leftover dishes made by others, they will also be sent to him. A variety of dishes, although the level is not the same, but for those who have never eaten, all of them are the most delicious food. After a meal, Thor was still a little unfulfilled. Trunks forgot, this guy is no weaker than Saiyan's big eater. This meal directly ate all his stock, which made him a little depressed. "Thor, where are you going next?" "Where to?" This question stumped Thor, and she no longer wanted to go back to the world over there. But there are no friends in this world, and she doesn't know where to go for a while. Chapter 90 Mission Completion, Lucky Draw, Spirit Tree Seeds. Suddenly, Thor looked at the Trunks curiously and asked, "Where are the Trunks going?" Of course I'm going back to my world." Trunks replied with a smile. Can I go with you, Trunks?" Thor's face was slightly red and he said a little embarrassedly. "But, if you follow me to my side, your family and friends won't be able to find you." Thor was willing to go with him, of course he was happy. But what if they didn't follow Kong Na and Illuma later? "It's okay, I can come back often," Thor said happily. Trunks was stunned. Why didn't he think of this? Anyway, there is a chat group, Thor can come back anytime. Okay then, Trunks nodded. If Thor wanted to follow, he was too happy. Great. Thor smiled until his eyes were crescent moons, very cute. Immediately afterwards, Trunks put away the house and was about to go back to 19-0. However, after seeing the rags on Thor's body, he frowned, and he couldn't go back dressed like this. So he took out Peikai number 2 and handed it to Thor. "Thor, this is a robot that can change clothes called Peikai, please change your clothes first." 99. Oh, after Thor took the button-like Peikai number 2 over, he looked at it curiously. Then he ripped off his clothes. Trunks turned helplessly. "Trunks, I'm dressed, what do you think?" Thor's excited voice sounded from behind. Trunks turned his head to look, his eyes suddenly lit up. I saw that the princess dress that Lala usually wore was worn on Thor's body, and it looked just right. It's very beautiful, Trunks complimented without hesitation. Tolton was very happy. "Okay, Let's get out of here. Trunks grabbed Thor's hand and then used the chat group. The next moment, the two had already come to the Dragon Ball world. Huh, is this your world of Trunks? It looks very different. As soon as he appeared, Thor looked around curiously. Yes, Thor, I'll introduce you to a few people. Saying that, Trunks took her to meet Meng, Nana, and Ram. Thor is also a very easygoing girl, and after a while, a few people are familiar with playing games together. At this time, Trunks suddenly found someone at him in the chat group. Shizi, group owner, at Trunks, has Thor's matter been resolved? Super Saiyan. Don't worry everyone. I've pulled out the Excalibur and healed Thor's injuries. Speaking of Divine Sword, Trunks seemed to have lost his spirituality when he found out that Divine Sword was brought here. Even if you let go, it won't move. Blood red pepper. I don't know what Thor looks like after recovery. Can brother Trunks take some pictures? Little thief cat. Teacher, I'm curious about Thor too. 39. Super Saiyan. Okay, since everyone is so curious, let me post some selfies. 35. Trunks looked at Thor, who was having a good time with Meng, Nana, and the others, took a few photos and then sent them to the chat group. Little thief cat. Huh, didn't you mean to shoot Thor? Why did the teacher shoot a few beautiful girls? Blood red chili pepper. That's right. Xiaohui. Isn't Miss Thor dragon? Shizi, group owner, could that girl be Thor? The novels by Shiu of Kasumigauka have not yet been turned into comics, so it is not very clear about Thor's appearance as a human being. However, everyone knew Nana and Meng, so they guessed that the girl with the dragon horn was Thor. Super Saiyan. Shiu is right, the one with the dragon horn is Thor's appearance as a human being. Blood red chili pepper. It turns out that it can still be transformed into a human shape. Xiaohui. It's amazing. Thor, who became a human, still wears dragon horns. He looks so cute. Little thief cat. What would the teacher do to bring Thor home? 35. Shizi, group owner Trunks, should you explain it? You won't be the one who tricked her back. Seeing Shiu's words from Duxia Hills, Trunks suddenly had black lines all over his head. What does it mean to cheat back? It was Thor who came back with him. Super Saiyan. Of course not, because Thor doesn't want to go home and has nowhere to go, so he asked to come to my side. Thor. That's right, I asked to come to the Trunks house. At this time, Thor, who was playing with Meng and the others, also noticed the chat group. Shizi, group leader, so that's how it is. It doesn't matter, it's okay for Thor to go to Trunks. Thor. Having a lot of fun with the Trunks. Great food, and new clothes to wear. Thor kept talking endlessly as soon as he opened his mouth, all of which happened after the two met. For Thor, this has been the happiest day since she met Trunks. At this time, Shiu of Kasumigauka was a little depressed and a little happy, but the happy thing was that Trunks didn't do anything too much to Thor. Sadly, Thor seems to have a crush on Trunks too. Kasumigauka Shiu is often troubled by the excellence of her boyfriend. At the same time, seeing that Thor kept talking, Trunks simply quit the chat group. He checked the status of his tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the single task, getting 50,000 points in a group lottery. With these 50,000 points, he already has 240,000 points. And even the group lottery has 2 chances. Taking advantage of the free time now, he plans to use up these 2 group lottery opportunities. If you can burst out of European energy and draw some kind of gods of destruction power, angel power or something, then you will make a lot of money. After finding the group lottery interface, he clicked without hesitation to start the lottery. Ding! Group lottery starts. Ding! Congrats to the group member Super Saiyan, who obtained the seeds of the spiritual tree. Huh, it turned out to be the seed of the spiritual tree. Trunks didn't expect to draw this thing. The spiritual tree seed is a very magical thing. As long as it is planted, it can grow into a huge spiritual tree in a short time. The spirit tree can absorb the energy of a planet, thus giving birth to the fruit of the spirit tree. But this process is too domineering, which will lead to the whole planet withering and eventually destroying after being absorbed. The spirit tree fruit is the concentrated essence of all the chi of the entire planet, and after eating it, it can increase its combat power. The increased combat power is based on absorbing the planet's chi. At most, this thing will increase its combat power by several million, and it doesn't seem to have any effect on him now. But it's still good for training. Trunks suddenly had an idea. The planet of water where the martial arts exchange meeting was held last time was not destroyed after the battle. But it's almost there. Before long the entire planet will fall apart. It is better to plant the seeds of the spiritual tree and use this planet. Thinking of it, Trunks came to the water planet using instant transmission. Looking around, this planet is no longer as bright as it was at the beginning. Various disasters such as underwater volcanic eruptions occur all over the world. Seeing this, he did not hesitate, and directly threw the seeds of the spiritual tree onto the island. After the seeds of the spiritual tree fell on the ground, it was only a few seconds before the seeds took root and absorbed the spiritual energy crazily. Immediately afterwards, a small sapling continued to grow visible to the naked eye, and the huge tree roots continued to stretch out. In just a moment, the entire island was occupied by the spirit tree. Amazing. Trunks couldn't help but wonder. At this time, the spiritual tree has grown into a towering tree, and the roots of the tree are constantly expanding. The sea water can't stop these thick roots. These roots go directly to the bottom of the sea, where they continue to spread. This speed is amazing. In just a few hours, the roots of the spiritual tree have spread over half of the planet, which is terrifying. The sea water is dwindling at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the earth is drying up. The originally blue planet has now turned khaki. Chapter 91 Xeno Pager, what is the use of summoning Xeno children? As the spiritual tree continued to grow, the spiritual energy of the entire planet was gradually absorbed. From a distance, it looks like a Death Star in khaki. Let me see how many spiritual tree fruits have been produced. Trunks flew to the spirit tree. The spirit tree bears quite a lot of fruits, at a glance there are tens of thousands of them. He was a little surprised, but he was not so surprised when he thought that these fruits were all the spiritual energy of this planet gathered. Picked a fruit and tasted it. It tastes good. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. It is said that this is a fruit that only gods can eat, and the taste is naturally unusual. After eating the whole spirit tree fruit, he found that this fruit probably increased his combat power by about 100,000. It didn't work for him at all. However, this is only the fruit of the spirit tree at the bottom. If it is the fruit at the top of the spirit tree, it feels that it can increase the combat power even more. Without thinking any more, Trunks waved his hand, and the moment his psychic power was activated, he plucked all the fruits of the spiritual tree. Take out an all-purpose capsule and store these spirit tree fruits. At this time, as the fruits are all picked, the spiritual tree is also withering. The spiritual tree seeds that were eventually thrown on the island were exposed. Trunks took the spirit tree seed and left the planet that had become the Death Star. 14 just got home. Unexpectedly, Haitong woke up. After being lethargic for a day, Haitong finally recovered his spirits. Brother, you are back. After seeing Trunks, Haitong immediately rushed up. Holding the little black pupil, Trunks smiled and nodded, yeah. How is the black pupil feeling? Has your body recovered? 35. Well, it has been restored. Haitong nodded obediently, looking so cute. Do you want Haitong to go back with my sister? Well, no, I want to be with my brother. Haitong thought, and finally chose to be with him. This makes Trunks a little proud. It seems that in Haitong's mind, he is more important than his elder sister Kaitong. Okay, then stay here and go back to see your sister when you have time. Trunks also smiled and nodded. At night, under the preparation of Tiansuohui, the family happily ate dinner. Even grandfather Dr. Brive and grandma were there. No way, Tiansuohui conquered everyone in the family with her cooking. Even Son Goku sometimes has the cheek to come over to eat. Trunks, you seem to be neglecting your practice recently. While eating, Vegeta said solemnly. He didn't want Trunks to become like Son Gohan. After becoming the strongest Saiyan, he neglected his practice. Forehead. Trunks was at a loss for words, and it seemed that he really didn't practice much recently. But this is all about transforming into Super Saiyan God, so he can feel at ease. Don't worry, I haven't neglected my cultivation for a moment. After a while, my strength will definitely surprise you. Trunks smiled confidently. Seeing his confident appearance, Vegeta nodded reassuringly. He's also looking forward to just how strong Trunks is talking about stun. After eating, only then did Trunks remember that he still had a group lottery chance that he didn't use. I just picked up the seeds of the spirit tree and ran to the experiment. So he plans to quit now. Ding. Group lottery starts. Countless items flashed before his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who has obtained the Xeno Pager, which can call the ruler of the entire universe. What? After seeing this thing, Trunks was dumbfounded. Didn't expect it to be this thing. In the original book Xeno gave Son Goku something that can summon Xeno anywhere, but only in the Dragon Ball universe. It does look great, but Trunks and Xeno don't know each other at all. After calling Xeno over, what if the other party backhands you with a clear? In short, this is a very powerful, but very tasteless item for him. Trunks shrugged and had to put this thing away. It was a little useless, but maybe it was really useful. The next day, Trunks was woken up by the prompt in the chat group. A look at the private chat, I found that all Nami had own information. Super Saiyan. What happened to Nami? Did something happen? 35. Seeing Nami in such a hurry, Trunks couldn't help but get serious. Little thief cat. It's not a big deal. Teacher, can you come here? That guy named Luffy is bothering me again, and keeps saying that he wants me to go out to sea with him and become a pirate. Seeing Nami's words, Trunks was a little speechless, thinking that something big happened. But did Luffy escape from Garp's boat? Of course, was Luffy let go on purpose by Garp? Or did he escape by himself? This question remains to be verified. But anyway, go check it out first. Gently pushing Lala's soft body away, Trunks got up and took a shower. Then she accepted Nami's invitation. Pirate World. Trunks found Nami's anger, and an instant transmission came to her side. Yeah, Nami, who was taking a shower, suddenly saw Trunks and couldn't help screaming. 35. Trunks was also a little speechless. I didn't expect Nami to be taking a shower. An instant transmission, a direct flash. Trunks, here you go. After Nuauchigao saw him, he immediately walked over with a smile. Yo, Nuauchi hi morning. Trunks smiled and raised his hand in greeting. By the way, Nami screamed just now, I don't know what happened. Trunks, did you hear that? Nuauchigao looked at the bathroom strangely. I just came, and I didn't hear anything. Trunks pretended to be puzzled. Really, I'll take a look. Cough. I don't feel like it anymore. Nami is safe now. Trunks coughed dryly. Nu Aochigao gave him a thoughtful look. Oh. Then I'll go prepare breakfast. Aha. Trunks didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Nuchi got up. Soon, Nami came out of the shower. When she saw Trunks, her face turned slightly red, and she gave him a ruthless look. By the way, Nami, you said Luffy and the others are here again, where are they? Trunks asked curiously. Humph. They have been beaten by me. 99. Nami stretched out her small fist and smiled. After a period of practice, her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. The human system in the pirate world is already very good, and her talent is also very good. Today's strength is probably beyond vital, and even the flying technique has been learned. Perhaps in the Dragon Ball world, such a little strength is nothing. But in the world of pirates, it is at least a colonel or a major general. Luffy is no match for Nami. So smart. Trunks smiled in surprise. Of course. Hearing the compliment, Nami smiled and said that it was very useful. Trunks and Nami came to the beach after having breakfast prepared by Nokigo. Oh, it's actually the Golden Mary. Trunks was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that without Nami's participation, Luffy still got the Golden Melly. So Usopp is on board. Really? Luffy is here. 35. A tall and thin man with a long nose pushed Luffy who was sleeping. Ah, is Nami here? Luffy woke up and looked around. There are two people over there, one of them is Miss Nami. Usopp pointed in the direction of the Trunks. Oh, 39. Luffy was completely awake and quickly came to the side of the ship. Huh, it's really Miss Nami. At this time, Sanji also looked at Neme excitedly. Oh, the Trunks are here too. Just in time for them both to be my buddies. Luffy shouted happily. Luffy, give it up. That person can't go to sea with you. Zoro said in a deep voice. From the last time he saw the Navy hero Garp talking to the Trunks, he knew that this man was not easy and wouldn't go out to sea with them at all. I don't care, I have to make them my partner. 99. Luffy didn't listen and jumped out of the boat. Chapter 92. Nu Aochigao ate the fruit of the spirit tree, the strongest woman in the pirates. Nami, Trunks. Luffy shouted excitedly and came to the two of them, grinning and showing a very infectious smile. Why haven't you left? I said I won't go to sea with you. 35. Nami said angrily. In fact, she also saw that Luffy's group was fundamentally different from other pirates, and they would never burn, kill and loot. So although Nami rejected Luffy many times and even knocked Luffy out, she didn't kill him. Otherwise, even if Nami can't win, she will call the Trunks over to clean them up. Nami, I must make you my navigator. Luffy didn't seem to be hit at all, and he was still very persistent. Trunks asked curiously, Luffy, where did you escape from your grandfather Garp like this? It was when Grandpa was docked, Zoro and I sneaked off the boat. It's that simple. Trunks was a little surprised. Yes. 35. Luffy nodded naturally. Trunks couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth when he heard the words. The two of them were obviously let go by Garp on purpose. Otherwise, how could the two of them escape? It seems that Garp still respected Luffy's decision and did not interfere with his idea of going out to sea as a pirate. In fact, it can be seen from the original work that Garp did not interfere too much with Luffy's dream. Otherwise, Luffy would have been captured by Garp long ago and taught him a lesson. How? Trunks, do you want to be my companion? At this time, Luffy also invited him. Luffy, I'm curious why you want me to be your companion. Trunks is really curious about that. It seems they have never met before. At most, he brought Garp and fooled Luffy. Ah, I want to invite you because I can feel you are amazing and you helped Nami. Luffy was very serious. Is it because of the dragon pirates? Trunks thought to himself that maybe Luffy knew about the dragon pirates, so he thought that Trunks was like them too. Teacher. Seeing the way he was thinking, Nami was a little puzzled. Luffy was a little surprised when Nami called Trunks. Okay then, we're in. After thinking for a while, Trunks nodded unexpectedly. Teacher, did you agree? Nami was shocked. Yes, I agreed. 35. Trunks smiled and nodded. Isn't Nami's dream to draw a world nautical map? It's also a good choice to follow Luffy and the others to the sea. Quote, and if you want to become a strong person, how can you stay in Kokosia village all the time? The world outside is very big, you should go and see. 99. When Nami heard this, she thought about it and felt that it made some sense. But what about Kokosia village? Don't worry, Nu Aochigao will be able to protect Kokosia village. Trunks shook his head with a smile, because he suddenly had an idea, and he didn't have to worry about the safety of Kokosia village at all. That is the fruit of the spirit tree. I have as many as tens of thousands, just give Nu Aochigao one to eat. Is that so? Nami was still confused, but she believed Trunks. Don't worry, it's fine. Trunks patted his chest and assured. Great. 35. Luffy on the side heard that both of them agreed, and immediately shouted excitedly. Isn't it? You actually agreed. Zoro was shocked when he heard Luffy's excited shouting. He thought that Trunks would not agree to join their pirate group, but the result was completely beyond his expectations. Did Miss Nami finally agree to join? Great. Sanji was a little excited. I think you'd better not hit that girl's idea, otherwise, don't blame me for not saying it. Zoro glanced at Sanji and reminded. Ah, how could it be? Sanji didn't believe it. Sauron didn't bother to say anything when he saw this. Luffy, go and call them all to Kokosia village, we need to prepare before going to sea with you. Trunks looked at Luffy and said. Ah, no problem. Luffy grinned and agreed. Then Trunks and Nami went back to the village first. Back at Nami's house, he found Nuochigao and told them the idea of going to sea. Nor Chigao did not stop her, she knew that Nami would not stay in Kokosia village for the rest of her life. Then Trunks proposed a way to teach Nogigao how to use Kai. If you don't use Chi, even if you eat the fruit of the spirit tree, you will not be able to exert your strength, and it is easy to be dangerous. Therefore, before they go to sea, they must first teach Nuochi how to use arrogance. As for Nami, don't rush to give her the fruit of the spirit tree, let her experience it first. Under the tough demands of Trunks, Nuochigao had no choice but to agree. Over the next few days, Trunks began teaching Nokigao at full capacity. Fortunately, when I taught Nami before, Nuochigao also knew a little bit, so it was a lot easier to learn. After a week, Nuochigao finally learned how to use Chi. Then Trunks fed her the smallest spirit tree fruit. Although it was the smallest, it also directly increased Nuochigao's combat power by nearly 100,000. Let her become the strongest person in the pirate world. It is no exaggeration to say that Nuochigao at this time has been able to hang the generals and the 4 emperors. Of course, she still lacks some combat experience at present, but these are not important. After they've sorted everything out, Luffy, who couldn't wait to go to sea, immediately pulled them on board and prepared to leave. Goodbye Nokigao, goodbye Nami, goodbye Trunks. At the seaside, after Nami and Nokigao say goodbye to each other, they finally go to sea. Nuochigao looked at the boat that was gradually moving away. She secretly made up her mind that she must use the power given by Trunks to protect the village of Kokosia, and at the same time, she will always wait for them to come back. On the endless sea, Trunks still had some interest when they first went to sea, but as the hours passed, he got very bored. At this time, he was lying on the deck chair of the Golden Melly, eating the oranges that Nami had peeled by himself. By the way, Luffy, this ship is too small. 35. Boring Trunks rant. Small. I don't feel small. Luffy was stunned and then smiled. Not small just for Luffy. Many pirate ships I've seen are bigger than ours. Usopp couldn't help but retorted. Yes. Luffy scratched his head. Forget it, let you see what a real big ship is. Boring Trunks don't want to keep sailing like this. Teacher, what are you going to do? Nami was a little curious. Looking good, Trunks smiled and took out an omnipotent capsule and threw it towards the sea. Boom! A burst of smoke exploded, attracting the eyes of Luffy and Zoro. When an incomparably huge ship landed on the sea out of thin air, Luffy and the others were stunned, and their eyes were about to pop out. Nami was also taken aback, but fortunately she knew the universal capsule, so she didn't make a fuss. Nami, walk up with us. Trunks smiled slightly, then jumped up first. Nami followed closely after seeing this. Immediately after, Luffy, who had recovered his senses, followed. Well, this is like a ship. 35. Compared to Luffy's Golden Plum, Danuo's Ray, this luxury cruise ship is nothing short of a giant. And this luxury cruise ship also has intelligent management and can drive automatically, although it cannot navigate automatically without satellites. But as long as the destination is set, there is no need for human control at all. There are entertainment rooms, game rooms and swimming pools on luxury cruise ships. This is where you should enjoy going out to sea. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. Hey, how did the Trunks ship appear? Luffy is so stupid now that people can't imagine how this ship appeared. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp on the side were also confused. You don't care about the ship, just know that this ship is mine, and if you want to stay, go to the other side of the deck. 99. Trunks waved his hand without explaining anything, and drove everyone to the stern. After tying the Golden Mary to a luxury cruise ship, it set off immediately. Wow, so fast. After the luxury cruise ship was riding the wind and waves, Luffy and the others suddenly shouted again. A modern boat can be many times faster than a sailboat. No wonder Luffy and the others exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 93 Dragon Ball GT World, Trigger Group Quests, Save Xiaofeng. Okay, it's time for us to enjoy, woohoo. Trunks cheered and jumped into the pool on the deck. In this scorching hot weather, swimming in the pool couldn't be better. Nami was also eager to see this. Then she didn't care so much, she took off her clothes to reveal her underwear and jumped down. Trunks also took this into consideration, so he drove Luffy and the others to the stern. Wow, it's so comfortable. Nami was swimming in the pool excitedly. Trunks couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. Nami is really a big girl. How long has it been since we met? At this time she is no longer the youthful look she used to be. The speed of the luxury cruise ship is very fast. According to the map, they will be able to reach the destination Rogue Town in the afternoon. That's right, after their discussion, they still want to go to Roger Town, where One Piece Roger was executed. Unexpectedly, they encountered a pirate ship on the way. It's a pirate ship. When Luffy saw the pirate ship, he immediately shouted with excitement. They seem to be coming towards us. Nami took a look with the telescope. It should be because our ship is not flying the pirate flag, let's treat it as a merchant ship. Trunks shrugged. What, are we going to make the first move? Nami didn't want the luxury cruise ship to be damaged, and she didn't want to go back to the small ship of the Golden Mary, so she proposed to take the lead in solving the other party. Luffy and the others also agree. No, this ship is not just a cruise ship. Trunks waved his hand mysteriously. 203 laughed. Immediately afterwards, he directly ordered. The Liberty starts the attack mode and destroys the opponent's ship. Yes, Captain. A mechanical sound came. This is the intelligence system of this cruise ship, and the name of this ship is Liberty. Immediately after the Liberty's ship's side rose one by one fort. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of huge shells shot out, shaking the hull. Immediately afterwards, several people saw the flaming cannonball accurately hit the pirate ship 1,000 meters away. Boom. After a burst of explosions, there was nowhere to see the pirate ship. Only some floating debris of the pirate ship was left floating on the sea. Wow, wow. Luffy and Zoro's jaws almost fell to the ground in shock. I really couldn't believe my eyes. Such a big pirate ship disappeared when it said that it disappeared. This is really scary. Trunks nodded with satisfaction. The armament configuration of this cruise ship is not the highest, but it seems to be not bad now. It is far more powerful than the ships of this world. Then the Liberty continued to sail. Bored Trunks looked at the messages in the chat group. Shashizi group owner, it's been a few days, but I didn't expect that the newcomer hasn't bubbled up yet. It's not that they haven't discovered the existence of the chat group. Blood red pepper. It shouldn't be. Super Saiyan. Don't say it, it's possible. 55. The chat BEBD group would not appear at all if it was not available to watch. Only when you want to enter the chat group, you can see the chat group panel in front of you, so it is possible to ignore it. So, Super Saiyan. At Xiaofang at Xiaofang at Xiaofang at Xiaofang at Xiaofang. Shashizi group owner. Blood red pepper. Little thief cat. Super Saiyan. Cough, don't get me wrong, I just remind newcomers. 55. Xiaofang. Who is it? Who is talking in my head? Obviously, I finally collected Dragon Ball and saved the Earth. Why did Dad? At this time, Dragon Ball GT World. Xiaofang, who just returned home after collecting Dragon Ball, was left out by her mother and grandma before she could eat a hot meal. That's embarrassing enough, but what's more aggrieved is that her father and Uncle Goten used Qigong bullets to beat her out. Xiaofang, who was in pain all over her body, only felt extremely aggrieved, and it happened that a strange voice appeared in her mind. So Xiaofang's words spread to the chat group. Shashizi group owner, the chat group is in your mind. As long as you think about it, you can see it. Super Saiyan. Yes, at Xiaofang, can you introduce yourself to us? Everyone in the chat group will help you. In fact, Trunks knew who she was when Xiaofang said that she would collect Dragon Ball and save the Earth. If you guessed correctly, this Xiaofang is the daughter of Son Gohan and vital in the world of Dragon Ball GT. He asked this, just to confirm how long Dragon Ball GT has developed now. What? Xiaofang was stunned when she saw the words in the chat group. However, she was stunned for a while. Son Gohan, who was parasitized by Baby, shot directly, and a huge red Qigong bomb was condensed, and the target was Xiaofang. At this moment, Xiaofang could only watch the huge Qigong bomb getting closer and closer to him. At the same time, ding, trigger the emergency group mission to save the group member Xiaofang. Task requirements. Save Xiaofang who was in crisis. Mission limit. Unlimited number of people. Task reward. A total of 5 million points and 2 lottery chances. After the task is completed, the points will be allocated according to the personal contribution rate, and the person with the highest contribution will get 2 lottery chances. Instead of waiting for Xiaofang's answer, he waited for an urgent group task. The chat group suddenly exploded. King Debbie Luke. The emergency mission was triggered again. It seems that the newcomer is in danger. Saitama. And this time the mission reward is actually 5 million points, which is too exaggerated. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. According to the higher the reward points, the higher the difficulty, this task will probably be very difficult. Shashizi group leader, the key is that I don't know what the newcomer's world is like until now. How should I arrange the staff? Super Saiyan. I do know some things about the newcomer world, which should be similar to the world I live in, but I don't have time to explain that much now. 55. Super Saiyan. There is no limit to the number of people this mission, but other than Cheeto and Saitama, it is best not to follow. Blood red chili pepper. Similar to the world in which Brother Trunks lives. No wonder so many points are awarded. 35. Little thief cat. That's right, I'm afraid the enemy this time is not easy. The weaker ones in the past are just going to die. 9. Super Saiyan. Don't hesitate, I'll go first. After speaking, Trunks took over the task. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan accepted an emergency group mission. Do you want to start the mission? Quote exclamation mark. Trunks waste no time and go straight to the task. When he reappeared, he was already over a strange city. Suddenly he felt a strong condensed chi. Turning his head to look, he saw a red Qigong bullet with a diameter of several dozen meters condensed out by Chao or Son Gohan. The target is his daughter Xiaofang. Trunks' pupils shrank suddenly, unable to think so much. He changed into Super Saiyan in seconds, and instantly came to Xiaofang, ready to block the huge Qigong bomb. At the same time, a small figure came to him, intending to block the Qigong bullet. Trunks turned his head and saw that this short figure was the little Goku who was turned into a child by Shenron. Little Goku also looked at him suspiciously, obviously he didn't know Trunks. But now is not the time to explain. The red Qigong bullet came, and Son Goku just tried to resist. Unexpectedly, Trunks just slapped it casually, and the red Qigong bomb was slapped and flew out, and a violent explosion occurred not far away. The world of Dragon Ball GT is 10 years after Dragon Balls. It stands to reason that the strength of Z fighters will be greatly improved, but it is just the opposite. In addition to Son Goku and Vegeta, plus Oob, the three are still practicing. The peaceful life has made everyone else have gradually given up their cultivation and gradually settled into the status quo. Son Gohan naturally became Nobifan again. Strength does not advance but retreat. That's why Trunks can shoot Fei Chao or Son Gohan's Qigong bullet so easily. Huh, are you? Seeing the Qigong bullet being slapped flying, little Goku looked at Trunks curiously. Hee, I'm Xiaofang's friend. Huh, is that my friend? I don't remember having such a handsome friend. Xiaofang behind him was a little puzzled, but the big brother in front of him was really handsome. Xiaofang's character is somewhat similar to Bulma, who likes adventure and handsome guy. She looks gentle and cute, and she likes to maintain justice and peace just like her mother. But sometimes he is very irritable and likes to lose his temper. Chapter 94 GT World. Did you forget the chat group? Trunks reminded helplessly. Chat group. Xiaofang suddenly remembered the thing called chat group in her mind just now. That's right, I just received a chat group mission, so I came to save you. Trunks explained with a smile. Xiaofang nodded to show that she understood. Well, are you Saiyan too? 35. Xiaofang looked at his golden hair and couldn't help but ask curiously. That's right, alright Xiaofang, now is not the time to chat, let's talk about it when I defeat these people. But, Xiaofang looked at her father opposite, a little worried. Don't worry, your dad is just being controlled by aliens, he didn't mean to attack you. Trunks explained a sentence. Son Goku, who was on the side, immediately understood when he heard the words. He's also very curious about Trunks, but it's clearly not the time to chat. Hum, another Saiyan monkey. At this time, Son Gohan and Son Goten, who had been parasitized by Baby, stood together and looked at them with a sneer. Hey, I ask you, are you still Gohan? Son Goku also asked loudly with a hint of luck. Son Gohan looked at himself after hearing this, and then sneered. No matter where you look, I'm Son Gohan. But I'm no longer Saiyan, but a Ziver. 99. Trunks said solemnly to little Goku. It's useless, they have been parasitized by the monsters researched by the Zever, so they won't listen to you now. Ah, it seems so. Son Goku sighed. Trunks stepped forward to deal with the two, but was stopped by Son Goku. Let me come. After saying that, Son Goku rushed up. Since Son Goku wanted to teach his two sons a lesson, Trunks had no reason to take action. It was at this moment that he discovered that someone at himself was in the chat group. Shashizi, group owner, at Super Saiyan, Trunks will open the live broadcast and let us see. Saitama. That's right, I was going to take on the mission, but let's take a look at it. 39. King Debbie Luke. If it's an enemy that even Trunks find difficult, then I'm not going to be a disservice to me. Super Saiyan. Okay, I'll start the live broadcast now. Ding. Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast, and members of the group are welcome to watch. Shashizi, group owner, the live broadcast room is open, let's go in and have a look. 35. Ding. The group owner Shashizi entered the live broadcast room. Ding. Group member Thor enters the live broadcast room. Ding. King Debbie Luke, a member of the group, enters the live broadcast room. Not knowing how to do it, the group members entered the live broadcast room one after another. When they first came to the live broadcast room, they were immediately shocked by the battle in the sky. Rumbling. Through the function of the live broadcast room, the group members can watch the battle of the three people in the sky. The three fists collided continuously, and bursts of sonic booms resounded throughout the sky. Countless Qigong bombs flew around, setting off round after round of explosions on the ground. I saw that the little Goku actually resisted the attacks of Super 2 Son Gohan and Super 2 Son Goten with normality, and even left more power. It should be known that after the little Goku at this time was reduced in size by the Black Star Dragon Ball, his strength could not show much. It can be seen that in the past 10 years, Son Goku's strength has been getting stronger. According to the Dragon Ball's period, Son Gohan's strength is around 100 billion. And he hasn't practiced much in the past 10 years, and his strength is still stagnant. Then the normal combat power of the small Goku at this time is more than 100 billion. You must know that Son Goku during the Dragon Ball's period is only 2 billion combat power. It is not an exaggeration to increase to 100 billion in 10 years. In the chat group, King Debbie Luke, it's too strong. If you don't watch the live broadcast, you can't see their movements at all. 5. Shashizi, group leader, my good fellow, Earth Lord will be unable to hold on to this fight. Thor. Fortunately, Trunks reminded us, otherwise we used to watch fairies fight, and one would die if we were not careful. Saitama. I don't think I should go. I can't help you at all. Little thief cat. No, we seem to have met that person. Isn't that Son Gohan? Nami realized something was wrong at this time, because one of the people fighting was actually Son Gohan, whom she met after watching the martial arts competition last time. Tiansuohui. That's right, isn't that kid Son Goten? Tiansuohui regards little Goku as Son Goten. But it's normal, after all, the little Goku was exactly the same as the Son Goten when he was a child. If you don't understand it, it's easy to treat them as one person. Shashizi, group leader, could it be that the enemy is Son Gohan? What the hell is going on? Kasumi Shiyu doesn't know the situation, after all, there is no Dragon Ball GT in her world. The group members were a little confused. Trunks saw that there were problems in the chat group, so he explained it briefly. Super Saiyan. As I said just now, this world is similar to the world on my side. In other words, it is a parallel world. Shizi Group Leader Parallel World. Super Saiyan. That's right, it's a parallel world, although they are the same people, but the development of the two worlds is very different, and this world is 10 years after the elimination of Majin Buu. Super Saiyan. As for Son Gohan, he was controlled by an evil creature called Baby. When the group members saw his words, they were obviously still a little confused. After all, they didn't understand the concept of parallel worlds. Shizi Group Leader, I understand. In a word, it is the same person in different worlds, but different development. Super Saiyan. Yes, that's it. Trunks couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up to Shiu Kasumigauka, which is a great understanding. Seeing the words of Shiu of the Hill of Shaw, everyone understood more or less. That is to say, the Son Gohan in front of them is not the Son Gohan they are familiar with. Thor. Trunks, who are the other two? Super Saiyan. The one who looked like a child was actually Son Goku, but it was made smaller by Shenron, and the other one was Son Goten. King Debbie Luke. So it is it being controlled by alien creatures? The Sorcerer King Ains Gong. This is going to be troublesome. Blood red chili peppers, smaller. Like you, brother Trunks. 55. Super Saiyan. That's true, but I just let Shenron make me bigger. 99. Little thief cat. Did the teacher ask Shenron to help him grow bigger? So how old is the teacher now? Blood red pepper. Teacher is only 7 years old. When I grow up, chatting is crooked. Cough, cough. Seeing that the blood red pepper was about to say something terrible, Trunks interrupted with a dry cough. So you're also called Trunks. Trunks from another world. At this time, Xiaofang looked at him curiously. Obviously, she has read all the information in the chat group. The same could be said. Point 0. Trunks nodded. So you're really here to help me? Xiaofang was a little excited. Of course. Then can you get Dad and Uncle Goten back? Xiaofang looked at him expectantly. Not right now. The people who parasitized them haven't come yet, but as long as you kill the parasitic monster Baby, you can use the super divine water to restore everyone. 99. Great. Xiaofang felt happy when she heard his words. At the same time, the battle on the field has also shown a one-sided situation. Compared with Gohan and Goten who haven't practiced for many years, Son Goku's fighting experience is too rich. But the body parasitized by Baby doesn't care about the injury of the body at all. After all, only Son Gohan and Son Goten were injured, not the parasites in their bodies. Yet at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the field. Vegeta, I didn't expect even you. 55. When Son Goku saw that figure, he couldn't believe it. That's right, this man with white hair and scarlet eyes is the Vegeta parasitized by Baby. Trunks saw Vegeta's complexion also a little complicated, but he regained his composure immediately. This is just Vegeta in a parallel world, and it has nothing to do with him at all. I originally planned to turn all the people on this planet into Ziffers, but I didn't expect that some people would be able to escape. Baby snorted disdainfully and said, but that's fine, let me defeat the strongest you in universe. You two go deal with that Saiyan, and he'll leave it to me to handle it myself. Yes. 35. Son Gohan and Son Goten heard Baby's order and surrounded the Trunks. Trunks, what to do? Xiaofang hid behind him a little scared. Trunks waved at her and said, I'll deal with them. Xiaofang, stand back. Oh, Xiaofang nodded and flew towards the rear. Chapter 95 Trunks. I can also play Super 2 normally. That's when Xiaofang flew away. Son Goten suddenly shot Ki Blast towards Xiaofang who flew away. What a righteous extermination. Trunks snorted, dodged in front of Ki Blast, and slapped Ki Blast away with a slap. So handsome. Xiaofang, who was behind her, looked back, and suddenly there were little stars in her eyes. It's been a long time since I exercised, so let's warm up the two of you today. Trunks clenched his fists, intending to use the normal state to fight with the two of them first. See how strong your body really is. So he got out of Super Saiyan status. What? Xiaofang, who was behind him, felt strange when he saw this. Come on, the battle begins. 9. The corners of Trunks' mouth curled slightly, and then he waved to Son Gohan and Son Goten. Yet at this time, not far away, two Chi-Chi were approaching rapidly again. It's Big Take Dragon Ball GT Trunks and Beulah, daughter of Vegeta and Bulma. Because Beulah lives in a peaceful era, his temper is not as strong as Xiaofang's, and his strength is not strong. As for the strength of date, it is almost 23, as Son Goten. Trunks, brah, here you are. 39. Son Goku was a little happy when he saw the two coming. However, it was too early for him to be happy, and the two of them had already been controlled by Baby. Son Goku, stop screaming, they're already under control. Trunks reminded loudly. What? Son Goku suddenly looked a little ugly when he heard the words. Ha ha ha. Baby laughed proudly. You two also deal with that Saiyan, and let me deal with him alone. Yes, Lord Baby. Dad and Bra nodded, then surrounded the Trunks. Seeing him surrounded by 4 people, the people in the chat group couldn't help sweating for him. The Sorcerer King Ains Mr. Trunks is alright. King Debbie Luke. After all, it's Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Dante who are 10 years later. It's hard to say how strong they are. Blood red pepper. Trunks' brother is the strongest, he will definitely be able to defeat each other. Akahito. That's right, the Trunks will definitely win. Little thief cat. Isn't this a matter of course? Haven't you seen the teacher return to a normal state? Xiaohui. Yes, but will this be a little underestimated? Shiu group leader, I don't think so. Trunks will never fight unsure battles. The crowd chatted. At the same time, the battle on the field began. Disgusting Saiyan monkey, die for me, drink it. Son Gohan shouted and rushed up. At the same time, Son Goten, Big Tay, and Bulla also attacked at the same time. For a while, Trunks faced 4 punches at the same time. Ha, 35. Trunks also shouted loudly. He took the lead in retreating and approaching Bra, who was the weakest with an elbow blow. Immediately afterwards, both hands blocked the fists of Otto and Goten. But Son Gohan was close by now, punching Trunks hard in the stomach. He groaned and was directly kicked out. In the end, 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands. So fast, but barely able to see. Trunks moved his body a little and found that he took a punch from Son Gohan, and it didn't matter. That's when he showed his physical strength. You must know that the Super 2 Son Gohan's combat power is far beyond the normal. Come again. Trunks clenched his fists, his heart was full of fighting intent, and then rushed forward. At the same time, on the other side, Son Goku and Baby's battle also begins. Drink. 35. I saw that Son Goku rushed up with his normal attitude, and was instantly grabbed by Baby's arm and kicked away. You must know when Baby is controlling Vegeta, but when Vegeta turns into a Super 2. Coupled with Baby's own strength, 1 plus 1 is far greater than 2, and Baby's strength at this time is much stronger than Vegeta's Super 2. Son Goku rushes up with his normality, just looking for a beating. After being beaten hard by Baby. Humph. Son Goku, is that all you have? 39. Baby sneered and sneered. Looks like the only way to transform into Super Saiyan is 3. Son Goku also learned to be good, and knew that it would not go on like this. Drink ah 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 ah. In Son Goku's roar, a powerful aura erupted, and even the Trunks and the others were affected. It's just that Super 3 has such a powerful strength. Feeling this air, Trunks was a little shocked. If the normal combat power of little Goku was more than 100 billion, then under the conquest of Super 3 and 400 times. At this time, his strength has reached 40 trillion combat power, which is really terrifying. It's a pity that Son Goku's body has become smaller, and even his physical strength has decreased. After a few tricks with Baby, he was unable to directly exit the Super 3 state. Trunks knew that Son Goku might not last long. Drink. 35. Ha. Trunks again blocked Son Gohan and Son Goten's combined attack. But he was attacked by the big special behind him, and a ki blast hit him on the back. Boom. Trunks. Xiaofang, who was not far away, couldn't help exclaiming when she saw this. Follow the law of no harm with smoke. When the smoke cleared, Trunks appeared unharmed in front of everyone. At the same time, in the chat group, Blood Red Chili Pepper, what is Brother Trunks doing? Why don't you transform? Little Thief Cat. Yes. If the teacher transforms, they should be able to defeat them easily. 35. King Debbie Luke. Yes, Son Gohan and Son Goten are not as strong as we thought. It seems that they haven't practiced much in the past 10 years. Rem. But why doesn't brother transform? At this time, Rem was also watching the live broadcast nervously, and Ram was by her side, listening to her explanation. And Thor also watched the live broadcast seriously. Lala, Menjmanana and the others heard that the Trunks were fighting, and they all listened nervously to Thor and Rem's explanation. Shiu group owner, You don't know this. 35. Blood Red Pepper. What's going on with Sister Shiu? Shiu group owner, it seems that you still don't know much about Trunks, even though he is usually gentle, but he is also a Saiyan. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. Miss Kasumi is saying, Mr. Trunks is eager to fight. Saitama. That's right, it must be like this. Sometimes I also want to fight. King Debbie Luke. Saiyan is a fighting nation, and Trunks are unavoidable owners of the desire to fight. Shiu group leader, that's right, that's it. Under the explanation of Shiu of Kasumigaoka, the group members also understood why Trunks was beaten so badly, but they still did not transform. But now is also the time to end the battle. Trunks looked at Son Goku who was beaten not far away, presumably the other party would soon be eyeing him. Drink. With a roar, Trunks turned into a Super 2. I saw traces of electric light constantly flashing around him, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, his whole body lit up with golden arrogance, and his pale green pupils ignored everything in front of him. Wow, so handsome. I heard that he is only 7 years old, I wonder if he can be my boyfriend. Xiaofang, who was not far away, saw Trunks like this, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She has a similar temperament to Bulma, making her a little careless. It's time to end the fight. 9. Trunks looked at the 4 in front of him indifferently. Humph, it's just Saiyan monkeys in 1.3. Tate snorted disdainfully. Swish. Suddenly, Trunks appeared in front of Date in a flash, and then he punched 3 times in a row at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Yuck. Before Date could react, his stomach arched and he spit out a mouthful of sour water. Immediately after, Trunks kicked out. Boom. Date directly hit the ground like a falling meteor, and the earth suddenly cracked and trembled. The power of these 3 punches and 1 kick is not light. Anyway, there is a Dragon Ball that can be resurrected, so he has no plans to keep his hands at all. Son Gohan and Son Goten looked a little ugly when they saw Dante being sent flying, and then the 2 attacked at the same time. As for the weakest, Beulah, he had already passed out in a coma just now. Humph. 35. Trunks snorted disdainfully, and when the two rushed over, they instantly punched twice. The two were shot without reacting at all. Come fast, go fast. I saw Son Gohan and Son Goten flew out at a faster speed. Chapter 96 Super 4 Trunks vs Evil Poppy. Blood red chili pepper. Too handsome, this is the strength of Trunks' brother. Kushina jumped up excitedly when she saw that Trunks had finally transformed. This made Tsunade beside him a little confused. Kushina, what are you doing? Come and practice with me. Brother Trunks is amazing. It's a teacher. It was only at this time that Kushina noticed Tsunade came over, and she suddenly looked embarrassed. However, after Tsunade heard her words, he was stunned for a moment, and then his heart moved. The figure of Trunks came to her mind. Kushina, are you talking about Trunks? That teacher, you must have heard it wrong. Kushina smiled awkwardly, but I didn't expect that I had missed the point when I watched the live broadcast just now. Tsunade became even more suspicious after hearing her say this, but there was no evidence. You can only bury the person you miss in your heart. Little thief cat. That's right, the teacher should have transformed and beat them up. Xiaohui. Come on, Rem. Come on brother. 35. King Debbie Luke. The four of Son Gohan and Son Goten are nothing, the Vegeta over there seems to be very strong, I don't know if Trunks can deal with it. Saitama. Yes, I also felt the strength of that person. Ainz Gong Sorcerer King. I think Mr. Trunks will be able to handle it, don't forget that he hasn't shown his full strength yet. Not to mention the discussions of the group members in the 14-day group. At this point, the Trunks were targeting Son Gohan after taking out the big one. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Trunks was in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan threw his fist in a panic, but the Trunks in front of him disappeared. I saw that he had come behind Son Gohan, and a spiral bullet in his hand pressed directly on Son Gohan's back. Son Gohan screamed and was blasted away by the screw bomb, which eventually exploded. Powerful energy ravages some. When the energy storm dissipated, Son Gohan fell straight from the sky with scars all over his body. Dad, looking at Son Gohan who fell down, Xiaofang couldn't help shouting. Sha Shizi, group leader, Xiaofang, don't worry, it's alright. Little thief cat. That's right. It doesn't matter if you die, there's Dragon Ball anyway. Seeing the words in the chat group, Xiaofang couldn't help but rush over. In just a few seconds, Otto and Son Gohan were eliminated in a row, and now only Son Goten is left besieging the Trunks. After the other three were killed, Son Goten had no plans to back down, and rushed forward without fear of death. Just when the Trunks were about to take him down, a figure appeared in front of him extremely fast, and punched out. He didn't have time to react and was directly thrown into the ground. Boom, the earth shattered in an instant, shaking the mountain for a while. Trunks, Xiaofang cried out with a worried look on her face. Watching Grandpa Son Goku get defeated, can the Trunks defeat each other now? Boom, the next moment, Trunks broke through the ground and rushed out. You are worthy of being called baby, you are really despicable. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. This is arguably the first time he has been injured since he played. Even when fighting Majin Buu, he was not injured. At this time, baby's strength is about the same as that of Super 3 Little Goku, or even weaker. The Super 3 Small Goku has a combat power of 40 trillion. Although Trunks has been practicing for a period of time, the normal state has reached 5 billion. But compared with the baby at this time, the strength is still much worse. Haha, I didn't expect you, Saiyan monkey, to be pretty good, but as long as I get rid of you, then no one in this world can stop me. Baby laughed arrogantly. Really? Then let you monitor my true strength. Trunks sneered disdainfully. Now this kind of situation can only be transformed into a Super 4, otherwise the gap is too large. Without thinking about it so much, Trunks roared. Drink A powerful breath burst out instantly, and the whole world began to tremble. At the same time, far away in the Supreme Kai world, the god of Jabbit and the old Supreme Kai also felt this powerful air. The two were horrified. Jabbit, who was planning to rescue Son Goku, also stopped. What is the origin of this suddenly appearing Saiyan, to have such a powerful force? Jabbit god felt this chi, and his whole body trembled. He shouldn't be from our universe. Old Supreme Kai said slowly. What, is it from outside? Jabbit was a little surprised. I just hope he can beat baby. Old Supreme Kai sighed. Lord Supreme Kai, can't that guy beat baby too? Jabbit was a little flustered. It's hard, so you better get ready, and if you can't, bring them back. 39. Jabbit nodded and said, okay, I believe that as long as Son Goku can transform into that Saiyan, he will definitely be able to defeat baby. After saying that, Jabbit disappeared instantly. Only the old Supreme Kai is still sitting cross-legged on the boulder fishing. Alas, I hope it goes well. Old Supreme Kai let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Trunks has finally completed his transformation. The domineering Super Saiyan 4 appeared and shocked everyone. Okay, such a powerful transformation, I hope he can defeat baby. Little Goku, who was seriously injured and lying in the ruins, saw a glimmer of hope in his heart after seeing the transformation of Trunks. At this time, he has no strength to fight, so he can only rely on the sudden appearance of Saiyan to defeat baby. Oh, is the transformation finished? Could this be your strongest strength? Baby looked at the Trunks who had already transformed, and immediately laughed. Because he can feel that even after the opponent transforms, the strength is still not his opponent. Today's baby's strength is around 40 trillion. The Trunks turned into a Super 4 and increased by 4,000 times, but only had a combat power of 20 trillion. Humph. Come try it and you'll know. The corners of Trunks' mouth rose, revealing a proud smile. Humph. Baby gave a cold drink in disdain. Hash. Boom. In an instant, the two collided. To Baby's surprise, the collision of this punch turned out to be evenly matched. After Trunks felt the power of the opponent's punch, he was relieved. After the Super 4 transformation, the body will become very strong. Coupled with the fact that he has lifted the limiter's body, how strong is his body at this time? Nobody knows, but at this time, Trunks, relying on a strong body, can fight against people with twice the fighting strength without falling behind. From this, you can see how strong his body is. Boom. There were continuous bursts of sonic booms in the sky, and every time they banged, they caused spatial vibrations. The powerful momentum continued to spread, making Xiaofeng in the distance couldn't help but retreat a little again. In the chat group, Blood Red Pepper. So strong. This is the true strength of Trunks' brother. Night Assault Ace Killer. Sure enough, as long as Trunks makes a full effort, the opponent is nothing at all. The Sorcerer King Ainz Gong, the one called Baby, is also very strong. 35. Saitama. No, Trunks should be at a disadvantage. King Debbie Luke. Yes, if this goes on, Trunks will be in danger. As the so-called layman watches the fun, the expert watches the doorway. The Trunks at this time were indeed at a disadvantage. After all, Baby's fighting power was twice as strong as his. Although his body is strong, the difference in combat power is not so easy to level. Drink. Suddenly Baby shouted loudly, and came behind Trunks and punched. However, he was easily dodged, and Baby followed him and attacked again with fists and feet. At this time, Trunks also seized an opportunity, and a spiral bullet was pressed towards Baby's chest. Baby got up very fast, but he had expected it. Directly predict where Baby will appear, and invite him to eat an oversized jade spiral bullet. Boom. This move is a unique move under the Trunks, full strength, and the power is very strong. The entire sky was engulfed by energy, extremely gorgeous. Solve it. At this time, Xiaofeng had rescued Son Goku, and the two watched the battle in the field calmly. Chapter 97. Over 40-20 times Kaioken, kill Baby. When Xiao Goku heard Xiaofeng's words, he felt it carefully and immediately frowned. No, Baby isn't dead yet. 99. Just as he finished speaking, the figure of Baby appeared in the sky. He looked a little embarrassed, but he was okay. Trunks frowned, not expecting that this move didn't hurt Baby. Ha ha ha. Baby laughed arrogantly, and then faced the Trunks with one hand, and in an instant, countless Qigong bombs flew out. It turned out to be the use of Prince tactics. Seeing this, Trunks was immediately full of disdain. This kind of Qigong bomb could not cause any harm to him at all. He didn't even dodge, he just slapped countless Qigong bullets. Boom. The Qigong bomb landed on the ground, and suddenly there was a dense explosion. It's useless for me. Trunks laughed disdainfully. Really, but my power is more than that, so let you have a good experience. 9. Baby still looked arrogant and didn't take Trunks seriously. At this time, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Dat, and Bra, who were still beaten incapacitated, came to Baby's side. The four surrounded Baby. Come, my servants, pour your powers into me. Baby shouted. Yes, Lord Baby. 99. The four answered in unison, and then held hands, as if they were transformed into Super Saiyan God for the first time. Immediately afterwards, the four of them shouted loudly, and all their strength poured into Baby's body in the middle. In the chat group, Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks, attack now. Little Thief Cat. Yes, this is a good opportunity. Thor. Otherwise, do we have to wait for the other party's transformation to complete? Years. Thor was very puzzled. According to her understanding, Trunks should interrupt the opponent's spellcasting now. Shashizi, group owner, hehe, stop talking, Trunks have their own plans. 35. Although he said that, Shiu of Shajircho felt a little helpless in his heart. When it's over, the Trunks are also surfing. Regarding the setting of Saiyan getting stronger and stronger, Shiu Kasumigauka is very clear. Of course, Trunks said that he was not surfing, but just enjoying the fight. At this time, with the continuous injection of the energy of the four Son Gohan into Baby, a powerful momentum erupted. Unknown blood-colored clouds appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. It is somewhat similar to the first time Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan God. However, when he transformed into Super Saiyan God, it was auspicious, and the sky was covered with golden clouds. However, at this time Baby, an ominous blood-colored cloud descended. If Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan God, at this time, after the Baby's transformation, he is the devil of Super Saiyan. Of course, Baby's transformation is far less powerful than Super Saiyan God. Saitama. Hey, I feel like it's going to be a big deal. The other party seems to be very powerful. 35. King Debbie Luke. Yes, I don't know if Trunks can stand it. Ainz Gong. I believe that Mr. Trunks must have a solution. Having said that, Momonga really doesn't know if the Trunks can beat each other. Shashizi, group owner, I believe Trunks will definitely win. At this time, Kasumigauka Shiu, who is his girlfriend, did not hesitate to stand up to support Trunks. Thor. Yeah, the Trunks will win. Thor also had confidence in him. Ha ha ha. After the transformation was completed, Baby suddenly burst out laughing wildly. This is my strongest power, how about it? Are you afraid? Humph. It's really strong, but it's impossible for me to be scared. Trunks sneered. Yes, swish, boom. Before Baby could finish speaking, he came to Trunks and threw a punch without cost. Trunks were knocked out in an instant. Fortunately, he had anticipated and used his arms to block, so he was not injured. If that's the case, then I'll show my real strength. The Trunks were already going to end the fight. Oh, you still retain your strength. Baby doesn't believe it. 20 times Kaioken. Drink. Trunks shouted loudly, and his whole body burst into blood-red arrogance. Yes, this is his last trump card. As his body grew stronger, he was able to use 20 times the Kaioken with ease. Under 20 times the Kaioken, his combat power has already reached 400 trillion. And you must know that Kaioken's increase is not only combat power, but also a huge speed bonus. Although I don't know Baby's fighting power at this time, but according to the original Super 4 Goku easily hangs Baby's combat power is definitely not more than 200 trillion. The battle can be over. 99. Trunks looked at Baby indifferently. At this time, after Baby felt his anger, he suddenly trembled involuntarily. Originally, after transforming, he thought he could crush the opponent. But he didn't expect the other party to have more strength than him. Swish. Trunks didn't give Baby time to talk nonsense, he came to Baby instantly and punched him in the stomach. Sigh. 35. Baby involuntarily bowed his body and spat out a mouthful of sour water. Immediately afterwards, Trunks punched again. Boom. In an instant, Baby was hit by hundreds of punches, with no strength to fight back. Come on. Try to resist, otherwise it will be too boring. Trunks stopped, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a proud smile. Damn it. Drink. 35. Baby was completely irritated, he roared out a powerful chi, and at the same time gathered powerful energy in his hands. The ultimate flash. Baby actually used Vegeta's strongest trick. At the same time, Ki Blast also condensed in the hands of Trunks. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The two Ki Blasts collided in the sky. 1 second, they were evenly matched, and the next second, Baby's Ki Blast collapsed instantly. Watching the powerful Ki Blast attack, Baby is terrified. At a critical juncture, he abandoned Vegeta's body and was about to escape into space. As long as he escapes from the Earth, then he can survive. However, how could the Trunks give him this chance? Baby, who fled in a hurry, just became a target. Steering Kamehameha to make a turn, slammed towards Baby who was running away in the sky. No explosions. Baby screamed and disappeared directly under Kamehameha's powerful energy. Is it finally resolved? Little Goku finally breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the sky, but also felt relieved. Finally, there is a Saiyan who is stronger than them, which gives him the motivation to continue to practice. Trunks are awesome. Xiaofeng looked at the Trunks in the sky with excitement. Huh, is he called Trunks too? Xiao Goku was a little surprised when he heard Xiaofeng's words. That's right, the Trunks are from another world, and this time they're here to help us. Xiaofeng explained with a smile. Little Goku nodded when he heard the words, but he didn't pursue that much. Trunks returned to normal at this time, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Super 4 plus 20 times Kaioken's consumption of chi is a bit large. The damage to the body is negligible, perhaps because the duration is relatively short. He clenched his fist. This time the battle can be described as hearty, he can feel his strength has become much stronger again. You are all right. Trunks returned to Son Goku and Xiaofeng. At this time, Buu and Satan also ran out when the battle was over. It's okay, Trunks, you are really strong. Thank you for helping us. Little Goku looked at him with war intent in his eyes, and if he wasn't seriously injured now, he would definitely have played against Trunks. Trunks are amazing. I didn't expect that the guy who Grandpa couldn't win was defeated by you. Xiaofeng had a look of admiration on her face. Hee, it's just a small matter. 55. Trunks chuckled. But what should the humans of Earth do now? At this point Satan asked a question. Do not worry. Trunks was about to say something when a light appeared not far away. After seeing the people coming out, everyone was relieved. It's the god of Jabit, Shin. Son Goku instantly recognized the identity of the person. Son Goku, if you want to restore human beings on Earth, you only need to use the super divine water in the temple. Saying that, Jabit took out a small bottle. That's it, just sprinkle it on the Earth and it will restore everyone. Wow, that would be great. Son Goku was instantly happy when he heard that. Then don't hesitate, I'll go first. After saying that, Jabit went to work as a coolie. If the battle didn't help, then such a trivial matter would be fine. Chapter 98 Becoming the Real Super Saiyan God. After Jabit went to sprinkle the supernatural water, Trunks looked at the chat group. Ding! Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the urgent task. It is detected that only one person has taken this task. The reward will be 5 million points and 2 group lottery chances. Hearing the system's prompt, and seeing that his remaining total points had reached 5.24 million, Trunks was immediately overjoyed. In this way, your own Super Saiyan God transformation can become the norm. The strength can simply be said to have changed qualitatively. Make Super Saiyan God the norm, not a transformation. In other words, he can still transform into a Super 1, a Super 2 or even a Super 4. Then he can't imagine how strong his strength will be. Trunks calmed down for a while, and said this matter when he got back. I looked at the live broadcast room and found that everyone was still there. Super Saiyan. Since the tasks have been completed, this live broadcast is over. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the chat group. After speaking, Trunks closed the live broadcast room directly. Ding. Group member reminder. Super Saiyan will earn 5,000 points for this live broadcast. There are so many. Trunks were startled. The last live broadcast was only 1,500 points, but I didn't expect to get 5,000 points directly this time. This brings his total points directly to 5.25 million, which can be said to be the icing on the cake. At the same time, after the god Jabbit sprinkled supernatural water on the earth, all the human beings on the earth parasitized by baby recovered. Even Son Gohan, Son Goten, Dad and Brachi not far away have all recovered. What the hell is going on here? Getting up from the ground, 220 Son Gohan only felt pain all over his body and his chi was exhausted. Dad, when Xiaofang saw Son Gohan woke up, she rushed over with tears in her eyes. Immediately after, Vegeta, Son Goten, Dad, and Bray all woke up one after another. During the period after being parasitized by baby, they have no memory, and only Vegeta can recall the scene before being parasitized. Kakarot, was that guy really defeated by you? Vegeta looks exactly like that. In his heart, only Son Goku can defeat the parasitic self. It's not me, I've been defeated by the baby who parasitized you. However, this time little Goku's answer surprised Vegeta. What? Vegeta looked in disbelief. Son Goku was defeated by his own guy, so who actually defeated his own guy? It's Trunks. 39. Son Goku expresses his doubts. How is that possible? Trunks can beat that guy. Vegeta looked at the son beside him in disbelief. He knew the strength of his son very well. During the 10 years of peace on the earth, he has abandoned his cultivation and became the young president of Universal Capsule, busy with company affairs every day. As a result, the strength has stagnated, even less than 10 years ago. So he couldn't be the guy who defeated Parasitic himself. Date on the side was also a little confused. When did you defeat baby? Aren't you parasitized yourself? Vegeta, you're wrong, it's over there, he's Trunks from another world. Son Goku pointed to Trunks not far away. When Vegeta heard this, she immediately understood. After all, the matter of Trunks coming from other time and space had happened before. Both Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super have experienced Dragon Balls before, but two worlds with different development are derived after Z. So Vegeta also knows about the future. Hearing Son Goku say this, he thought it was the future Dato. However, when he looked at it, he found that the Trunks in front of him were completely different from Date. At this time, Trunks also noticed that Vegeta was looking over, so he took the initiative to leave and say hello. Hello, as Son Goku said, I'm Trunks from another world. This surprised everyone. Wow, you're a Trunks too, why don't you look the same as Big Special? Son Gohan looked surprised. Trunks shrugged and didn't intend to explain. Don't ask, Trunks is here to help me this time. Xiaofang stood up with her hands on her hips. Date was a little speechless, and he didn't know who the Trunks were calling, so he felt a little confused. But everyone accepted this fact. After all, if there were no Trunks, they would probably be wiped out. Now that baby has been eliminated in advance, the Black Star Dragon Ball has not been used. The world is at peace. Just as the Trunks were about to leave, Son Goku stopped him. Trunks don't know if you can fight me next time. Sure enough, Trunks knew Son Goku would say that, but he meant it too. He nodded and said, no problem, I'm looking forward to fighting with you, anyway, I can come anytime. Trunks are ready to teach Son Goku and Vegeta to Super 4 transformations next time they come over to deal with the enemies that appear next. If I remember correctly, the Super 17 will appear next year, followed by the Evil Dragon. Son Goku wouldn't be a match for Super 17 if he didn't have a Super 4 transformation, BEBD, let alone an Evil Dragon. Trunks, are you going back? Xiaofang looked reluctant. After this battle, she's already adored Trunks. Seeing that he was going back, he felt a little reluctant. I can come over at any time, and the chat group can find me at any time. Trunks touched Xiaofang's little head and smiled. Well, it's a deal, I will find you in the chat group, I want to be as strong as you. Xiaofang nodded and his eyes were very firm. As long as Xiaofang works hard, she will definitely become stronger. Trunks smiled and nodded. Although Xiaofang has only a quarter of Saiyan bloodline, his potential is not lost to any Saiyan. I remember that in the original work, Xiaofang showed very powerful strength when she was just born as a baby. Trunks even suspected that Xiaofang was even more powerful than Broly when he was born. And she is born with flying technique and can fly freely in the sky. It can be seen that Xiaofang's potential is not weak, although she cannot transform into Super Saiyan and Giant Ape. Being encouraged, Xiaofang is also very happy. Then the Trunks left, just got home. He was discovered by Thor and Lala. After a lot of care from the girls, Trunks finally got rid of them. The most important thing now is to complete the normalization of Super Saiyan God. Thinking of this, he was excited. Into the training room, Trunks can't wait to find the Super Saiyan God normal in the group mall. Looking at the original price of 500,000 points, only 48 points are needed at this time. This shows that his practice is still effective. He bought the Super Saiyan God normal without hesitation. The next moment, Trunks' body that was sitting cross-legged on the ground gradually floated in midair. He had a mysterious feeling that all the chi in his body was transformed into the chi of God at this moment. At the same time, he involuntarily changed into the Super Saiyan God state. Red hair and pupils, the whole body also exudes red arrogance. Is this the real Super Saiyan God? Trunks reached out and examined himself carefully. At this time, he didn't need any transformation, he was already in the state of Super Saiyan God, and an unprecedented powerful feeling came to his mind. If faced with Baby again, he is confident that he can easily solve it. After restraining his breath, he did not expect his hair and pupils to return to their original appearance. But when he uses chi, it will turn into a red appearance. Such changes make Trunks very happy. Feeling the powerful power in his body, he could not wait to fight immediately. But think about it, it's not too early. Trunks calmed down and prepared to go back to his room to rest. When he returned to the room, Trunks, you seem a little different. Lala was the first to notice the difference in Trunks, and came to him curiously and kept looking at it. That's right, it's a little different, it's strange. Meng, Nana, and Ram also leaned over to Trunks and looked at him. Although they can't tell what the difference is, they do feel that Trunks is different from before. Haha, it's just a breakthrough in the realm. Trunks smiled and reassured the girls. That's what truly becomes a Super Saiyan God, not just a power boost. The most important thing is to improve the realm. Chapter 99 Super Saiyan Dark Blue. The next day, while having breakfast, Trunks when Vegeta saw him, she was speechless in surprise. What kind of feeling this was, he couldn't tell. It just feels that the Trunks at this time are very different from before. Haha, didn't I already say it a few days ago, my strength will shock you. The corners of Trunks' mouth rose in a smug smile. Did Trunks develop a new transformation? Vegeta couldn't believe it. The new transformation? Well, almost. 35. Trunks thought for a while. Come with me to the training room. Hearing what he said, Vegeta immediately grabbed his hand excitedly and walked into the training room, looking impatient. Hey, at least until I finish eating. Trunks was a little helpless. Lala and Kuroki looked at each other when they saw that Trunks was directly pulled away. To the training room. Trunks, show me your new transformation. Vegeta looked expectant. Trunks sighed and said, it can't be used here, let's go outside. 35. Okay, hurry up then. Vegeta put her hand on his shoulder immediately after hearing him say that. Trunks had no choice but to start instant transmission. The next moment, the two came to the plain where they had fought before. The plains at this time are very different from before, with large and small lakes appearing on the ground, but the scenery looks very good. Trunks begin, Vegeta urged. Okay then. Trunks shrugged helplessly, and then moved a little bit of air. The next moment, his hair and pupils all turned bright red, but other than that, there was no change. Super Saiyan God. 35. Vegeta frowned. Yes, it is Super Saiyan God. Trunks smiled and nodded. Vegeta frowned when he heard the words, he didn't see any difference from the previous Super Saiyan God transformation. It was at this time. Son Goku felt the anger of Trunks and Vegeta, so an instant transmission came to them. Vegeta, and Trunks, what's the matter with you guys coming here all of a sudden? Son Goku looked at them curiously. Humph, Kakarot, the Trunks have become stronger again, and this time I am afraid they have far surpassed us. Vegeta said proudly with her arms folded on her chest. Really? Son Goku immediately became interested. Trunks, let's see your strength. Vegeta's eyes were full of heat, and for the two of them, there was nothing stronger than the pursuit of strength. Food can only be ranked second. Trunks shrugged and said, don't you see the difference in me? 35. Different. Vegeta and Son Goku watched him carefully. Finally, Son Goku was the first to discover the difference between Trunks, and he said in disbelief, Trunks, hard, don't you transform? Didn't transform. Vegeta frowned and was surprised to find out. He didn't seem to notice the Trunks transforming from start to finish. It's just that Trunks changed the color of his hair and pupils, making him mistaken for a transformation. Thinking of this, the two suddenly looked at each other in horror. Trunks simply raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Yes, as you think, I have become the real Super Saiyan God, not just a transformation. What? After getting the exact answer, Vegeta and Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect it to be like this. Being the real Super Saiyan God, making this state the norm, that is to say. Son Goku's eyes grew brighter. Yes, I can use this state to transform into Super Saiyan. After speaking, Trunks gave a light drink, and his momentum skyrocketed in an instant. I saw that his hair, eyebrows and pupils all changed to blue. At the same time, the blue arrogance rose up, causing the surrounding gravel to float involuntarily. Vegeta and Son Goku on the side were already stunned. They didn't expect Super Saiyan God to have such a transformation. They can feel that this transformation of Trunks is almost the same as Super 4. This is Super Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God, I call it Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks smiled slightly. Amazing. Son Goku immediately understood what was going on after seeing him in this state. But Vegeta frowned and said, Trunks, this transformation is no better than Super 4. 39. Yes, it's not necessarily better than Super Saiyan, but I just turned into Super Saiyan at the first stage. 5. Trunks nodded. The Super Blue form in the original work is indeed no more powerful than the Super 4, and the two should be in the same place. And Super Blue also has a big disadvantage, that is, it consumes a lot of physical strength. After all, it is 2 consecutive transformations, and it is natural to consume a lot. But Trunks is always a super race god, he didn't transform twice at all, he just transformed into a Super 1. The consumption is almost negligible, even much smaller than the consumption of Super 4. Quote. Question mark. Vegeta suddenly widened her eyes and thought of a possibility. Son Goku on the side was also shocked. Yes, on top of this, I can also transform into a Super 2 state. Drink. After speaking, Trunks shouted, his aura soared again, and the blue arrogance around his body soared. The huge momentum made the earth start to tremble, which was the result of his efforts to control it. Vegeta and Son Goku felt this momentum, and they were immediately stunned. This state is what I call Super Saiyan Deep Blue. So strong. I really want to have a good fight with Trunks. For flowers. Son Goku's fists were clenched, and his whole body exuded a strong fighting spirit. The same goes for Vegeta on the side. No problem. Trunks also wanted to try his current strength at this time. After a while, the 3 came to the spiritual time room of the Temple of Heaven. Who's coming first? Trunks folded his arms and watched Vegeta and Son Goku. I'll come first. Son Goku took the lead. Seeing this, Vegeta snorted and didn't grab it. Drink. 35. Son Goku shouted and turned into a Super 4. Haha, come on, our battle has begun. Son Goku smiled and rushed up. At the same time, Trunks also shouted and turned into Super Saiyan Dark Blue directly. He wants to make Son Goku feel crushed. Swish. The moment the battle started, the 2 disappeared in place. 0. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of fist bumping in the air. Sudden. Boom. Ah. Son Goku screamed and was blasted out by the Trunks in an instant. Come again. Son Goku calmed down and charged up again. However, Son Goku gets knocked out by Trunks again and again. Super 4 Son Goku, in front of Trunks Super Saiyan Deep Blue, did not fight back at all. The strength of the 2 can be said to be no longer in the same dimension. You must know that the Super Saiyan Dark Blue mode of the original Vegeta is comparable to Ultra Instinct Son Goku. It's certainly not as powerful as Ultra Instinct, but it's still pretty good. In addition, Trunks' normal basic combat power is also stronger than Son Goku. So this fight is nothing more than Trunks unilaterally slapping Super 4 Son Goku. Soon, after smashing Son Goku, Vegeta came on and was slapped again by the Trunks. However, this still did not quell the fighting spirit between the 2. In this way, the 3 fought in the spiritual time house for a year. It's time to go out after a year. Trunks stretched. The 3 fought frantically for a year, which greatly reduced his desire to fight. In the beginning it was just one-on-one, with Trunks going up against Vegeta and Son Goku alone. Son Goku also fights Vegeta after he gets tired. And then, after learning the true strength of Trunks, Vegeta and Son Goku team up to fight him. Just like that, a year has passed. The strength of the 3 has been greatly improved in the continuous battle. It can be said that today's Trunks can definitely beat himself a year ago. The first thing you do when you go out is to have a big meal. The last thing Trunks want to do now is eat a big meal. Chapter 100 Date with Nami, Pei Kai no. 3 Drag Robot. Delicious, this one is delicious. At this time, in his restaurant, Trunks was filled with all kinds of food prepared by Tiansuohui, which made him eat. Trunks, try this. Meng Meng next to him picked up a grilled steak and handed it to his mouth. He also refused to come and ate the steak in one bite. Tasty. Brother, give me a taste of this. And this. Brother, stop choking, and drink some soup. Ram was also waiting by the side, constantly serving him dishes. It's like royal treatment. When Trunks just came home, he notified Tiansuohui to let her come over to prepare the cooking. It happened that Tiansuohui had nothing else to do, so he waited in agony for an hour. Trunks are finally eating their food. Everyone also learned that, 220, he spent a year in the spiritual time house, although it was only one day for them. Wow, I'm so full, it's so delicious, Xiaohui, your cooking skills have improved again. After eating and drinking, Trunks couldn't help but praise his chubby belly. Yeah, Trunks are satisfied. Tiansuohui smiled slightly. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tiansuohui's sweet smile, Trunks was in a good mood. After a year of fighting in the spiritual time house, he doesn't want to cultivate at all now. So, Trunks played happily with Lala and the others all day. The next day, Trunks originally thought of going to accompany his eldest wife, Kasumi Hill Shiyu, but he didn't expect Nami to suddenly send a message. Little thief cat. Teacher, we have arrived at Rog Town, do you want to come and have a look? Already Doro Town. Trunks was stunned, not expecting to arrive so soon. Super Saiyan. Okay then, I'll be right here. 35. After telling Ram again, Trunks came to the world of pirates. Teacher, you are here. 35. When Nami saw him, she ran over with joy. Huh, Trunks, I haven't seen you these days, where have you been? Luffy also came over curiously. Just a trip back. 5. Trunks waved his hands and laughed. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp on the side were also puzzled, but they didn't ask much. Is this the town of Rogue? Let's go down and see. Trunks turned to look at the port town and smiled. But it seems that many people are eyeing our ship. Nami looked sharply at the port. After their different ship appeared, there were all kinds of malicious eyes around. Because their ship does not have a pirate flag, it will naturally be targeted by greedy pirates. Don't mind them. Trunks waved his hand, and gave the Liberty an order for automatic defense. Dozens of careful robots ran out, and if a stranger got on the boat, they would be attacked immediately. The firearms in the hands of these robots are not ordinary firearms. Ordinary pirates will die if they face them. After dealing with these things, everyone got off the boat together. Wow, what a big town. Arriving in the town, Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Hee, because this is the place where you must pass through the Great Route from the East Daxia Sea. It is called the Town of Beginning and End. Everyone who wants to go to the Great Route will pass through this place, and all the necessary items can be bought here. Nami explained with a smile. Usopp. Okay, I'm going to collect some equipment for the next big adventure. Sanji. Then I'll go collect some ingredients. 9. I also have something I want to buy. Zoro looked at his waist, there was only a knife hanging there. As a 3-swordsman, only one sword is not enough. Okay, then I'm going to the execution platform to see where One Piece was executed. After saying that, Luffy ran away excitedly. This reckless look gave everyone a headache. After agreeing to meet at the port, Zoro, Sanji and Usopp also left one after another. Only Trunks and Nami were left. Nami, what are you going to sell? Trunks asked curiously. Well, teacher, let's go shopping with me. 39. It was rare for the two to be alone, and Nami excitedly took his hand and ran towards the street. Only the silver bell-like cheerful laughter was left. Trunks, how about this dress? Not bad. What about this one? 99. Also, really, why do Trunks say yes every time? Nami couldn't help but complain. At this time, the two are in a clothing store, Nami is picking clothes and Trunks is helping her choose. Because it was not during cultivation, Nami did not call a teacher. Because Nami herself is beautiful. Naturally, she looks good in anything. 39. Trunks said helplessly. Nami burst into joy when she heard this, and her big eyes turned into crescent moons with a smile. Forget the Trunks this time. Let's go. Nami took him and was about to leave. Hey, miss, don't you buy these clothes? No more. Nami waved her hand without looking back. All that was left was the shop owner who was about to cry without tears. I said, Nami, you shouldn't be short of money, why don't you buy it? 5. Trunks were all speechless. After trying on a lot of clothes and not buying them again, it is conceivable that the owner of the store will not welcome them. Nami shook her head, after going to see, but there are a lot of things to prepare, you can't spend money on this. Although Nami was rich, she did not bring all of them. Most of them are left to Nochigao. Trunks was a little surprised, didn't expect Nami to think so much. Nami, this is for you. After thinking about it, he took out a button-like thing. It is the Peikai No. 3 dress-up robot made by Lala. 1.3. The words of Peikai No. 2 have already been used by Thor. He didn't even want to take it back. Fortunately, Lala made him a Peikai No. 3 again. Would Lala be angry if she found out that she gave Peikai to someone else again? Trunks suddenly thought of a question. What is this? Nami picked it up curiously. It's called Peikai No. 3, it's Lala's invention, it can be changed, any clothes can be changed, and... Trunks briefly introduced the functions of Peikai. Wow, that's awesome. Nami was very happy when she heard that she could change any clothes. Hee, let's go. Let's continue shopping and try the cross-dressing function when we go back. Trunks laughed. Nami nodded happily. Chapter 101 Bring some seafood to Tiansuohui. After Trunks and Nami walked around Rogue Town together, they were ready to find Luffy and the others. It was at this moment that many people around them began to discuss, and immediately ran towards the same place. I heard that there was a duel over there, let's go and see. Duel, then go see it. Who the hell is going to duel? It's Duddy with kids, come on. It turned out to be Duddy with a child. Hurry up, or you will miss it later. Daddy with kids. Nami was stunned for a while, and then she remembered who it was. She looked at Trunks excitedly and said, Trunks must not know. Daddy with a child is the most powerful bounty hunter, who is the idiot who will duel him? Hearing this, Trunks suddenly had a strange look on his face, of course he knew about Daddy with children. It was even known that this man was in the same class of Navy as Smoker. It turned out to be a second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, and could have developed to the top, but for the sake of his only daughter, he changed to a bounty hunter. As for the idiot who was dueling with him, of course it was Usopp. Go and see. Trunks shrugged. We'll follow. 14 Nami nodded with a smile. Then the two followed the crowd, and after a while, they arrived at the place where the duel was taking place. However, this place has already been surrounded by the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers. Seeing this, Trunks pulled Nami away from the crowd and squeezed in. Ah, so that idiot looks like this. 99. Nami was speechless when she saw Usopp with trembling feet. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Why are you fighting Duddy with a baby? That's too stupid. Although Nami was a little speechless, she asked aloud. Let's not be too long-winded, I don't want to do this either. Usopp was also afraid, but now the arrow has to be fired. As a gunslinger, it is impossible to refuse the duel of the gunslingers. Trunks watched this scene with great interest. Although Usopp was a timid person, he was able to create miracles by accident at critical moments. It can be said to be a clown-like character, and it looks very interesting. A shot will determine the outcome, are you ready? At this time, the daughter of Daddy with children looked at the two and said, Duddy, with the child, agreed. And Usopp, sweating profusely, nodded with difficulty. The duel between the two sides officially began. The daughter of Daddy with a child gave the order, and the two walked 10 paces with their backs to their guns, then turned and shot. Whoever gets shot and falls first loses. Such battles are generally dead or dead. The tense and exciting duel began, and the surrounding crowd involuntarily quieted down. Even Nami gripped Trunks' arm nervously. Don't worry, if there is danger later, I will rescue Usopp. Trunks patted her hand and comforted her. Nami nodded and relaxed a little. However, when the little girl counted to 8, Usopp turned around and threw a smoke bomb and wanted to escape. He really couldn't stand the fear of death. Of course, this is just in vain. He is facing the strongest bounty hunter in Rogue Town, Duddy with a child, whose real name is Duty Mastarson. Duddy has no plans to keep his hands on the pirates, let alone this kind of life and death duel. Boom. Through the smoke, the target of this shot was very accurate towards Usopp's heart. At this moment, Usopp only felt that death was coming, and he couldn't move. Just this moment, a figure came to Usopp's side, and lightly stretched out 2 fingers to clamp the bullet that was shot. It's the Trunks boss, that's great. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, Usopp fell to the ground in ecstasy. Hey, Usopp, can't you have a bit of a backbone? Even Trunks was a little speechless about Usopp's cowardly and timid character, which is not likable. Seemingly feeling his disappointment, Usopp suddenly changed his face and stood up like a man. He didn't speak but came to, Daddy with children. I lost, it has nothing to do with other people, even if I was beaten to death, I have no complaints. Usopp's words surprised Trunks and Nami. At this time, Duddy finally recovered from the shock. He did not expect that his bullet would be easily caught by the young man in front of him. But then, he was concerned about another thing. Are you called Usopp? That's right, Usopp nodded. Duddy was surprised when he saw him nodding, and then he asked again. So, do you know a man named Jesus Bu from the Red Hair Pirates? Jesus Cloth. That's my dad's name, Usopp answered honestly. Duddy once fought a duel with Jesus Bu of the red-haired pirates when he was young, and the result ended in failure. The loser would have his life taken by the other side, but Jesus Cloth let him go. This may be God's will. At this moment, Duddy had already thought of letting go of Usopp. Seeing this, Trunks had no interest in what happened after that, pulled Nami and left. If I remember correctly, Sanji should be able to compete with others in cooking. Trunks haven't tried Sanji's food yet, so I don't know how it tastes. The two walked around and came to the seaside port after a while. Sure enough, a cooking competition is going to be held here. The crowd around was surging and it was very lively. Speaking of which, the ingredients here should be very good. Trunks suddenly thought of a question. The seafood in the world of One Piece is very rich, and all kinds of fish taste very delicious. It's better to send some seafood to Xiaohui, she will definitely be very happy. Do it when you think of it. At this time, the game has not yet started, so Trunks took Nami to buy seafood. After all, he does not have the Bailey of this world. Had to let Nami pay. Boss, I want all these fish, pack them for me. Okay, wait a minute, guest. The owner who sold the fish was very happy when he saw that all his fish were sold in an instant. After a while, Trunks grabbed the packaged fish, stuffed it directly into the red envelope of the chat group, and sent it to Tiansuohui. Ding, group member Super Saiyan sent you a red envelope, do you accept it? What? Tiansuohui, who was visiting the vegetable garden with a few good friends, was suddenly stunned by the promotion of the chat group. Then she even saw the red envelope sent by Trunks in the chat group. Xiaohui. Trunks, what is this? Super Saiyan. It's some seafood I bought from Nami, but there are so many varieties. Xiaohui. It's the unknown seafood, it's great, thank you Trunks. Tiansuohui was overjoyed when he knew that the red envelopes were filled with unseen fish. The fish in the world of One Piece is not an ordinary fish. The meat is very fresh and tender, which is much better than any 5A grade beef. This kind of high-quality food is not available to ordinary people. Chapter 102 Participate in the cooking competition. Xiaohui kills Super Saiyan. Haha, Xiaohui likes it. By the way, we are holding a cooking competition here. Would you like to come and try it? Trunks had a whim. If Xiaohui came here, would he directly overwhelm the chefs in the pirate world? After all, no matter how powerful the chefs in the pirate world are, they cannot be the opponents of the spirit of Halberd. Xiaohui. Cooking competition, alright. Tiansuohui agreed without much thought, and she also wanted to try cooking with people from another world. Trunks immediately became interested when she saw her agreement, and after talking to Nami, she invited Tiansuohui over. Xiaohui. 35. Feeling Tiansuohui's anger, Trunks and Nami found her after a while. Trunks, Nami, just came to Pirate World. Tiansuohui was a little nervous, and he was relieved when he saw them. Okay, let's go sign up for the competition. Otherwise, the sign up will be over. 35. Trunks quickly took Tiansuohui to sign up. Tiansuohui is the head chef, while Trunks and Nami help her. Huh, Nami, Trunks, why are you here? After Trunks and the others signed up, they came to the kitchen to prepare. Sanji was a little surprised when he saw them. Of course you're here to participate in the cooking competition. Sanji, your cooking is really good, but it's far worse than Xiaohui. 99. Nami has eaten the dishes of Tiansuohui and Sanji. Although she is not a chef, she is also very aware of the difference in cooking between the two. Oh, Really, Sanji didn't care when he heard this, he had never been afraid of anyone when it came to cooking. Soon the cooking competition will begin. Really, after Tiansuohui defeated the first opponent, the dishes she made were amazing. After trying her dishes, several judges in the referee bench fell into fantasy and could not extricate themselves from intoxication. This scene made all the audience stunned. Is it really that delicious? Several other chefs also felt pressured to see this. The game continues. Not surprisingly, Tiansuohui easily crushed the opponent and came to the semifinals. And her opponent turned out to be the most beautiful chef in the East Daxia Sea, Carmen. Your cooking is really good, but I won't fall down right here. 35. Carmen looked at Tiansuohui with an unprecedented seriousness. From the expressions of the judges just now, she could tell that Tiansuohui's dishes were absolutely delicious. But she wouldn't throw in the towel. Aha, Tiansuohui nodded shyly, not knowing what to say. Although she has the heart of a chef, she is still a nervous and shy girl when she is not cooking. The game starts soon. Carmen used a very exaggerated method to handle the ingredients, and also made a strange laugh, trying to influence Tiansuohui's play. However, Tiansuohui, who entered the state, was not affected by external objects at all. Not even Trunks and Nami can help. Soon the results of the match between Tiansuohui and Carmen came out. The winner is Tiansuohui. What? How is it possible? After all the referees unanimously decided that Tiansuohui won the game, Carmen suddenly felt a little unbelievable. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated so completely. You don't believe it? Then try it. At this time, one of the judges brought Tiansuohui's cooking to Carmen. Carmen took a sip without hesitation. The next moment, she was already indulging in delicious fantasy, unable to extricate herself for a long time. I lost. When Carmen woke up, she was no longer unwilling, and she was completely convinced. Compared with her, the dishes made by Tiansuohui are not on the same level at all. Sanji, who was also promoted not far away, looked towards this side, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Although he didn't know how delicious Tiansuohui's food was, he knew that the other party might be a strong enemy. Soon, the final is about to begin. The atmosphere of the scene has also reached a fixed point. Who can win the title of the first chef of the East Daxia Sea and the final prize, the elephant tuna? Everyone is looking forward to it. Soon the finals will begin. Tiansuohui quickly began to process the ingredients, and Trunks and Nami could only hand her some tools and seasonings. Other than that, it doesn't help. Trunks thought about it and decided that he must teach Tiansuohui to cultivate chi, and then give her a fruit of the spirit tree. This way, she doesn't have to get tired every time she prepares food. Trunks is very distressed for their little cook. After a while, the dishes of Tasuke and Sanji were ready. When the 2-point dishes were served on the judges' table at the same time, all the judges' eyes couldn't help looking at Tiansuohui's cooking. After all, they didn't want to try other dishes after trying Tasuohui's dishes just now. However, as judges, they still have to be fair and impartial. At this time, Sanji gave up without hesitation after trying Tianshu's cooking. I give up. 35. The jury, who was just about to announce the winner, was stunned. Sanji took a deep breath with a cigarette in his mouth and said, compared to Miss Tianshui's cooking, my cooking is nothing at all, so I admit defeat. The scene didn't surprise Trunks. Tianshui's strength in Togetsu Academy can be ranked first, and in this pirate world, it is not random killing. As Sanji voluntarily conceded defeat, Tiansuohui became the final champion unsurprisingly. As a reward, it was a huge elephant tuna, almost 100 kilograms in size. Trunks put it in the red envelope and then sent it to Tiansuohui. In this way, she can take it out at any time, and it can also keep the freshness of the fish. Originally, she wanted Tiansuohui to stay here and take risks together, but Tiansuohui suddenly left, and she was worried that some friends were looking for her everywhere. So go back. Where is Miss Tiansuohui? 35. Sanji originally wanted to find Tiansuohui as a teacher, but he didn't expect to disappear in a blink of an eye. Oh, she has gone back, Trunks explained with a smile. Ah, why is this? I still want to worship Miss Tiansuohui as my teacher. Sanji was full of regret. Let's go. 35. Trunks shrugged and said nothing, then pulled Nami and walked towards the center of Rogue Town. Seeing this, Sanji could only helplessly keep up. Come to Rogue Town Center. I didn't expect it to be a mess here. It turned out to be Bucky. After seeing several people in the center of the square, Trunks was a little surprised. When Luffy and Bucky fought, he left the rest to Garp. Didn't Garp catch Bucky? And not only Bucky, but also Arita and Kabaji, old acquaintances of Luffy, are here. Alrita. Trunks was a little surprised after seeing this woman. Today's Alrita is indeed very beautiful, even compared to Nami. Robin is not inferior at all. But the thought that she was originally a huge fat woman, only relying on the slippery fruit to become so beautiful, made Trunks a little nauseous. Forget it. Trunks stopped looking at her, then looked at Luffy, who was trapped on the execution stand. He looked at Smoker and the dragon, who were hiding aside. It seems that there will be a good show in the future. Chapter 103 Combat Power Double Card, Pass the Super Saiyan Advanced Card. Trunks, why don't we do it? Luffy is trapped by that guy. Nami looked at Luffy on the execution platform with some worry. However, in such a desperate situation, Luffy showed a familiar smile. Do you know that you will be rescued? Or have you already put your life on the line? Aren't you ready yet? Trunks glanced at the dragon hiding in the dark, but found that the dragon had no intention of attacking. The original is that Luffy's father dragon saved Luffy, so Trunks is ready to wait for the dragon to shoot. Trunks. Seeing cabbage slashed down, Nami suddenly exclaimed. At this time, Zoro and Sanji had already killed him, but it was too late. Helpless, Trunks flicked his fingers, and a wind pressure spanned a distance of several hundred meters, instantly hitting cabbage. Boom. The strong wind pressure directly blasted cabbage and smashed the wall. Ha, I'm not dead, ha ha ha. Suddenly escaped from death, Luffy suddenly laughed heartlessly with his hands on his hips. Hey, Luffy, you idiot, come here soon. When Nami saw that Luffy was still there laughing, she suddenly became angry. Because at this time, the surrounding area was surrounded by the navy, and it would be troublesome if they didn't leave. Oh, here we come. Luffy heard the shouting and ran over in a hurry. Although he is a bit nervous, he is not stupid. So, after calling Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, the group directly stood out and surrounded them. Unobstructed all the way, but just as they were about to reach the port, a man stood in front of them. Smog. Unexpectedly, this guy was still standing in front of them. This guy is a captain in the navy, who of you want to go up and try? Trunks looked at both Luffy and Zoro. All come. 35. Zoro stood up first, he just bought a good knife and he was about to try it. However, he is not domineering, so it goes without saying that he was easily hanged and beaten when confronted with the smoke fruit Smog. It's a devil fruit person. Nami broke the opponent's ability. During this period, Luffy and the others did not have much understanding of devil fruit, let alone domineering. What shall we do now? 39. Luffy had already rushed out, and Usopp had been so frightened that his legs were weak. Trunks was also a little speechless. Forget it, don't waste time. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Smoker and threw it out. Mind power is very magical, and it can grasp even intangible and intangible things. Immediately afterwards, the telekinetic force grabbed Zoro, Luffy and a few others, while BEBD Trunks pulled Nami into the sky together. In just a moment, they were back on the boat. Wow, I didn't expect you to fly, Trunks, that's amazing. Back on the deck, Luffy suddenly exclaimed. Sauron and the others were also very shocked. Trunks, what the hell is going on? At this time, Nami found that there were many pirate corpses lying around. Don't be surprised, these people should have been killed because they wanted to hit our ship. Trunks explained with a shrug. Seeing such a scene, he was not surprised, after all, pirates are greedy. Being killed by a robot on a ship would be considered life-threatening. So this is all. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and ignored it. After all, it was only a pirate who died. Then she waved her hand and pointed into the distance energetically. Okay, then let's set off towards the Great Route. Oh, Luffy cheered. Then the group set off again. At the same time, Trunks have also returned to the Dragon Ball world. He didn't participate in sailing at night or something. If I remember correctly, Luffy and the others will meet Whispering Fruit Abyss next, and he does not intend to interfere in this matter. As for the luxury cruise ship, Nami also has the authority to control it, so he doesn't need to worry about it. I originally planned to go to Shiyu's side, but I didn't expect it to be dark when I came back. After everyone in the chat group joins, the time is synchronized. Therefore, it was already dark over Shiyu's side of the Hill of Shaw. Isn't it good that it's dark? Trunks laughed suddenly, and then sent a private chat to Shiu of Kasumigaoka. Super Saiyan. Baby, please invite me over. Sha Shizi, group owner. Sha Zichiu Shiu, who was just about to rest at this time, immediately rolled his eyes when he saw the private chat. Sha Shizi, group owner, not today. Super Saiyan. Ha, why? 35. Sha Shizi, group leader, no, why is there so much? 5. Kasumigaoka Shiu's face turned reddish. Super Saiyan. Well then. Trunks was a little speechless, but he also guessed that Shiu should be a relative. Sha Shizi, group owner, by the way, there seems to be something wrong with Ying Lily and Kato Megumi these days, and they have been asking about your news from the side. Super Saiyan. Oh, did you discover my identity? Sha Shizi, group leader, no, I guess they have discovered the source of the universal capsule, but they are not sure. Super Saiyan. It's okay. If it's just the universal capsule, you can't guess my identity. If it is only a universal capsule, it will only be regarded as a high-tech product. How could he think of him as a person from the Dragon Ball world, let alone the existence of a chat group? Sha Shizi, group owner, well then. Good night then, Super Saiyan. Good night. After the private chat was over, Trunks looked at his remaining points. After the last purchase of Super Saiyan God Normal, there are still 4.77 million points left, so many points can already buy a lot of things. Of course, the power of Ultra Instinct and Gods of Destruction, etc., which he very much wants, is still far away. Now there are only two things he can afford and what is useful to him. Combat Strength Double Card, the price is 1 million points. Description, it can double your basic combat strength. Super Saiyan Bloodline Upgrade Card, the price is 2 million points. Description, it can upgrade the Super Saiyan Bloodline to the legendary Super Saiyan. These two things can greatly improve his strength. Combat Power Double Card, needless to say, it can directly double his normal combat power. He was considering whether to buy more. The normal basic combat power is very important. Once the normal combat power is doubled, then the strength after the transformation will increase exponentially, which is very terrifying. However, when he bought a combat power double card, he saw that the next one actually required 10 million points. The price has doubled tenfold. Trunks slapped his forehead when he saw this. I knew it wasn't that simple. If you could buy unlimited, wouldn't it just take off? It seems that this one has to be kept for later use. Trunks reluctantly put the combat power double card away. Then he bought the Chanchao bloodline upgrade card without the slightest hesitation. Evolve your own blood and become the legendary Super Saiyan. Trunks was very excited when he looked at the superhero bloodline upgrade card in his hand. Needless to say, Broly's talent is simply too strong to be abnormal. He didn't practice much, but he could grow infinitely through battle, and he could break through several levels in a short period of time. The realm that Son Goku and Vegeta took many years of training to reach. Maybe Broly is just a fight and will be able to reach. This kind of talent potential is really terrifying. Chapter 104 Chuan Chao transforms into a battle against Chao Si in 2. Now, Trunks finally have a chance to become the legendary Super Saiyan. He used the Chanchao bloodline upgrade card without hesitation. The next moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within the body. Boom! As the momentum skyrocketed, the surrounding land suddenly collapsed, and the entire earth trembled at this moment. Luckily, Trunks was in an uninhabited wasteland at this time. What's going on? At this moment, the Z fighters all felt the violent breath of Trunks. All of them rushed towards this side in an instant. At this time, the Trunks only felt a tyrannical chi scurrying in the body, and it was difficult to control. Even trying to influence his sanity. Fortunately, his will was firm, so he was not affected. But the violent chi in the body seems to be endless, and it continues to soar. It can't go on like this. 31. Trunks looked at the cracked earth around him. If this continued, the earth would probably be destroyed. So he tried to control the chi in his body and released a protective shield around his body. At the same time, Son Goku came first with Son Gohan using instant transmission, but they were cut off by the shield. Immediately after, Vegeta, Keelan, Tiansuohui and others also rushed over. For them, a circle around the earth is nothing but the blink of an eye. What the hell happened to Trunks? Vegeta looked at Son Goku, who had come earlier. Don't know. Son Goku scratched his head and said he didn't know. It was at this time. Drink Suddenly Trunk roared. A powerful aura erupted instantly, and even the barrier he arranged was instantly shattered. Son Goku, Vegeta and the others were caught off guard, and were directly blown away by the air. When all the dust settles, Vegeta and Son Goku ran from the ground, and they were shocked when they saw it. I saw that a huge circular deep pit with a range of 1 kilometer appeared on the ground. In midair, the Trunks mixed colors exuding grass-green arrogance, the eyes had no pupils and became completely white, and even the hair had become pale green. The muscles in his body skyrocketed, and his height unexpectedly changed from 1.9 meters to a huge 2.2 meters tall. The Trunks at this time were so similar to Broly. Hey, Trunks, what the hell is going on? Krillin was a little frightened and didn't know what was going on. I can't see through his current strength at all. Piccolo frowned and looked solemn. As this, Vegeta's face suddenly changed. The appearance of Trunks reminded him of Broly. It's Broly's state. No wonder he's losing his mind. Son Goku also recalled at this time that he was like this when he first saw Broly transformed. After the transformation, his body exudes a pale green arrogance, his strength is extremely powerful but he has lost his mind. It's just that Trunks are more powerful than Broly. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, their faces dignified. Unexpectedly, Trunks can also transform into the legendary Super Saiyan state. In the Spirit Time room before, even the two of them were no match for the Super Saiyan Deep Blue Trunks. Originally, I wanted to see the Super 4 strength of Trunks, but unfortunately I didn't get it in the end. I didn't expect Trunks to have such a transformation. Kakarot, have you found this form of Trunks, which seems to be stronger than Super Saiyan Dark Blue? Vegeta crossed her chest with both hands. I've felt it, it's really strong. Son Goku nodded. I didn't expect Trunks to become stronger again so quickly. The strength of Trunks keeps getting stronger, which makes Vegeta very proud. Kling, Piccolo and others on the side were completely speechless at this time. After all, the gap in strength was too great. It was at this time. Trunks' body moved. Wow, I saw him suddenly roar, and then turned his eyes to Vegeta and Son Goku. Not good, we are being targeted. 35. Son Goku said solemnly. Well, it seems the Trunks can't handle the power yet. 99. Vegeta said solemnly. At this point, both of them were ready to fight, and if the Trunks got out of control, they could only stop them. Krillin, back away, Son Goku reminded. Oh well, Krillin also saw that something was wrong, and hurriedly flew back. Piccolo and Tiansuohui on the side stepped back, they didn't want to be affected by the battle. For flowers. At the same time, Vegeta and Son Goku also turned directly into Super 4s, ready for the Trunks fight. Roar. Feeling the anger of Vegeta and Son Goku, as if feeling provocative, Trunks roared and rushed forward in an instant. Bang bang. Huge fist. Bang bang as 2 punches. With their fists deep in their stomachs, Son Goku and Vegeta cried out in pain, and they were smashed and flew out before they could react. Boom. The two fell into the earth like meteors, and the earth was torn apart in an instant. However, the next moment the two flew again. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other, knowing in their hearts that Trunks wasn't holding back at all at this point. 0. If they can't stand it, I'm afraid the whole earth will be in danger. There was no way the two of them could go together. Since they are used to fighting together in the spiritual time house, the two of them are very tacit understanding when they join forces. At this time, Trunks seemed to have lost his mind, roaring again and again. I saw him in a flash and came to Son Goku, and then a punch as big as a sandbag smashed it without cost. Son Goku resisted with both hands, but was still smashed and flew out. At this time, the countless fists of Vegeta behind him landed behind him. However, Trunks turned and grabbed the back of Vegeta's hand as if nothing had happened, before punching him in the stomach. Vegeta arched her body involuntarily. Immediately after, Trunks clasped his fists and slammed a heavy hammer directly on Vegeta's back. Boom! Vegeta smashed into the ground, shattering the ground again. At the same time, Son Goku also recovered at this time, only to see his hands on his waist. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The mighty ki blast slammed towards the Trunks, and the light was so bright that he couldn't see what was inside. Trunks will be all right. Seeing the Trunks submerged by Kamehameha, Krillin was a little worried. It should be all right. 35. Son Gohan frowned. Don't worry if something happens, we still have Dragon Ball. Piccolo wasn't worried at all. Oh, that's right. 35. Krillin nodded. Chapter 105 Lucky Draw, the Change Space of Shienianbo. Son Goku gasped slightly after Kamehameha's light faded. All eyes are on the sky. What? How is that possible? No injuries at all. In the somewhat disbelieving gaze of Vegeta and Son Goku. How is it possible to eat a shot of Kamehameha's Trunks in the front, without the slightest injury? Roar. At this time, Trunks roared again, and the momentum skyrocketed again, as if it were endless. Immediately after, his eyes turned to Son Goku and Vegeta, and the arrogant smile appeared. Although after the bloodline was promoted to the legendary Saiyan, the violent and uncontrollable chi continued to emerge in the body. But Trunks didn't lose consciousness. He just wanted to try his strength in this state. At present, it seems that the state of the Super Saiyan God is not much better than Super Saiyan Dark Blue. After the muscles of the body expand, the speed not only does not decrease, but the force, 237, is also very strong. And there is a strong defense that is not weaker than the Super 4 transformation. The general ki blast has no effect on him at all. And he could feel that his chi seemed to be endless, constantly surging every moment. There seems to be no upper limit at all. This way, he became stronger without limit. When he faced gods of destruction Beerus and Born Whis, he really wanted to see each other's shocked expressions. Then Trunks withdrew from the super transformation state. After all, Chuan Chao's power is too violent, and if it continues to grow, he may be a little bit uncontrollable. However, even if he returns to normal, his strength is still growing all the time. It just didn't grow as fast after transformation. Now, his body can become infinitely stronger when the limiter is removed, and the chi in his body can also become infinitely stronger with a super bloodline. These two golden-fingered existences appeared on him at the same time. One can imagine how fast his strength has grown. Ha 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 ha. Trunks clenched his fists, and suddenly laughed a little excitedly. Trunks, have you recovered? At this time, Vegeta and Son Goku also flew over after seeing him return to normal. Haha, sorry for causing trouble to everyone. Trunks laughed, feeling very happy. Trunks, what happened to you just now? Son Goku can't wait to find out. The same goes for Vegeta. Everyone waited for his answer. Yeah, because the gene belonging to the legendary Super Saiyan in my body has awakened, so I will be transformed into the state just now. Trunks briefly explained it. That's true. Ha ha ha. Vegeta suddenly burst out laughing. Because the legendary Super Saiyan is a more advanced Saiyan than an advanced bloodline. Awesome. Makes me want to keep fighting you, Trunks. Son Goku became warlike again. Trunks waved his hand hastily. Next time, he fought in the Spirit Time Room for a year before, and he hasn't had a good rest for a few days. Ah, well then, Son Goku had no choice but to give up. Now that everyone was here, Trunks simply exchanged knowledge of martial arts with them, and by the way learned about the changes in everyone's strength. Trunks, thank you. Piccolo is the first to thank you. Because last time Trunks gave him an idea, let him learn Kaioken to improve his strength, but he did not expect that he really succeeded. After learning Kaioken, Piccolo has even been able to use Kaioken hundreds of times. The increase in strength is not a big deal, even surpassed Son Gohan to become the fourth strongest among them. This makes Piccolo happy. Both Krillin and Tiansuohui are very envious, but they don't want to become other races, so they can only stare. Seeing this situation, Trunks immediately came up with another solution. Uncle Krillin, you don't have to keep your eyes on changing races. You can let Shenron help you break through the limits of human potential, and in this way, you can continue to become stronger. 99. Humans have always had limitations, just like the world over Saitama. Everyone, or every weirdo, has his own limitations, and this limitation is the culmination of their growth. Saitama is an existence that breaks this limitation. This allows him to become infinitely stronger. Shenron might not be able to let Krillin and the others break infinitely, but it's okay to break some caps and let them continue to become stronger. Kling and Tiansuohui were a little excited when they heard it. Can it really be done? Of course, you can try. Trunks folded his arms and laughed. Hearing this, Krillin was on the verge of moving, and could not wait to find Dragon Ball immediately. Okay, since it's all right, let's all go back. After exchanging martial arts knowledge with everyone, Trunks also felt a little tired. Everyone said goodbye to each other and then went home. After returning home, Trunks remembered that he still had 2 group lottery opportunities that he had not used. If you have points, there are still 1.77 million points left. At present, there is nothing you want to buy. Now it's better to use the group lottery chance first. Ding. Group lottery starts. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for getting the Dragon Ball radar. Sure enough, you can't get good things every time. What's the use of this thing? 55. Trunks looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand speechlessly and threw it aside. Keep pumping. Ding. Group lottery starts. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who has obtained the Evil Thought Wave move, changing the space. Explanation. You can change the space you are in. You can also control the objects in the space to move or attack the enemy at will. You can create space anywhere to transfer the energy bombs sent by yourself or the opponent. Absorb the air bombs played by the opponent and change the position to release. You can also use your fists and feet to control the direction of your attack. When Trunks read the description, he was a little surprised, but he didn't expect it to be Xie Nianbo's move. This move to change the space is a move that Son Goku and Vegeta used to play. Allows the Evil Thought Wave to flexibly use space to fight. It can be said to be a very powerful move. Looks like good luck. Trunks is in a good mood. With this move, the fighting style will be more flexible and changeable in the future. In a happy mood, he took a shower and went back to his room. But found that during the holiday, only Lala was here. How about Meng Meng and Ram Rem? Trunks are a little weird. Nana is usually a little shy, but she doesn't come here often. But these girls come here every day, and by the way, they have added a black pupil. Didn't expect to be here today. Tran 1.3x is back. When Lala saw him coming back, she immediately raised her hands and begged for a hug. Although he had seen it many times, the sight still made his blood boil. Today happens to be only Lala, doesn't it mean? The next day, Trunks had a rare sleepy night. When he got up, the little girl Meng Meng looked at him with a sly look, making him blush a little. It's like I stole something. You girl, you did a good job yesterday. 35. Trunks didn't think much of it at first, but now, seeing Meng Meng's appearance, he immediately understood something. Hee. Brother-in-law, isn't it happy? I usually endure it very hard. 35. Meng Meng showed a sly smile again. Trunks was a little speechless when he heard the words, but he didn't expect it to be Meng Meng. Nice job though. Trunks secretly gave her a thumbs up. This makes Meng Meng very happy. Chapter 106 Shura Field. The battle between Estes and Menjmanana. By the way, I'll give you something to eat. Trunks suddenly remembered that the fruit of his spirit tree has not been distributed to everyone. What is it? Is it the food that Xiaohui gave? 55. Everyone was very curious and speculated. No, it's this thing. Trunks took out a few spirit tree fruits and placed them on the table. What kind of fruit is this? Lala picked it up curiously, sniffed it, and then took a bite. Trunks were too late to stop. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful air burst out from Lala's body. Like a 12th level gale, the entire room became chaotic in an instant. Fortunately, Trunks responded quickly and immediately released a shield to cover her. Wow, sister, what happened to her? Meng Meng and Nana were stunned when they saw Lala, who was radiating light all over her body. I haven't had time to tell you, this fruit is not an ordinary fruit. It is called the fruit of the spirit tree, and it is a fruit that only gods can eat. Once eaten, it can increase its own strength. So that's the case, no wonder Lala suddenly became so powerful. 14. Everyone just understood. Can we eat too? Nana looked like she was just around the corner. Sure, but let's go to the training room. 55. Trunks looked at the messy lounge and shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Meng Meng and Nana stuck out their tongues in embarrassment. After a while, Lala completely absorbed the power of the fruit of the spirit tree. Trunks. Lala jumped into his arms and almost broke his waist. Obviously, her strength has improved too much, and she can't control it. Because the Trunks gave her the top fruit of the spirit tree, each one could increase the combat power by millions. It is normal that the strength has increased so much that it cannot be controlled. Lara, you should train too. Trunks shrugged helplessly. The group came to the training room. Then Trunks gave Meng Meng, Nana, Ram Rem, Kuroko and Thor a spirit tree fruit each. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree, because the strength has increased too much, the girls can't control it. Just practicing in the training room. Later, Trunks thought that after Haitong was cured, he hadn't told Kaitong and the others yet. And they can also get one of the spirit tree fruit. So he chatted with Kaitong privately. Super Saiyan. Akihito invite me. Night attack ace killer. Oh, Kaitong didn't talk too much, just invited him directly. Ding. The night attack ace killer invites you to enter the world, do you want to enter? Yes. Soon, Trunks appeared beside Kaitong. But did not expect. Yeah. With a scream, Trunks didn't even have to look to know it was Main's voice. Only then did he realize that the surrounding mist was shrouded in mist and the water was rippling, but he did not expect it to be a hot spring. And Kaitong and Main are soaking in the hot spring. Hey, I said Main needn't make such a fuss. Trunks turned helplessly and looked at Main, who was covering himself with a shy face. Looking at it, I didn't expect everyone to be soaking in the hot springs. Trunks, come down and take a hot spring with me. It's very comfortable. Estes invited the invitation without any concealment. Yes, come down quickly. Big sister's embrace is very warm. Leona was also tempted. Trunks was a little moved, but looking at Main, who was staring at him with small tiger teeth, he thought about it and let it go. Although it is good to have a hot spring with a beautiful woman, it is easy to get hot. He didn't come here for that. Hurry up and wash up and come out. I have something important to do. Trunks waved his hand and walked out of the spa. Seeing this, the girls looked at each other in dismay. After a while, everyone gathered together. Trunks, what happened to Kuroko? Kai Tong was the first to ask. Trunks smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Kuroki's body has been healed, but she wants to stay with me. So Trunks, what are the important things you're talking about? At this time, Najishton asked. As such that, Trunks took out the fruit of the spirit tree and placed it in front of the girls. A fruit that can increase strength. Everyone is a little strange. Yes, as long as you eat this fruit, you will be almost like a god. 35. 10,000 combat power can explode a star, and these spiritual tree fruits can increase 1 million combat power. It stands to reason that it already has the power of a god. If it is changed to Hakoba, it is also a 4th digit strength. Amazing, the girls exclaimed in amazement. They did not expect such a small fruit in front of them to have such a strong power. Estes, who was in pursuit of power, wanted to eat one. But at this time, Trunks said again, before eating the fruit of the spirit tree, you must first master the use of chi, otherwise the power of the fruit of the spirit tree will be wasted. This sentence immediately made Estes, who was on the verge of moving, give up the idea of eating the fruit of the spirit tree now. Then the Trunks started teaching them how to use kai. Several people are not ordinary people, and their physical fitness is very strong. In just a few days, he had already mastered the use of chi. And Estes is the fastest among them. After thoroughly mastering the use of chi, he could not wait to eat the fruit of the spirit tree. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted, and along with the cold air, the surrounding earth was instantly frozen. Fortunately, Trunks quickly cast a protective shield to cover her, otherwise, the entire imperial capital would be frozen. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that after Estes' chi increased, even the power of Taigu also became stronger. Estes, you've become amazing. Main and Leonie were all looking at Estes in shock. They didn't expect her to become so strong after eating the fruit of the spirit tree. This makes everyone more motivated to cultivate. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree for everyone, Trunks returned with Estes. No way. After becoming stronger, Estes can no longer find an opponent in the world of slaying sisters, even under the circumstances of her repeated requests and even betraying her hue. Trunks could only take her away. Brother, you are back. As soon as he returned home, Haitong and the others knew, and several people appeared in front of him in an instant. Seeing this, Trunks nodded with satisfaction. It seems that everyone has been practicing hard recently. Humph. Of course, we already have full control over the power in our bodies. Nana said proudly. Trunks, who is she? Thor looked at Estes curiously with wide eyes. Several others were also very curious. My name is Esters, the Queen of Trunks. Without waiting for Trunks to speak, Esters took the initiative to introduce himself. But this presentation made Trunks cover his face. Queen, I don't admit it, my sister is clearly Trunks' fiancé. 5. Nana was very unconvinced. That's right, in my harem paradise plan, only my sister is the biggest. Meng Meng also helped to speak. When Trunks heard this, he looked at Meng Meng with a weird expression. Does this seem like he's slipping his tongue? But I didn't expect Meng Meng to start the so-called harem paradise project. Chapter 107 Cute Kangna, fighting with Saitama again. If we don't agree, we can use our strength to speak. 35. Estes showed a charming smile. She has followed the supremacy of strength since she was a child, and of course she likes to use strength to solve problems. It was precisely because of the strongest strength that she won the title of queen before. Neither Najishton nor Akatsuki had any objections. Okay, whoever is afraid, come. Nana and Meng Meng are also fearless masters. Although they are not very good at fighting, they also have their own fighting styles. What's more, their strength has just become stronger, and of course they want to give it a try. Trunks didn't stop when they saw this, and it's good for everyone to learn from each other, as if they got to know each other. Originally, Meng Meng and Nana were stronger than Estes. After all, the strength of the original Lala can explode, and Meng Meng and Nana can't be far behind. But after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, the strength of the two sides has become closer. And Estes is experienced in hundreds of battles, on the contrary Nana and Meng Meng have no combat experience at all. The results speak for themselves. Even if the two team up, they are no match for Estes. This made Nana and Meng Meng very unconvinced. Okay, Meng Meng, Nana, don't take it seriously, Estes is a general with rich combat experience. Of course you won't have any advantage in fighting her. Trunks smiled and comforted them. But I'm still not convinced. Nana is stronger, and she still looks unconvinced when she pouted. If you don't agree, become stronger and defeat me. Estes really enjoyed the battle with the two, and she didn't want to lose two evenly matched opponents. Humph, I will definitely become stronger. Nana looked at Estes with an unconvincing face. I'll wait and see. Estes nodded in satisfaction. Okay, Estes can talk to Buu when he has nothing to do. As long as you give him something to eat, I think he should be happy to fight with you. Anyway, Buu can't be killed, and if you want to hurt Buu with Estes' strength, it's unlikely. It can be said to be a very good sparring. Estes is also very satisfied with this arrangement. A month passed slowly. Everyone's cultivation motivation also receded. Except for Estes, everyone became salted fish again. Meng Meng and Nana went back because they missed their mother Saifei. Lala stayed, because her and Bulma's invention had not yet been researched. During this period, Bulma also ate the fruit of the spirit tree, but she was not interested in cultivation, and the fruit of the spirit tree was just to strengthen her body. Thor also went back, but he didn't expect to bring back a cute thing. You or Kona? Trunks looked at the little short leg in front of him with a confused expression, but he didn't expect this little cute thing to be brought over by Thor. Kana is a very good friend of mine, and I want her to stay here, can Trunks? Thor looked at him expectantly. Faced with such a cute creature, Trunks certainly would not refuse. Of course. Great, Trunks. Thor fell into his arms at once, rubbing excitedly. Alright. 9. Trunks touched her head helplessly. Come here, Kona, he's the Trunks and the one who took me in. Thor pulled Connor to Trunks' side. Trunks. Kong Na shouted cutely, and instantly turned him into a cute one. Kona is so cute. Trunks couldn't help but picked Kong Na up and put it on his lap, and then received a small dessert from Xiaohui's red envelope. It is said that it was made by one of her classmates who was good at desserts. Come on, Kana opened her mouth. Trunks picked up a piece of dessert and put it in Kona's mouth. Ow, Kana, who had been hungry for many days, opened her mouth and took a bite. Even Trunks' hand was bitten, and Kong Na's eyes were instantly blinded with joy after eating the dessert. So sweet. Connor even wanted to lick Trunks' fingers. Don't worry little Kona, there are many more. Trunks smiled and fed another snack. It's really fun to feed cute animals like this. In the afternoon, Saitama suddenly sent a private chat. Saitama. Trunks, I've had a big breakthrough recently, how about you come and play with me? By the way, the one called Hellbuki is coming to you again. After seeing this, Trunks couldn't help rolling his eyes, this should be the other way around. Super Saiyan. Okay, then you invite me. Ding. Group reminder. Group member Saitama invited you, do you accept the invitation? Yes. The next moment, he had already come to the sky above Z City. Came to Saitama's house using instant transmission. Saitama, where's Fubuki? Trunks looked and saw that Fubuki wasn't here. After she told me she was looking for you, she left in a hurry. Saitama replied, okay then, let's go play first. By the way, I didn't see Genos today. 9. Trunks is a bit strange, isn't Genos always following Saitama? Genos said it was going back to replace the parts. Oh, I see. Trunks nodded, then grabbed Saitama with an instant transmission, and came to an uninhabited island. Without further ado, the battle between the two began. Saitama first entered the Berserker mode. After entering the Berserker mode, Saitama's strength skyrocketed, and he was several times stronger than the last time. Saitama's combat strength last time was only more than 10 billion at most, but at this time Saitama's strength has reached nearly 100 billion combat strength. Even the Trunks are a little surprised, the improvement is too big. However, Saitama had never practiced before, and now his potential has exploded in an instant. It is normal to have such a high combat power. Hey, Trunks, won't you transform? Saitama was a little puzzled when he saw that he didn't mean to transform. Oh, I don't think so for now. Trunks smiled and shook his head. Saitama frowned when he heard this, obviously he forced Trunks to transform last time. Question mark. Saitama thought to Zhao that there was a possibility, and immediately he did not hesitate, and in the blink of an eye, he turned and rushed over. Boom. Trunks stretched out his palm and easily caught Saitama's fist. The next moment, the fierce battle between the two began. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of fists colliding with each other, the entire island was immediately devastated. The air waves generated by the continuous collision of the powerful forces of the two made huge waves on the sea surface. Even nearby underwater volcanoes are showing signs of erupting. Their battle was really too violent, and huge waves had already begun to rise in the seaside area. However, that was the reason why Trunks and Saitama had calmed down. The battle continued, even more intense. Boom. Between fist bumps. Suddenly, the Trunks punched out, Saitama was caught off guard, and was directly punched into the ground, straight to the bottom of the sea. And when Saitama climbed out again, he was already a little exhausted. Millet. Chapter 108 Seeing the snow blowing, pinch the face of the dragon roll. Damn, I really don't know how you cultivated Trunks. I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength is so powerful. Saitama squeezed the water on her clothes with a helpless expression. Obviously, his berserker mode a while ago was still able to force the opponent's transformation. I didn't expect that I haven't seen it for a while, and even the berserker mode was easily defeated. Haha, it's not just you who are getting stronger, I have also made some small breakthroughs recently. Trunks laughed. Is it really a small breakthrough? Saitama looked suspicious. Of course, well, we have changed back after the battle. He stretched, then grabbed Saitama and returned to Z City. After saying goodbye to Saitama, let me see where Fubuki is, and what's the matter with me. Trunks sensed Blizzard's breath. In that place. 35. He chuckled lightly, then placed his fingers between his eyebrows. Instant transmission. At the same time, at the Hero Association headquarters. Really, I was asked to destroy that little dinosaur, and suddenly I came back, unhappy, super unhappy. A little loli with a green seaweed head said very upset as if she lost her temper. Hee, Maybe the Hero Association has something important to do. 35. The tall woman on the side looked at the little loli and smiled lightly. 237. The two were the Tornado and Fubuki sisters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Kuishui was a little excited. Hey, are you a hero, or some kind of soldier? Why did you come here all of a sudden? Don't you think this is too rude for us as heroes? Unhappy, super unhappy, get out of my way. 35. Before Fubuki could speak, the Tornado on the side began to talk a lot with a displeased expression. I was very upset just now, but now I have completely thrown my temper on this guy who was blocking their way. Trunks. At this time, Fubuki, who was already excited, finally came to Trunks. I heard that you have something to do with me, so I came over to take a look. Trunks chuckled. Hey, Fubuki, who is this guy? Seeing that no one cared about him, the Tornado directly floated up using his psychic power. Fubuki smiled and said, Sister, this is the Trunks I told you about, thanks to him. Having said that, Fubuki looked at Trunks gratefully. As a sister-controlled tornado, seeing his sister's expression, he was immediately very upset. It seems that you and your sister have made up with Fubuki. Trunks can see that the relationship between Fubuki and Tornado is very good, and it is not as awkward as the original. It's all thanks to Trunks you. Fubuki explained movingly. After obtaining the powerful psychic power given by Trunks, Fubuki easily solved the meteorite over Z's. Then she went to the Hero Association of City A to find her sister Tornado and prove to her that she no longer needed her protection. However, Tornado didn't believe Fubuki's words at all, thinking that she was just a little rebellious. Fubuki had no choice but to speak with strength. Next is the battle between the two masters of psychic power. The collision of powerful psychic power almost destroyed the entire City A. Fortunately, at the end of the Hero Association's persuasion, the two stopped. It was also because of this evenly matched battle that Tornado finally recognized Fubuki's strength. So the two were finally reconciled, and the Hero Association received news that it was Fubuki who knew that Z City had eliminated the dragon-level disaster. In addition, Fubuki showed a telekinetic power comparable to that of the second S-class Tornado this time. Therefore, the Hero Association directly promoted Fubuki to the 18th place in the S rank, which was at the bottom of the S rank ranking. The ranking of heroes is not necessarily based on strength, but also has to have contribution. So Fubuki was ranked last. Congratulations on blowing snow. After listening to Fubuki's words, Trunks was also a little surprised. He didn't expect so many things to happen during this time. Hey, did you hear that? You will not be allowed to approach Fubuki in the future. Don't think that BEBD can help Fubuki to like you. I tell you, it's impossible. Seeing that he was ignored again, Tornado was very angry and flew directly between Fubuki and Trunks, glaring at him and started a lot of talk. This look made Trunks laugh and cry, but he couldn't get angry. After all, the Tornado in front of me is too cute. The Trunks couldn't help grabbing her face, then pulled her to the sides. What are you, this guy, doing? The Tornado was a little stunned. How dare this person do such a hateful thing? She saw green light flashing all over her body, and her mind turned into a big hand to grab the man in front of her and throw him out. However, she was stunned that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make this hateful man move. What exactly is going on? The Tornado's mouth was elongated, and his speech was a little slurred. Trunks grinned at this, playing with yourself for motivation. But don't forget that he is also a master of telekinesis, and the way of using telekinesis that he learned in Piccolo is performed with chi. That is to say, the stronger the chi in the body, the stronger the power of thought. Just relying on the psychic power of the Tornado wants to compete with him, but it is too far away. Fukiyuki on the side saw her sister being needed by Trunks in various ways. Not only did she not worry, but smiled instead. Let go of me. Tornado finally couldn't bear it any longer, and burst out with all his power, causing the entire Hero Association headquarters to tremble slightly. Trunks didn't continue to need after seeing this. Okay, just let you go, but don't be so rude to me, you know. Tornado, who was released, covered his cheeks with his hands. I saw that her cheeks had been kneaded and flushed, and she looked a little more cute. Tornado glared at him, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. The power of thought that she relied on to become famous was actually useless to this person in front of her, and now she can't do anything about it. Okay, don't make trouble anymore. Trunks helped me a lot, and saved my life. My sister should respect him. At this time, Fubuki started to count down the Tornado. When Tornado heard this, he turned his head to the side in dissatisfaction. Trunks looked a little funny, but he didn't expect that Tornado, as his elder sister, would be taught a lesson by his younger sister Fukiyuki. Trunks, sorry, sister she. Fubuki wanted to apologize to him. But Trunks smiled but waved his hand and said, haha, it doesn't matter, besides your sister is quite cute. Fubuki was relieved to hear him say this. She was afraid that Trunks and her sister would have a conflict. And the Tornado on the side heard this, and immediately snorted, with a look of disdain. Chapter 109 Grumpy Tornado, Unlucky Metal Bat. Isn't that Trunks? At this time, two people came over. One of them has white hair, but his eyes are very sharp. He is the third S-class hero, Silver Fang, Bangu. The other one dressed like a Ronin with a saber on his waist is the fourth, Atomic Warrior, of the S-Hero. Bangu. 35. Trunks looked at the two in surprise. Yo, S-rank second Shivering Tornado, and then S-18th Jigokubuki, Anyone you know? The Atomic Warrior held a piece of grass in his mouth and said hello to Tornado and Fubuki. Then looked at Trunks. This is Trunks. Once the Hero Association wanted to grant him an S-rank title, but it was rejected. Bangu took the initiative to introduce the Atomic Warrior. So it's not even a hero. I'm sorry, I don't want to know such a nobody. Saying that, the Atomic Warrior walked away arrogantly, ignoring Bangu's words completely. In his opinion, only S-class heroes can make him respect. Ah, sorry, Atomic Samurai is just that. 99. Bang Ji-yu apologized. Oh, it's okay. 39. Trunks shrugged, he really didn't care about the small role of the Atomic Samurai. Trunks, since you are here, let's go in together. This time is about a crisis in the world, so I want to ask for your help. Fu Shui looked at him sincerely. Alright then, I came here anyway, so let's go in and see. Trunks laughed indifferently. Great. Fubuki was very happy to see his promise. Tornado said with a look of disdain. Humph. No matter what it is, I can solve it, and I don't need a guy who is not a hero to take action. Fu Shui was a little helpless seeing this. Sister, this time is related to the safety of the real world, not the time to be willful. Humph. I see. Seeing her say that, Tornado arrogantly snorted and stopped talking, flying behind alone and sulking. And Trunks and Fubuki walked in front, chatting happily. This made the Tornado even more unpleasant. After a while, a few people came to a conference room. There was no seat for Trunks, but Fubuki pulled Trunks to the position of the Tornado, and she sat next to her. Tornado was very angry, but he had no choice but to sit in Bangu's place. And so on, the seats are disrupted. But looking at the unhappy Tornado, no one dared to say a word. Everyone's eyes looked curiously at the stranger, Trunks, but no one asked. Let me introduce you to everyone. At this time, the 17th sexy prisoner of S stood up. He looked at Trunks with hot eyes, and then began to introduce. This is called Trunks, who once killed the ghost-level peak monster Deep Sea King with one punch in J City, and thanks to him, we can survive. And the Hero Association once wanted to give him the S-class hero title, but unfortunately he refused. Mr. Trunks, it's great to see you. At the end, the sexy prisoner threw a wink. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched. How could this pervert stare at him? It's too bad. It turns out that, being able to kill the Deep Sea King is indeed an S-class hero. The person who spoke was the super alloy Black Light in the appearance of Uncle Black. Among the many S-class heroes, he was considered a good guy. That's right, Senior Trunks' strength is naturally worthy of an S-class hero. Genos also spoke up. Maybe it was because Trunks and Saitama went to fight, so Genos didn't find Saitama, so he came to the Hero Association alone. There are other heroes who agree with them, and others who disdain them. Trunks ignored them either. It was at this time. The door to the conference room was opened. Sorry, I'm late. 55. A gray-haired but very serious old man walked in with two people. Metal Knight and Demolition have not been found, nor can they be contacted. But we can't wait any longer, so an emergency meeting is held immediately. I'm sick from the Hero Association, and I'll explain the current situation. The old man named Siki glanced at the heroes present, but was stunned when he saw Trunks. He didn't know Trunks at all. Who is this? Oh, this is the hero who solved the Deep Sea King and rescued the sexy prisoner before. I wanted to give him an S-class hero invitation, but was rejected. Behind the old man Siki, a middle-aged man explained it for him. It turns out that, now that the whole world is at stake, it would be great to have such a capable person to help. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. The old man Sik didn't bother too much about the identity of Trunks. He continued. You are all the top figures in the heroic world, and this time I called everyone for nothing else, but to hope that everyone can protect the earth. Ziki clapped his hands on the table, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The heroes present are all rebellious people. They were not frightened by these words, and they still watched with cold eyes. Seeing this, Ziki continued. However, this time the situation is different, even S-class heroes may be killed. 5. So if you quit now, you can still keep the S-rank hero ranking. But if you don't leave now, you can't run away anymore. Although Siki's face was very serious, the S-class heroes present were not vegetarians. Seeing that he was reluctant to tell the reason, the metal bat was the first to feel unhappy. Hey, my sister has an important piano concert. If it's not an important thing to call me over, I'll ruin this place. The metal bat leaned his legs on the table, shouting arrogantly. Humph, with a broken stick, I really think I have some skills. If you can do it, try it. It was Tornado who was talking, and there was nowhere to vent the anger that he had just received. Metal bats are literally delivered right now. What, do you want me to split your curls? The metal bat still shouted very arrogantly. ... Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he was caught by the power of mind and embedded into the wall. The entire conference room was trembling. At this time, the metal bat was already bleeding, but he did not faint. It's just that it is always suppressed by the power of thought, unable to move. The other S-class heroes were not surprised by this, and they all knew more or less of Tornado's strength. Although these heroes may never meet a few times. However, Tornado can be ranked second in the S-class hero all the year round, which shows that the strength is very strong. Trunks glanced at Tornado in surprise, but he didn't expect this guy to be really grumpy. But think about it too, I just wanted to shoot at him when we met just now. When Tornado saw him looking over, he immediately snorted and ignored him. Chapter 110 The Attack of Boros, whether the tornado is worn or not. Well, Lord Tornado, please put him down. Now is a critical moment, so we can't fight infighting. Siki looked at the tornado and kept laughing. Tornado can be said to be the ace of the Hero Association and an S-level hero who guards City A. The Hero Association usually treats her as an ancestor, but now that the ancestor is angry, he can only laugh. Humph. Tornado snorted, and then put down the metal bat. Hateful. The metal bat that was put down was very angry, and he picked up the baseball bat with a desperate attitude to go forward. Unlike Death, be honest, you can't be her opponent. 99. The venerable vest on the side persuaded in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the metal bat calmed down instantly, and he also understood that he was not the opponent's opponent. However, being disgraced in public, he has no face to continue to stay. Straight out the door. Okay, let's talk about anything now. 2, 3, 7. At this time, Fubuki spoke up. Seeing this, Shichi's expression became serious again. The great prophet Lord Shibabawa has passed away. 35. As soon as these words came out, the S-class heroes present were shocked. Obviously this person is also a great person in the minds of all S-class heroes. Maybe because Trunks didn't know the great prophet Shibabawa, all Fubuki took the initiative to explain in his ear. Trunks, you don't know the great prophet, Granny Shibabawa. Let me explain to you. The great prophet Shibabawa plays an important role in the Hero Association. Almost all the S-class heroes who joined early know of this one's existence. But it is unknown to outsiders or those who are new to the S-class. Trunks certainly knew the man. She predicted that Boros, the overlord of the universe, is about to come, and the Earth will face unprecedented disasters. If it weren't for Saitama's presence, I'm afraid the entire Earth would not be able to escape this catastrophe. After Fubuki finished speaking, Siki also explained the prophecy of the great prophet Shibabawa to everyone. After hearing this, many S-class heroes fell silent. At this time, Trunks, who had not spoken, suddenly stood up and said, "You said that the great prophet Shibabawa predicted that there would be a catastrophe within half a year, that is to say, including today." 5. Many S-class heroes do not understand his words. But Fubuki seemed to understand something, and she hurriedly said, "Trunks, you mean the disaster is just today?" Hee. Trunks smiled and shrugged and walked out. The S-class heroes present were unknown, just when they were about to curse. Boom. Suddenly, the entire Hero Association headquarters began to vibrate. This movement made all S-class heroes uneasy. This building is under attack. How is that possible? This is the headquarters of the Hero Association. Go outside and have a look. Who is it? Let's see if I don't kill him. Many S-class heroes scolded and walked out. At the same time, Trunks, Fubuki and Tornado have already taken the lead outside. What? Is it just the attack of these birdmen? Tornado looked into the sky with contempt. I saw a few winged humanoid monsters spewing fireballs, constantly bombarding the headquarters of the Hero Association. The headquarters of the Hero Association was built by the 6th S-class hero, the Metal Knight, and it looks like a black cube. Standing tall in the center of City A, it stands tall. The Sky King in the sky was constantly bombing with a few younger brothers, but it did not cause any damage to the Hero Association headquarters. This is made of Metal Knights using special materials, and even dragon-level monsters may not be easily destroyed. Not to mention a ghost-level monster like the Sky King. At this time, after the tornado's voice fell, he used his psychic power. The powerful psychic power grabbed the Sky King and several of his subordinates and instantly burst. Blood and water mixed with flesh and blood fell from the sky. This scene was also seen by the S-class people who came behind. Are these weirdos the disaster that Lord Shibabawa wanted to predict? 99. Flashing Flash looked disdainfully. Ha ha ha. As expected, Lord Shibabawa must have made a mistake in his prediction. How could there be a disaster stronger than a dragon-level disaster? 5. Venerable Vest laughed. Many S-class heroes think so too. However, Trunks looked up at the sky and said softly, "Come on." What's coming? Fubuki was stunned for a moment, and immediately followed his gaze. I saw a small black spot in the sky, and this black spot was constantly enlarging. At this time, the S-class heroes also discovered the strangeness in the sky. What is that? Is it a meteorite? Bangu's eyes were sharp, but he couldn't see what was landing. The distance is too far. Meteorite. Could this be the catastrophe predicted by Lord Shibabawa? Venerable Vest shook his head and smiled. If it's just a meteorite, someone here can still solve it. No, not a meteorite. 35. As the black spot gradually expanded, at this time, everyone could barely see what it was. It turned out to be a universe spaceship. Emperor Xiaozheng's face was in disbelief. Universe spaceship. All the S-class heroes were dumbfounded, and the universe spaceship or something was still very unfamiliar to them. Where is the spaceship from? It can't be an alien. Fubuki was also a little surprised. Yes, it's aliens. Trunks smiled and nodded. Fubuki was even more surprised when he heard his words. He didn't expect that the biggest disaster this time would be an alien invasion. What aliens? I don't need you, I can solve it by myself. Tornado looked disbelieving. She didn't believe what Trunks said. And even if it is an alien, she is sure to solve it alone. Sister, don't be capricious. Seeing that the tornado was about to fly up, Fubuki hurriedly used her telekinesis to hold her back. You idiot, this time the enemy is not something you can solve. Trunks smiled and shook his head, not to mention the universe overlord Poros. Even Poros, subordinate, the one who claims to be the #1 psychic user in the universe, Goryuken Sup. It's not something that a tornado can contend with. Goryuken Shopu's psychic power was stronger than that of the tornado. Humph, the tornado didn't stop them at all, and he used his telekinesis to break free of Fubuki's control in an instant. However, at this time 1.3, a more powerful psychic force grabbed her. Tornado felt this powerful and boundless power of thought, and was immediately shocked. Under this power of thought, she has no resistance at all. How can that be? Is there anyone in this world who is more powerful than her? Tornado stared at Trunks with wide eyes, with a look of disbelief. Trunks looked at the tornado in the sky with a smile, and said, don't worry, the aliens will come down soon, and it's not too late for you to act. Looking at the tornado above, he realized that he seemed to have seen something extraordinary. Question mark. It is indeed worn. To avoid being seen by others, Trunks used telekinesis to capture her. The S-class heroes on the side don't know what happened. After all, the power of thought is intangible and intangible. Chapter 111 The Three Generals under Poros, the Master of Psychic Power. As the universe spaceship in the sky keeps descending, everyone can gradually see the appearance of the entire universe spaceship. A huge shadow shrouded the universe spaceship in front of him actually occupied more than half of City A. Good. So big, King looked at the universe spaceship that covered the sky and couldn't help wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. This scene is too terrifying for him who has not yet transferred to a summoner. Is this the world-destroying catastrophe prophesied by Lord Shibabawa? Maybe it will come. 99. Seeing such an oppressive universe spaceship, many S-class heroes present looked solemn. At the same time, at the bottom of the huge universe spaceship, countless lights suddenly flashed. No, that's not a light. No, it's a cannonball. Genos suddenly shouted. The S-class heroes present were also horrified when they saw the cannonballs that covered the sky. If these shells were to explode on the ground, the entire city of A would probably be destroyed. Blowing snow. At this moment, Trunks called Fubuki's name. Fubuki, who was on the side, immediately understood what to do, and saw her body glowing green and flying into the sky. He raised his hand slightly, and a powerful psychic power 14 erupted. In an instant, all the shells were controlled by the psychic power. It's amazing, it's all blocked. Fortunately, there are two sisters, otherwise the whole A may be over. Is this a superpower? Too powerful. I feel like hell. Blowing snow alone can solve this alien spaceship. The S-class heroes present were relieved when they saw that Hell Fubuki caught all the shells alone. At the same time, he also has a new understanding of the strength of Hell Fubuki. These S-class heroes have more or less heard of Hellblow Snow before, and they are comparable to the second tornado of the S-class hero fighting in City A. But I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I still don't believe it. However, at this moment, all the S-class heroes recognize the strength of Hell Fubuki. Hey, UBD, let me go. Tornado was worried when he saw Fubuki rushing up alone, and kept yelling for Trunks to let her go. Okay then. The Trunks loosened their grip on her. Humph. Tornado snorted and ignored him, and flew directly into the sky. The Trunks below looked up and saw a touch of white again. This girl, you must remind her later. Trunks shook his head helplessly. At the same time, after Fubuki caught the cannonball, he raised his hands again. I saw that all the shells turned their direction and shot directly towards the universe spaceship in the sky. Quick, report to Lord Goryuken Shopu, the other party also has a telekinetic controller. A group of aliens who fired cannonballs observed this scene below the universe spaceship and were immediately terrified. They want to get in touch with Goryuken Sup, who is the master of the universe's first thought power. As long as Goryuken Sup takes a shot, he will be able to block the opponent's attack. However, it was already too late. Boom. Countless shells hit the bottom of the universe ship directly. For a while, various explosions continued, and the fire was soaring into the sky. Everyone in City A can see this scene. Everyone, get out. The C-rank hero Undocumented Knight is channeling the people. The citizens of the entire City A were evacuated in an orderly manner under the leadership of the Hero Association. After all, no one can guarantee that City A will be destroyed. At the same time, damn it, it's terrible. I didn't expect that there was a telekinetic controller on this planet, and the spacecraft was damaged by 20% in an instant. A guy who looks like an octopus and is not slender is yelling angrily in the very main control room. This alien is Goryuken Supu, known as the first power master of universe. But it doesn't matter, as long as the spacecraft power ball is not damaged, this time I will personally go out and deal with the psychic power controller. As soon as he heard that he was about to make a move, the other aliens in the main control room touted it. Lord Goryuken Shopu, you will surely win easily. That's right, any mind power manipulator will only be crushed in front of Lord Goryuken Shopu. Goryuken Sup was so satisfied with his subordinate's flattery that he contacted two other senior combatants. Maruzagarudo, Gloribus, go out with me. Let the three of us join forces to kill all the rebels on this planet. Maruzagarudo is a man of universe with multiple heads and a body that can be turned into a weapon. In the original work, he was killed by 4 people, Bangu, Atomic Warrior, Metal Bat and Sexy Prisoner, and his strength is very strong. And, Gloribus, is a guy with a tail, exploding muscles, and a pair of crab claws on his hands. This alien is also very strong, capable of spitting out a strong acid breath, and any object it touches will instantly melt. Ah, is it necessary for all three of us to go? Maruzagarudo was stunned for a moment. That's right, this planet also has psychic masters, so we can't be careless. Goryukansub nodded. Ah, understood, said the three of them got off the spaceship together. At the same time, the S-class heroes present were also shocked when they saw that the entire universe spaceship was constantly bombarded by their own cannonballs. By the way, the spaceship won't fall. 99. If the enemy is in the sky, we can't attack. I think it's enough to leave the matter to the two of them, let's go back and forth wherever we go. No, it's not that simple. There was a lot of discussion. At this moment, three weirdos flew down from the universe spaceship. Among them, the octopus monster, Goryukansub, flew towards the two sisters, Tornado and Fubuki. And Gloribus and Maruzagarudo fell in front of many S-class heroes. 237, ha ha ha, are you the strongest creatures on this planet? Very well, let me kill you. Gia, I will let you die in pain. Gloribus and Maruzagalu didn't take the S-class heroes present in the slightest, and laughed arrogantly. However, they were greeted by a few sword lights. Puff, I saw that Gloribus and Maruzagalu were cut into pieces in an instant. It was the atomic warrior who made the shot, and this shot was the famous stunt atomic slash. Ah, as expected of an atomic warrior, he killed two alien monsters with ease. Bang Ji complimented. What? It turns out that alien monsters are only so powerful. At this time, a metal bat not far away came over, and after he left the conference room, he did not leave. After all, he also has justice in his heart, but he is too arrogant. I said, these alien freaks aren't dead. At this time, Trunks on the side reminded at the right time. What? When everyone heard the words, they immediately looked at the two smashed alien monsters. To everyone's surprise, the two alien monsters that were chopped up by the atomic warriors miraculously recovered. Immortal, Bang Ji frowned. It seems that it is not that simple to kill them. The atomic samurai also frowned. Chapter 112 Tornado and Fubuki's Life and Death Crisis, Boros is about to shoot. Hee, it's actually very simple to kill them. These alien monsters have a core like a glass ball in their bodies. If you break it, these alien monsters will die. Trunks gave some pointers to the S-class heroes. How do you know? The atomic samurai was somewhat disbelieving. Let me try it. Bangu believed Trunks. Swish. I saw Bang Ji in the posture of flowing water rock-shattering fist, with blue water flowing in his hands. The next moment, he came to Maruzagarudo. Aotian shattered the fist. In an instant, one of Maruzagarudo's heads was shattered, and Bangu quickly found a glass bead. He then retreated from Maruzagarudo's attack. Damn, change it to me. 35. Seeing the glass beads in Bangu's hand, Maruzagarudo rushed towards them frantically. Let me see if this thing is the weakness of this monster. With that, Bang Ji crushes the glass beads. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone, one of Maruzagarudo's heads instantly turned into blood and disappeared. Sure enough, Mr. Trunks is right, that glass bead is the weakness of this alien weirdo. Bangu said to the other S-rank heroes while dodging Melzagarudo's attack. I knew Trunks, you were right. The sexy prisoner shouted excitedly. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, and he decided in his heart that if this pervert dared to approach him, he would definitely blow him away. After knowing the weaknesses of alien monsters, it is much easier for S-class heroes to deal with them. It won't take long to get rid of them. At the same time, the battle in the sky also began. It's the two of you who destroyed the universe spaceship. It's so nasty. Goryukansub looked at Fubuki and Tornado with a bit of annoyance. Are you an idiot alien? Tornado sneered violently, and then waved with one hand. A powerful psychic force launched to grab the opponent. However, her psychic power was instantly dissipated by a stronger psychic power when she was close. How come? Tornado looked surprised. Ha ha ha, in front of my universe's first thought power master, your power of thought is simply not enough to see. Goryukansub laughed arrogantly, and immediately activated his psychic power, instantly binding Fubuki and Tornado at the same time. What a powerful psychic power, this is bad. Fubuki tried his best to activate his psychic power, but he could only barely block the opponent. Hateful. Tornado was even more angry. She was originally the most psychic on Earth, but she never expected that someone would surpass her again and again. It's nothing that her younger sister Fukiyuki surpasses her, but that hateful man is also stronger than her in telekinesis. Even the psychic power of this alien geek in front of him is so strong. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The psychic power burst out with all its strength, but it only slightly opened some of the opposite psychic power packages. Fukiyuki, don't worry, as long as you join forces with your sister, you can defeat this alien monster. At this moment, the Trunks below shouted loudly. Goryukansub's psychic power is indeed stronger than those of the two sisters, but the strength is limited. If Fubuki can join forces with Tornado, there is a chance to defeat each other. The battle of psychic power is like this, whoever has stronger psychic power will win. The combined power of Fubuki and Tornado definitely surpassed each other. When Fushui in the sky heard the words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Elder sister, okay, let's do it together. Tornado immediately nodded when he saw Fubuki's gaze. At this moment, the two sisters made concerted efforts to launch a psychic counterattack with all their strength. This is a battle without gunpowder. The two's powerful psychic power was a hemp rope, which instantly swept away Goryugan Shope's psychic power blockade. Immediately afterwards, the two people's psychic power directly moved towards Goryugan's shock force. Ah, that's impossible, no one in this universe can beat me telekinetically. Goryugan Shope also went crazy, but it didn't work. The psychic power of Fubuki and Tornado directly impacted Goryukan Shope. The next moment, Goryugan Shope was blasted out by the psychic power, screamed and fell from the sky. Humph, what universe's first thought power master, it's just that. Tornwan snorted with disdain when he saw that the other party was beaten and flew out. Sister, don't waste time, just give it the final blow. Fu Shui stared at the bottom. All right, Tornado also knew that he could not give the other party a chance to breathe at this time. The two joined forces again, and the powerful thought force turned into a big hand and patted it towards the bottom. And this time, damn it, it's unforgivable that the great Lord Goryugan Shope was injured, and he was injured by telekinesis. Goryukan Shope rushed out of the rubble. At the same time, some gravel appeared around him. Think of the flowing stone waves. Goryugan Shope roared, and saw that the rubble around him instantly turned into countless meteors and shot towards Tornado and Fubuki. This move was Goryugan Shope's unique move, and it was very powerful. When Fubuki and Tornado saw this, they directly slapped the gravel with their big hands. However, Fubuki and Tornado both exclaimed in surprise. What? I saw that the big hand of psychic power used jointly by the two was easily penetrated by the gravel. In the blink of an eye, the gravel with white light came to them. Are you going to die? At the juncture of life and death, the figure of Trunks suddenly appeared in Fubuki's mind, and she closed her eyes with inexplicable regret in her heart. Yet at this moment, the rubble shot by Goryukan Shope suddenly stopped in front of them. This is, Tornado exclaimed, then turned to look at Trunks. She knew that he was the only one who could block the opponent's move. When Fubuki heard her sister's exclamation, she opened her eyes in a daze. She stared at the gravel in front of her for a while, then turned her gaze to Trunks. Trunks looked at the eyes of the two of them and smiled. Don't be stupid, let's kill that guy. Fubuki and Tornado nodded at the same time. Immediately afterwards, he used his psychic power to press Goryukan Shope again. Although Goryugan Shope tried his best to block, but after using the ultimate move, his consumption was also very large. Before he could scream, Goryugan Shope was directly crushed by the psychic power of the two. At the same time, Maruzagarudo and Gloribus were also beaten and killed by the Bangu group. So far, the three most senior combatants under Poros have all perished. At the same time, on the universe ship, a tall alien with pink hair and one eye, dressed in armor, walked into the main control room. How's it going? Did Goryukan Shope and the others take down the underground enemy? Lord Poros, Goryukan Shope, they. Facing Boros, several subordinates in the main control room suddenly trembled. Come on, what happened to them? Poros is a little annoying. Lord Boros, Goryukan Shope and the others are already dead, killed by the creatures on the ground. What? When Poros heard the news, he was a little surprised. The three generals under his command were dealt with so easily. It seems that the prophecy is not wrong. The indigenous people of this planet are really powerful. Let me meet them in person for a while. After that, Poros left the main control room. Haha, if Lord Boros makes a move, he will surely be able to easily kill all creatures on this planet. 35. A few grotesquely shaped subordinates were flattering behind him, but at this time Boros had already gone far away.